Chapter 161, Each One's Choice. After experiencing a period of chaos, the freshmen quickly sorted out the current situation. This was destined to be a chaotic war. Almost everywhere they looked were enemies. Everyone they saw could be a target and a brick for their promotion. It all depended on whether they had the ability. So when a certain critical point was reached, the whole scene instantly became chaotic, because they began to realize that awareness and concept were one thing. And when things really happened, it was another thing. Maybe at the beginning, some people didn't know what to do or where to start. But when someone fired the first shot, things became a little different. As soon as they entered the training ground, the game had already begun. No one could stay out of it. Everyone was a fish in the pond, either devouring or waiting to be devoured. Some students couldn't make the switch for a while, but some made their choices instinctively, like Jiang Hui. With the awakening of a small group of people, it naturally affected the ideas of others. The hunting activity began. Jiang Hui was actually quite lucky. She was alone and randomly dropped in a remote place. And then she immediately ran into 3 unlucky guys who came to her door and got points. But more people landed in the home field or crowded places. If they were unlucky and ran into a large group in an open place, it would be inevitable to have a fierce battle. Such freshmen were often sacrificed before they could figure out the situation and change their mentality, and became other people's metals. In fact, there are 2 modes for freshmen participating in this orienteering battle. One is group participation. That is, to form a team at any time through the simulated bra reporting system. The maximum number of people in a team is 5. If there are less than 5 people, it can only be considered a temporary team. After forming a team, the points are still calculated according to the number of shots each person shoots. And the resources are also taken by each person, and they can be discussed internally. However, this 5-person team is not just a simple cooperation, and the team members need to share some things. Under normal circumstances, if a single person acts, he will be eliminated as long as he is hit. The simulated bra has extremely accurate positioning and recognition functions, and there will be no mistakes. As long as you are shot, the bra will automatically limit the host's activities and synchronously report the elimination signal to the system. The entire elimination mechanism is very neat and tidy, leaving no chance for anyone. However, if you can find a team of 5 people, everyone in the team can share 3 chances collectively. That is to say, when they are in a complete team state, any one of the 5 people will not be eliminated if he is shot for the first or second time. If any person or individual in the 5-person team is shot 3 times, the whole team will be forced to leave, and no one can stay, even if someone in the 5-person team has not been shot once. So you need to be cautious when forming a team. If you don't choose your team members carefully, even if 4 of the 5 are extremely strong, you won't get any good results if you drag one down, and you will have to pay an extra price. Obviously, this is a very collective mechanism, which requires a sufficient sense of trust and cooperation between team members. If used well, it is a killer. But if used poorly, it will immediately drag them into the quagmire and suffer a huge restriction. There is another mode, which is standalone. That is, you can always go through the levels alone, and you can get points even if you shoot one down, without any worries or drag. And if you die, it will only be counted as yours. For someone like Jiang Hui, who was alone in an open and remote place, whether to form a team or not was secondary. It was unrealistic to think about it now, and she still had room for choice. But the situation for those who fell into the melee immediately became difficult. This was not the kind of shooting training where they had to wait for the order of the superior to be issued at the same time, but a free first without orders and no one to control, restrict or maintain order. Everyone could find targets by themselves and shoot at will. They could shoot whenever they saw them, and shoot whenever they had the chance. Hitting one would count as 1 point. It was a completely chaotic state. In this case, no matter how high your shooting level and eyesight were, you could not accurately control your own safety. You could only go with the flow and rely on luck. It was a completely uncontrollable situation. This was obviously not a good thing. They did want to shoot down their opponents as much as possible to score more points, but they didn't want to end up like this inexplicably. If you want to fight and show your true ability, you should at least set up a place. What's the point of messing around like this? I don't know how many capable people were poked at the muzzle of others' guns and were directly eliminated for no reason. Therefore, more and more people realized that if they wanted to continue the competition, they had to separate the battlefield or distinguish between enemies and friends. If none of the above worked, at least they had to get out of this chaotic situation first. Oh my god. How long will this last? These guys are really scary. At the edge of a small battle zone that was split off, a dusty figure carefully jumped out from the edge. I don't know if he was lucky, or if the people around him didn't even look down on him as a small shrimp and let him run out directly. As he ran further and further, the figure seemed to realize that he might be able to escape from this terrible melee area. So he hunched over and ran faster and faster, not caring about how ugly his running posture was. Shock. 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 He finally understood why the people in this circle were still fighting each other. If he had thought about it before, he couldn't understand why these people had to be entangled here and waste their time. Didn't you see that there were large areas of rocks and bushes on both sides? And some were hidden places. Wouldn't it be more meaningful and exciting for everyone to engage in jungle guerrilla warfare? Why do you have to pull each other's hair face to face in such an open place? Or even shoot directly in the face? Isn't this making it more difficult for yourself? It wasn't until he ran a long way that he realized that the rocks and bushes that looked close were actually very far away. If they ran away separately, they would probably inevitably have to leave their backs under the eyes of the enemy. They could not escape the melee area safely while ensuring their own safety and not being eliminated, just as they could not control the behavior and motivation of others. Therefore, the crowd had no choice but to stop killing with killing and get rid of some people first. Only people like Zhou Xiaowen, who did not have much hope of escaping and just wanted to stay away from the chaos, could do such a thing as turning his back to the melee. When he ran out, he was actually prepared to be eliminated and was still estimating when he would be hit. But I don't know if he was lucky or he really couldn't arouse the desire of the hunters to hunt. And no one took the opportunity to give him a backup. And finally he really ran out. Chapter 162. Whose gunshot? He remembered, they were teleported here for no more than 1 star hour. Right? The race was a full 36 star hours long. And now the time hadn't even passed a fraction of the time, and the contestants were already wasting so much time. Was it necessary to be so cruel? If he hadn't been unable to find a chance to slip out of the battle zone, he would have long wanted to stop staying with that group of lunatics, and felt that staying a little longer would be the least of his problems. Oh! Someone might ask why he was so cowardly, but could persist in this chaotic battle zone for so long. To be honest, Zhou Xiaowen didn't know either. Anyway, he just ran around, and it all depended on luck. He used his natural instinct to dodge in various ways, or found a handy shield to rub against as soon as he found signs of being targeted. Anyway, he just messed around, and in the end, he actually managed to find a way out. Although Zhou Xiaowen also knew that it was not necessarily safe for him to come out of here, and there was always the possibility that he would be regarded as a lone rookie by others. But it's better than lying dead in the war zone and being stepped on. Right? Besides, he really doesn't want to be eliminated so soon. No matter how ugly it is, he should at least hold on for a while. Even if it's just for a while. Zhou thought about the miserable state of those unlucky people who were eliminated in the war zone before being sucked up by the rescue spacecraft. And he couldn't help but shudder. Even if there is a barrier protection that simulates the bra, it would probably be uncomfortable to be kicked and stepped on several times or dozens of times. He saw a certain unlucky brother who was about to spit out blood after being stepped on, and he swore at that time that he must not be shot in the war zone. Well, now he finally, wait, don't, can you please not do it? I'll give you everything. Zhou Xiaowen was so scared that he immediately crossed his arms, as if he was trying to block a bullet that the other party could fire at any time. Jiang Hui was lying in ambush here just to pick up the leak. How could such a big man jumping out of the team not be conspicuous? She saw it at a glance. According to Jiang Hui's temperament, this bullet should have been fired long ago. Anyway, he couldn't wait for the other party to say these words. But for some reason, looking at the person who stumbled out of the war zone, Jiang Hui inexplicably saw a hint of familiarity. But in just a short while, the other party walked a long way. When Jiang Hui came to his senses, he wanted to shoot the man directly. But in this round of actions, he saw the other party's face clearly. Oh! No wonder he felt a little familiar. It turned out to be an acquaintance. This guy has no choice but to hit this side. This guy. You can't use your mental power to feel the surrounding situation when you are so close. There is such a big man here with a gun pointed at you. How come you didn't notice it at all? Now, she doesn't even need to hesitate whether to shoot or not. the other party will come directly. Jiang Hui only needs to press the trigger slightly, and he can harvest a point and resources without even aiming. This shouldn't be the way to play the pig and eat the tiger. Right? Jiang Hui suddenly wanted to see when he would react to the fact that there was a gun pointed at his face. Fortunately, this prey was not a pure fool. It felt a different breath floating in the air, and then found Jiang Hui hiding in a hidden place and watching him leisurely. Zhou Xiuwen. Jiang Hui. What should I do? This guy is too stupid. Right? It would be better for her to send him to the finish line directly. And she can also give points to her acquaintance. As if seeing Jiang Hui's plan, this guy immediately screamed, which was the scene at the beginning. Jiang Hui wanted to pull the trigger several times, but he didn't pull it in the end, so he simply put the muzzle of the gun against the man's chest to force him to move to a certain place. During this period, Jiang Hui did not forget to pay attention to the surrounding situation, while guarding against whether the other party would riot at any time. Well, although she really felt that this guy didn't look like he had this brain, there were still many cases of boats capsizing in the gutter. Jiang Hui put the muzzle of the gun against the other person's chest without any sympathy, and asked the other party to hand over the supplies on his body, and the only gun that could defend himself in a friendly manner. She admitted that it was indeed a bit unkind. This was no different from shooting the other party directly, but she just didn't take the point he got for the time being. But at least, she left Qi Shan for him temporarily. Wasn't this her own request? The other party was obviously very sensible, aware of his situation, and quite cooperative, and took things out automatically. He seemed to be relieved while taking things out, as if everything would be fine as long as Jiang Hui didn't shoot him. The more the other party did this, the more Jiang Hui felt strange, and looked at him with a little suspicion. She couldn't help asking, "You don't look like you want to compete? How about I help you?" The boy waved his hands repeatedly. No. 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 Just let me go like this. Don't worry about me. His reaction made Jiang Hui more and more doubtful. He didn't have weapons and resources, just to avoid being eliminated. But this person really didn't look like the kind of person who could hold back and wait for an opportunity. And he didn't look like the kind of person who was greedy for fame and knew that he was not strong enough but had to stay here. To be honest, this person's demeanor is fundamentally out of tune with the students present. Everyone's eyes were filled with strong emotions such as desire, fighting for victory, I want to win, etc. Only his face seemed to be written with a strange expression of "I'm so tired. When will it end?" which was very subtle. In such a chaotic situation of life and death, there is someone who is out of tune and slacks off and looks like he wants to die quickly, which is really a bit unpleasant to watch. Anyway, seeing Jiang Hui often wants to follow his wishes and shoot him back. The other party nodded first, then seemed to react and shook his head again, and whispered embarrassedly, "My dad came to watch my game this time. I don't want to be so useless. He is in poor health and rarely has the opportunity to go out. I just don't want to be thrown out of the game at the beginning. Can you let me go this time?" Jiang Hui's face was expressionless, as if he was examining his words. Just when Zhou Xiuwen thought he was going to be finished, the other party's expression suddenly became less tense, and the hand holding the gun was no longer ready to fire. The two looked at each other, and the girl took a small step away and slightly retracted the gun, although there was still enough room for shooting. She looked like she was going to follow him with her eyes down. Jiang Hui was not afraid of him suddenly attacking, because she had taken away everything on the other party. She just had to watch the other party leave with his back to her. As for whether he would be sent away by others as a point because he was unarmed, it was not within her scope. Being on the battlefield, she could not be too soft-hearted. This was also the rule she should abide by here. Although, she also knew that she had been soft-hearted at an inappropriate time just now. The other party was not sad at all for being forced into a dead end, and even his eyebrows jumped in surprise. It seemed that Jiang Hui was getting a great deal by acquiescing to let him stay on the field for one more second. Just as Zhou Xiuwen half stood up and was about to turn his back and leave, suddenly, almost at the same time, the other party turned his head abruptly, with a trace of anxiety between his eyebrows, and rushed towards Jiang Hui regardless of the gun that was already prepared and pointed at him. 2 gunshots rang out at the right time. Chapter 163 Inquiry. Has Jiang Hui ever thought about the possibility of a counterattack? It has evolved naturally. After all, this is a battlefield in another sense. Everyone has different thoughts, and nothing can be taken seriously. She was indecisive because she didn't kill Zhou Xiaowen with one blow. Later, she was soft-hearted after listening to the other party's words, that she didn't know whether they were true or false. Naturally, she also anticipated that she would be deceived by the guy in front of her. But she still did it. She chose not to take a point from the other party. Not just because he was an acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, she didn't hesitate to kill a familiar-faced classmate in the same class when she was picking up the leak just now. At most, she had only met this classmate Zhou once. However, it was the other party who dragged her back when she fainted during the training last time. And he also took care of her at the temporary medical office with all his heart. Jiang Hui was naturally grateful. The other party had such a strong desire to stay here. Jiang Hui couldn't ignore it. Just think of it as a favor to the other party. Anyway, it's just one point. Of course, she couldn't let the other party take away something that might threaten her, which was why she confiscated everything in the other party's hand, just to cut off the possibility of the other party's counterattack. She also knew that this was no different from being eliminated directly, except that she didn't take the other party's point. Jiang Hui actually felt that she was quite hypocritical. Unexpectedly, the other party's reaction was very strange. Not only did he not have any opinions, he even seemed quite happy about it. If this person didn't have other plans or planned to be patient and lurking for her to counterattack in the end, then he didn't really think that escaping this way was not bad. It's really weird. He didn't think he could stay in this chaotic war zone for long after losing his weapon. Did he? It would be a disaster if he could stay for another half a week. Unless he was sure to snatch the weapon from others. Therefore, Jiang Hui suspected that the other party had other plans. And he didn't relax his guard in the process of letting the other party go. He looked around and didn't let go of any movement. Unexpectedly, his worries were really fulfilled. But the process and results seemed to be a little different from what he expected. Zhou Xiaowen couldn't help but feel happy when he found that this kind-hearted classmate Jiang really didn't intend to give him such a blow, and even looked like he was going to let him go. He felt that he could probably stay in the stadium for a while, so he might as well leave now. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, he saw a dark gun muzzle facing this direction from a distance. He swore that he would never be wrong. No. Was it going to shoot him, or the classmate Jiang behind him? Zhou Xiaowen was a little confused, and turned around to remind this kind-hearted classmate Jiang. He didn't know if he had a hole in his brain or what, but he subconsciously wanted to stop him. By the way, could Jiang have misunderstood? Zhou Xiaowen seemed to have foreseen the scene of being hit from both sides and being eliminated. Alas, I have no ability. I have survived all the way until now. And in the end, I just wanted to stay a little longer so that my results would not be too bad. I shamelessly asked an acquaintance to let him go. But he didn't expect that he would let him go. But he still couldn't escape. And it seemed that he dragged him down with him. Zhou Xiaowen felt very embarrassed. He never expected that the expected scene would not come. He leaned slightly to the side, and his waist was supported steadily by an arm. It was an arm that looked well proportioned. Very slender, but surprisingly strong. Jiang Hui, who should have hit him first, had her gun pointed in another direction. And it was the other party who supported him. Jiang Hui's eyes were fixed on a certain direction behind him like a hawk, with bright eyes. Then he heard the other party mutter, "You can't hold your breath at all. You want to sneak attack me with this level of picking up leaks?" Zhou Xiaowen suddenly realized that he had been thinking about reminding Jiang Hui to avoid the sneak attack. But he didn't expect that the other party had already discovered it, and hit the target with one shot. He might have blocked the other party's aiming at the target and hindered him. After completing a series of actions, the other party quickly retracted the arm that blocked him. Zhou Xiaowen felt more and more that he must have caused trouble for others just now, seeing that the other party still had no intention of attacking him. Zhou Xiaowen wanted to take this opportunity to leave. Since they let him go, it would be bad to stay here and cause trouble for others. Wait. The person who seemed to be concentrating on checking and replenishing bullets with his head down suddenly called out. She raised her head and looked at Zhou Xiaowen. "Excuse me. Classmate Zhou, how is your current mental strength level?" On the other side, at the finished viewing field, teachers and instructors were watching the competition in the most central audience seats. The audience seats built for this orienteering race were surrounded on the left and right, and they were all full of people. Among the seats full of guests, a certain column of seats seemed particularly deserted, which was the special audience seats. Not to mention that it was full like other columns. Every row and every column was sparsely populated, with few people sitting. Of course, Not everyone is qualified to sit here. This is prepared by the school for the board of directors and invited people from all walks of life. Each seat has a fixed name. After confirmation by the board of directors, the name list will be made clear. And finally it will be implemented here. This kind of seat is very special. If the invited person does not come in the end, this seat will still be vacant. And no one will sit. In fact, in a word, this is probably the so-called privileged seat. A very conspicuous man is sitting in the emptiest front row. It's not that he is so handsome. Well, he is actually quite handsome. But he is too thin. So thin that he is almost unrecognizable. The contours of his entire face, jawline and cheekbones are all prominent. His face is blue and white. And his lips are bloodless. And if you look closely, he is not sitting on the soft chair prepared by the school, but sitting on his own wheelchair, with a man in military uniform standing behind him. How did you have time to come today? Why don't you rest at home for a while? I heard that your little activity yesterday caused quite a stir, the man in the wheelchair said. Obviously, he was talking to the person behind him. The man in military uniform behind him obviously didn't expect the other party to talk to him. He was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, "How could there be anything? You know, I'm just here to make up the numbers. And it seems that I didn't do anything and it ended." "Then did you catch it?" The man in military uniform nodded, and then shook his head as if he thought of something. His expression was a little bitter. In fact, it would be better if they didn't catch it. And they were all blown up, including the people and the things. Not only did they not get the detailed information, nor did they track down the lost objects, but the soldiers who were transferred to support together also suffered an unprovoked disaster. But that thing should be completely destroyed, because in the morning, the superiors ordered everyone to stop searching, which means that the mark engraved on the secret room by the main brain has completely failed. This situation is said to occur only when the engraved data is completely damaged or destroyed. So this mission can be considered completed. Chapter 164 Interlude. The man in the wheelchair was about to ask something, but suddenly his face changed. Although his face was not good looking, it was really paler than paper at this moment. Seeing that the other party was about to say something, a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his face, which accumulated more and more. In a moment, his forehead and temples were already sweaty. The man in military uniform hurriedly wanted to get close to check, but saw that the other party's bony wrist bones were hanging on his legs, and his fingertips were weakly drooping along the knee bend. This man's kneecaps were empty below, both of them, and the trouser legs below the calves were empty, and the mechanical wheelchair barely landed on the pedals. If it were in modern times, it would be considered a normal thing, and at most it could only be said to be an unfortunate thing in life. But if it were in the interstellar, it would be very unusual. In this world where technology and bioengineering have developed to this level, the regeneration of broken limbs is not a fantasy, although the cost is not practical. And after the connection, it is not the original one. There will definitely be some incompatibility in operation. The recovery period is quite long, and it is necessary to regularly inject maintenance fluid to maintain its relatively long-term effectiveness. Otherwise, it may not be used for 20 to 30 years before it has to be replaced again. And even if it is because of the price or other reasons, there are also semi-mechanical and semi-biological prostheses that can be installed, which are no different from the real ones. And some functional prostheses can even be customized according to needs. In short, there are really few people with limb disabilities in the interstellar world, and there are corresponding treatment plans for various terminal illnesses. Except for congenital genetic diseases and diseases caused by certain biological toxins, there are basically no terminal illnesses that cannot be cured by humans in the interstellar world. Not to mention that the young man was qualified to sit in the privileged seat arranged by the school. The mechanical wheelchair that looked quite simple on the outside was a high-end product handmade by a mecha master. And even the wheels were made of hexapeptide alloy used in the manufacture of high-end mechas. How could such a person not have money for limb reconstruction? Looking at the man's terminal illness, it was estimated that his body did not support his limb transplant, so he could only maintain such a broken appearance. The man in military uniform naturally knew where he was uncomfortable, and even now, he could not believe that the man who was so strong once became so weak and broken now. But this is the fact. The man in military uniform was about to half squat down to check the situation for his superior, but he seemed to suddenly think of something and stop the action. In the end, he could only suppress the bitterness in his heart and asked softly, "If you are not feeling well, Do you want me to take you back first? Xiaowing can come to pick him up later. The man in the wheelchair was silent for a while. Not saying good but not bad. Just when the man in military uniform was about to make a decision for him, he said weakly, "It's an old problem. It doesn't hurt today. It doesn't hurt. But it still hurts." The young man who knew the fundamental reason for the other party's current misery and disability, and watched the other party weaken day by day, understood the other party's pain better than anyone else. But the sad thing is that he was powerless, and had no way to comfort him. He could only watch like this. Just watching. He felt a kind of sadness from the bottom of his heart. "So how sad would you be?" "Well, it's rare for me to come out. Don't let me go home disappointed. Besides, I promised that kid to come and see him. That guy is very stubborn. He has been making a lot of trouble for a month to ask me to come here. The housework he promised to do is all a hindrance. Even the housekeeper can't stand it. If he turns around and walks back, I don't know how to make a scene." The sick man sitting in the wheelchair seemed to be very dissatisfied with the kid and his words. But his tone was so intimate and full of love that could not be ignored. The cherishing feeling was almost overflowing. The man in military uniform, who had been looking heavy since just now, couldn't help but smile helplessly when he heard the words. "I didn't expect Xiaowin to be so lively when he grew up. You must have had a lot of headaches these years. And these years have passed unknowingly." "Yes. It's very annoying. Fortunately, he has finally reached this age. If he doesn't grow up, I will almost be unable to bear it, and throw him back to the capital star system to his grandfather." The man smiled and pressed his forehead helplessly. The sick and frail figure unexpectedly revealed some of his past charm under such a smile. "It's been 2 weeks. And he hasn't been eliminated yet. It seems that he is lucky this time. I thought he could last half a week." "How can you say that about your own child? It's not just half a week. You have some misunderstanding about the child. After all, he is your child. The descendant of the legendary founder of a generation of empires. Your child." But the sick man waved his hand. "I don't know him yet. He has ordinary talent, is careless, and is timid. His mental talent is barely passable. He can't do anything well. But that's fine." Although he was constantly belittling and scrutinizing, he looked so relieved at the moment, as if this was his lifelong wish. The more he listened, the more outrageous it became. Seeing the other party's brows drooping and gradually entering into a certain past memory, the people next to him secretly thought it was not good, and they were eager to find something fresh to immediately divert the other party's attention. Suddenly, the screen on their side that was broadcasting switched to a certain scene, and the man in military uniform's eyes lit up, and he quickly reminded the people next to him to look. In the center of the screen is a 5-man team. Unknowingly, the orienteering race has been going on for more than 2 hours. During this period, people were constantly eliminated, and the number of eliminations in both the general professional area and the military professional area reached an extremely high level. However, as time went by, after experiencing the test of the big melee at the beginning without any preparation, most of the people who remained were those who had a little bit of mind. Those who were rookies and those who could not adjust themselves well would be eliminated almost at the beginning. And they gradually realized that such a melee would be detrimental to the whole situation, and make this exercise meaningless. After leaving the initial melee and entangled war zone, they gradually entered this hunting game. Obviously, the power of an individual is limited, and finding reliable teammates to form a team to share combat power and share life is the best choice. However, in 2 weeks, many teams emerged on the training ground like mushrooms after rain, and there was even a team formed by several teams. And those who have formed teams on the list are also suffixed with numbers after their names to distinguish them. Chapter 165 Lurker. After leaving the chaotic battle and figuring out their current situation, the freshmen gradually began to disperse and fight on their own. As time went by, everyone gradually realized the real fun of this competition game. There were only a few people on the field who could be called sharpshooters. Even after training, most people could only be praised for being able to hold a gun at best, and they were still a little short of aiming and shooting. But once the bullet was fired, it could not be turned back. Whether it hit or not, it would make some noise, and it was normal to alert the enemy. How could the opponent be like a target and let people aim and eliminate them? They must resist. And if the opponent was also equally strong, the scene would probably turn into a fight between noobs. If there were several more waves of people waiting to catch the cicada in the surrounding area, how could these people miss such an opportunity to pick up leaks? So the freshmen who were separated from the visible battle zone gradually moved to the uneven jungle, which actually turned into another kind of melee. If you don't want to be eliminated, you have to compete with your accuracy and see who can survive better. This is what a classmate who I will call Shiwu thought. He was one of the people who survived the chaotic battle zone at the beginning. He was from the mecha department. Although his shooting skills were not high, his second awakening mental power level was barely acceptable, and his senses were very strong. So although he was in a hurry at the beginning, he was able to hold on and escaped from the chaotic zone when two battle zones collided, and then successfully escaped to this side. Except for those who attacked him as soon as they saw him and wanted to score points with him, or those who had a terrible shooting level and formed teams everywhere to find a sucker to rely on. He didn't meet any more reliable teammates, so he came here one way. He has been hiding in a rugged forest for a while now. This place imitates the typical landform and ecological environment of Planet 732. In the forest, there are either dozens of meters tall trees or several meters high dense bushes. The terrain is also high and low, covered by grass or bushes. So if you walk in it, you must be very careful. Otherwise you may fall into a big pit with 1 foot shallow and 1 foot deep and can't get up. And it is easy to be exposed. This degree of exposure is almost equivalent to sending the location to others. If you can't fight back or hide quickly, you will be at the mercy of others. However, Shiwu is lucky. He quickly found a very hidden and easy to defend position. There are 2 large rocks on the left and right sides, and there are several dark bushes behind, which are enough to cover the figure of the person inside. It's just that the space is a little narrow. If you don't pay attention to the movement, you will make some noise, and it is easy to expose your tracks. Someone will ask. It sounds like shooting might expose him, and it is meaningless not to do it. So why did Shiwu choose to stay here? The forest was silent. The trees were trees. The stones were stones. There was not even a breeze in the air, and the space was filled with stagnant breath. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes before, Shiwu would even doubt whether there was anyone nearby. Suddenly, a different sound came from this quiet jungle. Someone is coming. Shiwu's eyebrows jumped, and he stared at the direction of the sound. The hand holding the gun barrel tightened involuntarily. His thumb slowly rubbed the gun handle, and his index finger pulled the trigger. But he didn't act immediately. Obviously, the newcomer did not realize that he had been exposed to the hunter. Shiwu could still roughly judge from the fragmented movement that this was a team of several people, and the footsteps were very chaotic. Unfortunately, it was not one person. He was a little disappointed with this result, but he did not relax his hands. He even restrained his breathing more and more, and stared closely at the traces of the sound. Not yet, not yet. These guys are too patient. Just when he was about to hold back, a gunshot suddenly burst out from the bushes, facing the place where the sound came from in the middle. Shiwu was shocked. It came. The gunshot was like turning on a certain button, and several directions in all directions responded one after another, as if they all wanted to take advantage of this chaotic opportunity to attack. But for some reason, Shiwu still did not shoot. His index finger held the trigger, tightened it, and suddenly opened it, back and forth several times, and the besieged area in the middle seemed to be hit by all the shots, and there was no movement. Then suddenly, the group of people jumped around like crazy, and the restlessness below could be felt through the thick bushes. The lurkers who were shooting randomly around were silent for a moment, and then there was another round of shooting that was more intensive and fierce than before, this time from all directions. The sound that came one after another made it impossible to tell which direction the gunshots came from, and which direction they might come from the next moment. But this was not what Shiwu wanted. Suddenly, the group of people seemed to move to another area without warning, and stopped in a direction about a few meters to the left of Shiwu. Although it only bounced so much, it triggered dozens of gunshots, amid several sounds not far from the target. Shiwu's eyes lit up slightly, and he lowered his body further. He didn't know when the gun barrel moved and turned to a direction very close to the right side. Then when the opponent fired the second shot, he fired it, because it was very close. Shiwu even heard the thump sound of the person falling, and he felt a little happy. Finally, he caught it. He had been feeling something was wrong just now, and he always felt that there was a breath nearby, and it was very close. But the opponent was obviously good at hiding, and no matter how he tried to sense it, he couldn't catch it accurately. Shiwu didn't dare to take action, and missed several rounds of such leaks. And he just resisted taking action just now because he waited for the opponent to lose control first. And finally let him catch this lurking venomous snake. As for the other lurkers, they were either too far away to shoot accurately at him, or their shooting skills were so bad that they couldn't even handle a small team of several people and could only shoot randomly. He just needed to be careful to avoid these people. But it was strange. How could it take so long? It should have been 3 minutes. Why hasn't the rescue ship come to pick up the people? Did they miss? Xiaowu felt strange for no reason. Then, as if responding to the strange feeling in his heart, a burst of gunfire rang out in the jungle that had returned to peace. But this time it seemed different from the previous random shooting. Each shot seemed to have been carefully calculated and landed slowly. Xiaowu subconsciously realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the only retreat behind him. The next moment, the hair on his back stood up and his spine became cold. Chapter 166: A Rough Game. Why did this team of several people who suddenly appeared move so densely yet so disorganized? Why did they later show their whereabouts so carelessly? And why has there been no rescue ship to pick up the dead people after such a long time? Maybe it's because the people who caused them to shoot randomly may not be real people. Someone is doing something in secret, making everyone mistakenly think that prey is broken in, and then hiding behind the scenes waiting for them to be exposed. The person who noticed this was locked in his action by the simulated bra before he could think further. The moment he lost his voice, he only had time to tremble and mutter, "Trap, trap." But his voice was destined not to be heard far away. Someone hit him in the back from the angle above. He was eliminated. The person who was restricted and locked by the simulated bra lost the power to support himself, and finally fell down in a face-down position. Until the end, he didn't see clearly who hit him in the back. He was so patient, and he had endured until now. But in the end, he still let the mantis catch the cicada, and the oriole get caught. Xiaowu's fall did not bring much change to the situation, and the shooting continued. At the beginning, the lurkers hiding in the mountains and forests did not take it seriously, and even laughed at the man's reckless and impulsive behavior. This area is so small. Everyone has to be careful to mix in with the group shooting, for fear of being discovered, and the opponent will expose his tracks as much as possible. Right? Even if you want to try a little harder, you don't have to be so overworked. But as time went by, the other side did not stop, firing one shot after another. Those lurkers who were hiding in the dark and were at ease, even sneered at the intention to find prey, could no longer laugh, because he found that this seemingly reckless bird was not acting randomly on impulse or crazy. The other side was clearly prepared and premeditated. The other side seemed to know the position of each of them. In this lush forest that could not be distinguished at all, they accurately found every hidden lurker. Everything seemed to be exposed in front of the other side, as the lurkers they found or did not find were accurately shot down one by one. The remaining people could not help but get impatient. They intended to find the position of the sniper. Otherwise they might be the next to be eliminated. But strangely, for some reason, they could not accurately locate the position of the other side. And even the general direction was vague. It always felt as if there was a layer between them, and they were not on the same plane. However, the other side seemed to be able to accurately locate their position, and pull them out one by one, and clean them up. Until the very end, they didn't see who the person who eliminated them was. The forest was silent for a long time. Not far from where Xiaowu fell just now, a very tall tree suddenly came with a rustling sound, and something fell down. The other party's movements were not big, but slow, with some cautious thinking, and also a hint of temptation. After a long time, a very light sound of footsteps landing was heard. This time it was probably completely cleaned up. There was no untimely gunshot, and the response to him was still silence. The man tried to move around here for a while, and finally looked up at the person in the tree and said, "It should be cleared. Why don't you come down and rest?" "Wait. Let's see," the person above said in a voice that couldn't be any lower. Zhou Xiaowen knew that the other party must still be worried that there were still people lurking nearby. If you accidentally let others take you down when you relax, it would be called stealing a chicken and losing a rice. But don't you see the posture of you sweeping the mines just now? After several rounds of probing, if you can still stay, you are a real man who can really endure. He really admired this classmate Jiang, who was bold, smart, and neat in his style of doing things. If she can endure, she can endure more than others. Zhou Xiaowen just wanted to find a place with others at the beginning. He didn't expect that the other party would lead him to such a place, and immediately made up his mind, led him to lurk until now, and finally swept away all the scattered soldiers and generals present. There were no more than 20 people in the last round, and they were all wiped out. In the end, not even half of the bullets were used. Jinjin is really a very powerful person. Awesome. And the kind of powerful that is extremely cruel. Now Zhou Xiuwen can only say admired. After watching such a round of cleaning up the seemingly impossible mess, Zhou Xiuwen really felt that even if he was eliminated in the next moment, this trip was worth it. While thinking about it, he waited quietly for a while below. The person above seemed to have finally confirmed that it was safe, and then slowly climbed down from the tree and put away the homemade tree climbing tools. Zhou Xiuwen said with a little regret, with so many people, there should be a lot of resources. It's a pity that we didn't pick them up. Jiang Huiyu shook his head and said nothing. In fact, there was nothing she could do about it. It's not that she didn't want the supplies, but the situation was too chaotic, full of dangers, and the threat posed by the hidden enemies was too great. Not enough for them to risk getting those few supplies. After all, things and resources can be found again, but life is gone once it's gone. This is true in both reality and games. In fact, the result of the matter was somewhat beyond Jiang Hui's expectations. Although she didn't get any supplies, she scored a total of 23 points in this game. That is, she shot 23 people, which is more than the total score she has scored in shooting since she entered the competition. Even Zhou Xiuwen, who was paddling, took the opportunity to get about 4 or 5 points. Not to mention Zhou Xiuwen. In fact, until this moment, Jiang Hui herself couldn't believe that the plan would go so smoothly. She had prepared for the worst, but who would have thought that such a crude plan could be successfully implemented? No one would have thought that this melee that killed nearly 30 people was arranged by only the two of them. For this purpose, they also made some interesting gadgets. What gadgets? Everyone still remembers that the big noise that caused a lot of shooting was actually made by Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen using several pairs of shoes and ropes to wrap around bushes and large branches. The original intention was to disrupt the audio and video and create chaos. But they never thought that the friends at the scene would cooperate so well. They just pulled the rope a few times, and those people couldn't hold their temper and fired randomly. Isn't this confessing without fighting? It's completely revealing their position. Then Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen hid in a high place and watched. And Jiang Hui's memory broke them one by one. And Zhou Xiuwen checked and shot again. It was with such a crude plan that the two of them caught all the lurkers hovering in this small forest and eliminated them. Chapter 167 Good Teammate. Asked Jiang Hui why she is hanging out with Zhou Xiuwen. Didn't she just fight with him? Why are they working together again now? In fact, Jiang Hui didn't plan to do so at first. She just wanted to repay a favor and let him go. After all, he asked her for it. But she didn't think about dragging someone with her, because although she owed him a favor before, it was not enough for Jiang Hui to drag someone around in this dangerous training ground. She didn't have the ability to do so. But just now, Jiang Hui suddenly changed her mind. When she was confronting Zhou Xiuwen before, Jiang Hui didn't actually let go of her surroundings. While she was talking to Zhou, she was alert to the surrounding environment, because she knew the principle of the mantis stalks the cicada. The oriole is behind better than anyone else. Jiang Hui didn't want to be picked up by others without paying attention. So after confirming that Zhou Xiuwen was not a threat, she relaxed a lot and quietly shifted her attention to another place. That person hid very secretly and was very patient. Jiang Hui, with her sharp and terrifying insight, only vaguely noticed it at first. However, after Zhou Xiuwen appeared and crossed paths with her, the other party's eyes became more brazen and looked at her several times. After a while, Jiang Hui naturally noticed it. The other party was obviously not sure of sniping her accurately, and he was hesitant. And so was Jiang Hui. However, the hiding place here was relatively open. If they took action, they would most likely be discovered and face the situation of being surrounded by enemies. So the two of them had been living in peace, and each of them pretended not to see each other. But this relatively balanced state was broken after Zhou Xiuwen's arrival. With the prey delivered to her door, Jiang Hui inevitably had to be distracted to deal with it. And the opponent immediately thought that there was an opportunity. Little did she know that Zhou Xiuwen was completely no threat to Jiang Hui, and she could not be distracted at all. It would be more advantageous for Jiang Hui if the opponent directly sniped Zhou Xiuwen, which would just expose his position and make it easier for Jiang Hui to deal with this cunning enemy. She is now more and more confident in shooting accuracy. It's a pity that the opponent was very ambitious. And Zhou Xiuwen, such a big prey, didn't make a move, and just confronted Jiang Hui. As expected, the opponent took advantage of the opportunity when Jiang Hui seemed to relax and made a move. But he never thought that Jiang had already targeted him, and took advantage of Zhou Xiuwen's trick to counterattack. However, Jiang Hui did not expect that this unarmed classmate Zhou was also loyal. He did not think of taking the opportunity to take revenge or escape in the chaos, but came up to block the gun. Jiang Hui did not know whether to say that he was loyal or stupid. Jiang Hui had already calculated the angle of avoidance, and was completely deviated from the road by Zhou Xiuwen's pounce. So the opponent's bullet naturally failed to hit. But the bullet she calculated was fired before the opponent and Zhou Xiuwen's reaction, and finally successfully shot down this cunning opponent. Although there were some changes, the result was good and ideal. After the incident, Jiang Hui also realized that this classmate Zhou was not a drag as she imagined. So she asked about his mental power, because the hidden gunman's concealment ability was actually quite strong. If it were not for her high mental power level, it would probably be difficult to detect. Therefore, Zhou Xiuwen, who not only noticed but also reacted quickly, must have a high mental strength. Jiang Hui thought uncertainly that a strange temporary team was born. It is called a temporary team because there are only 2 people in the team, less than the 5 people of the whole team. So naturally they cannot get the many benefits of forming a team. Even because it is only a temporary team, the team members still fight on their own, and there is no sharing of damage. Of course, the teammates of the temporary team will not affect other team members after being shot. In fact, it is just a name of a team, not a real team. The only useful and restricted place is that the relationship between this temporary team can limit the behavior between team members. The main manifestation is that the members of the temporary team cannot attack each other. Otherwise, the attack will of course fail, and will be recognized as an invalid attack by the simulated bra. This kind of temporary team is actually the transition stage of the team. After all, not everyone can find 5 reliable teammates to form an ideal team at once. So naturally there must be a reasonable transition and search process. Jiang Hui has never thought about finding a team for himself, since she couldn't even form a team with the classmates she knew in this school. She had been thinking about fighting alone from the beginning. She didn't care about how many targets she killed or how big a deal she had to do. She just wanted to work hard on her own to get as many points as possible, so as not to waste such an interesting large-scale event. However, it was still a bit difficult for one person in such a chaotic situation. It was difficult to walk normally in this complex terrain and chaotic situation, not to mention having to be alert and look ahead and behind. Who knows if there is a pair of eyes staring at you from behind? Just thinking about this situation is terrifying but unavoidable. If there are 2 people watching from the front and back, it can almost achieve all-round alert, which can be considered as full view coverage. In this way, as long as the 2 of them are more careful, no one can easily sneak up on them. So after thinking about it, Jiang Hui finally formed a temporary teammate relationship with this classmate Zhou, which not only temporarily guarantees the threat to the other party, but also does not deepen the bond between the 2 parties. At present, there are only 2 of them in the team. She generously returned the guns and some necessary resources that she had obtained from the other party before, and then tried to lead Zhou Xiuwen to explore the training ground with difficulty, and began a happy cooperation of 1 person shooting and 1 person supplementing the gun. In this process, Jiang Hui found that although this classmate Zhou was a little Buddhist and lazy, his mental strength, intuition and reaction ability were not covered, and the degree of cooperation was very high, and he had great potential. More importantly, this person acted perfectly with her, and let out many hidden lurkers. Those people probably didn't realize that these 2 people were just cooperating until they were eliminated. The other party didn't have any obsession with being dominated or getting points. Just asked Jiang Hui to protect him for a while, and cooperated with him in everything. This is a teammate who couldn't be better. Jiang Hui thought that even if the familiar Hillman was his teammate at the moment, it would probably be no more than this. Of course, even if Hillman was next to him, Jiang Hui was not sure whether he was willing to be her teammate. After all, playing well in normal times is normal, but the competition still depends on each other's ability. Anyway, she will not be polite. Chapter 168 Bad Luck. So what is the situation of Hillman, who is being talked about by Jiang Hui for a while? Unknowingly, the match point has passed for nearly 7 hours, and time will be slightly pulled back to before Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen succeeded in their trouble. After the chaotic area gradually dispersed, the surviving freshmen also gradually dispersed in the forest, and began a real hunting game of chasing and hiding. As time went by, the batch of supplies distributed at the beginning of the orienteering race was about to be used up. Unless they picked up from the hands of the eliminated, they had no other way to get more supplies, especially the most critical and scarce resources of this event. Guns and bullets. Really one less shot. One broken shot. One shot gone. Some people have more of one thing, but are pitifully scarce in another type of resource. So many people began to form teams, intending to integrate resources, or gather manpower to snatch things from other teams. But various resources are still being consumed at an unimaginable speed, and nothing can be saved. Some of the participating members, and even the participating teams, are now facing a situation where they are almost out of ammunition and food. They don't know where to get resources, and they don't know whether the school will give them supplies. But before finding a way to replenish resources, the best way is to defeat other people or teams and take resources from them. This is also the most common thing they have done since entering the competition. So more and more people form teams. When teams become a norm on the training ground, those who fight alone will naturally fall into a disadvantage. After the people who form teams have the advantage of sharing life, they become less easy to deal with. It takes some effort to defeat any team. Relatively speaking, it is much easier to deal with a single scattered target. As long as you shoot down that person, you can get some resources. So some teams do not fight with other teams or regiments, but instead focus on some single-man vagrants. Hillman is one of them. But he is not facing a targeted pursuit, but another more insidious sense of being targeted. He is really unlucky. In fact, his situation was quite good at the beginning. Like Jiang Hui, he fell into a remote corner at the beginning. It was very hidden and quiet there, giving him enough time to sort out supplies and thoughts. Then, the initial resources in hand were not bad, and he had several guns as substitutes at the beginning. Among them, there was even a pistol that Jiang Hui had never encountered in his wandering for so long. The nano-marching bag he robbed was also the largest size, which was more than enough to hold these things and had everything. With his temperament, he would naturally not stay in a corner and wait for the rabbit. After waiting for a while, and not seeing the prey coming, Hillman left directly. Along the way, he relied on his excellent shooting skills and high mental strength to avoid crises one after another, got a lot of points, and obtained a lot of resources. He was a seeded player no matter how you looked at it. He never thought that his good luck would end here. When he ventured into the war zone, Hillman met a classmate with whom he had a good relationship on weekdays, and the other party invited him to form a team. Hillman didn't think much about it. He thought that forming a team was either to find acquaintances or to find powerful and reliable teammates. However, the latter is not easy to find, and even if you find them, they may not be willing to cooperate with you. So isn't it just to find acquaintances? Anyway, everyone has come this way. So he simply agreed to join the 4-member team that was only one person away from being a team. In addition to the classmate who invited him and was familiar with him, there was also a classmate from class 1 in the team. But he was not familiar with the other party, so he just said hello. The other two were complete strangers, and the acquaintance who invited him did not seem to want to introduce them, so he did not ask. Then, he was cheated badly. Hillman thought that this classmate came to help. After all, the 4-member team did not find the member who should belong to their team, so his coming was just right. Unexpectedly, it was not that they had not found the 5th person, but that they had been looking for it all the time. These 4 people were not easy to deal with, and they were originally lurkers fighting alone. In the past few hours, several people relied on their own skills to score points on the field and strive to be the best. Even without the so-called team, they still persevered for several hours on the training field, and even got a lot of points by themselves. However, they also suffered from the dwindling resources, especially the lack of bullets, which made them unable to move forward. They gradually realized that going it alone was not a long-term solution. But they did not want to be tied to others to share resources, or even prey. After all, if they really wanted to join forces, they would not have to wait until now. But there were more and more teams, and it was still difficult for one person to rob a team of resources. So they were also a little troubled by the current situation. These people met by chance. I will not go into detail about the process, But it was not a pleasant process anyway. After the break, they formed a temporary team, which temporarily limited the possibility of the 4 people attacking each other and eliminated the worry of internal strife. But they also knew that this was only a stopgap measure. Now that the race was less than a quarter away, they did not want to be tied up in the team early. So why did they temporarily tie themselves together? Of course, they had a purpose. Or for a common purpose. Resources. Although they felt that they cooperated well, they were still unwilling to include another member to form a real team. Because in their minds, as long as they seized enough resources, they would separate and go their separate ways, or even turn against each other in time. Now it was just a transitional cooperation period. So naturally there was no need for a 5th member. So when would they accept the 5th member? Naturally, when the knife was sharpened. The 5th position was the sacrificial position they had specially vacated. And all those who entered the trap would become their sacrifices. Unfortunately, Hillman became the unlucky guy. His acquaintance in the same class tricked him in without hesitation, intending to kill him with one knife and plunder his resources. Anyway, it's not impossible to break up the group. Generally speaking, as long as 4 people in the group agree to break up, the remaining person can only be expelled. This point is also conducive to their not-so-clever conspiracy. Before this, they had used this method on many people and succeeded. Otherwise, they would not be able to deceive Hillman here. So when the incident happened, Hillman was completely confused. Although he reacted quickly, he was completely unable to resist the siege of the 4 people. In order to save his life and the opportunity to take revenge, he could only abandon the looted supplies and flee in embarrassment. His situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Chapter 169. Inside and outside the field. The freshmen inside the field showed their talents, and the audience outside was also enjoying the show. This orienteering race has been going on for nearly 8 hours, but the progress is only a quarter of the way through. The freshmen who want to finish the race have to survive for a day and a night. But judging from the number of freshmen who have been eliminated, the elimination rate is still quite high. Nearly half of them have lost their qualifications and have been teleported to the rest area outside the field. But strangely, there are more people eliminated from ordinary majors, and only about 1/3 of the people from the military majors have gone. The progress of the 2 sides is different. At present, the students inside and outside the field are in good condition. There are no casualties for the time being. Even if there are injuries, they are only minor injuries that are easy to deal with. A certain principal was very satisfied. He thought that this would not be a waste of his reporting the monitoring problem to the board of directors. To be honest, the process of pulling is really annoying. Asking those old guys to pay more money is like asking for their lives. Fortunately, it was finally solved. But I really don't understand what they are thinking. Aren't the 2 previous accidents enough to make them realize the importance of student safety? To be honest, they may not be as sensible as young students who have never entered society. Fortunately, they finally passed the proposal reluctantly, and found professionals and manufacturers to install equipment, and upgraded the entire monitoring system. At present, this orienteering competition has become its first test site. At present, the effect seems to be quite good. After all, orienteering competitions in previous years could not provide such timely rescue, and the money was not wasted. He also hoped that this competition would end smoothly, and no more accidents would happen. Otherwise, if there were 3 accidents during the military training this month, he would not have to be the principal anymore. Thinking of this, Principal Xia seemed to remember something, and his eyes fell on a certain name at the top of the list. A little unlucky guy who was tricked twice. Then, he was stunned and chuckled. This score, the little guy is really quite competitive. At the same time, someone in the teacher's seat on the other side was also looking at the list. Jiang Hui's initial score was very high as 245 points. More than 100 points higher than the second place below. In this case, he would probably stay on the list even if he lay flat throughout the whole process. Moreover, Jiang Hui would never lie flat like this. From fighting alone to later forming a temporary team with Zhou Xiuwen, she kept scoring, and her speed was not slower than those seeded players who were well known in the grade. Now her total score has exceeded 300, reaching a terrifying number of 314 points. That is to say, she has killed 69 people and scored 69 points since she entered the field, which is a terrifyingly high score for a single player. There are only 2 people in the grade who can compete with her. One is Hodge from Class 1. His team is currently the strongest team in the entire military competition area. He scored 72 points and is the student with the highest single score in the entire grade. The other is Clarence, who is a classmate of Jiang Hui and can even be called an acquaintance. Like Jiang Hui, he also fights alone and has not formed any team or even a temporary team so far. After entering the field, he scored a total of 65 points. No, it should be 67 points now. The scores just changed. And he currently ranks 7th in the grade. Of course, someone is still ranked first because of his high basic score. But it is probably because her initial score is too high, which makes her too conspicuous. Therefore, no matter how many scores are added, they are not very conspicuous, but are taken for granted. Not as conspicuous as Hodge, Clarence and other popular players. Only in the eyes of some people who have been paying attention. The results are there, and they naturally have a scale in their hearts, and make their own judgments. For example, Stark did not show any special relief for Jiang Hui's decent results. However, his actions still betrayed his feelings. In addition to those students who qualified, he watched Jiang Hui the most. And even Stark would call up the corresponding images in the corresponding time periods, when the list changed suddenly, to check someone's performance. He also saw the round when Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen scored crazily. I don't know what touched him. Stark couldn't help but soften his cold face. And a look of helplessness and a bit of amusement appeared on his face, which happened to be seen by the teacher 10 next to him. Since becoming the teacher of the first-year freshman of Beska Intermediate College, Teacher 10 has spent a lot of time on scheduling and management, and naturally understands the temperament of these first-year class teachers. To be honest, just like this high-quality freshman, their school has also welcomed a group of high-quality teachers with different abilities, but different personalities. Especially for military majors. There are a total of 7 seniors with outstanding military exploits, 12 lieutenants, and more than a dozen excellent second lieutenants. These are the teachers that the 8th Legion has spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and other resources to find for Beska Intermediate College, in order to teach these future battlefield stars. The easiest to understand among these captains is Captain Zhou, who has a bad temper. He has a good family background and some real military achievements, but his personal cultivation and temper are really not very good. He often explodes at a little bit, and is not easy to get along with. But he is not a bad person. He is still easy to understand. Instructor Tan is a little annoyed by his troublemaking temper. The one who is least worried is Captain Lin Chi from the 3rd class of the Combat Individual Combat Department. He is an experienced instructor, and has taken on such work before, but not at Beska Intermediate College. So he never has to worry about anything. Only Captain Stark from the 2nd class of the Combat Individual Combat Department is the person he can't see through the most. It's not that the other party is difficult to get along with, but he is too opinionated and has a naturally cold and hard temper, almost unkind. And the other party's resume makes it impossible to ignore the glorious military achievements and experience that add a layer of mystery to him. It's really hard to believe why such a potential officer, who is obviously in an excellent period of rise, would choose to come here for teaching tasks. God knows that Teacher Tan can't help but feel some pressure when facing Captain Stark, even though he doesn't have to fear any sergeant below the rank of lieutenant general based on his qualifications. However, Teacher Tan is naturally unable to deal with people with this kind of personality. After all, his former boss was also a person of this kind of personality. So this teacher has actually been very troubled about how to communicate with Captain Stark. Until not long ago, he learned from a familiar second-year colleague that Captain Stark had a confrontation with Carl and his son in the principal's office that day. Today, it seems that this statement has been verified, and the other party seems to value a student in their class very much. Chapter 170. Captain Stark, the performance of Jiang in your class is very impressive. If she can get the top 3 this time, you can't refuse. You have to buy everyone a drink. Teacher Tan said happily. Yeah. She actually agreed. The other party immediately said, but how can you take a child's mischief seriously? She just got a little luckier. Excuse me. This person actually responded. Teacher Tan was a little surprised. He was actually prepared for the other party to simply perfunctorily answer with a single syllable as usual. I didn't expect that the person would reply so seriously, and in such a long paragraph. And what was the matter with this tone of being an elder? That child couldn't really be his relative. Right? Captain Lin Chi, who was standing next to him, shook his head and said, What? Captain Stark is too modest. Your student is not a troublemaker. If my students had this ability, I would have yelled at him so much that half the room could hear him. But none of them are capable. There are only a few who have made the list so far. Sigh. I will punish them later. In fact, he was also modest. There were 2 students in his class who scored 59 points in single combat. And they were brothers and sisters. One of them was only at the B level in the second awakening of the mental power. It was his solid shooting level and ability to adapt to changes that made him reach this point. However, 2 of the most outstanding students in the grade were in Stark's second class. The class teachers were naturally envious. Only Zoe was not here at the moment. Otherwise, he would have been irritated and started to make noise. How should Stark respond? He was not a joker. So he could only reply, "You are too serious." Fortunately, everyone knew that this was his nature. And no one thought that his attitude was too arrogant. Instead, everyone started chatting about this topic. Someone started the conversation. And they commented on the most eye-catching people on the current list. There were Jiang Hui, Clarence, Hodge from Class 1, the Lava brothers and sisters from Class 3, and some freshmen from other departments with good grades. Some people lamented that the children this time were very motivated, and the competition was more interesting than in previous years. That's not the case. I heard that the Mays family invested a lot in the school this time, and also paid an extra sum of money specifically for the orienteering race, in addition to the expansion of scale and the upgrade of expenses. The rest was added to the prizes. It can be said to be a big deal. And even I am a little envious when I see it. Lieutenant Zapp of Class 5 couldn't help laughing. His words immediately attracted the approval of many class teachers. This side is the teaching seat for military majors. Almost all the class teachers present are sergeants from the same system. Naturally, they know best what is the most attractive thing for students who are determined to join the army. The Metz family was very generous, offering 3 places for custom-made mechas. The first place was the qualification for a famous senior mecha master in the imperial capital to customize a mecha. What is this concept? As an indispensable war tool in the future world, mechas are indeed common, but the threshold to own them is not low. As a restricted weapon in daily life, ordinary people are destined to have difficulty in contact with this item. Even if you want to buy an ornamental mecha from luxury goods for fun, you need to submit a simple application. And you need to install a controller for detection by relevant departments for daily use to prevent people from abusing it and creating chaos. The acquisition of military-specific mechas is even more restricted, unless you have enough family background and financial support to contact those masters who build mechas independently, and the other party agrees to build a non-official mecha for you privately. Otherwise, you have to honestly purchase or customize mechas through merchants and mecha masters designated by the military. The standard mechas that can be purchased directly from the manufacturer are naturally the easiest to obtain, and the price is only about half of the customized mechas. But even half of it will cost millions, or even hundreds of millions of interstellar coins. Not to mention customized mechas. The fee is completely based on the situation, and the price can range from tens of millions to tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of interstellar coins. And there are outrageous prices. Anyway, with Jiang Hui's current considerable wealth, she may only be able to buy a standard mecha. If she wants to customize a mecha, she will probably have to spend all her wealth. She is like this, let alone others. No matter how developed the interstellar world is, it is still inseparable from the world where humans live. The same daily necessities, the same need to make money and live. And only a few people can afford hundreds of millions of interstellar coins. But most interstellar arms also need personal mechas to perform missions and participate in wars. Therefore, many military academy students or social recruits, whose family conditions do not allow them to purchase mechas through contracts provided by the military or some third-party social institutions. In fact, it is similar to the form of contract loans to purchase mechas. Party A provides money and purchase channels, and Party B is responsible for agreeing to fulfill certain requirements of the other party. The military generally provides this kind of help in the hope that Party B will serve a certain military force for a period of time, which can be regarded as an alternative recruitment. The third-party organization hopes that Party B will be able to repay Party A after it becomes successful and has the financial ability. Of course, there are also some truly charitable organizations that will provide such help to support poor military academy students and sergeants. So when choosing, these people need to distinguish for themselves. Otherwise they may not know that they have been tricked. Now you know how rare it is to get a place to customize a mecha. Right? If you get this place, it is almost equivalent to making a mecha for you for free. And you only need to charge a meager hourly fee. And you will not have to worry about joining the army in the future. Although the top 3 and below cannot get a mecha, the rewards are just as generous. For example, the 4th to 10th place will be rewarded with a complete set of military standard beta ray weapons. This standard weapon is that the online sergeants have to pay a very high price to subscribe. Although you can't get it immediately, you must officially enter the military and political department to issue it. But it is a restricted high-risk weapon after all, and ordinary people definitely can't take it around. Even if they can't officially join the army to take it away in the future, they can still sell it at a high price to get a large amount of interstellar coins. Then, there are the 11th to 20th and 21st to 30th places, who will be awarded 10-year membership of a military club and 8 experience coupons for a famous military summer camp. Of course, these 2 rewards are also included in the additional rewards of the top 3. But the number is reduced. After all, they can't take all the benefits. All the people below the top 100 will enjoy corresponding generous rewards. And there will also be consolation prizes and participation subsidies in the future. Such a scale can really be called a grand event. No wonder so many media came to report today. I think most of the planetary newspapers tomorrow will probably be about this grand event. Chapter 171 New Problems. Jiang Hui had no idea how big the turmoil was outside. She just quietly went deep into the battlefield with her new teammates. Later, they used a similar method to do another job. But they were unlucky and were discovered. The opponent also turned the tables on them. And they failed. In the end, the 2 of them could only collect a few targets and escape. Then the 2 of them began their guerrilla journey full of unknowns. Walking and stopping, not letting go of every point they could get. Fortunately, they did not encounter any powerful characters along the way. Although the speed of gaining points was a little slow, it did not fall behind too much. Just when they thought they could hold on for a while, something suddenly happened that interrupted all their plans and caught them off guard. It has been nearly 9 weeks since the start of the race, and it is about to enter a quarter of the race. In total, she still has to hold on for a day and a night to complete this game. Jiang Hui feels a headache just thinking about it. Oh! Of course. If she was eliminated from the competition area before she had less than 36 stars, she wouldn't have to worry about this. It should be just after 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky suddenly turned dark, which could be said to be the most natural time teller. There was no lighting in the training ground, and the simulated supermoon on the sky was not enough to illuminate their path in the forest. In addition to the handheld tools, their only light source was the electronic screen on the upper right corner of each person's simulated bra. It flickered continuously in the night, more conspicuous than the broken stars in the sky. But it is obvious that in the current environment, this thing can't bring them any benefits. Instead, it will make them more exposed in the dark and become targets for others to aim and shoot. The current environment is different. Everything is not as easy to operate as it was in the daytime, so they have to change their strategy. Without the light source, the 2 dared not go too far, nor did they dare to communicate. Finally, they barely found a place between the rocks with the help of the residual light, and hid for the time being. They actually had flashlights and lighting boards in their hands, 1 for each, which was enough. But they didn't dare to use them easily. It's not because they are reluctant to use them, but because a beam of light suddenly shines out of the flashlight in this pitch-black place. Is this because they are afraid that others don't know that there are people here to give people special tips? So even if they feel uneasy about this dark environment, they can only temporarily suppress the idea of using flashlights to illuminate the surrounding environment. The entire training ground is built according to the real forest, and those bushes and trees are also real, which can easily attract some small natural creatures to settle down. Of course, the large and medium-sized creatures, and even small star beasts were cleared out by the school early to avoid the same situation as last time. Then Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen hid in the night, and they could still hear bursts of pleasant bird calls. It seemed that some unknown birds were singing, which was quite nice. Student Jiang Hui, who was slightly distracted by the bird calls, was startled because the sound was too strange. Although Jiang Hui rarely talked to Zhou Xiaowen because of the whereabouts, this was also to prevent others from locating their whereabouts based on the sound. But the 2 had a conversation at the beginning. If she remembered correctly, the other party's voice didn't seem like this. And this voice felt a little hard, like a clamp. The word connection and the ending tone seemed a little unclear. A little weird. Jiang Hui didn't realize that what she thought she heard had already exceeded the limits of the normal five senses. She was actually using the power in her mind that she was still very unfamiliar with to listen. Student Jiang. I heard? Jiang Hui touched the shoulder of the person next to her uncertainly. Well, it's me. Zhou. This part was intermittent again. But Jiang Hui finally heard the word Zhou for sure. And the person next to her also responded to her in time, making Jiang Hui very sure that these two strange voices came from Zhou Xiuwen, who was close at hand. And she was very sure that it was not the other party's voice. And this voice did not seem to be transmitted through the ears, but seemed to appear directly in her mind. Then, Jiang Hui finally understood what the other party said after a stuttering conversation. This was indeed the effect of mental power transmission. Not only was the sound not right, but there was no entity that made any sound in reality. The other party transmitted the sound directly into her brain through mental power. It turned out that mental power could be used in this way. This was the first time that Jiang Hui faced something beyond her cognition. God knows that in her world, being able to transmit sound on the internet was probably the limit. She didn't expect that one day, she would be able to personally experience a magical skill similar to secret sound into the ear. Well, it was actually mental power transmission. But in terms of function and performance, it was not much different. Although she didn't know the principle yet. It was really amazing. Amazing. It made her feel a little itchy. It turns out that mental power can be used in this way. The military training these days did not involve this aspect at all. And it was not even mentioned. Is this a lesson that will only be taught in formal courses? Or is it some kind of special talent? How is this done? If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Jiang Hui would have been unable to resist grabbing someone and asking about the principle. Forget it. There's no rush. Anyway, this person won't run away. It won't be too late to ask someone for advice after he leaves the stadium. Someone didn't know that he had been targeted by Jiang, a classmate who he thought was very reliable. And he was still trying to convey his meaning with mental power. The other party told him that this action consumed a lot of mental power. And saying more would consume a lot of mental power. With his mental power level, it wouldn't take long. So he said the most important thing first. After a while, Jiang Hui looked puzzled and subconsciously looked down at his right shoulder. Is it, no? If you ask her how she feels now, it's probably that the roof is leaking and it's raining. She's extremely unlucky. Why is it at this time? The battery is out. Why didn't anyone tell them that this thing also needs to be charged? What will happen if it really runs out of power? They won't be ejected from the competition venue. Right? That would be really frustrating. Yes. The thing he said that ran out of power was the simulated bra they were wearing. He always thought that this thing was just a control prop or something like that. And it also served as a safety protection device. But no one told her that this thing also needs to be charged. So where can she charge it? Jiang Hui was confused. And Zhou Xiuwen was also confused. Of course, many freshmen present at this moment were also confused by the same situation. Audience seats outside the stadium. The entire viewing venue suddenly rang with a soft music. And then the announcement desk prompted, the quarterfinal point has arrived. And the first round of supply points are now open. Please go to the corresponding location to replenish supplies and energy. And this announcement was also transmitted to the practice field at the same time. And the thousands of surviving students in the field were surprised or suspicious when they heard it. Chapter 172 Supply Point. Another person. Under the dim light. A figure carefully stuck to the edge of the wall, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, and carefully spread his mental power to sense the surrounding environment, searching inch by inch within a limited range. Because she was the only one left now, she had to be careful. Alas, it had only been a short time, and she had gotten used to the feeling of working with others. Not long ago, she thought that she was not bad alone. What went wrong in the middle? This ghost place had no martial ethics at all. They just rushed into the entrance, and in the blink of an eye they were dispersed and teleported away. When she reacted, she was alone, suddenly losing his partner, who cooperated very well. Jiang Hui inevitably felt troubled for a moment. But then, he quickly recovered. After all, the current situation was not suitable for him to think too much. In this deadly environment, a beep sound suddenly sounded, which made the already tense person's hair stand up. Then Jiang Hui realized that the sound came from under her right shoulder, along with a slight beep sound just now. The numbers on the electronic screen jumped at the right time. trying to show its presence. I know. I know. I know you are out of power. But what can she do now? She doesn't know where to charge. She ran in with the main group, but didn't find a place to charge. And lost her teammates. And fell into a completely passive situation. Jiang Hui observed the surrounding environment quietly in the dim light from somewhere in the room. And was somewhat unsure of the situation here. It was dark and opaque. And the walls and the ground were gray. When you get close, you can vaguely smell a fresh earthy smell. And your breathing frequency increases. The whole environment exudes a kind of coolness that only exists underground. Is this underground? The place where Jiang Hui is now is quite narrow. But it gradually becomes wider when she turns to the other side. But from her angle, she can't see much at a glance. Only some passages and dark holes that lead to unknown places. It seems that this has changed from guerrilla warfare to tunnel warfare? So many tricks. Jiang Hui didn't know what to do for a while. Looking at the red 8% on the simulated bra. She had a headache. And there were more troubles. Ask her how she lost her teammates and came here. To be honest, she is still confused. This has to start from half an hour ago. After the announcement of the notice to notify everyone to replenish supplies. Some changes began to occur on the training ground. When they heard this, Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen were just drinking nutrient solution. After all, they had been in the venue for 9 hours. From morning to nightfall. And it was a lot of work. It was only now that they finally had some time and space to eat and fill their stomachs. You don't know until you eat. You can't stop at all. And then drink one tube after another. The two of them directly consumed nearly half of the nutrient solution in stock before they felt a little less tired. It can be seen that the slogan marked on the nutrient solution "replace physical energy supplements to quickly replenish physical strength" is not completely fake. As a result, when the announcement was broadcast, the sudden surround sound that seemed to be everywhere shocked the two of them. And they almost threw away the nutrient solution in their hands. Supply, energy? Zhou Xiaowen asked in confusion. Just meeting Jiang Hui's bright eyes. They could understand that supply means the resources they can get. For example, the batch they received at the gathering place at the beginning. They can only get it if they grab it. And how much they can grab will directly affect their subsequent actions. There is no doubt that they must keep up with this. After all, they don't have much on hand. And they can't afford to waste it. Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen's luck is not good. And the initial resources they obtained are not much. And they can only barely make up for it after patching it together. Later, the two of them engaged in guerrilla warfare and gained a lot of points. But there was little room for picking up resources. They often got twice the result with half the effort and didn't get much useful things. There were many times when they gave it to others at a bargain price and let others pick up the leak. So the two of them asked for less and less in this regard. And in the end, they only wanted to get bullets and guns. As for other people's advanced exploration props, such as stealth tents for camping, high-beam peep scopes, low-altitude flying wings, etc., they can only think about it. Anyway, they can't get them. And if they do, they are all rotten, which is really annoying. But you can ignore other things. But resources such as bullets and spare firearms are necessary. If you don't use them now, you will use them in the future. There will never be enough. And the more the better. However, even if Jiang Hui's shooting accuracy is high and he carefully uses every bullet, he only has less than 1/3 of the original bullets left. And this is also counting the bullets that Xiaowen had in his hands last week. Jiang Hui's bullet consumption rate alone is incredibly high. Once all of them are used up, they can't get new supplies. The consequences will be disastrous. So no matter how much they are trapped in this trip, they must win. As for recharging, what needs to be recharged? Obviously, it can match the simulated bra that shows low residual voltage. Well, even if it can't match, they can only think in that direction. Otherwise, Jiang Hui really can't think of the school's motivation for making such a thing that needs to be recharged. So whether it is the former or the latter, they are in urgent need of it now. So how to get to this supply point and where is it? Everyone soon got the answer. As the voice of the broadcast fell, the ground trembled slightly, and it seemed that some giant beast slowly woke up in the darkness. The two rocks that covered them shook with the ground, making a muffled dong-dong-dong sound. Even the surrounding bushes were affected, and there were bursts of rustling sounds. It felt uneasy everywhere, and people really didn't dare to stay any longer. The two had no choice but to leave that place. But they had no time to find another place to hide. The sight of the two, or it should be said that the sight of everyone in the training ground, was attracted by a strange platform that suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away. It's called a platform, but it actually looks a bit like a building. An extremely rough building. Square. Flat on all four sides. With some rectangular exits similar to windows arranged irregularly on the side. But if you look closely, it doesn't look like a platform, because it's a bit too big to be a window. And it looks very empty, looking from the outside to the inside. It's pitch black, and you can't see anything. Is this the so-called supply point? Are they going to find something there? The two looked at each other, and rushed towards the dimly lit place without hesitation. Chapter 173 New Challenge. Huh? Principal Xia, who was watching with everyone, suddenly asked in confusion. Teacher Duan glanced at him sideways. His eyelids didn't even twitch. His face seemed to say, "What are you doing again?" Obviously he knew the principal's style very well. This reaction to the topic. After so many years. It's still so artificial. Jason seemed not to have received any contempt in his old partner's eyes, and said with a little playfulness, "It seems that I didn't make a mistake to ask Dennis to help design the competition. This year is indeed more interesting than last year. It's worth it. You dared to go to Dennis. God knows I thought you were crazy later. How much money do you plan to invest in it to see some splashes? I'm afraid that you will not only pour the funds into it, but also lose your own wealth in the end." Duan Wenyao said unhappily. Here, Principal Xia's expression became a little embarrassed, because the other party really didn't lie. Dennis Sullivan, the professor of the second-year mecha department, is a very famous intermediate mecha master in this school, and is also a famous one for taking advantage of others. Not only is the salary of the other party very high, but his custom mecha is also famously expensive. So expensive that even the inner galaxy and the central galaxy have heard of it. Jason spent a lot of money to ask the guy for help this time. This can be called a lot even when the school and the investor double increase the funds. If we look at the examples of previous years, it is indeed as Duan Wenyao said, that he may have to pay a lot of money himself. But of course, Principal Xia was unwilling to admit it. He was not stupid. So how could he pay for it? The school paid for it, and said that money was not a problem. He dared to hire someone to hold a grand event that the entire resident galaxy would know about. If he really had to pay, he would rather not do it. And Dennis was a little expensive, but he was also really capable. Otherwise, why would so many people ask him to customize it even if it was so expensive? It might not be possible to get it from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. The order depends on his mood. It was also lucky to find him to design the stadium and props this time. He just happened to have time to come. Otherwise, he would not be able to get it. Okay. I know that you are doing this for the good of the school, Mr. Duan. But hush. We have already hired someone to do it here. And it will be beautiful if things go on. Don't let others hear it. Otherwise it will not be finished. Principal Jason quickly interrupted the other party. Although he didn't come today, who knows if there are any of his people around here? If they hear about it, they won't be able to hire him to work in the future. If the other party is a little more narrow-minded, they may have to find another great lecturer. Teacher Duan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the beginning. Who was the one who quarreled with Dennis last time and complained about the other person's high price? Didn't he have to keep him at 1.1 times the price later? You were so angry at that time that you held him and complained about him for a whole day. Now the other party has helped you, and you are the kind who charge money. The business was delivered to him, and you immediately said he was good. Do you know how much money that is? So, Principal Xia, you are worthy of being a child of a famous wealthy family in the capital. And you don't understand the value of money from the bottom of your heart. But it doesn't matter. Dennis is really capable. The school is always worried that he will leave his job and go to another school for no reason. They often give them instructions to talk to someone, for fear that he will run away. The principal's behavior is actually in line with the school's intention. He and the principal play the good cop and the bad cop respectively. But they are actually doing the same task. Of course, the off-field is just a small episode. The site returns to the training ground. No, or it should be said that the supply point, because the screen in the viewing area has almost turned all the pictures to the supply point. Observing the status of all contestants entering the supply point from all angles, directions and levels, the broadcast center told the contestants that they can enter the supply point to replenish energy, but did not tell them more information about the replenishment point. But it does not mean that people outside do not know, because these hidden information will be fully broadcast to people outside. They can clearly see 3 supply sites appearing at the same time in the 2 training grounds on the observation screen. Most, or almost all contestants who can hear the announcement, choose to find the relatively close supply point to enter it. This action was almost completed within 10 minutes. For fear that if they walked a step slower, they would be left behind and miss the resources. Of course, some people did not believe this and thought of taking another path, and did not enter the supply point. Little did they know that they were doomed to be eliminated the moment they made the choice. Because according to the regulations, all contestants must wear a simulated bra until the end of the game. In addition to being a standard prop for judging the results of the game, it is also a protective prop with multifunctional protection customized by Dennis Intermediate Mecha Master for all students, with the purpose of protecting the safety of all contestants in the game. After all, this is just a game. These young and lively students still have a longer future and a greater journey to fulfill. They must not be harmed by a moment of excitement. This is also the purpose of the military and the school. They hope to truly put safety first and competition second. The energy consumption of the simulated bra is different in different usage modes. So the energy consumption of each person using the simulated bra is also different. However, under such a high-intensity operation mode, it can only be maintained for an average of about 11 or 12 hours at most. And the power is estimated to be used up. At this time, it has to be charged, which is what the school calls energy replenishment. Jiang Hui and his guess was correct. This energy replenishment is indeed specially designed for the simulated bra. Once the energy of the simulated bra is used up, the user will be eliminated directly, so as to ensure the safety of the user. In other words, they must enter the supply point to replenish energy in order to continue to maintain the simulated bra. Otherwise, they can only wait for the next quarter of the race. But can the simulated bra last that long? That is to say, those who gave up entering the supply point actually gave up the endurance of the game and were destined to be unable to continue. Of course, the broadcast center did not broadcast this point, because it was also a small test to test everyone's decisiveness and whether they would be satisfied with temporary comfort or give up the opportunity in front of them because of possible dangers. However, for those who entered the supply point without hesitation, it was not so easy to pass it. Everything had just begun. New venue, new rules, unknown journey. Everyone will face new challenges. Chapter 174, Always Charging Energy. Dude, please move aside. You're squeezing me. No. Can you be reasonable? You came later. I just moved a little space for you. What's there to argue about? It's the same. I've been charging for so long and only have this much energy left. And it can only charge 40% at most. What can I do? What can I do? Just go for it. It's better than nothing. God knows, I only have 3% energy left when I just came in. I'm scared to death. One of the teammates next to me was unlucky. He couldn't wait for the supply point to come out and his energy was simply reduced to 0, and he was eliminated. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't know that this simulated bra I'm wearing has this trick. We didn't hesitate when we rushed in just now. Wait. You cunning guy. Damn it. The place where you are sitting to charge. It seems to be really fast. I just charged for a long time, and it was stuck at 16%. Hurry up. Then you all move over there. We are almost stuck here. Hey. Pay attention. We were here first. Why do we have to move for you? Don't you know first come first served? Don't you push it too hard. Who is pushing it too hard now? How long have you occupied that piece of land? I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't you think? If we don't say anything. You are right. Don't forget. Offline. Shotguns don't work. We have to fight. But we still have fists. Do you want to try? Try it. Who is afraid of who? Look at your arrogance. If it was outside, I would have eliminated you long ago. How can I let you jump in front of us now? It was obvious that the people who started the fight were not easy to deal with. Once they started the fight, they made the dozen people present a little agitated. The original short-lived peaceful atmosphere was destroyed, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly became tense. Of course, most people were not satisfied with such a tense atmosphere, because this would destroy the win-win situation they had finally built in front of them. And most of the people present had not yet completed the charging of the simulated bra. To be honest, the reason why everyone could live in harmony like this was not only because guns and ammunition were temporarily useless in this space, but also because of this matter. Otherwise, how could such a large group of people squeeze together so harmoniously? It was good enough that they didn't steal things from each other. Of course, they thought about how to snatch and make trouble afterwards. Whether they would turn against each other, that was another matter. Now, no matter what they thought in their hearts, at least they had to maintain a relatively friendly relationship on the surface. So the most urgent thing is to appease these troublemakers first, so as not to disrupt the whole thing. At least we have to wait until they have almost charged up before we start. They have been envious of some guys who look rich for a long time. In this small chaotic episode, there are also some voices that are not in line with the crowd. TSK. You can fight like this. If you want to die, don't drag others to die with you. Still watching the fun. I really don't understand what these people are thinking. The boy murmured in a low voice. Is there any other place? You can't stay with these idiots. Sooner or later, you will be killed. The other party muttered to himself for a while, and finally asked in a certain direction, Classmate, are you alone too? I wonder if you are interested in going somewhere else together. There was a figure sitting not far from him. But the other party did not respond for a long time. As if he heard it, but also seemed not to hear it. After the boy muttered to himself again, he finally attracted the other party's attention. The girl turned her head and glanced at the boy in confusion, as if she was a little confused about the situation. Are you talking to me? She pointed at herself. The other party nodded without hesitation. Is he really talking to her? No. Brother. Do I know you? Jiang Hui half raised his finger, and it was not clear whether to put it down or not. And he was a little confused. This guy meant to invite her to join forces to explore a new map. Are people nowadays so familiar with each other? But the problem is that she has never seen this person, and the other party obviously doesn't know her. Can such a relationship form a team? Well, according to the current situation, it is actually possible. If it is outside the training ground, it is definitely impossible. After all, even if she met Hillman on the road, she would not dare to trust him casually if they were not in a team, let alone someone who came up to her on his own initiative. Who knows if the other party came to steal resources under the name of teaming up? But the current situation is special. When she entered the supply point before, she fell into a place similar to a tunnel maze. After wandering around in it for a long time, she finally found a place with human traces, but was stunned by the scene in front of her. This cave was dug very large, about 1,000 square meters, and the ceiling was also very high. When she came out of the narrow and long tunnel, she felt the extreme height difference. But this is not the point. The point is that there are not only people in this cave, but also a lot of people. Hundreds of them. And there is a noisy chaos in the cave. They are all contestants wearing simulated bras, sitting or standing, and they are surrounded from the inside to the outside in circles. I don't know what they are doing. Zhang's pupils trembled violently. What happened? What made a group of people who wanted to shoot each other 10 or 8 times when they met gather together? Like a group of cats sniffing catnip. This scene is too weird. Right? Jiang Hui began to think that she had bumped into the resting scene of a super large team. No. 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 Although she knew that there was such a team. But the team was at most 3 or 5 teams with a dozen or 20 people. But she had never heard of hundreds of people. Can hundreds of people and dozens of teams be managed together? Who can play the role of command and management? At this moment, Jiang Hui thought a lot. Because it was too chaotic. She was a beat slower than she thought of escaping. And her arrival only caused everyone to glance at her in confusion. And then, they all withdrew their eyes. After all, Jiang Hui was alone. Thin and short. With a gray face. Carrying an inconspicuous standard rifle and machine gun. And the nano-marching bag hanging on his body was the lowest level. It is estimated that he had no resources, and was definitely not a powerful person. Not even worth robbing. Everyone judged in their hearts. Jiang Hui didn't know that she was immediately labeled like this. She was still very confused about the situation in front of her. Although her physical and mental senses did not give her any crisis warnings, the situation in front of her was really too weird. Ding! Total charging energy block A3 has been found. The simulated bra is now in charging mode. And the charging amount is limited to 40%. A mechanical electronic sound rang out. And the sound came from the electronic screen of the simulated bra. Jiang Hui? Chapter 175 Way Out. If she said she didn't know the situation before, she could figure it out after the simulated bra's prompt. After finding that these people had no intention of attacking at all, Jiang Hui carefully observed the situation in the cave, and boldly found a place with relatively good signal at the edge to replenish energy. She even boldly eavesdropped on the conversation between a man nearby and his companions. That man was obviously a chatterbox, saying things he shouldn't say, and forcing others to listen. In fact, the process was very simple. These people came the same way she came. After entering the supply point, everyone was basically separated like Jiang Hui. Of course, some people were lucky enough to find the big team in a short while. And then, they wandered around in the tunnel for a long time before coming here, and finally found this total energy block. Although this thing can only limit the energy recharge amount to 40%. It has solved the urgent need for many people whose simulated brought energy has run out. So these people naturally gathered more and more, and refused to leave. At first, there were 1 or 2 people. Then, there were several teams. And then, there were 100 or 80 people. How could there not be problems with so many people? In fact, there were problems here when several teams met. They were used to shooting one person after another outside the training ground. So they naturally wanted to move this set here. In their eyes, the guys who squeezed in were all trying to steal energy and resources from them. Isn't it good to get 1 point for each shot? Unfortunately, everyone soon discovered a problem. At this weird supply point, the guns and bullets were all out of order. It's not that it doesn't work, but the loss is too great for them to shoot and kill one person here. Think about it. Outside, basically one shot kills one person. If the team cooperates well, it is not impossible to wipe out the whole team. Of course, when they reach the supply point, they only consume 1% of the energy of the opponent's simulated bra with 1 bullet. Doesn't this mean that if you want to kill one person, you need more than 10 bullets? Who can afford this loss? Besides, even if they can afford it, I don't know if this point can be counted, how to count it. That's why Jiang Hui saw the scene at the beginning. In theory, even if everyone can't just kill each other, they have to divide into camps anyway. They can't sit in a row like animals and sit together. The picture is a bit too harmonious. It was only after she stayed here for a while that she finally understood why the scene was in such a state, because even Jiang Hui began to get closer and closer to the flow of people. Since she came in, she has changed 3 or 4 places. It was not until the 5th time that she changed to the current place. Not far away sat a thin and tall classmate. This cave is like a specially enclosed area. The contestants only need to step into it, and the simulated bra will automatically receive the energy line wave of the total charging energy block for charging. However, the charging efficiency of the entire cave is not the same. Every place, or should I say every time point of every place, is different and can change at any time. Let's put it this way. The charging speed of point A that Jiang Hui found at the beginning was very fast, and the electronic screen of the simulated bra jumped from 8% to 13% in an instant. But after a few minutes, it was stuck at 13%. The people who just switched over next to him jumped twice. Therefore, Jiang Hui had to learn from others to change to another location B. Although this place was not fast, it was better than the previous one that was stuck. After waiting for a while, it was charged from 13% to 15%, and then it would be stuck again. This normal back and forth. There was no time to charge smoothly to the end. Obviously, it was not just her situation. Almost everyone faced the same situation, just to see how to turn. So almost everyone in the cave was moving, especially the whole cave in the outer part. And no one cared, because they were almost all single-player Lone Rangers, destined to not occupy any good position. And most of the people occupying the inner circle near the total charging energy block were members of an organized team. Asked if the charging efficiency would be better near that circle. It was really possible. After all, looking at their nervous appearance, it must be useful. Otherwise, they would not be willing to get close to so many strangers. Although Jiang Hui sometimes heard them occasionally noisy sounds, it didn't seem to be much better. The total energy block was right in the middle of the crowd. But it was blocked by the crowd, so she hadn't seen its true appearance yet. Jiang Hui took a general look at the people present. It was a pity that Zhou Xiaowen was not seen among the hundreds of people. They both came in from the same entrance at almost the same time. Could he have fallen somewhere else? She didn't get together with the others, but carefully kept a small distance from them, trying to hide in a less conspicuous place. In fact, Jiang Hui was not so reassured about the situation in front of her. She always felt uneasy, and was always on guard nervously and carefully. never stopping for a moment. Fortunately, her charging efficiency in the outer circle was not bad. Or maybe because Jiang Hui's basic energy was 8% remaining. So the charging was not slow. Time passed unknowingly. And the upper right position of her simulated bra showed that the energy storage had reached 38%. And there was still 10% room for charging. But do you really want to charge it to the full number? No matter how full it is. It can only reach 48%. Jiang Hui began to think about whether to run away now. It's not that she doesn't want to charge to the bottom. But if she charges to the bottom, these people will probably complete the charging in about the same time. They have no worries. Can this win-win situation continue? If so, no. They will definitely fight at that time. And these people deliberately stay so close. And they must have a lot to do to stay until then. Jiang Hui can almost imagine the chaotic scene at that time. Although it's not that she can't hide aside to pick up leaks. But in such a spacious and unobstructed place, it's difficult for her to guarantee that she can escape unscathed. Jiang Hui quickly gave up this thought and thought of something more practical. This is definitely not the only supply point. Since there is a 40% limit on the charging amount, there may be 60%, or there may be unlimited charging. Anyway, there is always a way to fill the simulated bra with energy. And Jiang Hui can only go further in this game if she fills the simulated bra with energy, and then gets enough to meet the next 1/4 schedule. Can't waste it anymore. Seeing the number on the prompt board unconsciously running to 38%, Jiang Hui secretly made up his mind. So when the boy made a seemingly unreliable invitation to her, Jiang Hui was silent for a while, and finally agreed decisively under the other party's surprised expression. The two found a chance in the increasingly tense atmosphere, slipped out of the cave, and ran towards a tunnel that led to an unknown place. Chapter 176 Cooperation. The two of them just worked together to kill a lone enemy. And the other party took out the backpack and divided the things inside with Jiang Hui. Look at you, you are quite skilled. Jiang Hui looked down on this guy, who could be regarded as a new teammate. The other party didn't mind at all. Touched his nose. And was silly and happy. Just like his performance all the way here. Jiang Hui had come here with the mentality of see what you are going to do. And even thought very ruthlessly in her heart that if this guy was planning to plot against her, she must let him experience what social dangers are. She was always prepared for this. However, the other party seemed to be normal along the way, and even seemed to be unusually confident in her most of the time, running back and forth. And his heart was much bigger than hers. Jiang Hui sometimes couldn't help but wonder if this guy knew that if she was behind him at this moment, she could directly rob him of everything on him with a club. This is the real social danger. As for how this matter turned out to be like this, even Jiang Hui couldn't explain it clearly. They just wandered around in the messy tunnel for a few rounds, and then ran into the unlucky person who was also wandering in the tunnel. But the other party didn't seem to be so friendly to them. This guy was taller and stronger than them, and his demeanor looked quite fierce. He ignored their friendly greetings and attacked swiftly. The other party was quite good at picking people, and he directly punched Jiang Hui, who was shorter and thinner, and looked weak all over. Can Jiang Hui make him do what he wants? It was possible a month ago, but now Jiang Hui, who has been in the combat individual training for a whole month, naturally can't stand still and let him hit her. Apart from anything else, she is sure that this big guy is definitely not as flexible as her. As soon as the other party started, Jiang Hui's mind had already turned several circles, looking at his punching movements. Well, he was also stupid and unintelligent. Jiang Hui gave him a little chance to show his strength, and then squatted down when the other party's fist was about to get half an arm's distance away from her. Her bones were relatively soft, and she disappeared from the other party's sight in less than a blink of an eye. So this person is really not very smart, and his reaction is also a beat slower. Before his brain can figure out what's going on, the bulky big guy can't resist the inertia and can't brake and smashes forward. Jiang Hui silently observed the changes in the opponent's trajectory and the position where he might fall, and was about to give the opponent a sweep or vertical kick to make him hit harder. Then another person, who had been watching without taking any action, took action. He grabbed the strong man's arms with both hands, one on each side, and then slightly turned sideways, pulling and dragging, and finally pushed with force over the wrist. So this man, with an oversized physique, who could hardly fly, was pulled by a huge force and flew several meters away. If he felt like this in reality, he would faint even if he didn't break a bone. Fortunately, the simulated bra on the opponent's body played a role, releasing a shield as tall as a person to protect his head, neck and body. But the simulated bra can only play a protective and cushioning role, and cannot prevent his ugly landing posture. Nor can it prevent the opponent's tragic fate of falling to the ground with his face. In the end, the other party didn't even have time to scream and had to hold it in his throat. Looking very miserable, Jiang Hui, who had avoided it and planned to let the other party fall to the ground, felt sorry for the other party's face and head. No, brother. Are you so cruel? Did this man fall to death directly? Jiang Hui looked at the other party, and the other party also looked at him, and the two looked at each other. The man didn't even have time to put away the faint indifference and determination on his face, which formed a sharp contrast with the careless way he answered Jiang Hui all the way. And it felt like he had changed his heart. Facing Jiang Hui's suspicious eyes, the expression on the other party's face quickly returned to normal, and a trace of embarrassment or something else appeared on her face. It's just convenient. It's convenient. The key depends on you, classmate Jiang. If you hadn't attracted the attention of this big guy, I wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the chaos to do this to him. Hee hee. Didn't I say something? You are so humble and even a little guilty, which makes people more worried. Okay. By the way, if you find a chance, will you do the same to her? Of course. This is just a guess. And Jiang Hui is not so suspicious. She has chosen to follow the other party all the way out, which is already a default cooperation. She was so vigilant on the road because this is Jiang Hui's cautious habit, and it is also the principle she always remembers to maintain in this competition. Not to people, but to things. But since she has chosen to cooperate, she will not be willing to give any trust. The other party was hiding all the way, laughing and joking like a picnic. And I don't know if it was true or if he wanted to paralyze her. But he really had never done anything to hurt her. And even when he rushed towards her just now, he didn't do anything tricky, and even helped her. In this way, he had already performed the responsibility of a partner very well. The two of them were originally brought together by accident, and they only maintained a superficial teammate relationship. After this little thing, their partnership became much more stable, and they also got to know each other a little bit. In comparison, this person's real purpose and thoughts and his good skills that he had never shown seemed nothing. After all, she didn't give him all her trust, so she secretly suspected all kinds of things in her heart. It seems that you have practiced. How good are your skills? Finally, Jiang Hui replied lightly, then approached the other party and slowly stretched out his hand. The other party looked a little surprised, and then reacted, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And then he shook hands with Jiang Hui lightly. Wan Xian, Class 2 of the Command Department. Jiang Hui, Class 2 of the Combat Soldier Department. Jiang Hui said, although the other party seemed to have known her name from nowhere. He started to shout Jiang classmate, Jiang classmate. The two reached some kind of agreement in a short time and quickly reacted. The enemy they knocked down together had not reacted for a long time. Could something have happened? It is said that this person has been smashing for a minute, but there is no reaction. Could it be that he really has something wrong with him? Jiang Hui and Huan Xian are both students. They participated in this competition to train and improve themselves, and they didn't want to hurt anyone at all. If their classmates were really injured because of excessive force, they would feel bad. Chapter 177 Better than nothing. Although they knew that the simulated bra provided protection, the two looked at each other and immediately turned the man over together. Fortunately, the man's eyes were still open, blinking, but he couldn't move. No, they had directly eliminated the energy of the man's simulated bra? Jiang Hui's pupils were shocked. The countdown on the simulated bra jumped from 23 to 22. 21. This classmate was about to be teleported out. Jiang Hui was a little annoyed about what they had just done. They almost missed the best time to collect resources. If it had been later, the man would have been teleported outside. Fortunately, it was not too late now. So under the sight of a certain man who died with his eyes open, one was responsible for carrying a gun and the other was responsible for carrying a bag. And they directly plundered his remaining resources, leaving nothing behind. Less than a blink of an eye after getting this thing, the ground beneath him became ethereal, and the whole person floated down, probably teleported away. Since entering the arena, this is the first time that Jiang Hui has grabbed resources with bare hands. Previously, she had to fight with guns directly. Well, in fact, she was hiding in a hidden place and shooting one by one to get points. Now that she came to this supply point, The gun was useless, so she could only fight with bare hands. I didn't expect that I could get resources in this way, which is also an unexpected good news. But they have to use this method to supply resources here, and it is too difficult to fight one by one. Jiang Hui thought to himself. It's better than nothing. Before finding the real supply resources, using this method can also replenish a little blood. We can only take it one step at a time. The boy squatted down and poured the contents of the backpack he had just obtained onto the ground. He shoved it a few times, divided it into two, and then asked Jiang Hui to choose. Jiang Hui looked at it distractedly and found that the other party really chose randomly. Those that could be divided were divided equally, and those that could not be divided were randomly divided into one on each side. Only the bullets, nutrient solution, and potions in the reserve were completely divided equally, so no one suffered a loss. It was quite fair. Jiang Hui raised his eyebrows, picked up one of them at random, and chose a gun. The two patted the dust off their bodies, and then continued to wander around in the tunnel as if nothing had happened. Afterwards, they almost repeated the previous things. There were not many people they met, only 3 or 4 times, but they made the two cooperate more and more skillfully. Jiang Hui even had the illusion that he was picking up equipment by killing monsters and passing levels. Well, to some extent, there was nothing wrong with it. The two of them walked all the way, except for getting some resources by beating people along the way, and still got nothing about the matter of charging the simulated bra. Meanwhile, outside the venue, although the school has upgraded a full set of monitoring equipment to ensure the safety of students in all directions, and even the drill field has been simulated by a mecha master who specializes in mechanical design. But it is still difficult to display everyone's storyboard on the screen, so the projection images are all from certain large-scale perspectives. That is, group images. Of course, in order to increase the fun of the audience, there are many small screens around to play the wonderful moments of the contestants' scores. So if the performance is good, the audience can also see the performance of the contestants from all angles. As teaching staff, teachers and instructors are naturally more different. They have the authority to retrieve personal images, which is convenient for class teachers to record and analyze the performance of each student in this round. This is actually the first test for the freshmen after they enter the school. The scores will be counted at the end of the semester. Seeing that the score behind Jiang Hui, whose name is still at the top, suddenly jumped, although it was only 0.5 points. It was somewhat conspicuous among the names that were mostly static on the list. Ah, it has increased by 0.5 points in this short time. Yeah. Didn't they reach the supply point? So someone asked in confusion. Yes, they have already entered. Those who don't enter now probably can't continue the game, and will be sent out soon. But I remember that the rules of the supply point are a little different. Many people haven't figured it out yet. How did these people score? A dark-skinned young officer raised his chin and pointed to the people who changed on the list. These people didn't get many points. Some 0.25 points. Some 0.5 points. And even some jumped 1 point at a time. It's good to get points in this situation. Look! The small screens are all there. But these are different. You can see it by looking at them. TSK. They are really a group of clever little ghosts. They have all kinds of ideas. This is the teaching seat. The people here are naturally the relevant class teachers and teachers. They naturally pay more attention to the students in their own classes. Everyone wants their students to be on the list, showing their excellence and dazzling. And their faces are as bright as their own glory. Even those who are low-key and don't like to cause trouble can't help but look for students they like among the contestants, implicitly expressing their expectations. However, as time goes by, their thoughts are getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps they did not realize that they were no longer limited to their own students, and began to examine the performance of students from various majors and classes from different perspectives. Because these energetic children are really moving. Yes, moving. They are a group of adults who have at least been exposed to war, even if they are not in the military, and they are moved by a group of children's games. In fact, it is not something incomprehensible, because no matter how many things they have experienced, how much ability they have, and how high their positions are, they are all for the same goal: to protect the Empire, protect mankind, and protect this starry world that has finally developed to this day. Most of them had the same heart when they decided to join the army, and they saw similar prototypes from the courageous forward postures of these children, which was moving. Perhaps it should be said that this is also part of their willingness to sacrifice their lives for it. In the crowd? Stark quietly looked at the list in the center, and then moved his eyes to one of the small screens around, and curled his lips imperceptibly. The little cub is quite smart. It's better to be smart, so that you can live longer and live well forever. I hope you can hold on. But you have to go further, further. At this moment, Jiang Hui didn't know that the teacher outside was talking about her like this. She didn't know how long this unknown journey lasted. It felt not very long but not short either. It was just that wandering like this was not a long-term solution. The two finally chose a relatively secluded place, stopped their steps, and saw if they could find any useful clues. Chapter 178, Quick Turn. By the way, I want to know what kind of innate ability this is. Why do I feel like so many people have it? Anyway, I'm the only one who can't. Jiang Hui was very confused when he heard the voice of mental transmission again. The other party seemed a little surprised when he heard it. Student Jiang. Did you meet another commander? Commander? The commander of the command department? Could it be that this is exclusive to commanders? Please forgive Jiang Hui for her lack of knowledge. In her original young and relatively poor memory, she didn't have any relevant knowledge of this area, so she really didn't know much about it. Of course, this is also the norm for most ordinary people in the interstellar. They often have some one-sided cognition of some areas that are far away from themselves and unfamiliar with life. They are grateful and admire the generals who guard the star field, but their understanding of them is not so clear. Perhaps they know that there are mecha soldiers, combined armored soldiers, mecha divisions, commanders, starship officers, and many more in the army, but they are not very clear about these professions and functions. Even the original body whose parents were both in the military didn't know much about this. I don't know if this part of memory was lost during the fusion, or if he really didn't know. But Zhou Xiuan, command? That guy seemed to have said that he was from the logistics department. This major is too far away from command. It seems that they are not related. Without thinking through the connection, the other party took it for granted. Jiang Hui's doubts were slightly resolved, but his doubts did not decrease. However, it was not the time to discuss this, so he suppressed it again. The two briefly discussed what they had gained from wandering around during this period. Actually, there is nothing to discuss. If they have any gains, they will not stop to discuss in this place where accidents may happen at any time, and there is no safety guarantee. It is because they have no other choice. This damn place is like a maze. How can they find it? Even if it is a maze, there must be a way out. It is impossible for them to go around in circles. So they did not turn the right way or miss some details. So after robbing several passers-by with bad attitudes, the two had to stop temporarily to find clues. Otherwise, they would never get out of this dead end if they fly around like headless flies. Who wants to come here to play in the maze? They have not forgotten that they came in for supplies and energy. Now that they have not achieved any of them, how can they be willing? Although they have been looking for a long time, touching everywhere, and stepping on every inch of the ground, they still can't find any breakthrough. What can they do? Can they go to the sky? Well, they really haven't looked up there. Jiang Hui couldn't help but look up at the pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, the person next to her tugged at her and pulled her to the blind spot on the other side of the wall. The next moment, Jiang Hui also felt the sound of footsteps coming from the northeast, and the strong breath faintly touched the edge of her mental magnetic field. She didn't bother to ask about the situation, and subconsciously followed Huan Xian to adjust the angle and hide her body. What the hell? What kind of supply point is this? There is nothing here, and it can't replenish energy. We have been walking for a long time, and it's like walking in a maze. Is this playing a joke on us, or what? An irritable voice. An irritable person also has a very personal voice. Stop complaining. Time is running out, and the organizers won't let us race at the supply point for too long. If we can't find the real location of the supply resources, we may not get the supplies this time. This person was obviously calmer, but his tone was not good, and he was obviously troubled by the current stalemate. You said it lightly. That requires us to find it, and we have been looking for it all the time. But look at it. We have run over every corner of the land, and we almost blasted through the wall. I haven't tried this. Maybe it's possible. Why not give it a try? The obviously irritable young man suddenly got interested and said with interest, Then you should try it for me. Just use these laser guns, marking guns and game props. If you can really blast through this wall, I think you don't need to compete. Anyway, you are so good. The school can just ask you to design the link directly. The other party sneered, obviously very disdainful of his whimsical idea. Am I kidding? So you see, we can't dig through the ground or blast the wall. And we can't get out of this passage at the moment. So where can we find a way out? For supplies? I think it's better to let a group of us fight for each other's supplies. Which is faster. If you ask me, this may be the supply method given by the school. Okay. Stop yelling. Are you trying to attract everyone around you? Another voice sounded, with a soothing tone. And the two people immediately stopped talking. This is a team of at least 3 people. From the words, they were also looking for a way out. But obviously they didn't find it. Jiang Hui and the others could only see a limited angle. And the sound was also vague and intermittent. The two looked at each other. And Huan Xian made a 3 gesture to Jiang Hui. And the two understood and planned to avoid it. Because although they couldn't see anyone, from the sound of their footsteps, those people's footsteps were light and heavy. And their lower body was very stable. It was obvious that they had some skills. And they had a better foundation than them. And although they spoke in a very unbridled voice, as if they were afraid that others couldn't hear them, the range of their mental power was not small. And their vigilance was at its highest. Obviously, they were not easy to mess with. There were only 2 of them. And their skills were not good. So it was better not to get close to them and take risks. Resources could still be found later. Both of them were very self-aware and made a decision quickly. But in the end it backfired. Just as they carefully hid their bodies along the covered wall and were about to turn around and escape, the group suddenly changed their way. Let's go that way. It feels like we've walked this way before. Jiang Hui secretly thought it was not good. And it was too late to change the road. Although she and Huan Xian instinctively retracted their outward spiritual power. However, both sides have awakened people with high-level spiritual power. And they are sensitive to the surrounding environment to a certain extent. How can they retract and release as they want? The other party immediately discovered the abnormality at the corner in front. They were discovered. Someone is hiding there. Well, if we don't run now, when will we run? Could it be that they are still here to deliver resources to others? Jiang Hui and Hung Xian ran away as if they had made an appointment. In that direction. Chase them quickly. I saw them. There are only 2 of them. They can't run far. Yes, they really couldn't run far. Chapter 179 and below. They guessed correctly that there were indeed 3 people on the other side. And they cooperated very well, and had a tacit understanding. One person might have a little physical strength, and fell far behind. And the other 2 were responsible for keeping up with their tracks. The 2 people were obviously very strong. And soon they intercepted Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, and surrounded them. Jiang Hui's face was a little ugly. Because these 2 people did not look like those stupid passers-by who did not understand their strength before, and came forward to provoke. She smelled something very familiar and similar from these 2 people. The kind of belligerent factor that she could feel in her classmates every day. It was obvious that they were martial artists. Not easy to deal with. Not to mention, there were 3 of them. Why were they so unlucky? They retreated quickly enough. But they were still caught in the end. You too. Why are you running so fast? It's a rare meeting. Why don't you stay and chat with us? One of them sneered and pressed his finger bones with his palms together. It must be said that this move is quite classic villain's move. Jiang Hui also heard it. This person is the one with a more irritable tone they just heard. Now it seems that his eyes are wide open and his eyebrows are slightly drooping. His image is indeed quite consistent with his voice. I won't make it difficult for you too. If you can cooperate a little, it won't make you go faster. The overall image of the other person is much gentler. He looks very gentle. But his 2 casual words reveal naked threats. What he said, do they have any choice? If they surrender at this moment, there will be 10 deaths and no life. And there is definitely no way to survive. But if they struggled a bit, they might still have a chance of survival. This person knew the situation but still said such words, which was obviously teasing and mocking them, just to see how angry and ugly they would be. Jiang Hui didn't know what Huan Xian was thinking. But she was so angry after hearing it that she just took action. Huan Xian was not willing to be left behind. He seemed to be shocked by Jiang Hui's unusually excited action at first. But then he reacted and rushed after her without thinking. Yes, they both chose the same person to fight. If they couldn't beat 1 against 1, they were not allowed to fight 2 against 1. There was no logic in this fight. It was best to kill one of the other 3 before they gathered together. Killing one of them would increase their chances of winning. The two had very clear ideas. So when the guy next to them didn't react, the two of them had already attacked violently. One with his ribs crossed and the other standing aside. "What are you doing there? You idiot! Come and help me." The boy who was stunned by Jiang Hui and Huan Xian's forceful struggle on the ground came to his senses. Seeing his companion still standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. In fact, his reaction was not slow. It was mainly because Jiang Hui and Huan Xian were too skilled. Rush down, hit wherever it hurts, and do something to disturb the enemy's thoughts after knocking him out. One used enough force to knock out the whole row of ribs to make him unbalanced, and the other twisted his arms to cross his ribs to block the action, and then through 2 or 3 sets of such changes, finally made him fall in the air. This is a set of barbaric fighting methods that the two have explored since their cooperation. It is completely wild, and there are many small moves during the process, such as eye poking, neck pinching and hair pulling. Anyway, it is impossible to really hurt people under the protection of this simulated bra. The purpose is to use this whole set of chaotic actions to disrupt the opponent's position, and then achieve a one-stop KO effect. And the bigger the opponent's fall and the stronger the force, the better. Preferably the head first hits the ground, because this is also the best way they have found out after several practices to eliminate the enemy at the supply point. Although they were very lucky to eliminate the big guy in one fell swoop the first time. Of course, they will not always meet such brainless people. In fact, they have also met some difficult ones. Such people are not only difficult to fight, but may also cause reverse losses to you. For example, the opponent knows some fighting skills and has a lot of blood. Your attack did not reduce the energy of his simulated bra much, but your own energy was lost. Such people cannot be forced to fight, but must be outsmarted. Rather than letting him consume 3% or 5%, it is better to do a big thing. The existence of the simulated bra is to protect the safety of students, so that they will not hurt others or themselves without knowing the severity. But this thing is just a prop for auxiliary protection after all, and it cannot affect the game. So even though the bra is constantly damaging the host's barrier, the damage will still be reflected in the remaining energy. Let's put it this way. If the host is seriously injured, the simulated bra will protect the host's safety, but its impact and damage will be converted into equal energy loss. So the two gradually figured out that if they want to save time and energy, the best way is to attack the enemy's head directly, because the human head is the most vulnerable part. Once the simulated bra reads that the head is severely injured and the barrier is released, the energy of the enemy's simulated bra will basically run out. Since then, the two have continued this way until now. This time, of course, the same set of tactics was used, but the invincible tactics in the past were not so smooth this time, because this time they had to deal with two people. Jiang Hui sent a look to Huan Xian, who was finishing off the other side, and the other party immediately understood and loosened his action, turning to deal with the other person who was about to hit him. And she pressed her legs and the weight of her whole body on the other person's chest, and the other hand held the collarbone, clenching her fist and rushing straight to his face. In any case, knock him out first, she thought well, but she still underestimated the physique of the two people, especially the one who was fighting with her at the moment. The reason why Jiang Hui chose him was because the other party gave her the feeling of being the weakest. However, Jiang Hui didn't know that the mental level of the person she and Huan Xian chose to attack first was indeed relatively weak, but the physical level was not a little bit stronger, and he was the strongest one among the two. If it was a person with standard physical fitness, he would have been eliminated long ago, even with the protection and barrier of the simulated bra. However, the opponent relied on his strong physical fitness to buffer a lot of attacks from the two people with various subtle evasive angles and struggles. After a lot of attacks, the energy in the simulated bra did not run out, and it was only 13% left, which was really strong. Huan Xian's clone went to deal with the other person, and only Jiang Hui was left to fight alone. Jiang Hui's current mental power level is strong, but his physical fitness is very average. Although it has improved a little after a month of polishing, it is far inferior to this person. Even with such a strong start, he locked the opponent's body movements in various ways in the middle. But there is a fundamental gap in physical fitness. Chapter 180 Not Rampage. With the barrier of the simulated bra, the opponent can only feel the impact of the same force, but will not be really hurt. Feeling the weakening of Jiang Hui's strength, the opponent immediately reversed the situation, seized the opportunity to twist her neck with his backhand and pinned Jiang Hui to the ground. Jiang Hui thought that she seemed to finally know what it felt like to use the simulated bra. It turned out that there was only pressure, no pain. Because even if the opponent pinched her neck with one hand through the barrier of the simulated bra and nailed her to the ground, it seemed that something was firmly protecting her life under the effect of the simulated bra. And the opponent did not really hurt her. For some reason, Jiang Hui felt a little relieved, and even regretted why she didn't do this just now. Because the oppression brought by this kind of coercion is definitely stronger than the collarbone and rib buckle. It feels like her life is being pinched in her hands. But she didn't try it at that time and was worried that she didn't know the severity. So she didn't dare to do it. No. What on earth was she thinking about? How could she be so distracted that she came here? No. She had to find a way to break free immediately. Otherwise it would be the end. Seeing the other party grinning and raising his fist. The fist as big as a casserole was about to hit her. Jiang Hui's pupils slightly dilated, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. But for some reason, her body could not move. Danger! Danger! She must not be hit. This cannot go on. She must protect her brain. This vulnerable place cannot be hit again. All forces that intend to hurt her must be expelled. As if responding to her thoughts at this moment, the power hidden deep in Jiang Hui's mind rushed straight to the threat in front of him, like a beast out of a cage. At this moment, Jiang Hui did not notice that her eyes became a little empty for a moment. Her dark pupils became brighter, and a dark purple light flashed in the depths of her eyes. The person above seemed to have sensed something, as if he had sensed something, and instinctively retracted his arm, pressing on Jiang Hui's neck, leaning back slightly. But it was too late. This man followed in the footsteps of Mr. Carl, and was caught off guard by a huge force from the person below. This force was invisible and much greater than usual, and the opponent was smashed out with almost no resistance. The remaining energy of his simulated bra was also directly emptied under the reaction force of this protection, and he was naturally eliminated directly. This sudden change naturally alarmed the two people fighting next to him. Both of them looked at Jiang Hui in shock, who seemed to be immersed in a state of mental insanity. This time, the other party reacted faster, pushing away the troublesome Huan Xian, and rushed straight to Jiang Hui, who seemed to have used up all his strength to slowly close his eyes, with the meaning of taking advantage of your weakness to kill you. How could Huan Xian let him get his wish? The two of them rushed and intercepted, and they were about to fight again. Hearing the faint footsteps behind, the person who was fighting looked visibly excited, and said without turning his head, "You finally caught up. Look how slow you are. Thomas was beaten out before you came. Come and help. Damn it. I have to kill these two little bastards to relieve my hatred." The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Huan Xian naturally heard the other party shouting, but he had no energy to stop him. He could only fight with the other party with all his strength, hoping to consume the remaining energy of his simulated bra as soon as possible. Mental power is running wild. The people outside the screen were not so calm when they saw it. "Quick! Ask the therapist to get ready first, and make sure that the child is teleported back for examination as soon as possible." This is of course not referring to Jiang Hui. After all, Jiang Hui is still killing people on the field now. So how can he be teleported so easily? As for the student who was hit by Jiang Hui's mental power is running wild is not a trivial matter. Both parties are not fully awakened with unstable mental power. This aspect must be treated with caution to avoid leaving a bad impact in the future. What's more, the opponent's simulated bra has little energy left, and mental power is not as good as fist and foot attack. If it exceeds the defense limit, it will be bad. However, there is still energy reserve inside the simulated bra, which can at least withstand the full force attack of a star beast above level B. It just doesn't need to be used to maintain the energy of the simulated bra. So there shouldn't be any problem. Whose student is that? Let's go and take a look first. The head teacher of the combat individual department, whether it was class 6 or class 7, had already left the scene, probably to check on the situation of his own students. Captain Lin Chi, who was nearby, frowned. He was older and had entered the army earlier than many people present, so he had seen a lot of such situations. Many older comrades, who have been fighting on the battlefield for many years, are prone to such situations. But that is often due to mental illness such as excessive loss of brain area, and ordinary awakeners rarely have such loss of control. even for those who have not yet fully awakened and cannot master their spiritual power. This situation needs to be avoided, because every rampage is considered a loss of control, which will continue to damage the brain state and damage the foundation. Therefore, seeing Jiang Hui in a similar situation, all the teachers were a little uneasy, and their eyes could not help but cast on the class teacher of another person involved. "It's not rampage," Stark suddenly said. The child did not have a mental rampage. She just mobilized her mental power to attack on her own. This is not the first time he has seen Jiang Hui in such a situation. The last time she was attacked by little Carl, the evidence image was actually the same. At that time, Lu Jin diagnosed her as a mental rampage caused by slight pain. But later, Michael, the therapist, redefined the situation based on the changes in the data before and after. Michael believed that Jiang Hui mobilized her mental power to fight back on her own, even though she was not so conscious at the time. However, it was because she felt the danger and her body and brain instinctively coordinated to mobilize her actions. There was no such thing as rampage because from the wavelength of her mental power release, there was no feature of rampage and loss of control. And this time Stark saw it clearly with his own eyes. The opponent was not out of control. After she used her mental power to attack the enemy, she even consciously scanned the surroundings and then returned to her brain. She really could control and release whatever she pointed at. If the mental power was so easy to control and release, the Empire would not have to spend so much money every year on appeasing the soldiers' mental power, rather than saying that her mental power was rampage. Stark felt that it was more like another strange feature of Jiang Hui's special brain condition. But then, no matter how others asked, Stark didn't say anything, just stared at the follow-up actions of several people on the small broadcast screen. Chapter 181. The three of them meet up. So what happened to Jiang Hui at this moment? Did she faint? No. She just turned off early. She was physically and mentally exhausted, and she used her mental power recklessly. She didn't even need to wait until she fell asleep or 12 o'clock to enter the mental space directly. Jiang Hui stood in the living room in the mental space, and she felt a real sense of solidity under her feet. In the end, she had to accept the fact that she was teleported back to the mental space in the middle of the game. In fact, this was really not the right time. First of all, she was in the middle of the game with someone, and it was a critical moment. As a result, she had changed places when she opened her eyes and closed them. Isn't this equivalent to being restricted offline? Even if it only takes a moment to open her eyes and blink, a moment of daze is enough to be fatal. Will her opponent miss this great opportunity? It's like pouring water on a fire. Everything is extinguished, and there is no enthusiasm at all. After all, she really had to wait 24 hours to find out what happened next. 24 hours. Not only was her heart cold, but she might also be cold the moment she came to her senses. Jiang Hui was ready to be eliminated as soon as she woke up. So she suddenly became depressed, relaxed, and began to feel hungry. Well, very hungry. People outside had no way of knowing how Jiang was eating and drinking in the spiritual space, and it was impossible for them to know. In their eyes, Jiang Hui was just absent-minded for a moment, and at this moment, they were attracted by another more important thing. But the last companion of the trio finally tightened his feet, which seemed to be dragging a heavy weight, and rushed over. He came late when one of his two companions was eliminated, and the other was beaten to only 5% of his energy. The man who was fighting with Huan Xian was both angry and happy. He was angry because the idiot didn't know where he got lost and only remembered to come now. He was happy because he finally got help at this critical moment. Although the opponent was the most vulnerable one among the three people, his joining would definitely reverse the current disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, he had thought a lot, and even thought about how to deal with the two guys who had caused him so much trouble. But he didn't expect that someone was coming. But it was not his companion. The boy, who was taller than ordinary people, had a solemn face, and the girl who looked at the center of the chaos showed a little anxiety. Zhou Xiuwen made a quick judgment and gave the man a critical hit from behind without thinking, sending him out of the game directly, and then wanted to move towards Jiang Hui. "What are you doing?" Huan Xian half raised himself and looked at the person coldly, with a defensive look. It can be seen that he was exhausted and had no fighting power left. Obviously, the other party's attention was attracted by Jiang Hui, but he still jumped out to block in front. If Jiang Hui saw it, he would probably feel that the other party was righteous, and the cooperation in this short period of time really cultivated the friendship between teammates. Unexpectedly, The reaction of the boy who suddenly joined was quite strange. He answered irrelevantly, "Are you going to pick up resources? It seems that the time over there is almost up." Huan Xian's expression did not move, and he seemed to examine the other party. "Jiang Hui and I are in the same temporary team. You go to pick up the resources quickly, and I will help Jiang, classmate," Zhou Xiaowen said helplessly. "This person is the type of person who is extremely vigilant. The other party will not attack him. Right? At that time, should he fight back to get points or something else? What if he accidentally sends him away? How to explain to Jiang Hui?" Zhou Xiaowen was a little worried. "Well, don't worry. Go pick up the resources." Although he looked more and more puzzled, he probably still couldn't put down the two resources that were not easy to knock down. So he grabbed the things in no time. Then the two people gathered around Jiang Hui. Zhou Xiaowen helped the girl up, and the other party seemed to be absent-minded for a while, and instinctively sat up with the force. But after a while, it seemed that she blinked, and her eyes reopened with some spirit, seeing this familiar face in front of him, but it shouldn't be in front of him at this moment. A trace of doubt and uncertainty appeared on his face. "Why, are you here?" In the blink of an eye outside, Jiang Hui himself had been wandering in the spiritual space for 24 hours. He ate 2 rounds in the kitchen, took a nap, and then read half a book. After a whole set of procedures, no matter how big the anger was, it had to be extinguished. Jiang Hui's heart was dead at the moment, and he numbly waited for the result to be announced. She was still thinking that she must learn a lesson after this. The next time there is an activity, it is better to enter the space early to use up the quota of the 24-hour round. Otherwise, every time the activity comes suddenly, it is easy to cause variables, and it will also make her feel guilty. After all, if everyone is working hard in the competition, she is playing the time difference comfortably in the spiritual space. Although she is forced, she will naturally feel guilty. Then she opened her eyes, and instead of waiting for the expected critical strike, she felt that someone just helped her sit up. Jiang Hui knew that her time in the spiritual space would not overlap with the real time and space. Basically, she would enter and exit at the same time. She was deliberately awake when she came out of the spiritual space. So it can be judged that this moment should not be much different from the moment she entered. Just now, that person was pinching her neck and sending her away. How could he help her up so gently now? So could it be that Huan Xian had already dealt with another person and dealt with this one on her side? If that's true, it's too strong. At this time, Jiang Hui had completely forgotten that they met a trio at the beginning, and a third person would come in addition to the 2 people who were fighting with him. However, when Jiang Hui sat up straight, the face she saw was completely different from what she expected. She blinked hard, and her face, which had always been calm, finally showed a trace of doubt. "Why are you here? I'm your temporary teammate." Zhou Xiaowen paused and said with a bit of grievance, "Why does it sound like he shouldn't be here? Could it be that Jiang didn't want to bring him along because he found a more powerful teammate? That won't do. He finally has a powerful teammate to lead him. He wants to stay in the training ground and play for a while longer. Father! Father! He must be watching. He must be very happy." Jiang Hui's spirit has been replenished a lot in the space. She didn't feel tired at all. Her mind came back to her senses. Zhou Xiaowen finally came. It's really a good thing. In this space, guns are useless for the time being. Resources have to be grabbed with bare hands. You can only take advantage of more people. Zhou Xiaowen joining is just right. Jiang Hui looked at Huan Xian, who was standing aside with his arms folded and holding a backpack, and then looked at Zhou Xiaowen next to him. He immediately made up for the plot that he had missed just now. Chapter 182 New Clues. After Zhou Xiaowen whispered about it, Jiang Hui finally figured out what happened in the middle that caused such a big change. As soon as the other party came in, he was teleported to the other side. Zhou was unlucky. He once again mixed into the crowd, and there was a chaotic battle as soon as he entered. Of course, these contestants, who had just entered the supply point, and didn't know that the effect of guns was greatly reduced at this point, began to waste a lot of bullets and resources. After fighting for a while, they finally found that the bullets here seemed to be unable to kill people at once. Not only that, they also had to lose a lot of resources. They barely ended the battle, and each looked for ways to replenish energy. Zhou Xiaowen didn't want to find resources. He wanted to find people. So he went around looking for Jiang Hui's traces. But no matter how he kept wandering around, he couldn't find anyone. until he met someone who suddenly appeared on the road and wanted to take advantage of the fire. He is such a coward. Of course, he has to admit defeat. Ah. Why should he admit defeat? If he was outside, Zhou Xiaowen might have admitted defeat. After all, with his shooting skills, he still has a good chance of aiming within 10 meters. But if he is farther away, he can only rely on luck. Jiang Hui is not here, so he will be at the mercy of others. But now the guns at this supply point are useless. And his simulated bra has 61% energy. Those people can't do anything to him for a while, unless they are strong enough to directly eliminate him. Such a guy who is not as tall as him and much thinner than him came out to rob his resources. If Zhou Xiaowen didn't dare to fight like this, it would be too cowardly, and he would be sorry for Jiang Hui taking him all the way. So at some point, the young Master Zhou got rid of his idle state and fought with this guy who came out with bare hands. That guy probably didn't have a correct understanding of himself, and was beaten to a pulp by this weakling and eliminated. Then Zhou Xiaowen took the resources he picked up and walked forward for a while. But he didn't expect to run into the melee scene on Jiang Hui's side. In fact, with his temperament, if it were someone else, he might just turn around and run away. But he saw Jiang Hui's face flashing by from a distance. And Zhou Xiaowen naturally changed his mind immediately, and turned the passerby into an ally, rushing up to make a finishing blow. So there was such a scene. Everything can be said to be very coincidental. The timing was just right. And Zhou Xiaowen's help was also very timely. Otherwise it would be uncertain who would win or lose in this melee. After successfully killing the enemy and meeting his lost teammates again, Jiang Hui felt relieved. Suddenly Jiang Hui looked at the electronic display screen under Zhou Xiaowen's right shoulder, looked at the number showing 56% on it, and asked thoughtfully, "Have you found a place to recharge energy?" She remembered that when she came in, the remaining power displayed on the other party's simulated bra might be less than hers, and it was almost at the bottom. This is why they rushed to the supply point without hesitation. Otherwise there would be no way to survive outside. Now the other party's simulated bra suddenly showed 56%. And there was obviously some loss in the middle. So the other party could not have come from the total charging energy block with a limited charging amount of only 40% like them. Did the other party find another supply point? Sure enough, the other party nodded and said, "Yes. I was lucky enough to find a hidden charging point by accident. And the charging amount can be limited to 60%. Jiang Hui was a little surprised. If she could find that, plus the remaining energy she had now, it would basically be close to 100%. Which means that if she could achieve it, she wouldn't have to worry about the energy problem for the next race. After getting the other party's affirmative answer, Jiang Hui hurriedly asked if he still remembered the route. Zhou Xiaowen's face suddenly showed a trace of difficulty. "I'm not sure if I can find it back. But I was a little worried, and made a few hidden marks at the time. I just don't know if anyone has discovered it." "This is nothing," Jiang Hui thought. "Isn't this quite smart? And he even knows how to make marks. As for whether anyone has found it, Jiang Hui is even less worried about this, or should say that she is not worried about it. After all, the last charging point she punched in was even more exaggerated, with densely packed people. And even her new teammate was picked up there. So it's no surprise. If you really encounter an enemy at the charging point, there is nothing you can do. You can only take it one step at a time and deal with it. We'll talk about it later. Besides, there are enemies everywhere in this supply point. And even they are enemies. Compared to this unfounded worry, Jiang Hui is more worried about not being able to replenish energy. How long have they entered the supply point? It should have been 2 weeks. But they haven't got much resources so far. And the simulated bra has only replenished half a bucket of water due to various restrictions. If it is suddenly thrown out like this, wouldn't it be a waste of time? No. 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 Jiang Hui forced herself to break free from such a terrible idea and return to realistic thinking. Her thinking has always been very clear. The most urgent task is to fill the simulated bra with energy to ensure that the next match point can reach the end, which is also the most important guarantee for this supply. As for resources, although they are also urgent, there are plenty of opportunities to find them. Jiang Hui originally wanted to invite the two to go together, but when she met another new teammate who had just been together for a short time, the words on her lips suddenly changed. "Juan, do you still want to go with us?" Well, in fact, it was a bit awkward for her to ask like this, and it seemed like she was trying to separate them. But everyone believed that she didn't mean that. and it was better to make it clear if things changed, so as to avoid big problems in the end due to improper communication. Zhou Xiaowen walked with her all the way, and Jiang Hui knew what the other party was thinking the most. It was obvious that he wanted to follow her, and Jiang Hui was more familiar with him, and the two of them were quite comfortable to get along and cooperate, and they didn't mind bringing such a helper. But she didn't forget that she was temporarily forming a team with Huan Xian, and the other party's intention to cooperate with her did not mean that he was willing to cooperate with another person who joined in, and the three of them worked together. Jiang Hui thought it would be better to ask clearly. Hearing this, the other party raised his eyes and glanced at her, but did not answer immediately. He completely put away his playful smile and looked quite serious. Just when Jiang Hui thought that the other party had other opinions or was unhappy, the other party said leisurely, "Even if you leave, you have to divide the resources first." Then he handed her the resource package he got from the person Jiang Hui had beaten alone, and then divided the other person's share into 3 equal parts, so that everyone had a share. I said, "Classmate, are you really too even? You didn't forget to divide the resources equally." But the meaning of the other party's words should be, "Don't you mind going together?" That's good. After getting Huan Xian's unanimous agreement, the three of them set off towards the charging point, which they didn't know whether it could be implemented at present. Chapter 183 Resentment. "Hey, where are you?" Stark was watching the performance of the students on the big screen quietly, when a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. He was the noisy guy. Stark said calmly without even looking away, "Didn't you go back?" "What do you mean by going back? After all the trouble yesterday, not only can I not go back now, but they have to send someone to investigate. The hospital doesn't need me, so I'll just go out for a walk to avoid causing trouble." Although Nielke said it lightly, Stark still got some important information from the other party's obscure language. It seems that yesterday's incident was not small, and it alarmed the top forces. The hospital is now in chaos. Things finally showed such a bad result, and it is estimated that even the capital will not be stable. In a moment, many thoughts have passed through Stark's mind, but his expression did not change. Nyeerki seemed unwilling to continue this topic. He looked at the big screen in the center, from bottom to top, and finally saw the name at the top. His eyebrows couldn't help but jump. What happened in the half day I wasn't here? Is this kid so fierce? Nyeerki taught class 2 for a whole week, so he naturally saw some of Jiang Hui's skills. As far as he knew, the kid did have some talent, a calm temperament, and was capable of doing great things. But his current abilities and qualities in all aspects were limited, and only shooting was slightly okay. But he missed a day of watching. How could this kid be so far ahead? This is a little unreasonable. Even if he was very optimistic about Zhang's child, he still said so. Things must always conform to the law of development. 342.3333 points. The first place in the military major. More than 100 points higher than the second place with 231 points. Even if Nyeerki didn't know the scoring standard of this school, or even didn't know much about the process of the matter, it was an overwhelming victory just from the score. Even if he didn't compete for the first place next, Jiang Hui's score would probably get a front row name. Of course, isn't it the first place that was designated? It's unprecedented that someone got nearly 200 points before the official start of school. A voice that seemed to be deliberately raised sounded from behind, which made people feel uncomfortable. Stark didn't even need to turn around to know who was talking. It seems that the injury really can't stop this guy, and he still has time to come here to squeeze the younger generation. Oh, who was that? It turned out to be Captain Zhou. I'm sorry. Your words are like swallowing a whole bottle of vinegar. A little sour. It's a pity that the student who got the 200 compensation points was not yours. Right? Stark is not a noisy person, and sometimes he is too lazy to participate in these meaningless quarrels. But Nyeerki is not easy to mess with. Although he has restrained his mouth a lot in recent years and has developed a calm image to the outside world, which makes everyone who meets him for the first time have such an illusion. He has always been a hot-tempered person in his bones. This guy has such a face. And he is also weird. As if being a captain is a big deal. He doesn't know how to be polite to a child and spares no effort to make up. Stark could tolerate it, but he couldn't. How could he live up to his mouth if he didn't squeeze him? Who are you? Even though my status is insignificant in the army, I am also a captain. In what capacity do you talk to me like this? So he didn't know Nyeerki, but seeing that he was close to Stark, He naturally classified him as a group, sneering and retorting. Oh, it seems that you still remember what kind of identity you are sitting here. Although Jiang Hui is not your student, there is no need to slander him with such words. You must have a dark heart. Ye Erqi became more and more angry as he spoke. Why is this man so mean? If someone with ulterior motive spreads it, things will not be so simple. He just knew about the compensation points. Even if he didn't know what happened, the school must have a reason to give Jiang Hui these 200 personal points. No matter what the reason is. The big screen today represents the school's attitude. Jiang Hui's so-called 200 compensation points. Or should I say the bright red 342.3333 points on the screen are also truly Jiang Hui's, without any water mixed in. What is the intention of this Captain Zhou to say this openly? Teacher Tan pressed his forehead. Well, they are quarreling again. He was just wondering why Captain Zhou was absent. But he caused trouble as soon as he came. And he chose Captain Stark's student. Why is he so obsessed with Stark? According to his past balanced strategy, he should have let Zhou quarrel a few more times before coming out to solve it. But Ye Erqi's words woke him up. He immediately interrupted the conversation between the few people and said to Zoe in a rather stern tone, Captain Zhou, please be careful with your words. Every individual score of a student is reviewed by the school process. You also know what this so-called compensation score is. I remember that you voted in favor at that time. Why do you turn around and say something different now? They all know what this score is. But Zhou Yi's words completely changed the meaning. What if someone spreads it and stirs up a storm in the future? Will this child still be a human being? Even a person with a good temper like Teacher Tan can't help but get angry. He knows that Jiang Hui's performance probably touched Zhou Yi's cheese. After all, if there were no compensation points, the first place would be in his class. The other party didn't have any objections at the time, probably because they didn't expect Jiang Hui to be quite good at fighting. They thought that even if this person got nearly 200 compensation points, he would probably be left behind in the later stage because his score couldn't keep up. Now the result of adding nearly 200 points is out, and Jiang Hui is still scoring. Even if Holly is so powerful, it is still difficult to catch up with such a large total score gap. This is called Zoe, who came with an injury. Saw how he swallowed. Can you bear this? Seeing that the other party did not refute immediately, Teacher Tan wanted to say something. But he saw that Zoe, who had not seen him for only one day, had red eyes. But his face was as pale as paper. There was also a very deep scar on the right cheek, as if it was deeply cut by an extremely sharp object. Even after being treated with special instruments for a night, there was still an extremely obvious red mark. Is this an injury, or an irritation? Teacher Tan's words came to his lips, but couldn't be said. The muscles on the other party's face twitched a few times. And I don't know if he heard it. In the end, he didn't say anything. Just found a seat to sit and watch the game. A storm was eliminated like this, and it didn't attract more people's attention. However, this time the teaching team of the first-year combat individual soldier department of the 89,983rd grade was completely gathered. And then it would depend on the students to show their skills. Chapter 184 Water Sound. It must be said that Zhou Xiuwen is really a master of the God School, and he always has his own way to survive. After dealing with the scattered enemies they met on the road, Jiang Hui and Huan Xian actually found the hidden charging point under the guidance of the other party. And fortunately, there was no one nearby. I don't know if not many people found it, or the people who found it had already fully charged and left. Anyway, it's convenient for them now. Jiang Hui didn't realize why the other party said this was a hidden charging point until a certain time, and why it was not surrounded by a large group of people like over there. From the outside, they couldn't see the total charging energy block at all, and they had to stick half of their bodies to the not-so-horizontal wall to connect it. If it weren't for the sentence ding, total charging energy block A2 has been found, they wouldn't dare to be sure that this was a charging point. It is not like the place we saw before, where the total energy block is located on a flat surface, but it seems to be embedded in the wall. No, it should be said that it is located in the invisible space on the other side of the wall, which means that the other side of the wall may be a space similar to the cave they first came out of. The reason why they can't get close here is probably because they are already at the extreme edge of the charging range. New space also means new clues. They naturally think that there may be the energy supply they have been looking for on the other side. Anyway, Jiang Hui doesn't believe that this huge energy point only has a place to recharge energy but no resources. There must be some place that they have overlooked or failed to find. But she finally gave up on herself. Let's save some energy first. Things have to be done one by one. Let's not talk about whether we can find it. Even if we can, how can we know whether it is good or bad? It is better to use this convenience to fill up the simulated bra first, compared with taking risks. Jiang Hui personally advocates a steady style. Jiang Hui originally came from there, and the simulated bra still had 38% energy. But it was lost in the middle. And just now she had a fight with others. And now there is less than 30% energy left. If we can fill up the 60% limit here, even if it can't reach 100%, we can reach 70% or 80%, which can last for a long time. Even if we are thrown out now, we don't have to worry about the tragedy of running out of energy in the middle of the game. Huan Xian is in a similar situation, and the opponent has more than Jiang Hui. So Zhou Xiuan, who originally charged the most energy, has now become the one with the least energy. However, because each total energy block can only be connected and charged once by each person, Zhou Xiuan, who had just replenished here, could not connect the energy block again. They were not convinced and tried several times, and finally had to confirm this again. Now they were a little troubled. They found that there might be an unexplored charging cave nearby, and they definitely wanted to search for it. But the situation of the team is not balanced now. Zhou Xiuan led them here so that they had the opportunity to adjust the energy of the simulated bra to a relatively high level. In theory, they should help each other and lead each other to the cave of block A3 to replenish energy, so that it can be considered balanced. Because no one knows when the supply point trip will end. So where should we go first? Unexpectedly, the other party was quite open-minded and said to Jiang Hui without any obsession, "It doesn't matter. Go wherever you want to go. I will just follow you. Isn't it always like this before? Energy can be recharged when there is a chance. If there is really no chance, just let it go. Anyway, it is a win for him to stay in the arena for so long. He actually has no idea about this game." Jiang Hui? Brother, can you have some pursuit? Although I know you have always been lying down. It doesn't have to be to this extent. This mentality of just thinking about sightseeing is very incompatible with everyone. Huan Xian saw the style of this cheap new teammate for the first time. He looked at the other party with a strange look, and then looked at someone who seemed to have a headache with his forehead pressed, and his eyes flashed with a few traces of inquiry, but probably because he was not familiar with it. He didn't express any opinions on it in the end. Okay, let's check around here after we charge up. If we can't find it, we can go back there. Alas, we may not be able to find it. This place is built like a maze. We can only turn around like a headless fly. Speaking of which, there should be A3 and A2. So there should be A1? Jiang Hui guessed aimlessly. The few of them talked for a while, and then fell silent unconsciously. The atmosphere seemed relaxed, but it couldn't cover up the increasingly stagnant atmosphere in the air. Of course, it didn't come from the emotions of the three of them. Except for Jiang Hui. The other two acted like taciturn people, and didn't talk much. It was Jiang Hui who asked them questions one by one. This atmosphere comes from the increasingly uneasy atmosphere brought by the surrounding environment. It is really too quiet here. Much quieter than when they were running around in the tunnel just now. It is not that silence is bad. At such a moment of charging, they wish that no one would disturb them from beginning to end. But this kind of dead silence can easily remind people of the calm before the storm. And there is a feeling that something is going to happen, although they themselves don't know what it is. Have you heard any strange sounds? Like, there is the sound of water. The two sounds came almost at the same time, overlapping and reaching her mind. It took Jiang Hui a while to barely distinguish that these belonged to two different people. Just conduct mental power. Don't be so mysterious. It's a bit weird and scary when sounds suddenly pop up in your mind in such a quiet environment. And, did you forget something? I heard it too, Jiang Hui said directly, expressionless. You are awesome. You all use mental power to conduct. But I can't. Isn't it in vain? Probably thinking of this, the two of them looked a little embarrassed. How far have you charged? Jiang Hui looked down at the electronic display screen under his right shoulder. The electronic progress bar has reached 76%, and 10% can be charged. Huan Xian has already charged to 80%, and the remaining charge amount is the same as Jiang Hui's. It's just that some of them are getting more and more impatient, because the surrounding environment seems more and more strange. Just now there was no silence, And then suddenly some strange sounds appeared while charging, hidden on the other side of the wall, like the feeling of water flowing together, from small to large. It began to flow, and as the liquid gathered more and more, it made a puff-puff squeeze sound like water in a bottle, and then more and closer, and began to be accompanied by high and low screams. Jiang Hui immediately gave up the remaining charge amount, and with a slightly gloomy face, he picked up the things in the marching bag. Who among you can't water? Chapter 185 Floating. Aren't you two both incapable of swimming? Or is it that learning to swim is not popular in the interstellar world? Jiang Hui originally wanted to ask symbolically, because in her previous life, the trend of teenagers learning to swim was quite strong. So she subconsciously thought that many people could swim. There was even a period of time when the whole society advocated that teenagers must strengthen their bodies and develop morally, intellectually, physically and aesthetically. And parents were very keen to enroll their children in various interest classes. Swimming is one of the most popular special sports. At that time, many classmates around Jiang Hui went to learn swimming, and she also followed the trend and learned systematically. Now she can be said to be familiar with water, which is a rare talent in her previous life. Although, there is no rule that everyone must be able to swim. It is really unfortunate that 2 of the 3 people in their team can't swim. Jiang Hui didn't complain and hurriedly searched for something useful from the marching bag, and the other 2 did the same, regardless of whether they thought the same thing or not. They all felt a very similar breath of impending storm at this moment. It's better to nail it higher. It will be easier to operate after the water goes down. Jiang Hui handed over the pack of hooks and loops that Huan Xian had provided, and finally reminded him, "Student Zhou, you must fasten it firmly. Otherwise, if it loosens halfway, you will be doomed." She and Huan Xian buckled the whole set of safety belts on their waists, and began to look for places to place the hooks and loops. In the interstellar era, such tools are also much more convenient. Almost semi-automatic, completely eliminating the process of violent installation. Just find the right position and press the head mechanism to lock it in a fixed position. Even with the unskilled movements of several people, they were almost done. Speaking of this set of tools, they had been in the plains, and this set of safety belts had naturally never come in handy. She was still wondering why there was such a thing in the resources. Could it be that there was a mountaineering link in the training ground? Unexpectedly, it had not been used for mountaineering, but now it was used. Several people didn't know whether their random operations would be useful, or even what they would face next. They only heard the increasingly fierce sound of water flow and the high and low shouts that were getting closer and closer. Several people had to speed up their actions and quickly adjust the safety belts on their bodies to prepare for the possible emergencies that might happen next. This set of safety belts itself is equipped with 2 fixed movable buckles. For stability, Jiang Hui also found other things that could replace the buckle as a backup fulcrum. For a while, her hands and feet were busy, and her eyes were almost not enough. Finally, she took 2 sets of flexible retractable ropes and handed them to the 2 people. Seeing that the 2 people were a little confused, Jiang Hui simply demonstrated how to temporarily connect the safety belts around their waists to prevent the 3 from running away again later. Hey, don't tie it in a knot. It can be untied. Just tie it like this. Jiang Hui hurriedly stopped Zhou Xiuwen's action. This is just a precaution. Don't really tie it together. Just as the few people finished tying it, a huge torrent of sound rushed in like a thunder dragon. A humid air mixed with a strong earthy smell rushed in, and the cool wind kissed their necks. A chill. Then the rolling water flowed out from the tunnel entrances from all directions, and slap knocked the 3 people to the ground. And this was just the beginning. The water flow that came in when the gate was opened was powerful, but the actual amount did not reach their knees, and only soaked the whole body of the group. Then, before they could stand up, the sound of even bigger and more turbulent water flowed in along the winding tunnel. And this time it was real. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Hui was completely soaked in the water. Being in the water, she completely lost the ability to move, and only clearly felt the strong water flow converging and colliding under the water. If the safety belt tied around her waist was not always pulled by the hook and loop buckle nailed to the wall, Jiang Hui would not know where she was washed to at this moment. Anyway, it was impossible to circle around in this range like now. She could even see Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian floating up and down from time to time. The water flow was too strong. Jiang Hui's previous idea of 3 people forming a ring and floating on the water by hook and loop was too naive, because Jiang Hui soon found that under such a strong current, She couldn't even swing her body on her own, let alone lead others to float. So Jianghui also gave up the idea of struggling. From time to time, she felt a little relieved when she saw the figures floating in the water with the traction of the rope, because this proved that neither of them was eliminated. However, it was unknown whether the two would be eliminated over time, because they couldn't swim at all. They had to rely on the simulation bra to save them in the end. Yes, the simulation bra has this function. After all, students wear simulation bras in the drill field for full protection, anti-fall, anti-hit, and anti-discharge. Naturally, it is also waterproof. However, the simulated bra has limited energy, and the energy consumption is particularly obvious and fast at the supply point. So if the simulated bra is really used to save lives, it is estimated that these two people will be eliminated when the energy is exhausted. Jianghui is better, but only better, because the water flow overflows the entire tunnel almost without any gaps. She knows a little about the principles of breathing and holding breath, but it is also limited. The strong water flow overwhelmed her head, and she could not get fresh air. Jianghui felt that she was repeatedly entering a very bad state of suffocation. She gradually felt chest tightness. Her consciousness became blurred, and everything became vague and intermittent. After an unknown period of time, the water flow seemed to gradually subside. Although the water around her body did not completely retreat, the strong flow that seemed to pull them out of the tunnel disappeared. Jianghui woke up from the chaos and found that she was floating on the water. Why is this different from what she imagined? Jianghui woke up in an instant. She seemed to have fainted just now. But she didn't sink into the water? When she saw the surrounding situation clearly, she found that this was the effect of the simulated bra. This simulated bra was made of unknown material, but it actually supported her entire weight and floated on the water, just like a lifebuoy, and even more tension than a lifebuoy. Jianghui regained her clear consciousness and glanced at the electronic screen under her right shoulder. The energy that had been charged before was about 20% and stayed at 57%. The ropes on the safety belt were tied well, and the other end connected to the body was a hook and loop buckle fixed to the wall. They should still be in the same place. Wait, where are those two people? Jianghui turned over in the water, stepped on the water with both feet, and floated on the water, intending to see the current situation clearly. Chapter 186 Missing. The turbulent water has receded, but the accumulated water remains in place, and most of the complex tunnel space is flooded. Jianghui stepped on the water and floated on the surface. She stretched her arches hard but couldn't land, which shows that the water level is still very high. But she didn't have too much time to observe other things at the moment. After she figured out her current situation, her eyes began to look for the two unlucky guys who couldn't swim. Jianghui, who claimed to be a good swimmer, almost drowned just now, and the two who couldn't swim didn't know what happened. The three of them were originally together, and they tied a retractable rope between each other to facilitate searching for people later. So reality soon answered her question. Huan Xian pulled the hook and loop on the wall in a slightly embarrassed manner to keep himself up in the water. Seeing Jianghui looking at him, he nodded stiffly at her, and it seemed that he was still conscious. Very good. This one survived. What about the other one? Jianghui looked around, but didn't find the other figure immediately, and couldn't help but worry. This person wouldn't be eliminated directly. She suddenly remembered that the safety belts of the three people were buckled together in a ring, and immediately looked along the rope around her waist. But how could this rope be released so far? Where is the person? Is he really eliminated? Suddenly, a strong pulling force came from the other end of the rope, and Jianghui almost lost her balance in the water and fell. This direction is not Huan Xian, but the accumulated water has not been able to recede, and it has been flowing everywhere in this complex tunnel. Jianghui has to swim in the water. Huan Xian seems to be very afraid of water. I don't know if he was born afraid of water, or was scared by the water adventure just now. Even with the buoyancy of the simulated bra and the traction of the rope, he still floated on the water, like a stiff wood, and didn't dare to move. Seeing that his situation was not good, Jianghui naturally didn't dare to call for help. She had to explain to others, and go there herself. She swam a few meters to the other end of the rope. In order to save some energy, she pulled the other end of the rope while swimming, hoping to get Zhou Xiuwen to respond. What is this? While swimming, Jianghui's right hand suddenly touched a plate of inexplicably familiar hard things. When he pulled it up, it turned out to be a row of nutrient solution. The base. How could there be such a thing in the water? Could it be that other people's things were washed here together? Why didn't you add something useful? Otherwise you could pick up something ready-made now. She thought aimlessly. Well, Jiang Hui also knew that she couldn't have too much hope for her luck. She was lucky that she was not washed away. So how could she expect to pick up the nutrient solution at random? It's okay. As long as she can stay in the competition. There will be resources and nutrient solution. If she can't get it, at worst she can buy 3 or 5 rows of nutrient solution after she leaves the competition. And drink it to her heart's content. Jiang Hui comforted herself like this. However, she didn't expect that she would soon feel the disparity in this world. Just now, it was probably a little far away. And Jiang Hui's pulling on the rope had not responded. After she swam a few more meters and pulled twice, the other end responded immediately. Although it was very weak, it was still there. Jiang Hui thought that there was no need to worry about whether to speak loudly or softly in this situation. So she shouted, "Classmate Zhou. Zhou Xiuwen. Zhou Xiuwen." At the beginning, she shouted loudly, but no one responded. She wondered if the person didn't hear her or was too confused to hear her. So she shouted her full name twice. But still no response. Gurgle. Gurgle. A vague gurgle. Gurgle sound came from under the water. Could this person still be drowning under the water? The girl was shocked and dived into the water to check the situation. The space in this tunnel was already very dark. And the space above the water was still dim. The environment under the water was naturally darker. And almost no light could penetrate. Although the genes of interstellar humans in all aspects have been strengthened a lot, they have not yet evolved organs to adapt to the underwater environment. The fragile eyeballs were very uncomfortable with the strong pressure under the water. In such a dark environment, she could only see some slightly blurred shadows. Then Jiang Hui saw a familiar figure not far from her side. The rope on the other person's body led far to her side. So this guy should be Zhou Xiuwen. He was not eliminated. Jiang Hui didn't know whether she was relieved or what. But she felt relieved a lot. But she was getting more and more strange. The other person's bra was well worn. Everything was fine. But why was he sinking in the water? Jiang Hui observed the other person's figure with his back to her, and seemed to shake a little. It looked like he was shaking something in his hand. She had several questions in her mind. But talking in the water at this moment was undoubtedly the stupidest thing. So after confirming that the person should be fine, she floated out of the water. Because there was no response at first, she didn't intend to communicate with the other person. Jiang Hui struggled along the waterway, pulling the rope between the two of them slightly, and using the section connected to the hook and loop to pull the other person over here. Could this guy have fainted? He didn't respond much to the pull. Jiang Hui was a little anxious and couldn't help but speed up his movements. What's wrong? Huan Xian, who had already set up a temporary narrow frame on the wall with the help of ropes and sat on it, asked. He didn't look very good either, as if he was a little frightened. Although he looked calm, the shock between his eyebrows was vaguely visible. His face was pale, and he was in a mess in the water. He was a real drowned chicken. Zhou Xiuwen seemed to have fainted. I called him for a long time, but he didn't respond. I didn't have enough strength to pull him up with one hand, the girl said with some difficulty while moving. Jiang Hui let go of the rope connected to Zhou Xiuwen, and then began to use the hooks on both sides to pull hard, with a fulcrum with enough force. The other end is easy to operate. Just use the contraction function of the rope. She had a good idea. Why is it so difficult to move? Because Zhou Xiuwen was really heavy. Jiang Hui almost used all his strength, pulling and tugging, and finally led the man to a position close to the water surface. Hey, Zhou Xiuwen. Wake up! Are you fainted? Don't sleep here. If you can't hold on, I'll take you out of the stadium in a while. Anyway, soaking in this water will definitely cause problems. Jiang Hui had prepared himself for the man to faint, and planned to pull him out of the water by himself. But he didn't expect that the other party started to struggle hard as soon as his head touched the water surface. Chapter 187 Lucky. Jiang Hui was startled and stepped back quickly. It was not that she regretted and did not want to save him, but she knew that if the other party was drowning, she could not easily step forward to help. Otherwise she would have to pay the price. However, it was not right for her to just stand by and watch. So she used the retractable rope to help the other party get out of the water. Huan Xian was very close to the buckle and also helped. After a while, a head emerged from the water, with soft black hair drooping softly on the temples, and water drops all over the face. looking miserable. Zhou Xiuwen's face was full of ferocious as soon as his head came up. Yes, his expression was really ferocious. And it looked a bit like he was holding his breath. No, my friend. You are awake. Why didn't you respond just now? Huh? Jiang Hui couldn't help but grumble in his heart. But he still quickly helped, intending to use the rope to pull the other person up. As soon as the other party's head emerged from the water, and his mouth could speak, he immediately shouted, "Come and help me. I can't hold on any longer, and I'm falling down." Help? What help? Didn't I bring your head up? It should be no problem for you to breathe now. Could it be that you were injured in the rush of water just now? Just the thing in my hand, pull it out first. It's too heavy. I can't float up. The other party panted and complained. But it can be seen that the whole body below the shoulders, and the arms and elbows were trying hard to pull the thing under the water, and refused to let go. Maybe the expression on the other party's face was too ferocious. Jiang Hui didn't bother to ask him what he was holding that would make him risk drowning and hold on to it. So he went up to help first. Huan Xian still hasn't gotten over his fear of water. So he can only sit on the shelf and do the hard labor of pulling the hook and loop. The only person who can really help is Jiang Hui. She took a roll of retractable rope and asked Huan Xian to install it on the wall at that end as a fulcrum. And she was responsible for diving into the water to find the thing that Zhou Xiuwen said made him sink to the bottom. You don't know until you dive into the water. It turns out to be a square box. The surface is black. I don't know what material it is made of. It is slightly reflective. But you can tell from the texture that it is very heavy. I don't know what is inside. Jiang Hui didn't want to soak in the water to study this problem. So he put on the box and floated up immediately. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hui, Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen, the three of them, were sitting in a row on the temporary shelf, their legs hanging down, and the parts below the calves were soaked in water. But at least they were out of the water. Several people looked at each other, and they felt a little bit ridiculous, but also inexplicably relieved for themselves and their teammates' survival. The dark box had been put up by the rope, and was now hanging between two racks. To avoid falling, they used various methods to put several layers of ropes horizontally and vertically to fix it. After all the trouble, several people were a little depressed and had to stop to rest. As for the box, let's open it later. Anyway, the things won't run away for the time being. What they didn't want to admit was that they were almost unable to swim, even if it was only 2 steps away. So they sat for a while. Is this a supply point? Why do I feel like we have been chased all the way since we came in? I don't know what we are doing. It's more troublesome than outside. And where are the supplies? Huan Xian could no longer maintain his indifferent look, and complained expressionlessly. Indeed, Jiang Hui also felt that they had not gained anything from staying at this supply point. It was more troublesome than being outside in just a few hours. The resources they got with great effort were not much, and they had to walk and consume them all the way. The simulated bra is also. I wonder if there is still a chance to recharge the energy. They don't have much hope for this now. After this round of water flushing, they are even more uncertain. Jiang Hui was also a little irritated. He twisted his trouser legs that were soaked and stung his skin. But he didn't say anything in the end. As for Zhou Xiuwen, he was still lying on the side of the shelf. His soul was flying away, and it was painful to see him. Jiang Hui felt a little better. He called him a few times, but there was no response. So he let him go and turned to Huan Xian, who was in a better situation on the other side. The people's eyes fell on the box on the water. Jiang Hui certainly didn't think that the box she fished out in such a situation would be a useless piece of trash. Not to mention that it was so heavy, and it looked wrong. After asking Zhou Xiuwen about his wishes, she and Huan Xian opened the box one by one. And then, they were almost blinded by the light. Did they finally get lucky? Or did the organizer see that they had worked so hard to play the escape room for so long and finally remembered to reward them with some resources? Did you finally remember that this place is called a supply point, and want to fill the bug that there is no supply resource at all? Isn't the reaction a bit slow? Zhou Xiuwen is really strong. Everyone was knocked unconscious by the sudden torrent. But he remembered to fish something in his hand. And it was such a big box of treasures. How did he know that this was the treasure box? He refused to let go even though he was about to be drowned. This reminded Jiang Hui of the times when he slipped to avoid attackers, and the times when he and his companions found bargains on the road. It seemed that he was always lucky when he was with him. Even if the process was bumpy, the end result was always just right. which made people unable to help but call him a lucky man. Jiang Hui felt unprecedentedly that Zhou had a kind of luck in him. He was the kind of lucky player who had good luck all the time, and could get some benefits even if the wind and rain fell on him. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. In the same dangerous situation, she could only get a base of nutrient solution, while he had a whole box of supply resources in his hand. It's impossible not to admit it. No wonder it's so heavy. Looking at the neatly stacked bullet packs inside, Jiang Hui and Huan Xian were stunned. So if Zhou Xiuwen couldn't hold on, and gave up without holding on tightly, he would probably miss this box of things. This is probably because the organizers specially found a heavy black wooden box instead of using light and portable marching packaging. It was the first time for them to touch the supply resources when they entered the supply point. It was too late to look for it underwater now. I don't know if there are any more. Zhou Xiuwen seemed to have calmed down. He poked his head out and looked around. It was obvious that he had seen these bullets. He was a little surprised and said, "It's really good stuff. It's worth my effort to dig it out." Jiang Hui glanced at Huan Xian next to him calmly. Seeing that he looked calm, he said to Zhou Xiuwen, "Student Zhou, you can divide it." Chapter 188 The Great Waves Wash Away the Sand. Outside the training ground, the lights in the viewing area were on all night, and countless people stayed inside to watch the orienteering battle. This was a 36-hour training battle, and the contestants were constantly in the training ground, constantly accepting the challenge of crisis. And most of the spectators outside the field also stayed up all night, watching the performances of the contestants with relish through the multidimensional projection screen. Of course, they were different from the contestants. They could take a break and wait until the next day to watch the training ground, and even review it through the school network endpoint afterwards. But how could they miss such a wonderful live broadcast of the competition? Most people did not leave, and they were excited to make it through this day and night. After all, everyone wanted to know which lucky person would get the enviable prizes in the front row. But for the teachers, this was a judgment game that could not be missed. These children were all new students who had just gone through a round of rough training. In fact, they could not even be called students. The reason why this competition is called orienteering instead of school competition is that there are no mechas or star beasts in this competition. It is almost entirely human. It can be said that it is an extreme test of personal ability. The same conditions have different performances, and different ways of dealing with the same situation, who is better and who is worse. It is clear at a glance. But this is precisely because they can clearly see the most original qualities and potential of these students. The purpose of the school setting up this competition is to understand the potential advantages and disadvantages of these children and their possible future development directions before school starts. Because this orienteering competition is also called the first battle for freshmen. The teachers of each class will even record the performance of each student and file it as a reference for future employment development. So the teachers naturally stayed in the audience all the time. Near midnight, the school thoughtfully prepared nutritious meals for the audience outside the venue to replenish the fatigue of the day. The teacher seats were no exception. In fact, because many of these teachers were soldiers from the military, they needed a lot of nutrition to support their physical fitness. So the meal standards were particularly high. Teacher Tan ate some and then lost his appetite. Yes, at his age, he was old even in the interstellar, and his physical fitness was declining as he approached retirement age. But he still volunteered to devote himself to the cause of education and worked hard to shine. He distributed the unopened high-quality energy-enhancing special drink to Stark and Zoe next to him. The two probably didn't want to refuse the kindness of the elders, so they accepted and thanked him silently. Teacher Tan looked at the embarrassed freshmen on the screen and sighed. We can eat well, but these poor kids can only fill their stomachs after the competition. After all, everyone can see how miserable the situation is in the training field. It is difficult to avoid being eliminated. So how can they think about finding food? Even if they can only eat some nutrient solution to fill their stomachs. Moreover, it is now an important turning point for the contestants. These teachers can't even eat their own meals just by watching from outside, let alone the people inside. The thrilling degree is self-evident. So human potential is really endless. Even if there are no mechas, no firearms, and even no specific instructions, and they can only run around like headless flies, there are still people who can make it through the difficult and dangerous situation. Many people present have experienced such orienteering battles more than once. Even if the levels are different, the scale is different, and the people are different, the spiritual core is so similar. No matter how many times they watch it, they can't help but cheer for the hard-working spirit of these young people. Zap turned his eyes back from the screen and said to Teacher Tan with a smile, "I think you don't need to worry about these boys. These kids are very rough. Didn't you see that everyone in the general subjects worked very hard? It would be a joke if they couldn't compete with them. It's just a day of hunger. They won't die of starvation. It's good to let them have a taste of hardship. If they really join the army in the future, they will have to endure such hardships." That being said, Teacher Tan couldn't help laughing. No wonder many parents sent me letters before the new year saying that they hope you can be a little lenient when training their children. They can hardly recognize them when they go home. There are so many people who rushed out of this supply point. Most of them went away at once. There were nearly 2/3 of them just now. A class teacher sighed. Of course, the sudden opening of the floodgates startled not only the children, but me as well. This segment is quite novel. It seems that there has never been such a thing in previous competitions. I don't know who designed the training ground this time. I heard it was Professor Dennis. Who are you talking about? How could he have the mind to do such a small project? We rarely see him on weekdays. We can only see him in large classes. The principal was able to invite him. The other teachers were also discussing the performance of everyone in the supply point. The flood was naturally a big test for the supply point, and the waves washed away the sand. Strong shooting ability is only one aspect after all, and it can only be said to be a one-sided perspective, which cannot explore the depth and limit of an individual. So there was this bug-like supply point. The seemingly unreasonable and illogical setting actually showed the personality and way of doing things of these students from all aspects. At the fork in the road where the direction ahead could not be seen, some people chose to go with the flow, some insisted on acting independently, and some took one step at a time. Different people have different ways of dealing with it, and the characteristics they show are naturally different. It can't be said that one is better or stronger. But people who are willing to use their brains are good no matter where they are. In the end, life won't be too bad. Of course, many things require a little bit of luck in addition to subjective initiative, which is another story. It was also because Jiang Hui and his friends reacted quickly. Although they were accidental and actually didn't care about the consequences, their instinctive reaction drove them to try their best to stay where they were instead of being washed away with the current. Otherwise, they would probably be washed out of the supply point by the flood like the other hundreds of people. And those who left the supply point can no longer enter the supply point. This means that they can't recharge later, and they didn't get any supply resources. So their trip to the supply point was in vain. And people like Jiang Hui who found a way to stay where they were, they still have a chance to find resources in the supply point for a while. For example, the box of bullets that Zhou Xiuwen got was one of them. Chapter 189. A troublemaker? Isn't that the troublemaker in your class? I didn't expect that there would be a time to cooperate with others. The command department, which always seemed calm, on the other side, rarely started to discuss. What majors are those two in? I don't know about the taller one, but the girl is currently the top of the military major. The other, in Beska Intermediate College. The command department is the most special major. They are obviously a popular major, no matter which school they are in. It attracts countless high-potential awakeners. But it is also the major with the fewest students. There are only 3 classes in the 89983 class. There are 2 classes in the 89982 class. And the 89981 class now has less than 1 class. So the command department is really small, with only 6 class directors. And the number of students is also the smallest in the entire college. And their department is different from other majors. And the qualifications of students are not ranked according to class numbers. Yes, the number of students in their class is less than half of that of ordinary classes. And commanding really requires hard talent. So if you want to divide them into good and bad classes, you definitely can't divide them into classes. But all these can't resist the students' natural pursuit of this profession that sounds very cool. Most people who apply for military majors have thought about entering this major. But the school does not accept everyone due to talent restrictions. And there are even special interviews. It just happens that this is such a popular major. And the style of daily life can be said to be low-key. They often train independently and rarely communicate with other majors. Sometimes at the end of a semester, other majors may not be able to recognize all of them as those dozens of people. Even though the school has just started, this has already begun to show signs. The combat individual system has many people and classes. The elite class and the ordinary class are crowded together, almost making up half a class. And most of the popular people in this competition are their students. If you pull out the outstanding ones, there will probably be a whole class. Even if so many people restrain themselves, the noise will be loud. The most lively place in the entire faculty is their side. The mecha department next door is not much behind. Everyone is well dressed and well mannered, and they are excitedly discussing the people on the screen. Just like watching the fun. Most of those who choose to enter this major are those who have a decent family background and a decent mental level. In terms of combat power, they are naturally not as strong as those strong people in the combat individual department. The class teachers of the mecha department know the abilities of their students, and they didn't think about competing with the top group of people for the first place. The important thing is to participate. Even they are naturally in a high position in mentality. And in fact, they don't care too much about the prizes of those mechas, because they are all mecha masters. No matter how poor their level is, they are born to make mechas, and most of their dreams are to be able to make popular interstellar mechas in their lifetime. There are also some people who secretly open a bet in the department to bet on who will win the top 3 this time, which is really lively. As for other reconnaissance departments, navigation departments, logistics departments, etc., they are also lively in their own ways. The command department is calm from beginning to end. Even if there are children who stand out, they are more likely to look at them with a scrutinizing eye, rather than blindly praising them. Because an excellent commander is of course not only based on personal ability. Unfortunately, few of them have performed well enough to satisfy them. Of course, a group of kids who don't even know how to conduct mental power can't be expected to command the overall situation. It's good enough if they can show some qualities of command. As for the class teacher of the thorny head mentioned at the beginning, it is Lieutenant Min Hao of the second class of the 89983 Command Department. The thorny head is one of Jiang Hui's current teammates Wan Xian. The one who talked with Min Hao was Captain Nordbai, the class teacher of the third class. Captain Nordbai is an old military general who is about to retire. Judging from his age and rank in the army, he is not a very powerful person. But those who can survive the fierce battlefield are naturally not ordinary people. He has extremely rich experience in the army and led his team to carry out several battles with a huge disparity in strength in one. He has a straightforward personality and does not hide his laughter, anger and scolding. He has a typical military spirit and is the most respected big brother in the department. He treated the children in his class almost equally, and would naturally appreciate the children in other classes. He also had an impression of the little troublemaker in Min Hao's class. There were only so many people in their class, and the classroom was not full. Everyone looked up and down, and even if they had different personalities, they could not avoid socializing. Besides, they were the smallest group, so it would be bad if they were to split up internally. However, most of these dozen or 20 people had personalities. There were a few who were particularly difficult to manage, either because they were difficult to manage or because they did not dare to manage them. Wan Xian belonged to the former. There was no need to say much about his ability and potential. He was sent by the 8th Army Corps, so his background should be relatively clean. His performance during training was outstanding, and there were only a few people in the department who could compare with him. However, this guy is really strange. He is not arrogant, but he is down to earth, even a little rough. He is not spoiled like the children of aristocratic families. He is very obedient during training and is a very worry-free student. But if he is approachable, he can't get along with almost everyone in the class. For some reason, those classmates are very repulsive to him, either watching him alone or quarreling with him. Half a month ago, they almost got into a fight. He refused to tell me why, and he refused to tell others. He is a group of troublesome people. If this is the case, Min Hao will think that Wan Xian is more withdrawn, and it is not easy to get along with him. And the command department does not have to teach this. But the problem is that during the military training half a month ago, a group of idiots who could not control their mental power actually used their mental power to fight each other, just because of that personal conflict. If Min Hao had not arrived in time, Wan Xian and the 2 people who fought against him would have suffered mental damage. Mental damage has already occurred before the school officially started. The command department, which is proud of its calm style, has never had such a thing happen. Of course, there has never been a situation where a few people fight and a group of people stand by and watch. Min Hao has a bad temper to some extent. How can he tolerate these little brats to continue to do whatever they want? He was very patient not to force them to ask the reason before. So that time, He simply punished the whole class severely, and then singled out several people involved, determined to ask them clearly. At that time, in order to avoid further intensifying the conflict between Huanxian and other people in the class, he was the first to talk to Huanxian, wanting to ask him again why he was excluded by the whole class. Chapter 190 Performance. A group of people bullying one person is always considered as bullying. Minhao never thought that the noise under the collective attack was justice. Nor did he think that the silence of self-deception could be avoided. Justice needs people to discern. But it cannot be discerned solely by personal subjectivity. Everything needs to be traced back to the source and put into the actual situation, regardless of who is right or wrong. The beginning of the matter is the conflict between Huanxian and the other students in class 2. He wants to know what kind of earth-shaking event this group of people are in conflict and awkward, so that the classmates have to kill each other. They have only known each other for a short time. Why is it so? You have to know how important mental power is to a minor whose brain area and mental level have not yet been fully awakened, and it cannot be lost. As a result, a group of reckless people are messing around here. If they really cause problems, they will cry. If the conflict can be clarified, see whether it is a personal problem or a misunderstanding, and then find a way to solve it. Then everyone can shake hands and get along well. This is the ending that Lieutenant Minhao wants to achieve. But the person involved was extremely uncooperative, very stubborn, and no one knew what he was thinking. Minhao had already shown great patience, pretending to be a close friend who was actually not suitable for him to communicate with Huanxian. He tried his best to persuade the other party with some soft and neutral words, and guided him to talk about his troubles and concerns. But this person just refused to say anything, no matter how Minhao asked, guided, or even scolded him. He refused to say anything, and he was stubborn and said in front of several first-grade teachers that they didn't care, and they would punish whatever consequences were caused. You will die if you speak up. Huh? And do you know that you are actually saying one thing and thinking another? You told others not to worry about it, but your face unconsciously showed a slightly aggrieved expression. You won't help me anyway. You should also speak up. How can we solve it if you don't speak up? In the end, no matter how Minhao and Nordby questioned, the other party still didn't speak up. At this moment, Minhao, the center back, finally felt a sense of powerlessness and hard work from this student, who didn't have to worry about him at all on weekdays. Helplessly, he had to turn to the remaining dozen people on the other side and ask them one by one. Maybe he could get something out of them. Minhao first asked the third party, who was watching about the situation, then asked 2 people to repeat and verify, and finally asked the other party in the fight. This time, perhaps because they were punished too hard, their gourd saw mouths seemed to be released all of a sudden, and they asked everything smoothly. The cause and effect were asked out, and the origin of the contradiction seemed to be figured out. But this, it's better not to know. This, he can't solve this problem at all. Apart from the dishonorable situation of 2 against 1, the other 2 people should be punished. But it is hard to say who is right or wrong at the root of the problem. They both have their own reasons, and he has no way to solve it. No wonder Huanxian has such a stubborn attitude, judging from his appearance. It is estimated that this situation has always been the case. So there is no hope. To be honest, if we really have to distinguish right from wrong, he is probably the most innocent. So are the others wrong? Not really. After all, people are instinctively afraid of the unknown, afraid of those terrible things that have an overwhelming advantage over them. So they choose to stay away and not get close. And they can't be blamed. Minhao could teach Huanxian to be less withdrawn and teach him how to get along with his classmates in a friendly way. But he still couldn't directly change his situation. He could also punish those people and make them stop their childish and stupid ways of exclusion. But he couldn't order them to put down their fear to get close to another person. So did the 8th Army also think that this child was very difficult to teach and sent him here? But have they ever thought that this child might not be able to be taught among ordinary children at all? He is actually an outlier. How can this be managed? A group of little hedgehogs have mixed in with an unstable factor. It has only been a month. Will there be a big mess in the future? Minhao began to have a headache for his teaching tasks that will last for several years in the future. It was not easy to send these little troublemakers out for 2 days. Let them have fun in the game, and think that he could also rest his brain. Unexpectedly, the first person in their command department who jumped out of the arena would be Huanxian, and in such an ordinary way. which really surprised Min Hao. That little girl reacted very quickly. She has a big picture view. Captain Norby commented, after watching the trio's performance in surviving the flood. The two officers of the first-year command department were a little surprised. Jiang Hui and the others were completely in the first-hand view of their own experience. And they just went through it in a daze. But people outside have a third-party god's perspective. In this sudden and irresistible flood, the reactions and self-rescue behaviors of the few people are clearly visible. The most outstanding among the three is probably the girl. Although she has a very high original score bonus, there is a reason why she has been able to maintain her top position since the start of the competition. Whether it is her ability to act, mechanism, speed, way of thinking, or even instinctive reaction, it is remarkable. There are shortcomings, and there are also the inevitable recklessness and blind spots of thinking of beginners. But it is undeniable that her whole set of handling methods is indeed extraordinary. And this top position is not false. Then there is Huan Xian. Although I don't know why this child would inexplicably take the initiative to approach such a stranger. It must be said that it is appropriate for him to choose such an extremely special partner as Jiang Hui. The two of them fit in a short period of time. And they can also give each other implicit trust. And the degree of cooperation is quite high. Huan Xian, this guy, can get along so well with others. Why is he so bad in the class? Alas, it is also his ability. In the eyes of those who know it, it is indeed a very terrible existence, which is almost incomprehensible unless he gives up and does not use this ability. It should be that classmate Jiang Hui is a single soldier, and he has not been discovered yet. So there is no fear or anything. What Min Hao could not have imagined was that Huan Xian would take the initiative to communicate and cooperate with another unfamiliar classmate Zhou to overcome the chaotic difficulties in the fear of drowning. And that person actually suppressed his natural fear and accepted it. This was beyond Min Hao's expectation. He had a moment of doubt whether the children in class 2 were too fragile. How come they can accept anyone who is not from the command department? But they can't? And who can tell him why students from the logistics department have such natural command talents? Did the teachers in the admissions office screen the people well? They missed such a big person and let him go to the logistics department. Isn't it a waste of talent? Chapter 191, A Scale in the Heart. Let alone what people outside say about them. The trio that stayed at the supply point was still floating in the water. Zhou Xiaowen picked up the things. So naturally he had to distribute them. Even if he didn't give any to Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, they would have nothing to say. This rule was also set when Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen formed a temporary team. Whoever brought back the resources would be the one to distribute them. Although most of the time before, it was Jiang Hui who got the resources, and Zhou Xiaowen made do with it. But when the two worked together, they often couldn't tell who should get how much. It's impossible to divide every bullet clearly. Then Zhou Xiaowen might only get one bullet most of the time. Therefore, Jiang Hui often distributed them appropriately according to their respective needs, and didn't divide them so clearly. But this time was different. These bullet packs with dozens of rows and hundreds of rounds were all brought back by Zhou Xiaowen alone. If we must say that Jiang Hui and Huan Xian did their part, it was probably that they lent a hand at the end. Jiang Hui did not intend to be Zhou Xiaowen's boss this time, so she just waited for the other party to arrange it. The only thing she was worried about was Huan Xian. After working together for a while, she knew Zhou Xiaowen. This kid was a kind-hearted person who was kind to others and had almost no tricks. Jiang Hui got along with him very naturally and became familiar with him unconsciously, as if they had been friends for a while. Jiang Hui still trusted his character and temperament. However, she didn't know Huan Xian that well. She didn't really have the ability to read minds. And although she had a good cooperation with this classmate on the way, she actually trusted him a little. But this person is different from Zhou Xiaowen. He has more ideas and no ill intentions. Naturally, he cannot get along with Zhou Xiaowen in the same way. Moreover, the other party does not know Zhou Xiaowen. The two of them are completely connected through her as an intermediary. When it comes to the issue of interest distribution, no matter how good the relationship is, there may be problems. Let alone such a half-familiar relationship. It will be troublesome if the two of them have a conflict over the allocation of resources. If the things were obtained by Jiang Hui, then regardless of the credit, it would be very simple. Just divide them equally among the three of them. Anyway, they are all teammates. If someone does not have enough in the future, they can exchange and share them equally, so that everyone can feel balanced. But according to the rules, Zhou Xiaowen should be the one to divide. Otherwise it would be unfair to him. Unfortunately, Jiang Hui will not use any mental power transmission to secretly remind Zhou Xiaowen not to cross. After all, everyone still has to cooperate in the future. In the end, she could only secretly observe Wan Xian's expression. And seeing that the other party was not unusual, she would leave it as it is for the time being. Because as a new teammate, he also gave people a very fair feeling. Not a narrow-minded person. So he should not think too much. Right? However, Zhou Xiaowen's division was completely beyond her expectations. Jiang Hui thought that the most ideal situation was to divide it into 3 parts. One for each person, so that the new teammate would not feel that he was split. As a result, he divided the things into 3 parts, half of which was given to Jiang Hui, 1/3 to Wan Xian, and about 1/6 left for himself. Now it was Jiang Hui's turn to be at a loss. No, this situation is not right. If she was looking for resources outside before, it would be normal for her to get half or even more. Jiang Hui was the main force of the team, and Zhou Xiaowen was the auxiliary. However, Zhou Xiaowen got all the stuff himself this time. So it would be normal if the distribution ratio was reversed. No one could say anything to him even if he left 2/3, let alone half. In the case of 3 people sharing, the other party still gave the largest share to Jiang Hui, and he took the smallest share instead. He even told Jiang Hui that if there was not enough in the future, she could come to him to get more, and said that he did not need so much. Brother, you are too honest. Right? Such pure kindness made her a little at a loss. Little did she know that Zhou Xiaowen also had his own ideas. He was not naive. Nor was he really naive. He was just self-aware. Who in the team needed these bullets the most? It was definitely not him. His shooting skills were average, and he had been following Jiang Hui all the way. If all these hundreds of bullets were given to him, he would not be able to do anything. What if he was unlucky and was eliminated from the game? Wouldn't the things be in his hands? In this case, it would be better to share them with people who needed them more. Among his teammates, he naturally preferred Jiang Hui, who always protected him, believed in him, and even patiently guided him. If there were only 2 of them in the team, he would not even blink if the whole box was given to Jiang Hui. Anyway, the 2 of them had been working together, and the resources were also mutually available. The key point was that one was willing to give, and the other was not pretentious in using. However, now that there was a newcomer in the team, and this person was not very familiar with him, he would not divide it like this. He who saw it got a share, and he still understood this rough principle. What's more, this new teammate seemed to be a good person. In the torrent, Jiang Hui didn't know that her 2 teammates had once had a direct communication without her, and because the situation was critical, the 2 of them directly cooperated with each other. Although the experience was extremely bad, because of the ability of this guy was so terrifying, it was undeniable that it was indeed very effective at the time. Therefore, the 2 people who didn't know how to swim relied on this brief contact to help each other, so that they would not be directly washed out by the flood. He should reasonably allocate this resource to the other party. So Zhou Xiaowen gave 1/3 to the other party without thinking. The last little bit was left for himself. But to be honest, it was not because he was afraid that this classmate, who was not very familiar with him, would think too much. And Zhou Xiaowen didn't want to keep so many in his hands. If he could hit 20 of these dozens of bullets, he would be in good condition. It would be better to give them to Jiang Hui to score points. Forget it. Put it in his hand first, as a way to leave some room for Jiang Hui. After all, eggs cannot be put in the same basket. Jiang Hui didn't know that Zhou, who he had stamped as pure and kind, had so many twists and turns in his mind. He came up with a plan in a short time, and distributed the things neatly and cheerfully without any change of expression. She couldn't accept this excessive kindness. No merit, no reward. Right? The other party thought of giving 1/3 to Wan Xian, which was already a concession for the balance of the team, and then gave her half, which was not giving her what she deserved. The great hero who obtained the resources ended up with the least. Such an absurd result was hard for Jiang Hui to convince herself. Chapter 192 Stalemate. Jiang Hui wanted to refuse, but Zhou Xiaowen was very tough. He said directly, "You had to share some of the resources you got along the way, regardless of whether I contributed or not. Didn't you not divide them clearly at that time? Why do you have to divide them so clearly now? Do you not regard me as a teammate?" Huh? This made Jiang Hui stuck directly. not knowing how to explain the difference. The other party took advantage of the victory and said, "Anyway, I don't need so much. Just like before. If it's really not enough, just ask you for it again." The parties had said this. Jiang Hui had to accept it shamelessly, and silently thought about helping the other party get some points on the way. Huan Xian naturally had no objection to Zhou Xiuwen's distribution. Jiang Hui even felt that the other party was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect or had some other complicated thoughts. Jiang Hui couldn't read it clearly, and it was not easy for her to observe the expressions on other people's faces for a long time. But it didn't prevent her from feeling that the other party's barrier was gradually melting. Yes, barrier. Jiang Hui had this feeling when she just teamed up with the other party. Although this classmate Huan had a smile on his face and seemed very familiar, he was still alert and cautious. Although the other party seemed to have not shown much to Jiang Hui because of some unknown sense of trust, the fighting quality he showed in fighting with others along the way was not to be underestimated. This guy hid very deeply, had no malice, but he was always reserved and didn't seem to be very open to Jiang Hui. This was a huge difference from the other party's behavior of inviting her to go with him as soon as they met. It was only after the two of them finished their cooperation and introduced themselves to each other that they connected a little, felt closer, and had a better understanding. The appearance of Zhou Xiuwen slightly broke this sense of balance, and the other party's state was slightly back. It can be seen that this person is very wary of the external environment and will not easily trust others. This is also why Jiang Hui was cautious about Huan Xian's thoughts when Zhou Xiuwen divided the resources, because the other party was the kind of person who would think too much. So it was because everyone shared resources together and had a common sense of interest that they loosened up. Jiang Hui couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, they are all teammates. If there is no accident, they will go through the next journey together. They will work together to stay in this game as long as possible. Naturally, the higher the degree of fit, the better. As for the resources in the game, they can discuss it well. If they are not satisfied, they can move them internally, as long as they can be united in the end. After collecting their own resources and collecting the extra tools and ropes, the group rested and began to worry about where to go next. They didn't have a bird's eye view, and didn't know that more than half of them had been washed out of the supply point by the flood. After a lot of trouble, they finally picked up a little bit of resources in the supply point. But it was not enough, since a box of bullets could be washed out of the water. There must be other resources in other ways, and what they have to do is to find a way to find them. And they must not be satisfied with these hundreds of bullets. At this supply point, several people have realized the importance of various tools. Without these miscellaneous tools, they may not be able to survive until now. Finally, there was the problem of charging the simulated bra, which they really had no idea about. Alas, it would be great if we could find a place to recharge this simulated bra. Zhou Xiuwen sighed as he looked at his remaining energy, which was approaching odd numbers. He was the one with the least remaining energy among the three people. And then, he was flooded for a while, and lost a lot of energy. Now it is almost reduced to this digit. At the rate of energy consumption here, I don't know if I can hold on to the supply point. Anyway, it will definitely not be okay if there is another big damage. He began to think about whether he had left too many molecular bombs just now. Maybe it would be better to leave everything with Jiang Hui now. He even thought about letting Jiang Hui take a relatively gentle and friendly way to send him out of the game later, so as to avoid being beaten by others. It will definitely be there. Jiang Hui wrung the water on her sleeves and trouser legs. She went into the water again to look for resources just now, but she didn't catch anything. I don't have much left. Huan Xian didn't say anything to Jiang Hui, but used the same words as Zhou Xiuwen. No, I'm trying to comfort you too. You know? Why are you trying to sabotage me? Will you be happy if I say I don't know? Just leave it to fate? Jiang Hui complained in his heart. But he also knew that what they said was true. And this matter was really imminent. The current situation is unclear, and there will be danger in the future. The remaining amount of the simulated bras of the two is not much, and they can't withstand 1 or 2 hits. If there is a slight mistake, Jiang Hui will have to be alone, and the efforts made by the group before will also fail. Besides, for Jiang Hui herself, even her remaining energy is dangerous. What if she is thrown out of the supply point in the next moment? Can this simulated bra, with only half of its energy left, support her to get through the next stage? The situation is just as serious. They must find another energy point. preferably a total energy block that can charge all the remaining energy at once. But where can they find this thing? They wandered around in this tunnel for a long time before finding two. Could the other cave they discovered before the flood come be the place they are looking for? But now that the tunnel is flooded like a sewer, it is even more difficult to find. What should they do? These two people. Jiang Hui looked at Huan Xian and Zhou Xiaowen with some fatigue. One seemed to have not gotten rid of the shadow of water, and the other just sat in a ball with his legs hugged in order to avoid getting wet. With two guys who acted like I will never swim again even if I die. Where can they go? It would be great if there was a kayak in the supplies said by the school. Or something that can float. She really couldn't take the two people directly through the watery tunnel. Just when Jiang Hui was at a loss, something suddenly emerged from a hole in the ground, floating on the water that was no longer flowing very fast, and drifted towards them again. This time, not only Jiang Hui, but also the attention of the other two somewhat frustrated guys was attracted. Obviously, with the box that Zhou Xiaowen had fished out before as a foundation. Watching the thing floating over, they naturally thought whether it would be another resource. The three exchanged glances. And of course, it was Jiang Hui, who could swim, who fished it out in the end. However, a few minutes later, the three fell silent at this piece of wrapping paper that was quite large and seemed to have served as the shell of some large material. This is probably what is called luck. Chapter 193. Wrapping Bag Garbage X1. She shouldn't have had too much hope for her luck. Jiang Hui cursed and wanted to throw away the tattered wrapping paper. But after hesitating, she felt that it was too sinful to throw away the things she had swum so hard to retrieve. In the end, she just folded the things into a small ball, tied them up with a small leather rope, and finally threw them into the military bag. Then, under the slightly weird eyes of her two companions, her movement stopped. Jiang Hui was a little amused. No, she didn't mean to collect rags. She just thought that such a large piece of material with nothing dirty might come in handy. If there was such a large piece of rubber that couldn't be torn in the past on Blue Star, I don't know how many people would pick it up and use it, regardless of wealth. Isn't it better to use something that can be used easily than to buy it with money? Make the best use of it. Maybe it can come in handy. Jiang Hui laughed dryly, and finally didn't throw the things out. The few of them returned to the starting point. Zhou Xiaowen may not be able to bear the silent atmosphere, and whispered, "Should we continue to walk? This is not a solution. This is for sure. Provided that you can walk." Jiang Hui was still hoping that the water would slowly drain away after a while, because the change from the previous overflowing state to the current half-submerged state proves that there must be a flow outlet, and the water may flow out. It's a pity that they have waited for so long, and the two people don't seem to be able to adapt to the water in a short time. Jiang Hui was upset, but Zhou Xiaowen himself said such a thing. The other party seemed to be willing to move his legs under the water to prove his words, and kicked a few times tentatively, with a trace of regret on his face. But the big words had already been said, so he had to bite the bullet. He thought that it would be fine if he stuck his head out or hit his head, so he might as well try it now, while everyone could spare some time. If there was anything, his teammates could help him. Trust. Learn to trust. Zhou Xiaowen muttered in his heart. He suddenly remembered the little stories his father told him when he was a child. Those were stories with only simple names, and plots did not reveal a single bit of blood and cruelty. But they told the warmth of mutual trust and mutual progress between comrades. At that time, the little seed of faith was planted in the heart of the young Zhou Xiaowen. Although the years have passed, he is no longer the young tiger who yearns for the iron-blooded battlefield in his childhood, but just an ordinary child of a noble family who muddles through life. His father is no longer the powerful general who once roamed the stars, but a sickly weak man who has been bedridden for many years. But he still believes so. For those true comrades, as long as they are willing to give, they will never be let down. He suddenly was not so afraid. His legs loosened, and his whole body sank. The water was very cold, just like the seemingly endless torrent just now, desperately dragging him to an unknown direction. The extremely passive fear at that time surged into his heart again, making him unable to keep calm. However, this time, there was no rope tied to his waist. He lost his balance in this seemingly bottomless water flow, and the whole person fell down, and kept falling. In the violent struggle, the simulated bra that was faintly worn on him seemed to be about to slip out of his chest. Zhou Xiaowen was a little panicked. It is one thing to think about it, but it is another to face it. How can a person who does not know how to swim overcome his fear of water all at once after experiencing a terrible water disaster? Moreover, Zhou Xiaowen had been submerged under the water for a long time because of the box of bullets. Only he himself knew what kind of psychological process he had suffered during that period. Looking at Huan Xian's pale face, you can know the impact of this big water disaster on people who do not know how to swim. Zhou Xiaowen is actually a person with strong psychological quality. Although he is the weakest one among the three, he is also the one who knows how to observe the world the most. When Jiang Hui was investigating the surrounding situation and worrying about the next move, Zhou Xiaowen had already thought it through. He knew that in such an environment, it was obvious that the two of them had become a burden to Jiang Hui. If they hadn't been there, the other party wouldn't have stayed here for so long. They would have probably swam to some unknown place to find a way out. There was no need to accompany them helplessly like now. This classmate Jiang Hui has always been that kind of person. No matter when and what kind of environment, whether in a group or alone, he can have his own ideas and move forward without fear. The water will not retreat by itself. And Jiang Hui has no intention of abandoning the two of them at the moment. Then there is only one way now. The two of them have to overcome this predicament and get out. So before Jiang Hui spoke up to discuss, Zhou Xiaowen took the initiative to propose to try to go into the water, and jokingly begged Jiang Hui to find a way to pull him out if he really couldn't overcome it. Otherwise he couldn't stand it. It was only when he actually went into the water that he realized that there was a big difference between his imagination and the actual operation. No, my good friend Jiang. Why don't you come and rescue me? I can't last that long with my remaining energy. Zhou Xiaowen, who was already feeling a little suffocated, kept thinking. Suddenly someone touched his stomach. His hands instinctively slid back and forth, left and right, as if he was trying to grab something. Don't move! A voice came through the water layer. Not loud. And even because of the isolation of the water flow, there was a kind of noise of water waves. Didn't we agree? If you move again, you will really send yourself out. The other party's tone seemed a little helpless. Zhou Xiaowen's brain, which had begun to be a little unclear, recovered a little bit of thinking ability. He vaguely remembered that before going into the water, Jiang Hui had indeed repeatedly reminded him not to make big movements at that time. And even if he was drowning, he should try to relax his body and let the other party adjust his posture. Yes. Relax your body. I moved too much just now. The upper part of the simulated bra has slipped to the neck and jaw, causing him to have a little resistance to his movements now. Although his relaxation was not so successful, at least he did it. Seeing that Zhou Xiaowen, who had just kicked around in a panic, began to relax a little, Jiang Hui, who was waiting outside, also felt that it was not so difficult to start, and officially adjusted his posture. Jiang Hui was very glad that she was not weak now. This was due to her intensive training these days. Otherwise, with her weak physique before school started, she might have been kicked out by Zhou Xiaowen's hands and feet at the first time, and she would not have been able to wait until now to adjust her posture. Chapter 194. The so-called posture adjustment is not as profound as everyone thinks. Jiang Hui is not a professional coach. She just learned to swim systematically when she was young, and then she would swim for a period of time every year to maintain her skills, so she can be said to be somewhat familiar with water. She herself learned to swim for a period of time, and knew that people cannot overcome their fear of water in a short period of time. Even though she has learned to swim for a long time, she can't achieve a state of coexistence with water. This is probably something that only natural swimmers can do. However, after swimming more, she naturally gradually realized some skills. After all, practice makes perfect. Jiang Hui found that this water is a soft existence. You can see and hit it, but you can't catch it. You can touch and fish it, but you can't shape it. All humans can do now is to move through it. But humans need a lot of oxygen to survive. Although humans can survive by absorbing some gases of other properties, after the strengthening of interstellar space and the changes of endless years, they still cannot adapt to water. Especially the water without any gas and voids. Being in it is like being in a non-Newtonian fluid. It is difficult to swim independently. If you can't get out, you will suffocate to death. Moreover, there are other things and other structures in the water in the interstellar space. And the danger is not small. Many water sources in the interstellar space are very scary. Even scarier than those on the blue planet. Interstellar people will also stay away from water sources on their own, because no one knows what the situation will be under this pool of water. This is why people like Zhou Xiaowen, a son of aristocratic family, or Huan Xian, who are good at martial arts, can't swim. It's not that they can't learn or don't want to learn, but because they don't think of learning such things. Of course, this is just a small orienteering test. There is no need to take people's lives. This water is naturally a simulated water that is very similar to the ecology of the mother planet, filled with a large amount of symbiotic gas. Even if people drown in it for a long time, they will not be drowned, and there is no danger. Therefore, Jiang Hui and his friends were washed by water for so long just now, and they all fainted. But they were not eliminated, and the simulation bra only consumed a little. If it were on the blue star, people would faint in the water and die in less than 3 or 5 minutes. As a result, when they woke up one by one, the simulation bra only consumed 20 to 30% of the energy, which was simply a water release. The school has also taken great pains for the safety of the students. However, Jiang Hui and his friends didn't know this, and they concentrated on studying how to overcome the obstacles of these water flows. She recalled the first time her coach taught her to swim. She held Zhou Xiaowen's waist to lift his entire center of gravity up and onto the water surface, letting him experience the feeling of floating. This is especially important when learning to swim. When a person is not good at swimming and comes into contact with water, he will naturally feel panicked because he loses the air he needs to survive. This fear will make people struggle involuntarily and consume a lot of physical strength, which will accelerate the trend of the center of gravity sinking. And then, they will struggle and sink again. It's a vicious cycle, and the final result is drowning in the water. So whether you can swim or not, the most important thing is to maintain your physical strength and keep your body in a relatively energy-saving state as much as possible to maintain the endurance of swimming later. Relaxing and opening your arms and legs is the best posture to save energy. Jiang Hui couldn't teach Zhou Xiaowen to learn to swim in a short time, but fortunately, they have something like a simulation bra. Because of the material problem, it can make people float lightly on the water. Especially those who have lost consciousness will float lightly with the help of the simulation bra because of invisible relaxation, thus achieving the effect of life-saving. At present, this thing has become an aid, and it has become a good tool for Zhou Xiaowen and Huan Xian to learn to swim in a short time. With this thing, let Zhou Xiaowen learn how to relax his limbs to simulate the state of floating on the water, and he will probably float. So she tried very hard to hold up the other person's body to let him adapt to the feeling of floating on the water. Zhou Xiaowen obviously didn't understand it very well and was very nervous. So Jiang Hui had to change from holding with one hand to holding with both hands. Well, it was a little rude, but in an emergency, there was no need to worry about that. Jiang Hui put all his efforts into lifting the man out of the water in such an awkward position, and then kept telling him to relax and let him believe that he would not sink. Finally, after a lot of effort, Zhou Xiaowen finally floated up. Although the head would always choke on water because of improper center of gravity adjustment and could not be lifted up, the whole person was still floating. After all this, Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen were a little exhausted. Especially Jiang Hui, the one who was tired. She was more tired than the one who was learning to swim. Even in the water, this guy was too heavy. She had to be careful about her treading position, and not stand near his hands, elbows and feet. Otherwise they would be entangled and die together. Her feet were also extremely tired because of constantly treading and jumping under the water. She wanted to swim back and sit for a while. Otherwise she might get cramps later. Ah, I can swim. Am I swimming? I really can swim. I really float. Jiang Hui stroked his forehead somewhat weakly, buckled the other person's waist belt, and went back to the shelf first to pull the person who was still immersed in the joy of learning to swim back. Save some energy. That's not called swimming. That's called corpse floating. Don't move. You'll sink if you move. And I might have to pull you up later. Jiang Hui sat on the shelf, pinched her ankle, relaxed the muscles as much as possible, and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had a talent for being a teacher. But after teaching this one, there's another one. She couldn't help but glance in another direction, and the other person was also looking at her silently. I don't know if it was her illusion. Why did she feel that the other person's lips were wider and his eyes were a little straight? Isn't it because of fear? Is it that scary? Well, it's hard to say. For people who are afraid of water, water is really an extremely scary monster that can take their lives at any time. Huan Xian is obviously one of those people who think so. Jiang Hui taught Zhou Xiuwen first because he saw him in this state. Because Zhou Xiuwen's symptoms were not so serious. He had been in the water for such a long time before, and was still able to walk freely. In the end, he took the initiative to take this step, which shows that he was not afraid. However, Huan Xian was different. Although he had adjusted himself and looked normal, anyone with a discerning eye could see the fear hidden deep in his eyes. This guy was extremely afraid of water. Chapter 195 Strange. This child seems to be quite good at swimming, Teacher Han said with some surprise. Stark shook his head. He really didn't know this. He had known Jiang Hui for many years, since she was born. But the two of them didn't spend much time together, and they had never met before. Although Jiang Hui was always chattering, what he said was all irrelevant, and all happened when he was a child. After all, he had been stationed outside like him for many years. How could he have so much time to spend with his daughter? To be honest, his understanding of Jiang Hui was actually very limited. Limited to communicating with the optical brain on a fixed few days a month. So it was the first time Stark knew that Jiang Hui could swim. Swimming in the interstellar space can be said to be a particularly unpopular sport. There are thousands of interstellar planets, and different planets have different ecosystems. The state of the local water bodies is naturally different. Moreover, not every planet's water source is compatible with humans. Some water bodies contain ingredients that may be fatal to humans. Among these water bodies, the few that are suitable for human swimming are naturally the water bodies imprinted in the water cycle of the mother planet. They have the right structure and density, and the ingredients are harmless. They are truly the origin of human life. But the mother planet of mankind no longer exists, except for the genes and non-biological specimens carried by humans during migration. Nothing else is left. The original water species carried by the first generation have long been consumed, and only a little bit is left in the Imperial Capital Gene Original Bank. Therefore, all the existing mother planet water bodies are mimic water, and because of the problems of craftsmanship and cost, the price is very expensive, usually only supplied as precious ingredients in some upper-class restaurants. It is truly comparable to gold and jade. Other water bodies suitable for swimming may cost more than the simulated water of the mother planet. So it is even more out of the question. If you want to learn to swim, you must first maintain a swimming pool full of simulated water, and find a person who can swim to teach you. It is conceivable how much effort it is. A special sport that may not be useful even if you learn it. And the price is extremely expensive. Is naturally a niche among niches. Even the children of wealthy families rarely choose to learn it. I didn't expect this child to learn swimming. Is it a hobby? Now it really comes in handy for her. And she is taught in a proper way. Alas, so much simulated water. I don't know if it is recycled. That's all money. Professor Dennis's style is really as arrogant as ever. Zap's focus is obviously different from others. He was born in a poor family on the border. Even though he joined the military later and made some achievements at a young age, he did not change his frugal style in the past and paid attention to this at the first time. Captain Lin Chi looked again and finally couldn't help but wonder, that seems to be young Master Zhou? There are countless students with the surname Zhou in the school, but only that one can make them call him that. However, the other party was contrary to everyone's imagination. When he entered school, he looked ordinary and even a little shy, which was completely different from his famous father. People who knew him couldn't tell whether it was disappointment or something else. Now it seems that they were cut off too early. Whether it is the ability of mental power transmission, the quality shown in the water disaster, or the choice to overcome the fear of water in a short time, it can't be called ordinary. What about the other kid? Yeah. No wonder he looks strange. The guys in the command department have always been very secretive. And their training is also very secretive. Today, I finally saw one of them. The teacher seats kept going one after another, and gradually entered a strange range. Stark has always been a man of few words, and few people bother to touch his cold wall. If Nya Erki was here, he might have a few words to say, but he was not really free. He just took some time to come and visit before, and was called back to the hospital in less than 2 weeks. He looked at the people who were struggling in the video, and then looked at the big screen where the rankings started to rise and fall, frowning and wondering what he was thinking. Sure enough, the process of teaching Huan Xian was not smooth, as she thought. He had a deep fear of water. At first, Jiang Hui thought it was probably because of the water disaster just now or the fear of the unknown. But after a while, She found that this person might not be afraid of this at all. He was afraid of the water itself. He was so scared that his pupils couldn't help but tremble violently when he saw the rippling water surface. It was really impossible to force such a person to face something that made him so scared. Jiang Hui hesitated whether to just let it go, ask the other party to wait here for a while, or they should wait here for a while to see if the water can go down by itself. But everyone will die in the end, because the energy reserve of the two people's simulated bras is almost exhausted. And if they continue like this, they will be eliminated soon. Before she could come up with a relatively suitable argument, the other party refused and directly blocked her words. Try again, he insisted. And then Jiang Hui saw him plug his ears with something and cover his eyes with a 3-finger white tape. No listening. No seeing. What is this preparation? Jiang Hui wondered. Could it be that if he couldn't hear or see, he wouldn't feel the water? She began to feel that her previous idea that the other party was afraid of water was actually inaccurate. But she didn't know what the other party was like, so she could only let him do it. Still not working. Jiang Hui looked at the man who was stiff all over as soon as he entered the water, and was about to pull him up to get him out completely. The other party suddenly grabbed her arm, and Jiang Hui was startled, thinking that she was careless. If the other party grabbed her and struggled in a panic, she would definitely be dragged down in the end. She clearly remembered it all the time when she taught Zhou Xiuwen just now, but she forgot it now. The girl was secretly annoyed, and wanted to push the man's hand away cruelly, and then simply planned to press the retracting rope to take the men back to the shelf together. Unexpectedly, the other party's hand was firmly grasped. Without any force or movement, the veins on the back of his hand were about to jump out. But the force of holding her was as solid as if it was a virtual grip. It was very contradictory. This didn't seem like the performance of someone who didn't know how to swim. Don't move. Let me slow down. The other party said so. Jiang Hui lowered his head, but could only see that he was lying face down, with his head slightly raised, and his soft and fragmented hair drooped and covered his entire face. The adhesive strips were attached to the back of his head along the temples, making his hair messy, and his expression was completely unclear. Is this okay? It really floated up. She was very surprised. But the other party didn't respond again, except for the constant stiffness. The whole person's state seemed to be completely unseen. Fear. Chapter 196, Finding the Way. Although he acted like he was afraid of water, when Huan Xianzhen floated up with the help of the simulated bra and the buoyancy of the water, his balance was no worse than Zhou Xiuwen, who had practiced for a while. Jiang Hui even thought that he could swim. Although he didn't know how to swim, he at least had a slight grasp of the characteristics of water, so he would have no problem floating up. But how did he master his fear of water? Did he really get it? And why did he seem to have to cover his ears and eyes to achieve the current effect? Jiang Hui had many questions in her mind. But seeing that the man's body was as stiff as a brick, she felt that now was not a good time to talk about this. Seeing that the man had adapted to it, Jiang Hui buckled the safety belt behind him and pulled him back to the shelf. And the three of them returned to the shelf on the wall and sat in a row. Alas, it had been a long time, and the water level hadn't dropped by half an inch. Jiang Hui glanced at the locations they had just marked, and was very sure that the water level had not dropped at all after all this time. In the end, she had to give up the idea of lying down and really consider leaving to find a way to survive. Jiang Hui herself was fine. She was the one with the strongest autonomy here. She could swim, and the remaining energy of the simulated bra was enough to support her for a long time. The water in this pool was not a problem for her. As long as she wanted, she could leave at any time. But it was impossible to take the other two with her. The previous problem occurred with the other two people. One of them could not swim, and the other was afraid of water. And now the problem seems to have been solved. Although they can't swim, as long as they can float, Jiang Hui will find a way to take them with him for a while. Anyway, it's better than being unable to move like now. Therefore, this break was reserved for Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian, giving them enough time to think about whether they should persist. After all, they don't have much energy left now. If they follow her on this journey without considering their own endurance, it is hard to guarantee how long they can last. Of course, if they feel that they can't just give up and want to fight again. As a teammate, Jiang Hui is naturally willing to help. After all, everyone is on the same path, and they have always been moving forward with the same purpose. So what do you think? Jiang Hui asked again. This is the last time. The three of them took the few remaining nutrient solutions with restorative effects while resting, and confirmed it for the last time. Zhou Xiaowen naturally nodded in agreement, and even didn't care, because he didn't have much expectations for himself. It's not a loss to come this far. His father must be happy watching his performance outside. Okay. Huan Xian's face was very ugly. Even uglier than when the water was upset just now. But under the gaze of Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen, the other party finally nodded firmly to indicate that he would follow. Okay. Then let's go. Jiang Hui did what he said. He couldn't wait any longer. He leaned forward, loosened his feet, and fell into the water. Then he floated to the surface skillfully, smiling and inviting the two. Although it was light and looked like everything was ready. In fact, none of them had any idea in their hearts. Because even if there was no water in this tunnel before, they couldn't find any tricks. Let alone now that it was flooded like this. Jiang Hui not only has to spend twice as much energy to swim, but also has to spend twice as much energy to carry people. How can it be easier to go when the two are combined? Yes. Now Jiang Hui is responsible for leading the gravity. And the other two, well, let's just lie there and float. Each doing their own job. Thinking about getting through this stage in this strange way. To be honest, this is the best solution when she wants to take two teammates with her. There is really no other way. Even if the two of them have barely floated in the water, with the help of the buoyancy of the simulated bra. It is simply a fantasy to master swimming in a short time. Even if they are geniuses. Especially Huan Xian. He looks very psychologically traumatized by water. And he has been forcing himself to ignore the environment around him all the way. Wouldn't it be a death sentence for him to swim? So Jiang Hui didn't dare to let them really paddle and swim. Otherwise she would have to rescue them if they sank. Without any help. Jiang Hui could only bite the bullet and swim forward with the two of them bit by bit, while carefully observing the surrounding situation. Of course, she was not so stupid as to lead the two people by pure manpower. She used the wall to nail them, and then used the retractable rope to pull people in sections. The part she worked on was to open up the way forward and connect. After maintaining the progress of more than 100 meters, Jiang Hui began to feel that her physical energy was consumed. Her arms were shaking, and her legs and feet were also faintly wailing. She couldn't stand it. It's not that she was useless. This short journey was a torture for Jiang Hui's body and mind. In her previous life, she was an ordinary person who couldn't even run 1,000 meters. Her original body was not born with strong physical fitness, and was a little weaker than other ordinary people. Even though she has been strengthened a lot after these days of military training, she is still far from being as strong as many people in the military profession. Her physical foundation is not high. If she continues to be exhausted like this, no matter how resilient she is, she will only feel that her eyes are dark and the road ahead is long. It seems that she still overestimated herself. She thought that swimming a few hundred meters should be no problem. But now she can't even hold on for more than 100 meters. Jiang Hui had no choice but to reinstall the rack at the nearest fixed support point on the wall, pull up the two teammates who were still floating, and plan to rest for a while. Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen both skillfully twisted their sleeves, trouser legs and belts, which are easy to accumulate water and affect the flexibility of movement. After cleaning, they didn't waste any words, and quickly stuffed several nutrient solutions into their mouths to prolong their lives. As for Huan Xian, Jiang Hui took a quick look after catching her breath. She couldn't bear to look at him anymore, because his face was getting uglier and uglier. And now his lips were purple, and his eyes were red. He could be heard panting even from such a distance. Before, Jiang Hui tried to talk to him to distract him. But later, she didn't dare to say anything when she saw him like this, and just gave him some space to adjust his breathing. After everyone slowed down a bit, Jiang Hui roughly recalled the route they had just taken, and said in a strange way, only 100 meters or so. And we turned 4 cave entrances. Not only that, it seemed that the cave became longer, and the water flow became faster as we went forward. So was there something different in the front? Chapter 197 Mental Power Supplement. The temporary resting point that Jiang Hui found happened to be a wall facing the inside. Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, who were sitting inside, could not see the movement in the tunnel. Only Zhou Xiaowen, who was sitting on the outside, could see it. However, although the observation line of sight was not so good, the concealment was somewhat guaranteed. With the back against the wall, there was no fear of being attacked from behind. However, those who watched the wind had to be more careful. as the only choice for this round of watching the wind. Zhou Xiaowen had looked back several times in a row. This was a bit unusual. The frequency seemed a bit high for watching the wind. It seems that something is floating over. Before Jiang Hui asked. The other party gave the answer first. She subconsciously wanted to go into the water to see. But thinking of the previous few false joys, Jiang Hui's energy retreated again. Oh! I don't know if it was the wrapping paper or the base shell this time. Anyway, there is no resource. Jiang Hui didn't understand. The things that fell were indeed increasing. But why were they all useless packaging garbage? Nothing useful. It felt bad to reach out and get nothing several times. Jiang Hui was a little numb from the ups and downs, and even thought that the box of bullets just now was probably the best. So this time it was probably the same as before, right? No. It was different. It turned out that people were really different. Jiang Hui couldn't help but burst into tears. Why did she find packaging bags, nutrient solution bases, and even broken cardboard skins? Why did others think that they were good things as soon as they found and picked them up? Could it be that this was targeted? Although she no longer had any hope for the things that floated over. Jiang Hui was the only one among the three who could move in the water. So she naturally had to take the things. But before she could go into the water to get the thing out, Zhou Xiaowen stopped her. He said that he looked at the direction and angle of the thing and estimated that it would float directly to the side. At that time, she could just bend down and stretch her hands to pick it up, without the trouble of Jiang Hui going into the water again. Jiang Hui didn't care after hearing this. Anyway, if the thing floated far away, she could just go and get it, which would save some energy. Sure enough, after a while, Zhou Xiaowen was seen fishing something out of the water. The other party just picked it up casually at first, and it seemed that he paused at the moment of exerting force. And then he put more strength on his wrist to fish the thing out. It's a bit heavy, Zhou Xiaowen said objectively, and put the thing on his leg. Jiang Hui's eyebrows jumped, and he instantly tasted something different. Zhou Xiaowen fished out another small box, the material of which was similar to the box that held the bullets before. Needless to say, no matter if there is something inside now, it must have been used to store resources before. They seem to have vaguely figured out the routine of distributing resources at this level. Jiang Hui didn't hold much hope when she saw such a small box, because she had salvaged two similar things before, one of which was heavier than this one, as if it was solid. But when she opened it, it was either empty or useless pieces of paper, which made her angry. This one may also be empty. However, Zhou Xiaowen's words a bit heavy were not just a casual remark. The weight can refer to the box or the things in the box. They have experienced the former several times, and Zhou Xiaowen didn't need to point it out. Just open it and take a look and you will know. But the latter, he said that if it was a little heavy, it meant that there was at least something moving inside, and it was not light. Then, under the gaze of Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, the other party did not say much and directly opened the box. God. This is the so-called disparity of the world. How far is her luck from Zhou Xiaowen's? Why is it that he always gets things right? What about her? She gets rubbish. Is God playing tricks on her? Perhaps Jiang Hui's expression of wanting to complain was too obvious, and the atmosphere on the scene was stagnant for a while. Several people fell silent, and at this moment, they seemed to hear a sound like something breaking. If Jiang Hui could hear their thoughts, he would probably tell them that this was the sound of a broken heart. Okay. She should have accepted her fate long ago. And her blind hand was like this. Jiang Hui took a deep breath, sorted out her mood, and urged Zhou Xiaowen to take it out quickly and take a look. When he took it out and turned it over, they all looked at the description with surprise. This is mental power supplement. Although this is the most common supplement on the market, it is for mental power. In the current situation where they are exhausted physically and mentally, it is a timely rain, and it is also the important material they need. After all, before this, the three of them did not have similar resources. It is good luck to be able to get it at such a time. Good boy. Your luck is really good. This thing is not worse than the previous box of things. At this time, Jiang Hui threw away the discouragement. Although this is not what she got, she still got it back for her teammates, which is exactly what their team needs. It is her good luck if you round it up. Jiang Hui even wondered if she should just ask Zhou Xiaowen to fish out the next time she had something, because she had fished out 5, 6, 7, or 8 times before. But all of them were empty. Zhou Xiaowen had fished out 2 times. And each time he fished out a good catch. You really couldn't help but believe it. The group was 1-on-2. And they had just learned to swim. Those who were afraid of water had to force themselves to overcome their fear of water. It was one more difficult than the other. They had been walking so hard until now. But there was still not much good news. They couldn't help but feel tired and discouraged. So this box of mental supplements was almost like a flag of encouragement, which made them all energetic. It seemed that this also proved that their hard work during this period was worthwhile, and not in vain. There might be more and more resources waiting for them in the future. Thinking of this, even Huan Xian, who had always been in low spirits, couldn't help but smile. According to convention, the things were still handed over to Zhou Xiaowen to divide. The few of them had already reached a certain balance before, and they had a tacit understanding when dividing the things. So there was no need to say more. But this time Jiang Hui stopped Zhou Xiaowen's action directly, separated the 4 potions that the other party had given her, took 2 of them, and gave them to Huan Xian, and returned 1 to Zhou Xiaowen, keeping only 1 for herself. Mental power supplements are scarce. There are only 5 in a row, so 1 share is enough. I don't. Huan Xian was unwilling to take it. Keep it. I don't really need it. Aren't you guys conducting mental power transmission all the way? It should have consumed a lot of mental power. So you 2 needed more, Jiang Hui said. This time it was Zhou Xiaowen's turn to be surprised. Did I accidentally transmit it to you? Chapter 198 Little Secret. How could Jiang Hui not know? She thought for a moment and said, No. But it's no different from that. The sound of your spiritual power intersecting is so obvious that I still hear noise in my ears. Zhou Xiaowen and Huan Xian conducted 2-way spiritual power transmission along the way. It should be that only the 2 of them could hear it. How did Jiang Hui hear it? So he subconsciously thought that his spiritual power transmission was not proficient, and accidentally transmitted to Jiang Hui. Can you hear what we say? This time it was Huan Xian, who was surprised. He seemed a little unbelievable. I didn't hear the content. Jiang Hui shook his head. It was just long and short noises. Hearing the answer, Huan Xian didn't know whether he was a little disappointed or unexpectedly amazed. In short, he felt complicated. Psychic power transmission is not sound, but the ability to transform thoughts into spiritual power magnetic waves and transmit them to another person's brain to achieve true synesthesia communication. Only a very small number of awakened people have this talent. And this kind of awakened people can be said to be born commanders. So it was not a sound at all, but a magnetic wave. An energy wavelength band, which the ears could not possibly capture. So what Jiang Hui could have captured could only be the magnetic wave band of mental power. But she said she didn't hear the content, so it couldn't be the same as him. Sure enough, there are not many weirdos like him in this world. But it's good. Otherwise this classmate Jiang, who is so trusted by his friends, would probably suffer a similar bad situation as him. As for Jiang Hui's situation, it should be related to her mental power level. When he was transmitting instructions to the other party before, he felt that the resistance of the barrier was particularly large. This situation only occurs for extremely high-level mental awakeners. But considering the untrained state of the other party's brain, how could it be possible to capture such a subtle energy as mental magnetic waves with such sensitivity? Jiang Hui didn't know the shock in the other party's heart, and said to himself, how should I put it? It doesn't sound like an ordinary sound. It's like a slightly vibrating buzzing sound. Intermittent. At first, she thought that this tunnel was going to do something new or an enemy attack. And she was shocked. As a result, she found that the 2 opponents floating behind were like real corpses. One was quieter than the other, and as still as a mountain. Jiang Hui was surprised. Was she the only one who heard it? She was swimming hard at the time and lacked energy. She didn't want to make a fuss and alarm the 2 people who were still trying to adapt to the water. So she suppressed her temper and listened carefully for a while. As a result, it was found that the sound did not come from anywhere else, but seemed to come from behind. It was from the 2 teammates he brought behind. But it was not a specific sound, but more like the sound from both sides. It was like the tone of a simulated person speaking. Although there was no specific content, she could clearly feel the strange connection between the 2. Are these 2 people talking? Mental transmission? Then Jiang Hui took the opportunity to observe for a while, and finally determined that the 2 were conducting mental transmission. It turned out that these 2 people were whispering to each other. So it was okay, as long as there was no unknown danger. Jiang Hui was still wondering how long Huan Xian could last in such a bad mental state. If Zhou Xiuwen could communicate with him, it might be able to distract him. As for what these two guys who have just met for a short time would talk about, it was not within Jiang Hui's scope of concern. After all, isn't it strange that two brothers who have never met want to get to know each other? They are all partners, and mutual trust is the basis of cooperation. Jiang Hui is not so curious. Besides, if these two people really talk about any problems, how could they not tell her in the end? If they don't tell her, it is estimated that they will not talk about the reason, or there is no need to tell her. Jiang Hui is very confident in both of them, and doesn't think there is anything wrong with them talking behind her back. She is even quite happy to see that two teammates, who are not familiar with each other, can actively communicate. But she just remembers that Zhou Xiuwen once said that using this will consume more mental power than usual. Although she still doesn't know much about this thing called mental power transmission, it doesn't prevent her from understanding it literally. It seems that these two people have inevitably consumed a lot of mental power along the way, and this mental power supplement is naturally what they need more. Jiang Hui has always believed that resources should be reasonably allocated to maximize the team's combat power, and it is meaningless to be greedy for meaningless people or things. As for herself, she really doesn't need it to be ashamed. She just came out of the mental space not long ago after eating and drinking. Although she was a little exhausted during the period of replenishment, it was much better than her teammates, who had not rested for more than 10 hours. Okay, stop pushing it. I really don't need it, and I don't use my mental power so much. You two should take it easy. If you overdraw your mental power, it will not be a small amount. There is no one around here. If you want to talk about something that does not need to be kept secret, just say it directly. Why waste that mental power transmission? Jiang Hui suggested in a realistic way. Neither of them could persuade Jiang Hui, and seeing the other party's firm attitude, they had to accept it separately, so as not to push and shove the things into the water together. Hearing Jiang Hui's words, Huan Xian's hands holding 2 tubes of mental power supplements suddenly froze, and he pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something but finally said nothing. Zhou Xiuwen replied, I saw that classmate Huan's mental power was very nervous, and it seemed that conducting mental power with him would be better. So I have been helping him distract his attention just now. I was thinking of doing it quietly, but I didn't expect you to hear it. The sound is actually not loud, but it makes people a little concerned. Well, you can do it yourself. Pay attention to your mental power condition. I won't drag you away when the time comes. Jiang Hui raised his eyebrows and threatened. Jiang Hui turned his head to chat with Zhou Xiuwen, and naturally did not see Huan Xian's face showing a slightly complicated expression behind him. The boy naturally saw the look on the unfamiliar teammate's face, but there was no strange expression on his face, and he continued to chat with Jiang Hui. In fact, he didn't quite understand Huan Xian's concerns. What's wrong with this? Isn't it just a special talent? How can it be scary? This classmate Huan was too sensitive, so he was not scared. Well, he might have been a little scared at the beginning, before he figured it out. Zhou Xiuwen was curious and amazed at Huan Xian's talent. Although he encountered some difficulties for various reasons, this was only temporary. Zhou Xiuwen believed that if everyone could continue to cooperate in the future, the other party's talent would definitely become a strong helper for their group. As for why Zhou Xiuwen didn't tell Jiang Hui directly, it was because the current situation was complicated enough and Jiang Hui was busy enough. Even though the other party had always been at ease, Zhou Xiuwen didn't want to give her another additional head at this moment. It just so happens that he can barely help Huan Xian get through this difficult time. So let him do it. Jiang Hui can't bear everything alone. As a teammate, he has to be useful. Right? Chapter 199 Origin. It is said that only the commander can sense the unique mental magnetic waves of the commander. Could this be another Miss Commander seedling? Min Hao outside was surprised. He happened to switch to the channel of the trio, and saw the words and actions of several people clearly. He could roughly guess why Huan Xian was acting abnormally. Taking this approach to alleviate it was not a bad idea. With teammates who were willing to trust him, who were not afraid of his talents, and were willing to help him, he quickly got out of the predicament. Although the predicament was like a nightmare to him before. Alas, so it is true that the group of young people in my class are useless. As commanders, they are not even as good as these wild ones. It's really a waste of a month of special training for them. Min Hao sighed. What can be trained in 1 month? If you really want, you can't train anything in 3 years. Captain Norby glanced at the young lieutenant and thought that the young man was still too naive. There are so few people who have commanding talent, and even fewer who can really use it on the battlefield. Captain Norby is about to retire, and this teaching task can almost be called a transitional stage for many years. He has also been to several schools, including some famous schools in the inner circle, and has taught many students in the command department. He knows best that there are not many students called commanders who can really become real commanders on the battlefield. How can he do that? He has a major that has nothing to do with command. He can do everything from command, reconnaissance, and coordination. He should be a student of our command department. It seems that she has the talent to command, but she just doesn't know how to use it. Min Hao was getting more and more unhappy. On the one hand, he felt that the guys in his class were not up to standard. And on the other hand, he felt a sense of cherishing talent. You have a nice idea. Captain Norby hit her again. One is the top of the list. You can tell from her performance that she will be the focus of training in the combat individual department in the future. And I heard that she seems to be a student valued by Captain Stark. How could he let her go? As for the other one, you dare to think so. His surname is Zhou. The Zhou of Marshal Zhou Yuanjing. Captain Norby couldn't help but pat his junior on the shoulder, and lowered his voice when he saw that no one around noticed this. Is it him? Min Hao was startled, and immediately took a close look at the child's eyebrows and eyes, which indeed revealed a familiar charm in his impression. Min Hao happened to be busy at the beginning of the school, so he missed the secret meeting attended by almost all the teachers in the school. The only child of Marshal Zhou who was seriously injured and retired was going to school, and was sent by Rex Dolente, the adjutant who was taught and promoted by Zhou Yuanjing, and is now the commander of the 23rd Army. The teachers must recognize him. Not to mention special care. At least, you have to recognize him, so that he won't be harmed by anything in the future. Zhou Yuanjing's merits are beyond words. He is a person that the entire upper class of the imperial capital has to avoid. Judging from his achievements and remaining power, no one dares to harm his only son. Otherwise, he might be drowned by the public spit. When the school received the news, it was still worried about how to arrange such a hot figure. Fortunately, neither Marshal Zhou nor the Legion commander seemed to ask for any special care, but only asked to protect the child's safety information privacy, so that he could study and grow up like an ordinary child without mobilizing a large number of troops. Min Hao also heard about this when he came back. He also heard that the other parties seemed to have no interest or talent in military majors. He chose a marginal major, and then there was no news. I didn't expect it to be this person. So who said that the child had no talent? The other party even used mental power transmission freely without professional training, and could resonate with high-attack mental power awakeners like Huan Xian, who had 5 senses connected. This is called no talent? I don't know if that person knows, or he knows but still lets it go. The interest that Min Hao had just aroused was instantly dissipated. Looking at the childish figures on the screen, he couldn't tell what he was feeling for a while. This row of mental power supplements was probably really timely rain. Except for Jiang Hui. The two chose to take a bottle before setting off again, and they seemed quite impatient. Jiang Hui thought so too. These two people had never rested at all, and they also carried out high-energy mental power activities in the middle. It was strong to hold on until now, but it was probably almost at its limit, and this mental supplement was just right for it. Then the difficult tunnel parade began again. Perhaps seeing some hope again, the two people who could only float before gradually adapted to it. With the help of the simulated bra, they even began to slide simply, which saved Jiang Hui a lot of effort. The team finally returned to a state of cooperation and balance, and no longer had to tow the plane alone. It must be said that Jiang Hui was really relieved, because she didn't know how long this section of the waterway would be. Of the two, Zhou Xiuwen obviously adapted faster. He was not afraid of water, but he was not familiar with it, and naturally felt at a loss. Jiang Hui found that this person was not very conspicuous, but sometimes he was really smart and learned things very quickly. Although he could not say how well he learned, it was this ability that could always help him solve his own difficulties. Huan Xian was the same as always, and Jiang Hui now found that he and Zhou Xiuwen were not simply conducting mental power transmission, but another more strange relationship. Whenever he went into the water, he would plug his ears and wear tape to cover his vision, blocking the two most important senses. But it was obvious that these two senses could not be used in the water. The bottom of the tunnel was dark, and he could not see anything when he went into the water. Under the water, He could not hear anything except the sound of water. So Huan Xian's behavior really seemed a bit redundant. And the other party always maintained mental power transmission with Zhou Xiuwen when he could not overcome his fear of water. This was a very strange thing in itself. Not to mention that the two did not know each other before. It could be said that they were not familiar with each other at all. So there was no need to chat. They did not seem to be able to talk and chat all the way. It has been so long. And during this period, Huan Xian actually lasted for one journey after another, and never stopped on his own. Jiang Hui guessed that the spiritual power transmission between the two people would not be such a simple thing. And it is very likely that it helped Huan Xian's condition to improve. Alas, why is it so mysterious? Can't you just say it directly? Well, maybe you can't say it directly. Otherwise the two would have said it long ago. Jiang Hui finally didn't ask the two people, and simply gave them space, and continued to open the way with all his strength. Chapter 200 A Glimmer of Hope. In the narrow and dark tunnel, at the end of a pool of water whose depth could not be seen, a gurgling sound suddenly came. The water surface, which had been calm for a long time, was suddenly broken by some violent fluctuations. The water surface was surging, as if something big was about to emerge from it, but it seemed to be always restricted by something. The water surface kept shaking and undulating, but the thing underneath never emerged, as if it had exhausted its strength. The unknown object suddenly lost its power and sank into the water, and the water surface was quiet in an instant. It seemed that there was a force rolling and shaking under the pool, stirring the entire water surface into chaos. A round thing of unknown origin suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water, and then the part connected to the bottom also struggled to float up halfway. It turned out that a person suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water, but from the other party's trembling shoulders and the difficult movement of the head and neck, it can be seen that her floating process was not smooth. The other party seemed to be dragged down by something from the bottom, and it was difficult to get up no matter what. Seeing that the trembling shoulder that was half extricated seemed to be about to sink into the water again, the other party suddenly rushed forward fiercely, raised his arms high, and the weak fingertips tightened instantly when they touched the rough rock surface, and pulled hard. Although he failed naturally because of the wet silk on the contact surface, the other party did not give up. I don't know where the strength came from. So he rushed up diagonally and forced the part above the chest to get out of the water. After an unknown amount of time, the man's hand on the rock finally touched a place similar to a platform after constant groping. The girl was overjoyed, and immediately used all her weight to pull herself up, intending to use the edge of the stone platform to get herself out of the water. Although she still overestimated her strength, she failed once, twice, and once again. She fumbled and scratched for several times, and her fingertips were almost worn out, but she still failed to climb up successfully. In fact, once her elbows were almost on the stone platform, but because of the slippery surface, half of her body fell into the water again and had to start again. Shocked Jiang Hui didn't know how she climbed up. Her brain seemed to be filled with water, and she was a little short of oxygen and dizzy. Her index finger and the front and side of her palm were in great pain, burning, and probably had a lot of wounds. Finally, she climbed to the top of the stone platform with her elbows as a support point. She felt that her knees and calves were on the horizontal surface, and Jiang Hui's heart was instantly stable. She didn't care how ugly her posture was. With the support of her elbows and knees, Jiang Hui almost dragged and crawled forward to get out of the deadly pool of water, leaving a trail of water all the way. If someone watched the whole process here, they would probably understand why Jiang Hui had such a hard time coming up. Because she didn't climb out of the water without anything. She was wearing a safety belt around her waist, and several ropes extended from the front and back, dragging backwards, and the other end was still submerged in the water. Among them, 3 ropes were wrapped around her legs, tied into a messy knot, blocking most of her ability to move. In this way, even if someone who knows how to swim falls into the water, he will probably be dragged to death. It was a close call. If she had fainted halfway, she would have woken up outside the game. Although Jiang Hui had never thought that she would be able to hold on to the end, and was always prepared to be eliminated, she had never thought of being eliminated in this way. She was obviously good at swimming. If she was eliminated because of such a suffocating reason as her legs and feet were entangled in ropes, it would be too stupid. No. What was she thinking about? Her teammates were soaking in the water. 2 of them. Poor guys. They wouldn't be eliminated directly because of suffocation. Jiang Hui quickly untied the tangled ropes to pull the two people still in the water. Of course, he didn't use human power. Even if Jiang Hui wanted to pull with human power, he probably wouldn't have that much strength. Fortunately, there was this retractable rope that could automatically shrink and mobilize, which made it convenient for Jiang Hui to pull people. Feeling a slightly heavy force coming from the other end, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the two people should have managed to hold on. When he saw the two people struggling to emerge from the water, Jiang Hui hurried forward to help, and it took great effort to pull Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian ashore. The poor two were completely drowned and dumbfounded. They struggled to come up by instinct. After finding that they were rescued, they relaxed and lost the motivation to struggle. Jiang Hui had to drag and pull the people up in a rough way. During the period, they did not struggle at all, which was really miserable. It was difficult for them. The two had never been in contact with water before, and one of them was extremely afraid of water molecules. Suddenly, there was water and water whirlpools. I don't know if this will have a lifelong psychological shadow on water, because even Jiang Hui is almost traumatized. It's a long story to ask why the group of people were floating in the water tunnel before, and suddenly they were soaked in the water again. They were also caught off guard and were swept here. They were still confused about what happened. After Jiang Hui and his friends picked up the spiritual supplement, they continued to swim forward for a while. During this period, they picked up some useless small things one after another, but there was no big gain. Fortunately, the journey was smooth and nothing happened. The condition of the other two people was getting better and better. Jiang Hui was thinking about whether to let them go and let them swim by themselves. When they swam a distance, the water flow became turbulent. Before they could react, the surrounding water flow environment suddenly changed drastically, and the water level rose suddenly. Jiang Hui and his friends were shocked and could not avoid it. Their feet were entangled by a huge force, and they were pulled under the water together. In such an emergency, Jiang Hui, who is good at swimming, did not react at all. She just struggled instinctively, trying to get out of this whirlpool. The other two, needless to say, did not even have the ability to struggle. After a while, they were swept to an unknown direction with the torrent. Then they came here. It was really a toss. This seemed to be a place they had never been to. It was the new space that the few people had been looking for. But Jiang Hui was not happy at all at this moment, because although they seemed to be saved at the moment, they were inevitably on a desperate road. Especially for her two classmates. Jiang Hui helped Zhou Xiuwen, who was coughing because of choking on water, and glanced at the bright red number on the electronic screen of the opponent's simulated bra that showed that he was about to enter the bottom red line, wondering whether to discuss with the opponent to give him a shot to leave the game directly. Ding! Total charging energy block A1 has been found. The simulated bra is now in charging mode, with unlimited charging quota, and can be charged freely. The countdown to the opening of the supply point is 2 a.m., and everyone here will be sent away from this point after the countdown ends. Chapter 201 Resting. No. This is the wonderful feeling of surviving a desperate situation. Jiang Hui was originally having a headache because of the tricky situation in front of her, and couldn't help but lie on her back. Not far away was her companion, who was also tossed around. And both of them were facing the situation that the simulated bra was about to fail. She was still thinking, what should I do? So when she suddenly heard such news in a daze, it was like someone hit her ear with a hammer, and she suddenly became clear-headed, and instinctively jumped up from the ground. Found it? Found it. Finally found a new charging point. And there is no limit on the charging amount. They finally got a way to prolong their lives. It's been 4 weeks, plus the remaining 2 weeks. A total of 6 weeks. Almost catching up with a quarter of the schedule. Jiang Hui couldn't help but sympathize with their difficult journey. The competition lasted a total of 36 hours. When Jiang Hui heard the announcement of a quarter of the race point that day, he subconsciously thought that the next competition would be divided into 4 stages with an average of 9 hours. And the supply points should not take up too much time. But now it seems that the first round of supply points will take 6 hours to obtain. So the second round of supply points should not take too long. So according to the reasonable structure, the official competition can be divided into 3 stages at most. And now the first stage is just about to be completed. This competition is really exhausting. Like surviving in the wild. And I don't know which god designed it. Jiang Hui shook off the storm in his mind for a moment, and sat up quickly to check on the other two. The two of them naturally heard it, and now they both struggled to sit up. But they looked a little weak. However, no matter how weak they were at this moment, they could not hide their joy. Especially Huan Xian, whose pale and haggard face, like a dead person, instantly became more radiant. Zhou Xiaowen was also happy. But his words seemed more about being happy that he had escaped from the predicament. I didn't expect that there really is a total charging energy block called A1. And our hard work was not in vain. However, I never want to do this kind of water activity again. If possible. It seems that it really has a trauma. Jiang Hui couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. I originally wanted to suggest that you go back and learn to swim. After all, who knows if similar things will happen in the future. This is just a simulated competition. If you really go into battle, you can only wait for death. Jiang Hui, who once lived in Blue Star, knows the horror of water best. I don't know how many people die in it every year. However, after hearing what the other party said, Jiang Hui realized that it was true. They first encountered the total charging energy block A3, which had a charging limit of 40%. Later, the A2 that Zhou Xiaowen gave them had a 60% charging limit. But both of them had charging limits. 40% or 60% of energy was not enough to support them to complete the game. So if they want to continue the game, they need to find a total charging energy block with a higher charging amount than this. Now they have found A1, the total charging energy block with unlimited charging amount that they need most. And their hearts that have been hanging high have been slightly relieved, which is easier than finding bullets just now. Several people looked at the simulated bra float that showed that it had been connected to the total charging energy block and displayed the charging status. And they were completely relieved and began to observe the surrounding environment. Jiang Hui then realized that the narrow tunnel they were in was a one-way tunnel, leading all the way forward to an unknown direction. At the end of the tail was the pool they had just come up from, surrounded by walls without any gaps. This was obviously a dead end. The pool water looked not deep from above. The water was clear, and the rocks at the bottom of the pool could be seen faintly. It looked like an ordinary small pool. If they hadn't almost drowned in it just now, they might have thought so. They had just come up from the bottom of this pool, which meant that the tunnel they were in was one level higher than the tunnel world below. So was the way out really up there? Jiang Hui had guessed so before. Where did all this water come from? Zhou Xiaowen squatted beside the pool and asked curiously. It should be a movable mechanism or something. Jiang Hui thought about it and felt that the structure was indeed a bit strange. There was a high possibility that there was a mechanism hidden between the upper and lower layers. Then he looked at someone who seemed to be getting closer and closer to the pool. Didn't you say that you were afraid of water? Why are you not afraid now? Be careful not to get so close. If you fall in, I won't pull you out. Jiang Hui couldn't bear to see Zhou Xiaowen squatting on the edge of the pool so casually, and couldn't help but remind him, although he knew that he wouldn't fall into the water for no reason. There was no obstacle in front, and no backrest behind. Who knows if he would fall in with a brain twitch? There might be suction at the bottom of the water. If a person falls in, he will probably be washed away in an instant. So he had to warn the other person to stay away from danger. After persuading someone who had completely let himself go to leave the dangerous area, Jiang Hui walked to Huan Xian, who was sitting cross-legged. Is classmate Huan better? Just take a break. His complexion has improved a lot. Probably because he is completely out of the water. And his spirit is different. He glanced at the electronic screen under his right shoulder and suggested, why don't we wait until we are full of energy before looking for another way? Jiang Hui thought so too. She was better. But the other two were almost out of energy, and almost had to shut down and be thrown out of the competition. The first thing to do was to recharge. And according to the prompt that just connected to the total energy block, they still have about 2 hours to stay here. 2 hours. She didn't believe that these 2 hours were quiet. According to the style of the competition, there are probably things waiting for them later. If they don't take the opportunity to recharge the simulated bra now, when will they? Okay. It's better to rest here first. Jiang Hui invited Zhou Xiaowen, who was wandering around to observe the situation, back. The three of them sat quietly together, either to recuperate or to regulate their breathing and rest their minds. They all calmed down for a while. No, it can't be said to be very quiet. Huan Xian is resting his eyes. Jiang Hui just slept not long ago, so she is not that sleepy. She needs to recover her physical strength. The intensity of today's exercise is still a bit too much for her. As for Zhou Xiaowen, when the first sound was heard, The three people including the person involved did not react, probably thinking it was just an illusion. But when the second sound was heard, the person who was resting his eyes could not help but open his eyes. And the brainstorming person could not help but shift his sight and look in the direction of the sound. The person involved subconsciously covered his stomach. His face flushed immediately, and explained, I haven't eaten for a day. Chapter 202 Being a Human. Who here hasn't eaten for a day? Brother. She's hungry too. But she's not as lively as you are. Her stomach is growling. Ah. I'm really hungry. I didn't feel it just now. But I feel even hungrier when I hear her stomach growling. It's strange. She ate a lot in the spiritual space. But it didn't help at all. She slept in the spiritual space. But she couldn't sleep in the real space. Why can't appetite be transformed into reality like sleep? Jiang Hui naturally didn't say this thought. Seeing Zhou Xiuwen take out a few tubes of nutrient solution, he couldn't help but have a headache. This should be the last one. I still have a few here. But they can only last for one time. But there are still more than 20 weeks before the end of the game. That is, more than 20 hours. A day and a night. If you don't eat and can't sleep, how uncomfortable will it be? As long as Jiang Hui thinks about it, he will feel a headache. Zhou Xiuwen was obviously too hungry to care about the inventory. He took off the cap and stuffed one by one into his mouth, mumbling, "What kind of crappy nutrient solution is this? Why is it different from the nutrient solution outside? Drinking half a row and half a row has no effect. And I'm still very hungry. The school won't give them the watered-down stuff." Of course, he didn't say the latter part, because he thought that if the sound was broadcast and the school leaders heard it, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Hearing this, Jiang Hui, who was slowly pulling open the stopper of the nutrient solution, paused and realized this. Yes, she didn't take nutrient solution very often. After all, Jiang Hui had not been in the interstellar for a long time. She had eaten it a few times. She just remembered that she took one as a meal replacement a while ago, and it was really filling. But it doesn't work even if she takes a few pills, or even half a row of pills when she enters the competition. In fact, she didn't notice it at the beginning. But after taking it for the first time, she had to replenish it every few stars. And the frequency of taking it was getting higher and higher. So, is it something wrong or some other reason? These are organic nutrient solutions for physical strength, developed by combining the effects of replenishing physical strength and satisfying hunger. Although the effect of replenishing physical strength is relatively weak, in order to combine this effect, the effect of satisfying hunger has also been reduced. In addition, you have consumed a lot of physical energy along the way, and no matter how much of this kind of nutrient solution you take, it will not satisfy hunger. If there is ordinary nutrient solution, the effect of satisfying hunger should be better. There is no such thing as ordinary nutrient solution. It is good to be able to pick up nutrient solution. She didn't see what it was at the time, so she took what she could get back. Later, she was not lucky in grabbing resources in the arena, and she didn't get much, and there was no nutrient solution. The few remaining bottles in her hand were given to her by Zhou Xiuwen. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiuwen shook his head when he heard it, and said in surprise, "It's still divided into this? I don't know much. I used what I picked up, but all the ones I picked up were of this kind. There is no other." He raised an empty tube in his hand and shook it. Huan Xian looked at the nutrient solution tube in his hand and said in surprise, "You are lucky. You picked up organic nutrient solution for physical strength, although it is not very effective in satisfying hunger at the moment. This kind of nutrient solution is actually more needed in the competition." Jiang Hui looked at the nutrient solution in his hand and smiled bitterly. If they were not hungry now, they would probably be more willing to accept this as good luck. The next moment, Huan Xian took out 2 rows of what looked like nutrient solution from his backpack and distributed them to Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen. Very generously. "I don't have anything to give you. Just this, although it's just ordinary nutrient solution." The other party seemed a little embarrassed about what he gave. This, Jiang Hui wanted to say no, because this was not a resource picked up by everyone. So wouldn't it be like taking someone else's things for nothing? But reason told her that she really needed this, because she was now very hungry. And if she didn't eat something to fill her stomach, she didn't know when she would faint from hunger. "Take it. I can't pay you back for what I owe you all the way. Now I can only give you this." Huan Xian sighed. He felt a little discouraged, as if he had been suppressing it since entering the competition, and he was always uncomfortable. He never took this competition seriously. Of course, it was not because he was sure of winning. No matter how proud he was not so arrogant that he thought he could beat the outstanding first-year students of Beska Intermediate College. He just felt it was boring. Everything was meaningless. Extremely meaningless. Huan Xian was just a wandering soul. A rootless duckweed. Drifting in this world. Without a home. And no place willing to accept him. Perhaps he had once. After all, he couldn't have jumped out of a stone. So he naturally had kinship. In his almost non-existent memory, there had been a family. Although only a little gray picture remained. The figures in it were blurred. And all things were only vague light and shadow. But he could still vaguely remember the faint and indescribable strange emotion that remained in his chest. However, until now, he can no longer tell what it is. Because Huan Xian has long lost the ability to recognize emotions. He only feels a little sour and bitter. Indescribably dull. And a little faint color is decorated in his desolate heart. But it is only a little bit. And as time goes by, this little bit of the legacy of the past will soon be completely erased. Replaced by the scene of the past 10 years. White walls. White people. White world. His world used to be so cold. Eliminating all the warmth of living people. And he has never been regarded as a human being. He has no hope for this world. Later, he was rescued from there, and came to a colorful world that is completely different from the past. Everything is different from the place where he has lived for nearly 10 years. He no longer has to cooperate with those boring and strange activities every day. And he has his own identity. He has come into contact with many people who are different from those white-clothed people. He learned how to be a person. However, the shell of this person named Huan Xian is still empty. An empty soul. An empty heart. He still didn't understand humans. But in order to blend in with the surrounding environment, he pretended to be a normal person. Pretending. Chapter 203 Ability. It turns out that he may not be able to do it. Before his new life officially began, he fell into a very bad situation. Huan Xian was a little at a loss when things turned out like this. His ability was originally based on command ability. It was a war machine developed by some fanatical military strategists in order to create the first commander. It took countless manpower and material resources to create him. Among the hundreds of people of the same period as Huan Xian, only Huan Xian survived and did not go crazy. Now he can walk normally in the sun. Now he has gained freedom. Although it is only freedom within a certain limit. But it is a life that he dared not imagine in the past. So he is even more grateful to those who rescued him and let him have such a life now. Since the other party wanted him to have an ordinary life, Huan Xian had no objection. He chose a place far away from the war of forces and entered an inconspicuous school, intending to experience the taste of worrying from time to time in his youth. But he still had no choice of the major he enrolled in. So he entered his old profession. However, he never expected that he would accidentally make enemies with others on the first day of school. And his ability was exposed, which instantly made these proud classmates feel timid. Commanders are talents born for war. There are only one person in the interstellar with this talent. And not everyone can develop it at the right time. If you miss the best time to discover it, you will become mediocre and never really enter the world of command. But there are also differences between commanders, which depends on the level and strength of mental power. Ordinary commanders can synchronize sound transmission and synchronous sensing within a certain range, and achieve the effect of commanding the team through mental power transmission. Of course, there are some special commanders in this world, who have their own abilities that are different from ordinary commanders. I won't go into details about them one by one. However, most commanders are mutually exclusive, because this power is essentially a mutated brain-wave interaction ability. Generally speaking, they are mutually exclusive, and it is impossible to transmit sound and sense without the other party's permission. After all, people's mental power is different, and no one's brain area can allow another person's brain waves and mental power to break into their restricted area. But Huan Xian can theoretically. He can hear the voices transmitted by other commanders without the permission of others, and can also directly communicate instructions to their brain areas without the permission of those people. This should be the ability of the commander to the team members below. But now there is such a person who can control the other commanders in the same way. This is simply a nightmare ability for all commanders. And it is an unforgivable existence, like a natural enemy. Even though they have not yet received formal command training, they have already had a certain understanding of this profession. Everyone could already imagine how terrible it would be for such a person to appear in their field. They even had a vague expectation in their hearts that they would be dimmed by the light of such a person. The young people did not know where their fear came from, but just instinctively rejected it. They regarded Huan Xian as an existence that should not exist, as an alien, and as an evil way that should be excluded. No one wanted to get close to such a person, hoping to drive this existence that was destined to be their natural enemy far away from their lives. Little did he know that this was of no consequence to Huan Xian, and he was not affected by it, because his shallow understanding of human society was not enough to support him to understand such complex emotions. But it is undeniable that the light and warmth that he had found after returning to human society was gradually worn away by the malice day after day. Huan Xian really didn't understand what these so-called classmates were doing. Why were they so energetic every day to do these boring actions? Obviously, they didn't hurt him at all. Not at all. He just felt a little bored, and even had the urge to contact the other side, and wanted to ask the other side to take him away from here and return to the previous environment. After all, if the so-called beautiful life of a young man is like this, he felt that he didn't need to experience it. But, I don't know why, he still felt a little uncomfortable deep in his heart, and some kind of inexplicable sharp feeling was hanging in his heart, and he could never understand it. It was this strange feeling that prompted him not to make a request to the other side, and asked him to endure the boredom and pass the day by day. January is coming to an end, and the arrival of the orienteering competition has made countless students excited. Everyone wants to compete and show up in this competition. Only Huan Xian still doesn't care in his heart. Then in such a competition, he met a very strange person. The Huan Xian that his classmates saw was actually only a part of him, one of the truly terrifying sides of him. Not only can he ignore the barrier and directly connect to and command other people's brains, he can actually do more. As long as he has enough mental power and conditions, Huan Xian can even control all the lower awakeners. He can hear many unique energy magnetic waves in this world, living and dead things, animals and plants, such as the sound of wind, water, rain, ice and snow, and even the voices of human beings at certain moments. No, perhaps it should be emotions to be precise. So when Huan Xian approaches a person, he can actually feel a lot of information that humans cannot see, including aura, magnetic field, emotions, etc., and thus judge the character of this person. He can see the violence hidden under a gentle person, and can also detect the subtle softness hidden under the heart of a person with a bad temper. In his short life, he has seen many hidden beauties, but more of them are countless ugliness. Huan Xian has no way to distinguish and is powerless to explore, because it is too tiring for him and completely unnecessary. Rather than exploring these complex people to understand them, he would rather stay alone quietly, away from those complex human emotions that he can't understand. But Jiang Hui is different. He felt more tranquility and silence from this person. She never leaked any aura or magnetic field, nor did she emit any emotions, and she was always clean. He could not feel anything from her. What kind of person is this? Why? Out of curiosity, he invited this person to team up with him. Even though Huan Xian was not familiar with this person, he had only seen him in a certain video, but he did not care whether this teammate was reliable or not, because he was more interested in Jiang Hui than in this game. Chapter 204 What to Fear. This classmate Jiang is really a very strange person. Not only is his invincible ability useless in front of the other party, but the other party also gives him a very strange feeling. The two people's reunion originated from an accident. Neither side thought about how long they could be bound together. After all, they didn't know each other. But one didn't think so much, and the other didn't think about it. Huan Xian never knew that someone could be so quiet around him. Not only did he not read a trace of information from Jiang Hui, but the other person was also too quiet. It's not that she doesn't talk. She will say what she should say. She is not the kind of person who is taciturn. Sometimes she is very eloquent. Her quietness is reflected in her whole state. Calm mind, calm nature, silent as a mountain, and not easily angry. If she doesn't make a move, it's fine. Once she makes a move, she will defeat the enemy with one move. Although it is still a long way to truly defeat the enemy with one move with her current strength. She has such a prototype. Talk less and do more. Most of the time, she is silently thinking and seeking the best way. In just a short period of cooperation, this person gave him a very reliable feeling. He actually wanted to trust others. To seek trust from an ordinary person who had not experienced too much suffering and cruelty. People like him. Huan Xian didn't know whether to laugh at himself for still having illusions or laugh at his naivety. Just watch and see. Although he didn't know what he wanted to see, Zhou Xiaowen's appearance was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Jiang Hui to have another teammate. But it was true. With Jiang Hui's ability, many people must want to cooperate with him. After all, it was really a very pleasant thing to cooperate with this classmate Jiang. This classmate named Zhou Xiaowen is quite normal. You can read a lot of information from him. His emotions are shallow, and his changes are obvious. It can be seen that he is not a scheming person. The other party seems to have a very high degree of trust in Jiang Hui, and can even be called convinced. With Jiang Hui as a connection, the three people with different personalities are unprecedentedly in step, and there are no conflicts along the way. Although compared to Jiang Hui, Huan Xian still maintains a certain sense of distance from Zhou Xiaowen. Just when Huan Xian thought that this state would continue, the relationship between the three people quickly turned to a turning point. Jiang Hui reacted quickly, and the three of them used an incredibly crude, but also effective method to survive the water disaster. But Huan Xian, who had never taken this game seriously, experienced an extremely tragic experience. He never knew that his ability would backfire on himself and make him suffer a horror like drowning. For those who don't know how to swim, the horror of drowning lies in the fatal feeling of suffocation, the inability to struggle with the limbs, and the pain of high-pressure water flowing into the mouth and ears. For Huan Xian, in addition to the above, he was forced to fall into the energy wave of the water, which was like a net, and was carried by various mixed energies and information. It was like countless invisible hands forcing several forces into his mind. Everywhere, there was pain. In Huan Xian's short life of more than 10 years, he had never experienced such a terrifying and painful thing. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but wail softly, which caused the water to choke into his throat and brought another kind of sensory pain, which was equivalent to a vicious cycle in a sense. He didn't know how long it had been, nor how long he could hold on. In the blur, he could only feel a force pulling him from his waist, preventing him from drifting with a huge momentum. A vague figure floated not far in front of him, with its limbs swinging constantly. Just like him, unable to sink or float in the water, the figure gradually floated closer and closer to him. But Huan Xian had no mind to distinguish the other party's intentions at this time. He looked at the group of figures with lifeless eyes, vaguely feeling the unconcealable fear and shallow worry from the other party. "Do you need help?" Huan Xian heard the other party ask in the chaos. All difficult moments can be endured after all. Huan Xian, who finally got out of this water disaster, saw Zhou Xiaowen carrying Jiang Hui and gave him a look. He couldn't tell what he felt for a while, although he knew that the other party probably had other considerations for not telling Jiang Hui. The fact that the other party helped him was unchangeable. This is also a strange person. The situation did not get better afterwards. They were pushed forward by the changing environment. The three people who were at ease just now were tossed around in a mess along the way. Jiang Hui's caution, tactfulness and overall view, Zhou Xiaowen's carefulness, cooperation, and silent assistance. Huan Xian himself became a drag on the team, which he had never imagined. Of course, he did not expect that he would sink into this game unconsciously and willingly go forward with the new teammates. This is his teammate. Huan Xian suddenly remembered the conversation with his class teacher Min Hao half a month ago, when the other party had just learned about his special ability. He thought that the class teacher might advise him to be patient or keep a low profile after knowing this, because the latter was also the advice given to him by the military. Unexpectedly, the class teacher only asked him about the situation at that time again. When he learned that he was the one who was passively looking for trouble, he calmed him down and told him that he was not wrong in this fight, and those students who violated the rules will also be punished accordingly. Until the end of the conversation, the other party did not express any opinions or comments on his ability, but just talked about the matter. It can be seen that this teacher is not so good at talking to people, but his heart is fair enough. But the other party still did not intend to intervene in the fundamental conflict between him and his classmates. He looked at the problem from Huan Xian's perspective, and also from the perspective of his other students. The other party saw both sides of the matter, so he knew that he could not intervene in this matter at all, and there was no way to solve it. Huan Xian should be happy. After all, his class teacher is such a fair and open-minded teacher, but he has an inexplicable sense of distance from the world, which makes him further away from warmth and people. Why treat him like this? A small voice in Huanxian's heart questioned this. Perhaps others will be afraid of your power. But you should not be afraid of yourself. Finally, the other party said to him. Huanxian paused, turned around and left without looking back. Now thinking about it, Huanxian has a vague understanding. It turns out that there are people who are not afraid of his ability. And he is not destined to be feared. After all, there are people who are willing to accept and protect him. Huanxian suddenly wanted to use this power to protect his companions. He wanted to win, and get the glory he deserved in this game with his teammates in his own way. Chapter 205, Delivering Food. No one spoke. After being soaked in the water for such a long time without any change of clothes. Even if the training clothes were made of quick-drying material, they would inevitably feel wet and sticky, which was very uncomfortable. But outside, especially in such a competition, this situation is inevitable. Moreover, there is some ventilation in the tunnel, and the few people felt cold all over after a while. They discussed it, gathered in a circle, and turned on a portable heater to keep warm, just in time to dry the water on their bodies. Jiang Hui and the others felt that the water level was probably over. After all, letting the body get wet was not a long-term solution. And roasting the fire would also make them feel more comfortable. Probably because this total charging energy block A1 has no limit. The charging speed is very fast. Much faster than the two encountered before. But after a while, the electronic screen of Jiang Hui's simulated bra stayed at 100%, indicating that it was full. The other two also charged more than 50%. And it will be fully charged in a while. The charging stage of the simulated bra is finally over. Even if there are problems later, it can be regarded as normal consumption. After all, stumbling outside the training ground will also consume the energy of the simulated bra. But this supply point will be slightly faster. So no matter whether they can find more resources by the way, the hard work of the group has not been in vain. Ah! It's finally full. Zhou Xiuwen was very happy when he saw the full number on the electronic screen. And he felt quite accomplished. It's only been about 40 star minutes. And we have to leave the supply point for more than a star hour. Jiang Hui said casually while sorting out the things in the backpack. She was actually thinking that the problem of the simulated bra was solved. But there was still so much time at the supply point. Should they continue to move forward? If they move forward, they don't know what is ahead. If they can't return here to recharge, and the energy of the simulated bra is too much, it's just a waste of energy. This is not a good thing for the long-term plan of the future competition. But if they don't move forward, it seems a bit too wasteful to stay in the same place for more than an hour. When they arrived at this supply point, the announcer also reminded them that they had to leave the supply point after 2 weeks. Which means that they still have 2 weeks of exploration time after finding this total charging energy block A1. It's impossible that these 2 weeks are for them to recharge and rest. Right? Jiang Hui's eyes couldn't help but follow this narrow corridor and cast to the exit in the distance, where there was obviously a different light. That side is probably the real supply point. Huanxian and Zhou Xiuwen followed her line of sight, and naturally saw the direction she was looking at. However, neither of them spoke to interrupt Jiang Hui's thoughts, but just quietly waited for her decision. We should. Jiang Hui's words were still not finished. Wu, don't chase me. There are so many things outside, and you don't want to grab them. Why do you have to follow me? I really just picked up a little bit of resources on the ground. Accompanied by shouts and exclamations. A deep and shallow footsteps came towards the side, followed by several slightly heavy footsteps. Someone, more than one person ran towards this direction. Getting closer and closer, the three of them immediately stood up from the ground, looked at each other, swept the things on the ground, and quickly moved close to the wall to hide their bodies as much as possible. Come on. I'm dead. I can't swim. The person in the front was mumbling incoherently. But the footsteps behind were getting closer and closer. 4 people. The one in the front has a very weak breath. The 3 behind are slightly weaker than me. And they are all thinner. Listening to Huanxian's voice transmission, and the footsteps getting closer and closer, Jiang Hui quickly described the situation of several people. Just when the person in the front was 3 or 4 meters away from them, Jiang Hui suddenly rushed out and hit him head-on. The person in the front probably didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear in the darkness and couldn't hide in time. When he was about to hit the other party, Jiang Hui ducked and dodged, and quickly used his right leg to sweep his lower body, tripping him to the ground. And the rest of the tail was left to the 2 people behind to deal with. As for the 3 people chasing behind, they were chasing closely, and their footsteps were fast. In this dim tunnel, the vision was limited, and they could not see more. They could only see a figure in front of them suddenly. And then the prey they had been chasing suddenly fell to the ground. Before he could react, the man in front felt a strong momentum hitting his face. He was hit in time, and there was a dull sound. Then came several more violent hammer blows, which made him dizzy and confused. At the right time, his lower body was forcibly turned sideways. He lost his balance under the continuous attacks, and fell backwards due to inertia, knocking the person behind him to the ground. The two were taken care of one after the other without warning. The last person was far away, and could see a little more clearly. He saw clearly how the people in front were attacked by the attackers, but they lost their ability to move in just a few moments. It was really scary. How could he beat them? Naturally, he wanted to run away. Besides, these two so-called teammates kept him to block the bullets. He never got a share when the resources were divided. He had been unable to bear it, and could not get away. Naturally, there was no friendship between teammates. If he didn't run at this time, would he stay there and wait for death? He was still waiting to get the highest level subsidy after half of the race, which was enough for his living expenses for 2 months. He couldn't be eliminated at this time. So he turned around quickly, and wanted to leave everything behind. But he didn't know that he made a big mistake, and gave his back to the enemy. Seeing Huan Xian fighting 2 people alone, Zhou Xiaowen also saw the one in front. Jiang Hui would naturally not miss the last one. She directly grabbed the opponent's shoulder, knocked him unconscious with a club, turned him over and hit him hard on the chest with her fist until the energy of his simulated bra was completely exhausted. After taking the other party's marching bag, the 3 of them gathered together. Very good. 7 stars will deal with 4 people. And 3 people are indeed more combat effective than 2 people. I didn't expect that Zhou Xiaowen, who looked weak, was actually quite ruthless. He was too humble before, and pretended to be a little sheep. Several people were surprised when they counted the supplies, because the resources on these 4 people were so many that they could match the total amount they had robbed at the supply point before, which was the stuff of 30 or 40 people. Did they get new resources? Yes. It seems that it is just in front of the person in front. Jiang Hui and the others looked at each other, and saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Chapter 206, Seizing the Treasure Box. Hundreds of people entered the supply point, and only a handful of people were able to make it here without being washed away by the water. Of course, not everyone was as unlucky as Jiang Hui and his team. Some of them found the entrance to the 2nd floor in advance by chance and avoided the misfortune of being washed away by the water. Some used clever tricks to avoid the water disaster, and some escaped the misfortune of being washed away by wisdom. In short, they all showed their magical powers. So there was no one who was really stupid among this small group of people, and they were all difficult to deal with. However, at this supply point where it was obvious that they could not kill with one shot, it was almost impossible for them to defeat dozens or even hundreds of enemies with a single number of people. To take a step back, if they used up the energy of the simulated bra in a fierce fight without regard for the consequences, even if they could defeat the enemy, it would obviously be a very reckless thing for the endurance of the subsequent games. So the remaining people became more cautious and would not act rashly. Of course, if it is for resources, all the above concerns can be ignored. Just like now. After snatching the resources from the 4 food delivery team, Jiang Hui and his friends sorted them out and went out of the narrow corridor to see what was ahead. Before they reached the entrance of the corridor, they heard the people outside were boiling and noisy, like hundreds of ducks quacking, making a lot of noise. Jiang Hui listened carefully and realized that there were many people shouting loudly, some louder and some lower, and it seemed that they were in different spaces. I don't know what they were doing so intensely. The shock made the few people's originally firm steps slow down. There must be at least hundreds of people inside, Huan Xian said in a voice transmission. Jiang Hui did not doubt the other party, nor did she ask how the other party found out. She only knew that Huan Xian had never made a mistake in his judgment along the way, and it was always accurate as if there was an all-round illustrated book. The other party said that there were more than 100 people, which should be correct. She couldn't help but look at the other party. But this person seemed to have changed a little, as if he was more motivated and focused. He had always been careless before. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. Jiang Hui was more willing to focus on the current situation instead of thinking about his teammates' thoughts. Hundreds of people. Noisy. plus the sporadic words of the previous few people. It can almost be judged that the place ahead must be the place where resources exploded. She really couldn't figure out what made them jump up and down like this. Just listening to the sound, you can imagine how fiercely these people are fighting for resources. They must be late. But they are not completely without opportunities. Fortune and honor are sought in danger. And resources are naturally the same. Several people looked at each other, kept a very vigilant state, and went out of the cave and entered a completely open space. Then, just as they subconsciously wanted to hide as usual, a strange sound of gurgle gurgle suddenly sounded, as if something was rolling and balanced towards this direction. And it sounded heavy. Almost at the same time, several such sounds sounded, coming from different directions in all directions, and finally transmitted to different directions. Jiang Hui stared at the cave in front of him, which seemed to have no end, with his eyes wide open. What on earth is this place? The top is extremely high and dark, and the mountain walls on both sides also have no end. You can only see the undulating rocks all over the space. Several irregular valleys are between the rocks, and they are connected to the rock walls at different heights. The complexity of the structure is indescribable, which makes everyone in it feel a sense of spatial dislocation. Moreover, whether it is the high rock mountain, the cleverly sunken valley bottom, or the large rock wall connected, there are some things similar to tracks embedded on it that cannot be seen, like artificially carved double-line guide rails, which destroy the natural wonders of the cave. Jiang Hui looked far away and found that there was a huge pool of water in the direction of several miles. The color of the water was blue and green, which was very magnificent. For a moment, this strange cave looked like a fairyland. You will never find it again if you go in this place, Jiang Hui murmured, and this was her first reaction. They had previously thought optimistically that if the situation outside was not good, they would retreat here to recharge energy, rather than obtaining illusory resources. They'd prefer to enjoy full energy in the next game to ensure qualification for the entire race. But now, looking at the situation in front of them, they realized that their previous thoughts were really naive. Once they ran into this damn place, would they still be able to find their way back? Gurgle gurgle. Before they could observe more, another strange rolling sound was heard. And this time it seemed very close to them. Running over there. Hurry up and chase. Don't let that group of people get there first this time. I don't believe that we can't grab one. Damn it. This thing has no rules for landing. Is it kidding me? I'm running so fast. You still dare to say that? If you weren't slow last time, those guys would have been able to run in front of us. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You are a thing that can only cause trouble. But don't you still need me? And you can't blame me for this? Even if we find it first. Can we beat them out of 5? Can we? Stop talking nonsense. You have so much energy to talk. Why don't you save it and chase the treasure chest? It will start to lock once it stops. If you can't find it in the first time, it will be taken by others immediately. If it's still the same this time, it's still. The people who were running out of breath saw the target box and their eyes lit up. But when they moved their eyes to the side of the box, their faces darkened instantly. Who are you? How dare you steal our treasure chest? What should I do? Boss? I told you to chase the one over there, who is closer. But now you are still robbed. Shut up. The leader was so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Hurry up. The other rushed forward and scolded, thinking that these people were just here to drag him down. If he couldn't find anyone, he would have gotten rid of these idiots long ago. The people behind him were stupid and knew that the robbers were coming. They couldn't beat 5 people. But they couldn't beat 3 people? Great. If they win, they can not only get the things in this treasure chest, but also the resources of these 3 people, which is a huge profit. Is their team finally going to rise? Can Jiang Hui and his men make them happy? Although they haven't figured out what the current situation is, they have figured out one thing. The box that suddenly slid in front of them is a good thing. Of course, they can only rob. Chapter 207. Clamping the opponent's arms. Jiang Hui looked for a flaw, and used her head to push the opponent's chest to turn the person over in an awkward position and throw him out. This seemed to be a bit difficult for her body shape, and the action was extremely unsmooth. The person was thrown out, and she herself almost fell forward due to inertia. But fortunately, she stabilized in the end. Boom! Very good. The ground where the head hits must be finished. If the time was pushed back to Blue Star more than a month ago, Jiang Hui would definitely not have thought that one day she would be able to perform shoulder throws so skillfully. She could not even do a push-up during her life. Now she just crossed over. And in just 1 month, she became so violent that she could beat others without changing her color. It really has to be said that things are unpredictable. Seeing that the energy of the opponent's simulated bra was reset to 0, and the action was locked, Jiang Hui felt relieved to take off the opponent's marching bag. Jiang Hui was in a delicate mood as he watched Huan Xian kick the last enemy away with great ferocity. He quickly picked up the fallen resources and returned to Zhou Xiuwen. The other party was guarding the thing called treasure box. Do you think Huan Xian is much more ferocious after coming out of the water? Zhou Xiuwen was exhausted and did not join the fight this time. But it seemed that he was not needed much. Huan Xian took care of 3 by himself. And Jiang Hui killed 1. The other party seemed to be a little too excited. Jiang Hui glanced at Zhou Xiuwen and said, "Shouldn't you know better than me?" She didn't say anything specific. But Zhou Xiuwen immediately understood that the other party should be referring to the fact that he had been communicating with Huan Xian's mental power while traveling on the water. "So you still remember? I thought you didn't care." Zhou Xiuwen was surprised. After spending some time together, Zhou Xiuwen has gradually figured out Jiang Hui's personality. He knows that this person is generally easygoing except for being a little cold. So he is more comfortable communicating with her. Huan Xian was not in a good condition when he was soaking in the water before, and Zhou Xiuwen himself was trying to adapt to the environment in the water. The whole situation was supported by Jiang Hui alone. So he didn't say anything at that time, so as not to make the situation more complicated. To be honest, the other party was too dedicated as a temporary teammate. So dedicated that they all felt a little guilty. Obviously, they were just temporary teammates who met by chance and had no interests linked. They were not 5 people and could not form a team, so they could not bring her more opportunities. But she still wasted her physical energy and dragged them forward. And even if she couldn't hold on, she was unwilling to let them go alone. The same was true when she was dragged into the pool. Even they themselves did not dare to believe that there was a possibility of survival, and even had the idea of giving up. But the other party still relied on perseverance to drag them ashore. And they actually connected to the total charging energy block A1 by accident. You have to know that the other party persisted when they didn't know whether they had a chance of winning. If the time was delayed a little bit, the energy of the 2 of them would be 0. And her efforts would be in vain. In fact, it was not worth betting on a possibility. But she did not give up, and dragged people up with gritted teeth. As the people who were rescued, they really didn't know what to say. Now they have not only completed the charging of the simulated bra, reorganized their spirits, but also found a real supply point. All of these cannot be separated from Jiang Hui's efforts. So although Jiang may not be the most capable person in this team, and Jiang Hui is not the one who brings luck and unexpected resources, she is the core of the 3 people. The team is implicitly led by her. Zhou Xiuwen has always had the same attitude towards Jiang Hui, and now he is even more convinced. Jiang Hui naturally has the right to know about Huan Xian's abnormality, as long as she asks. Even if Huan Xian doesn't want to, Zhou Xiuwen will tell Jiang Hui about the other party without hesitation. And Jiang Hui has obviously noticed this before. But the other party didn't ask for some reason. I didn't expect her to suddenly point it out at this time. So she finally remembered it? Jiang Hui was a little black. Of course she didn't forget it. These 2 people obviously have some strange signs. They whispered in the water all the way. Do they have so much to say? Even if she is thick-skinned, she can't just ignore it. It's just that she didn't have the energy to ask at that time. And Huan Xian's state is also a little wrong. It's useless to ask. And it might even cause trouble. Jiang Hui's intuition is very accurate. And he never acts against his intuition. So he suppressed it at that time and chose to believe the 2. You helped him? I feel that the distance between you 2 has become much closer. Previously, you were clearly on guard against each other. Did you really not hear what we were saying? Zhou Xiuwen looked at Jiang Hui again in confusion. No. If I heard it, I wouldn't have to ask you. I guessed it. Guessed it? Why didn't you guess that they were chatting or interpreting the terrain or reading information? Why did you guess that he was helping the other party? Yes, but his situation is a bit complicated. And it's not appropriate for me to say it. Jiang, why don't you ask him directly? Looking at Huan Xian walking towards this side, Zhou Xiuwen said loudly and stood on Jiang Hui's side. The other party looked at her with clear eyes. The side that had been showing her a playful smile was like smoke. which was blown away and revealed its true appearance. Expressionless face. Calm eyes. Strange and scrutinizing eyes. This is the real Huan Xian. This is also a special superpower. After listening to the other party's superficial explanation, although I don't know if he said it truthfully, but only listening to this part of the other party, Jiang Hui roughly judged. Isn't this a superpower? It's the kind of superpower that can communicate naturally, has a mind-reading ability, and can perceive the true nature of all things in the world. After all, isn't that how movies and animations are played? Haha. Not strange, not strange. After all, she has even experienced such a strange thing as traveling through time and space from the 21st century to the interstellar era with an era of 10,000 years. What's so strange about meeting a superpower in the interstellar age? With such power, it's no wonder that he can always make accurate judgments. Jiang Hui suddenly realized that the other party's reactions and actions seemed to have an explanation for the various things that happened along the way. Ding ding ding, treasure box A12 is open. Please take the supplies within 3 minutes. Otherwise it will be considered invalid. The eyes of several people instantly turned from the previous topic to the so-called treasure box. This thing has been rolling and stopped here without any movement. And it can't be opened. There is a strange electronic screen at the lock, which displays numbers similar to time. Several people judge that this thing should be opened at a fixed time. So they have been guarding it here. Now that it has finally opened, several people don't care about the previous topic and hurriedly come to take a look. Chapter 208. Zhou Xiaowen, who was in charge of opening the box, snapped the lid shut. His eyelids twitching. Am I seeing it right? I shouldn't be seeing it wrong. Huan Xian said calmly, if what you see is the same thing as what I see. Are you alright? They all started to talk nonsense. Only Jiang Huiren was not in the situation. She did see the big thing in the box. But the problem was that she didn't recognize it very well. And there was no corresponding object in her memory to refer to. So judging from this reaction, what good thing is it? She didn't know what the thing was. But her mind was still clear. She immediately reminded the two that the things in the treasure box were only valid for 3 points. And if they delayed any longer, they might not get anything. The two also knew that they were stupid. So they quickly opened the box and took the things out. Among the 3 people, only Huan Xian had the largest size of the marching bag. After discussing, they put the things in his bag and let him carry it. Anyway, the other party had the highest martial arts value among the 3 people. And if others wanted to rob, they had to get past him. As they took out the things, the box snapped shut. And then it seemed to be locked with a click. Hey, Jiang, what are you doing? Zhou Xiaowen was waiting to continue the previous topic. But he saw Jiang Hui observing the half-person high box with a strange look. And then, he supported the flat surface of the box with both hands and sat on the box. Zhou Xiaowen? After sitting on the box, the other party looked a little satisfied and said, let's see if we can get a ride. Do you want to walk there? We only have more than 1 hour left here. Where can we go? How big is this cave? Not to mention that you can't see the end at a glance. Even if you look at the water pool, it is estimated to be several miles, or even more than 10 miles away. With their speed, they can run there. But by the time they run there, the time will be almost gone. So what resources can they grab? It can be seen that they must find some tricks. She was wondering why there were so many things like tracks laid up and down here. And she couldn't guess their use. But now seeing this treasure chest, and the way it appeared, Jiang Hui suddenly understood the use of these tracks all over the mountains. Since these tracks can deliver the boxes here, there must be a way to drag the boxes back. Didn't you see the countdown on the electronic screen? It's just that there is a problem with the fixation. Jiang Hui's thoughts drifted to a thing that had been covered with dust for a long time in the marching bag. I wonder if it can be used. Seeing that the two did not move, and the countdown on the electronic screen was almost done, Jiang Hui urged, did you lose the energy of the simulated bra when you fought with those guys just now? How much did you lose? Do you want to go back and recharge it? The two shook their heads quickly. Fighting with those young fools would not consume much energy. They just couldn't keep up with Jiang Hui's thinking. But this seems to make sense. Then hurry up. It seems that there are more than 10 star seconds left. Come up and try. The things in this box have been taken out. And it also has the automatic locking function. Jiang Hui would never believe that it does not have the automatic return function. Anyway, come up and sit and see first. And jump down if something goes wrong halfway. You can't fall out of this half-person high box. right? Huan Xian was the first to react. He smiled playfully and also used one hand. He landed on the other side of the box and sat with his back to Jiang Hui. Finally, under Jiang Hui's urging, Zhou Xiuwen hurriedly climbed onto the box. He had just sat on it when the box started to move. The mobility was so fast that the three of them were caught off guard and lost their balance for a while even though they were prepared. Fortunately, Jiang Hui had already found a convenient fixing rope to fix the three of them, so they didn't fall off the half-person high box. Ah, it's really running. Is it a bit slow? After the initial confusion, Zhou Xiuwen quickly recovered from the situation in front of him and was observing the situation. Slow? Jiang Hui was confused as he was doing something with several rolls of ropes on his hands. What are you doing with the convenient operating rack? Zhou Xiuwen was a little confused. After setting up the bottom position and pressing the automatic adjustment mode, a three-dimensional frame suddenly appeared from the middle of the box. Jiang Hui connected it with the tripod he had built, and instantly the waists of the three people and the surface of the box formed a temporary fixed space, allowing their bodies to be stuck on the fixed horizontal bars. Now, even the dumbest person can see that Jiang Hui's operation is to prevent the few people from falling off the box easily. The structure is actually very simple. That is, using a rigid triangular structure to frame the human body and the box surface, and then using a large frame to frame the three people together, and then forming a hole with the box. It is hard to say how good the fixing effect of this thing is. It is still very easy for them to get out. Just press the recovery mode, or break free from the gap by themselves. However, they never imagined that the convenient operation frame could be used in this way. Just like they couldn't figure out how Jiang Hui thought of taking a ride on these boxes in a few breaths, and then made all kinds of preparations without thinking. The so-called convenient operation frame is a daily tool that is widely spread in the interstellar. Even if interstellar people change their genes to strengthen their physique and break through the boundaries and levels that the old humans could not reach in the past, people are still people after all, without the genes of other species. It is impossible to fly, and it is impossible to evolve with the abilities and organs of animal characteristic. Therefore, in order to survive in the vast interstellar, in addition to optimizing genes and expanding the use of brain power and mental power day by day, humans put more energy into the research and development of various high-tech tools. This convenient operation frame is one of them. It uses high-energy non-efficient technology and has extremely strong plasticity. Its main functions are fixed instruction architecture, instant shaping and simple connection construction, which can help people to perform dozens of high-altitude operations. In the past, people who wanted to work at high altitudes could only ask professionals to do it or use some large aerial equipment to operate it. With this, everything becomes much easier. In the memory of the original body, her father used this to hang upside down on a building more than 10 meters high to repair the outer wall. So it is no problem to use it to make a safety fixing frame now, right? The fact proves that the effect is a bit too good. The speed of this treasure chest was normal at the beginning, but as time went by, the speed increased exponentially. When the operating frame was completed, Jiang Hui and others even began to hear the sound of wind passing by their ears. You said it was slow, but now it's much faster. Slope? Jiang Hui's last two words were instantly swallowed up by the whistling wind and screams. Wow 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 wow, ah ah ah, the unknown Zhou on the box half vomited his soul. Quick! Quick! Let me down. Hiccup. Chapter 209 Reckless. It's still too reckless. Stark's usually solemn face unconsciously showed a hint of helplessness. There were bursts of laughter from a corner of the teacher's seat. How did she come up with such an idea? She clearly hasn't figured out the situation yet. And those two idiots actually listened to her. Captain Lynch couldn't help laughing on the spot. Smart as a whim, Zoe snorted. But it was rare that he didn't say anything else. After all, the students' every move was under their eyes, and their performance in the competition naturally fell into their eyes. Although everyone would naturally pay more attention to their students. Jiang Hui, as the leading player in this competition so far, must be the focus of many teachers. Everyone also saw her performance along the way with Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen. Jiang Hui's performance was not perfect, and it could even be said that there were many flaws. But as a teenager who had never received formal training, it really exceeded their expectations. Shooting, rough design and arrangement, ability to respond to situations, decision-making and even cohesion are all pretty good, although none of them can be said to be top level. It is extremely rare and outstanding for a freshman who has not received formal training and enrollment. What is even more rare is that at the same time, she also has enough resilience and determination. This is the more valuable and difficult to cultivate quality that the instructors see in each other. In addition to having excellent combat capabilities, a soldier should also have enough resilience to support him to carry on for a long time, and to keep moving forward even if he is covered in blood and pain. This young man seems to have such characteristics by nature. Silent and tenacious, but her actions are more powerful than any noise. She is unwilling to abandon her teammates, who have become a burden even when she herself is in danger. Even Zoe, who is always nitpicking, can't say anything about such performance. After all, he was also a soldier on the battlefield. Even if the war he was bathed in was far less than that monster Stark, he was still one. He could sneer at Stark, who had made great achievements in battle, and be competitive when he had nothing to do. But he never despised the other's contribution to the Empire as a soldier. Although their personalities were incompatible, he always had the highest respect for his comrades, who were also soldiers of the Empire. But Zoe was also proud and conceited, so he was never willing to bow his head. His distorted emotions and mentality were also reflected in his views on Jiang Hui. Seeing that the other party was far ahead of his favorite student with the compensation points, Zoe was naturally angry at first, and he preconceived that Jiang Hui had taken away the honor of the first place by chance. When he really calmed down and looked through the other party's previous performance records, seeing the other party's performance all the way, Zoe had to admit that the child had unquestionable talent. Even his favorite student was not as good as him. At least his students could not be so comprehensive. So even with the factor of compensation points, the other party's position as the first was barely worthy of the title. After Zoe secretly admitted this awkwardly in his heart, the more he looked at Jiang Hui, the more angry he was. Why was such a student not in his class, but in Stark? Obviously, this was an incompletely awakened person with A-level mental power. Why not assign such a high-potential awakened person to the best class? Zoe would never believe that Stark had no hand in this. Thinking of what the other party had said to Carl and his son in the principal's office before, Zoe felt even more awkward. He always felt as if something that should belong to him had been robbed. At the same time, he felt that the little guys in his class were not motivated and could not make a name for themselves. The glory was taken away by others. It was really annoying. So when he saw that Jiang Hui's misjudgment brought Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen into an unknown dangerous situation, he was actually a little weirdly happy in his heart. He finally caught the kid's fault. It turned out that this was also a reckless little guy. It seemed that he still overestimated the other party. The tracks in this supply area were crisscrossed, and the layout was also extremely dangerous with the terrain. Not only did the three of them risk sitting on the box, but they also fixed themselves on it. Are they really going to slide down the slope of the box, droop at a right angle, or even hang over? Isn't this too dangerous? If they fall down without being fixed, won't the whole army be wiped out? At that time, they don't have to fight with others. They will be eliminated directly. This is why the instructors find it a bit funny, because they watch Jiang Hui move forward calmly all the way, no matter when and where. It seems that there is no ripple, and he doesn't look panicked at all. After watching for a long time, I really feel a little boring, so I always want to see when the other party will make a mistake. However, this idea is also wonderful. Maybe it can really be useful. Lieutenant Zapp looked at the three people who had already started to move up and down with the box, and he was quite interested. Isn't this too unsafe? They are too impulsive. I don't know to what extent this simulated bra can protect them. It's really dangerous. Teacher Tan was indeed a little worried. He had spent almost all his life in the laboratory, and had never really served in the army, so he could not understand the mentality of those real soldiers. Watching several people rise to the rocky mountain with the box, and then go down the slope uncontrollably, Teacher Tan's heart was lifted up with the ups and downs of several children. When Professor Dennis designed this, didn't he think that there would be bold and naughty children operating it like this? It's really too dangerous. They didn't have any other protective tools on them. If they fell, they could only rely on the simulated bra for protection. And the simulated bra was always just a modified B-level protective tool, which didn't even reach the lowest level of the military standard. What if something unexpected happened? Teacher Tan looked at Stark, intending to get the approval of the class teacher of the person involved. But he never thought that Stark didn't listen to the good-natured laughter and discussions of the people at all, and only focused on looking at the embarrassed three people on the screen, thinking, that guy must have thought of it. What a bad taste. He didn't even remind his teammates. Don't forget that he himself will sit on it. Isn't this knowingly committing a crime? Seeing the 3 people sitting on the box without knowing it, and even adding a layer of fixed protection to themselves. Min Hao was very angry. He was different from the others. He had had several conversations with that Huanqian kid before, and he had a vague understanding of his personality, in addition to his terrible abilities that were not like those of a living person. This person actually had some bad taste in his nature. This person must have done it on purpose. Chapter 210 Hidden Link. Huh? A kid really tried this? I thought my hidden link wouldn't work. There is a large darkroom hidden in the backstage of the noisy audience seats. Its existence is hidden by the densely packed audience seats and some buildings, making it difficult to detect. The vicinity is guarded by dozens of soldiers, either openly or secretly. They have all been notified that no one can enter or leave this place before the competition is declared over. When you enter the darkroom, it's called a darkroom. But it's just that the environment inside is dim. If someone looks in from the outside now, they will find that there is no lack of light inside. All of this light comes from the hundreds of light screens on the front wall, which are all projections of this competition. Not one is left out, even the most inconspicuous corners. This is much stronger than the central screen outside, with more viewing angles, and can clearly and accurately see the actions of each participating student, and even change with their body shape. The equipment in the capital is still very good. Our school should have installed it long ago. It's so good now, the man muttered as he looked at the big screen. His hands kept sliding down the huge operating table, and no one knew what he was busy with. This is the chief designer and supervisor of this orienteering race, Professor Dennis. Principal Jason thought that the other party was willing to make a move because of the large amount of money paid by the school. But it was not the case. This originated from a private conversation between the Mace family and him not long ago. The other party wanted to pay him to design the orienteering race for Beska Intermediate College. He felt something was wrong and contacted the people above. The meaning was that it was okay. Just let him keep a close eye on it. So Dennis accepted the commission. Of course, he also accepted the large sum of money from the school. Dennis was quite satisfied with the price, which was considered as the reward for his staying up late these days. But the old equipment he handled when he started designing was really too bad and backward. It not only failed to ensure the safety of students, but also limited his control over the rhythm of the entire competition. Dennis never wronged himself, so he immediately reported the matter to the Mice family, and then got a set of advanced monitoring equipment, which was also a benefit he fought for the school. Driss even thought with some pride that Beska Intermediate College should thank him. If he hadn't been smart enough to knock such a set of things from the Mice family, they would probably never be able to use such advanced tools in their lives. The Mice family is a big family of the 3rd Legion, and Beska Intermediate College is the talent base of the 8th Legion. Originally, they had nothing to do with each other, but the Mei family inexplicably reached out and wanted to explore. Haha. They definitely didn't expect that Dennis, a mid-level mecha master of the Imperial Capital Mecha Association, would be from the 8th Legion. Humph. He must help his own people. Fortunately, it was later found out that the other party was not trying to poach people, but probably just wanted to give something to the child. Dennis was really relieved to complete this commission. Really? This big family is troublesome, and you have to go through a few detours to do something. If he said it, it would be better to just give Dennis a sum of money and entrust him to build a mecha for the other party. Why make such a big fuss and give away so many things for free? Of course, Dennis was just thinking about it. If he didn't hurt the interests of the 8th Legion, he would also be willing to find some benefits for himself. After all, he couldn't work for nothing. As for the 8th Legion, he had already obtained a set of monitoring equipment with the latest technology in the Imperial Capital for Beska Intermediate College. The mission was not only completed, but also exceeded. You can't blame him. The students had to compete for 36 star hours on the field. As the main designer of this game, Dennis naturally had to stay for 36 star hours to ensure that the entire game was carried out perfectly without too many problems. But how could the fights of these freshmen attract Dennis? He was a mecha maniac, and another hobby he could call money. He was different from those mecha soldiers who kept diaries on mechas and fighting all day long. He would rather stay in the laboratory to study mecha parts than watch a passionate fight. So it was difficult for him to be trapped in these 36 star hours. After staying here for a long time, he felt a little bored. So he found fun on his own. For example, He could slightly move the mechanism to set the pace, or change a small link to let the children experience the dangers of society in advance. Or he could suddenly change the small mechanism to increase the difficulty and fun of the activities for everyone. In short, all the difficulties that Jiang Hui and others encountered in the exercise field were based on this person's bad taste. But they also saw a lot of excitement. After releasing a wave of mimic water and mobilizing the mechanism, there were not many people left at the supply point as he expected. There were only a few hundred people left in the 4 supply points, and the rest were all thrown out of the supply points. The remaining children were also in a difficult situation, and Dennis didn't want to make things difficult for them. So he thought of sending some resources in boxes according to the original plan. Everyone harmoniously chased the boxes and grabbed resources, which was much simpler than looking for the total energy block, walking through the maze and avoiding water. But he didn't expect that someone could really play tricks in such a simple link. The mini tracks in this cave and the rolling rock valleys are actually not very useful. Dennis just wanted to increase the visibility of this supply point, fool the children, and make it easier for them to get resources. He didn't expect anyone to walk through such a large field within 2 weeks. Therefore, the resource delivery routes are designed according to the distribution of the crowd, and he manually adjusts the resources to be delivered in batches. So there is the idea that the previous few people thought that these resources appeared inexplicably. As a result, Jiang Hui and his team did not take the usual path at all, and actually took the box as a means of transportation. This is completely. In fact, there is such a way to play. Dennis had a flash of inspiration when designing this, and thought about this, because the tracks for transporting boxes were originally developed based on an ancient artifact called X-Passing Car from the Old Human Era. That is, the Mother Planet era. He found the restoration data very interesting at the time, but he felt that it was not suitable for orienteering. So he changed it to carry resources instead of people. But he felt it was a pity, so he designed a hidden link. If someone really wanted to ride the X-Passing Car, he must give the other party a big gift. The other party's rare ideas intersected with his at this moment. Looking at the 3 people flying up and down along the track, Dennis's eyes quickly flashed a stream of light, pressed a button at the upper right edge, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Chapter 211 Exercise. At this moment, Jiang Hui regretted climbing up the box on a whim, and was glad that she had installed a convenient operating stand for the 3 of them. Without this thing, they would not have fallen badly at this moment. But their situation was not much better at the moment. The box moved too fast. They could still sit up at first, although their posture was a little awkward. It was still decent, but as the speed of this thing continued to increase, they could not even shout. The whistling wind squeezed the 3 of them, so that they could not even open their eyes. Their entire consciousness gradually blurred, as if they were floating away with this crazy trajectory. The 3 of them could only subconsciously cling to the operating stand, fearing that they would fall off halfway, and they would really be finished. Shit! Zhou Xiuwen's almost broken voice floated in the air. Jiang Hui's nearly stagnant brain was actually active for a moment, and he thought inappropriately. It seems that the other party's psychological endurance is really good, and he even has the energy to sigh. But the next moment, this short thought was interrupted by the chaotic situation again. In the next round, a sudden big spin. Jiang Hui regained his thoughts again, thinking intermittently. If time could go back, she would definitely not be so smart as to use the box as a means of transportation. It turned out like this. This is not a small school-level competition. It's simply a life-threatening game. Aho. How long will this spin last? I'm going to vomit my soul. Unfortunately, the black hand that secretly controls everything doesn't care about this. The box carrying the 3 people is also driving faster and faster, passing through the students, who are scrambling for resources below at a high speed. Because the speed was too fast, some people were busy grabbing the idea and ignored it, while others saw it clearly. What is that? It just flew over like that. It looks like a resource box. No. No. Haven't we seen resource boxes before? They don't look like this. No. The bottom looks like a box. But the people shaking on top are people? It looks like they are really people. More than one. What kind of idiots are they? They actually ran to the resource box. Are they afraid that they will not be eliminated quickly enough? Do they think they can find the source of resources by following the box? I think it is more likely that they will be sent out of the competition directly. I really want to know which classmate came up with this idea. The idea is really unique. Ha ha ha. As for how the students who caught a glimpse of their frantic and embarrassed posture discussed them, Jiang Hui and his friends had no idea. But even if they could hear it, they probably couldn't think or refute it in such an extreme situation. As the speed of the box continued to increase, the few people were completely speechless, and even the thoughts they could catch became numb. Jiang Hui was even more shocked by this extraordinary external stimulation, as if the CPU was overrunning, and suddenly froze and lost consciousness. In the dim control room, Dennis stared at the fully enlarged screen in the center with full concentration. On it was the dynamics of Jiang Hui and others, and his expression was excited, although it was because of the barrier. It is amazing that they can hold on until now with their physical fitness. Forget it. They have exercised enough. So I'll give them the things. They will definitely be very happy. The man was talking to the screen and the empty control room, mumbling to himself. Combined with the dark environment, it looked a bit weird. If someone happened to come in at this time, they would probably get goosebumps. But Dennis didn't care about it. He was a very willful person, and he would do whatever he thought of, as long as he ensured that things were on the most basic line. The speed of the box returning to the city would not be so fast, and it would not be so long. Generally, they would bring things out from the bottom inventory point, and then return to a large collection point nearby after completing the task of delivering resources. So Jiang Hui and the others were flying around in the resource box at this moment, which was completely Dennis's work. He personally adjusted the route for it, and even changed several resource roads online to open the way for several people, so that they could have a very good experience on the box. As for the inspiration, it came from the ancient passing X car of the Mother Planet generation. Before this, Dennis still couldn't understand why the old humans had developed such sports equipment that was useless for physical growth. Now he knew that he had underestimated the wisdom of ancient humans. How could this thing be used for physical training? It was the ultimate weapon for tempering the will of a warrior. This was really too exciting. No, he had to study it carefully, modify it, and equip it to all major military academies. It would be best to make it suitable for mecha use. It seemed that Dennis was completely immersed in the exciting adventure of the trio on the screen. But in fact his thoughts had already drifted away. Of course, during this process, Dennis did not forget to add layers of protection for several people, and even turned on the hidden protection mode of the box. This was originally prepared to protect students from accidents, just in case, but it was really useful. Two of Jiang Hui and the other two had fainted, so they did not notice that although the speed of the box did not decrease, the environment they were in had become much more stable, and it even seemed that there was a faint force protecting them, heading towards a certain planned direction. Children, you have to practice more like this. I promise that this time, they will grow a lot. Ha ha ha. Only Dennis has such a mind. Thank me. There were bursts of crazy laughter in the control room. And then, they suddenly stopped as if they were afraid that others would hear it. The unconscious X3 was destined not to hear these words. If the people could hear them, they would probably just want to hit them with a few big bags to thank the other party. But unfortunately, they couldn't hear it. This is not right. It has exceeded the standard of orienteering. Captain Lynch was still joking just now, but it seemed to be getting more and more wrong. Seeing the box on the screen still speeding up, and the three people who had faintly lost consciousness, he frowned. Damn it. Is it out of control? Contact Professor Dennis quickly. It's too high. If they fall down, it will be a big deal. Looking at the three people who were exposed to danger, the teachers present also put away their previous expressions of watching the fun and looked serious. Some people were still staring at the screen anxiously, while others reacted and contacted relevant personnel immediately. Stark. He had already left the instructor's seat and went somewhere. Teacher Tan knew that the direction the other party left was the control room. Looking at the three people who seemed to have lost consciousness on the screen, the elder sighed and could only hope that everything was safe for them. Chapter 212 Arrival. Just as the people outside were running around for them, the speed of the box gradually slowed down when it reached a certain section, and suddenly slowed down before driving to an unknown cave, slowly leading the half-conscious trio into a dark area. The body crashed, and the consciousness was forced into the spiritual space. When Jiang Hui woke up again, he found that the surroundings were completely dark, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. There were only bursts of extremely, even gurgling sounds in his ears. Hey, where is this? Jiang Hui was confused. Although she couldn't see the puzzled expression on her face in the dark, it didn't prevent her from putting a big question mark in her heart. Before losing consciousness completely, Jiang Hui was mentally prepared to wake up outside the stadium. After all, everything they had experienced before was simply playing with their lives. Jiang Hui was a little worried that his momentary misjudgment would also cost the lives of his two teammates. And waking up again outside the stadium was the best outcome she could think of. Jiang Hui moved her legs. She didn't know whether it was due to numbness or being restrained by the simulated bra. But it seemed that she couldn't move. She was a little unable to make a judgment. So she waved her hand again. But she didn't notice that she suddenly hit something warm. Vomit, a familiar voice. It seemed to be Zhou Xiuwen. Jiang Hui hurriedly wanted to ask about the other party's current situation. But her throat seemed to be hoarse. And she was a little voiceless. The words were clearly on the tip of her tongue. But she couldn't spit them out. The person on her left seemed to have woken up completely. After a burst of dry heaving. It was like a person who had been suffocating for a long time finally returned to a space full of oxygen and began to gasp for air. The sound was as loud as a broken fan. "NND. You must let me know who designed this mechanism. I must. I was a little incoherent." Jiang Hui mourned for Zhou Xiuwen in his heart. And then added in his heart, "It's better to settle accounts with Jiang Hui than to settle accounts with the designer." Jiang Hui knew that this time it was her fault. It was her misjudgment and her self-righteousness that caused her such a big trouble. Now, everyone was eliminated together. And in such an unexpected way. If someone was watching at this moment, they would probably laugh to death. But it's good. The other party can still settle accounts. And he looks good. And his life is still there. Jiang Hui doesn't have to worry about accidentally showing off and taking two classmates with bright futures to hell together. After all, it's okay for her. Because she is already dead. But if she kills others at such a young age, it would be a serious sin. Unable to speak for the time being, Jiang Hui nudged the person next to him with his elbow. Is this a transfer station for rescue? Why is it so dark? Who is hitting me? Me. Jiang Hui finally found his voice and said hoarsely. Jiang Hui. It's classmate Jiang. You are here too? The other party seemed relieved. I'm glad you're okay. I was scared to death just now. I have never encountered such a terrifying thing in my life. Sorry. This matter was her fault. She knew that she was the culprit. And it was useless to say more apologies at this time. But Jiang Hui could only apologize in such a hoarse voice. And felt that the voice he had finally found seemed to lose its effect again. It's okay. It's fun. I didn't plan to stay in there for long anyway. You led me all the way, and it was much better than I expected. Zhou Xiuwen said hurriedly. As if he felt that he had said something wrong and changed the subject abruptly. Where is this? Were we rescued by the rescue team? Why didn't you turn on the light? Try to see if you can move now? Jiang Hui didn't answer him immediately. Zhou Xiuwen always trusted Jiang Hui's words. And he didn't rush to talk about the topic just now. So he moved according to her request. The feet and hands can move. But the legs can't. The other party was a little confused. He could feel as if something fixed half of his body from the upper shoulder to the waist. We were supposed to be rescued. So why is it still like this? If they were rescued, they would be out of the competition. Why would the school keep them here? It's really strange. Go and see how classmate Huan is doing. Huan Xian said to the other party again. She was on the other side with her back to Huan Xian and couldn't check on him. Zhou Xiuwen was stuck in the middle. So he asked faster. I'm fine. A slightly weak voice came from the other side. And the tone was light. It was Huan Xian's voice. There was no doubt about it. Very good. There are 3 survivors. Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. And felt that a big stone in her heart was lifted. Breathing in the fresh air. Feeling the long-lost stable environment around her. Jiang Hui finally regained a little feeling of being alive. She was about to apologize to Huan Xian for dragging him into this situation. After all, Zhou Xiuwen had told her his thoughts long ago. And he was dispensable to this game. So even if he was eliminated, he could easily accept it. But Huan Xian's situation was different. He was completely dragged into this. If the other party was determined to win the prize and the first place in this competition, wouldn't she be delaying him? Thinking that she might have delayed his important event. Jiang Hui felt more and more guilty. It's okay. I actually think it's quite exciting. As if he had anticipated what she was going to say. Huan Xian's smiling voice came from the other end. This was obviously said to Jiang Hui. Where are we? Why is it so dark? I don't know. It doesn't look like a rescue transit station. And no one has come to let us go for so long. Could it be that we have to be punished because we were eliminated early? Jianghui said a little whimsically. Gurgle gurgle. What sound? Do you think this sound seems a little familiar? Jianghui was puzzled. Why does it sound like the sound they heard when they first entered the cave? It's the sound of the resource truck running. Could it be that they are still on the resource car? Could it be that they haven't been eliminated yet? But the electronic screen of the simulated bra didn't agree, which was really strange. Ding. The total energy block has been connected. Total energy O. And it is charging for you now. Warm reminder. You have 30 star points left and will be teleported out of the supply point. Accompanied by such a voice. The electronic screen of the simulated bra, which had been completely black, suddenly lit up. They haven't been eliminated yet. And they have found a new energy point. What on earth is this place? Accompanying the faint light of the electronic screen, the three people all looked along the other two faint outlines and looked at each other in the dark. Chapter 213 Discovery. They are lucky to survive such an exciting project. Jianghui quickly checked the time on the bottom corner of the electronic screen. There were indeed about 30 minutes left. And the simulated bra was also showing that it was charging quickly. Everything was running normally. In other words, no matter where they were, as long as they survived these 30 minutes, they would be able to successfully get out of the supply point, and there would be no impact on their competition. After experiencing all the chaos just now, and making the worst plan, this was great news. But, where are we? Jianghui opened his eyes wide, and looked at the endless darkness. The three of them discussed for a while, and finally figured out the current situation. They were still on the resource box just now. But for some reason, the thing that fixed them was no longer the simple and convenient operating frame before, but a strange shell that fit their skin and was made of unknown material. And no one knew where it came from. Could it be that this box also has built-in emergency measures? Jianghui was a little confused and didn't know how to get out of the current situation. After all, they didn't even know what was restricting their behavior. The backpack was stuck under the shell. Although their arms could still move freely, they couldn't reach down through the shell, let alone get the lighting tools in the backpack. If there was really no other way, they could only sit there stiffly until they were teleported out. Should they be able to do it? Jianghui was a little uncertain. It's actually good to sit for a while. The previous part was fun, but it was also really exciting. And I can't quite recover. Zhou Xiuwen laughed dryly. Look, this resource truck is still moving forward. So where is it taking us? Wan Xian suddenly said. After the other party said this, Jianghui also discovered it. Since they woke up just now, they could hear the sound of the wheels continuously, and it is still ringing until now. It's just that they didn't figure out the situation just now, so their attention was not on it. It seems that this car probably never stopped. Even after they were half unconscious, it still took them forward in this darkness. But where is it going to take them? Following the resource box here without a beginning or an end, and connecting a total charging energy block that has never been found before. This matter seems to be a bit strange. A few people wanted to find out, but they were tripped by reality. They can't move now. Just as they were thinking about how to break free, there was a crisp sound in the space, as if someone pressed a button. Click. Jianghui instantly felt that the layer of restrictions attached to her upper body and waist disappeared instantly, and something that restricted them was gone. They could move freely. She tentatively swung her upper body, moved her legs, and turned her waist. Only then did she realize that the convenient operating frame she had built before was actually still there. But the presence of the thing that restricted them just now was too strong. So she ignored the existence of the operating frame. But this operating stand was easy to deal with. Jianghui quickly found the adjustment button according to his memory and disassembled and retracted the entire operating stand in an instant. As soon as they were free, the three of them took out their own lighting tools from the nano-marching bag. Although it was a little difficult in this environment without any light, it was not a big problem. Soon, a few dim lights lit up in this dark environment. Jianghui tried to use a wide-angle lamp to explore the environment ahead, but the road seemed a little too deep. Even the wide-angle lamp with a very long lighting distance could not illuminate the scenery at the end. After a long time, seeing that there was still a mountain road and track in front of him that could not be seen to the end, Jianghui gave up and planned to turn around to see what the environment was behind. Woo wow! Who would have thought that when he turned around, he would see a head hanging in the air, with eyes wide open looking up. The dim light shone on the pale face and the surrounding darkness, making the whole atmosphere seem a little weird. Jiang Hui was startled and was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was Zhou Xiuwen. The guy was looking up, and the light shone on him, which inadvertently created a slightly scary perspective illusion, which was quite scary anyway. Zhou Xiuwen heard Jiang Hui's sudden shout, and he was still a little confused. He retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Hui in confusion, with a questioning look in his eyes. What should Jiang Hui say? Could it be that he was scared? This was too much of a fuss. She felt embarrassed thinking about it, so she decided not to bring it up to make people laugh. In the end, she had to change the subject stiffly. Did you find anything? Zhou Xiuwen shook his head. Huan Xian held a small particle beam lamp and shone it flexibly up and down the rock wall. Observing carefully, this seems to be a cave, he said uncertainly. There was no way they could get too little information. Several people also thought about whether to jump off the resource box to look around. But after seeing the environment of this passage clearly, they completely gave up the idea, because this passage was different from the tunnels they had passed before. It was just a one-way passage. The resource car carrying them was moving forward along the only track in this passage. So the most reasonable but also the most risky way at the moment was to simply follow the resource box and see where it would take them in the end. But how long will it take? 10 minutes. Right? In the seemingly endless waiting, the three of them were almost worn out. And maybe because they were in a dark environment, the three people who had not slept for more than 10 hours listened to the even sound of the wheels, and their consciousness gradually became blurred and drifted away, and gradually entered a kind of hazy state. So sleepy. Gurgle. Gurgle. Tap. A crisp sound that was completely different from the sound of the car woke up the three drowsy people at once. Are we there? Zhou Xiuwen said a little dazedly. Jiang Hui turned on the wide-angle light again and shone it around, and found that the environment they were in had changed again. Behind them was still a narrow and endless passage, but the environment in front had changed a little. A few steps forward from the place where the resource box stopped, the space suddenly became spacious. The light shone in, and the eyesight of several people was quite good. After a glance, they found something different. Several people suddenly jumped off the resource box at the same time and walked towards the pile of vague things. Chapter 214 Surprise Gift Package. Oh! I accidentally made a big fuss. These soldiers are so scary. I almost swallowed them with his eyes. Dennis closed the door of the control room, locked the scary guy outside, and leaned against the door panel with fear, thinking of the scary man he just sent away. He was still a little frightened. Dennis didn't expect the matter to be so big. Originally, he just teased the children as he pleased, and didn't want to do anything to them. As a result, he immediately kicked the iron plate and was found by the children's guardian. It's still such a difficult guy to deal with, although he and the other party are not in the same system. Even if Stark really can't do anything to him. But that guy is too scary when he gets angry. Fortunately, the screen immediately showed that the three children of Zhuanan saved him. After seeing the desired result, the other party didn't want to delay here and evacuated quickly. Dennis was relieved. After sending the plague away, Dennis thought with some grievance. He didn't do anything. Why is it like this? And isn't this good? Although the process was a bit painful, he also prepared surprise gift packages for several people. If those things are used well, these little guys can comfortably win the next schedule. Really, no one understands his painstaking efforts. What is this called? Well, to use the term of the past Hua dynasty, it is overprotection. Yes, it is overprotection. Children should have a good experience before they can become talents. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Dennis shook his head helplessly and returned to the operation room. Soon, he was back to monitoring the entire stadium, forgetting the previous episode. After all, this was his main task. When Dennis was preparing to warm up the next stadium for maintenance, a light computer suddenly called in. The man who had a relaxed look just now instantly put away his carelessness and became serious and serious. He didn't care about the people and things on the monitoring screen, and hurriedly connected the light computer. Hello. This is Dennis. What can I do for you? Dennis Sullivan. Right. An extremely unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the light computer. Dennis looked a little confused, and seemed unable to distinguish the other party's voice. When working, in order to concentrate, he often chooses to turn off the light computer to avoid being disturbed by the external environment. However, due to his special identity and position, he can't really completely cut off contact with the outside world. So he still set up 1 or 2 special contacts, so that he can contact him even when the light computer is turned off. Generally speaking, there are only a few special contacts from the party that Dennis cannot refuse. Someone calling in at this time must be no small matter. Thinking of the recent chaos in this area, Dennis preconceived that the military was going to give him a marginal figure, some orders. Unexpectedly, when he answered the phone, he heard a completely unfamiliar voice. This is very unusual, because these special contacts or contact parties have corresponding fixed contact persons. Even if they were replaced, he would know it at the first time, and this situation would never happen. So who did this voice that he had never heard of come from? Dennis looked at the contact person displayed on the light brain. Military Industry Contact Office C Terminal 45853. That's right. This is also the port that the contact office connects to him. Who are you? Dennis asked with some caution. The other side seemed to pause for his reaction, a little surprised, and then responded to his words, no one. Guessing this is, the style of this statement is completely different from the style of the contact office. Dennis is very sure of this. You will know who I am in a while. But now I want to discuss something with you. Were you controlling the resource box at the supply point just now? Dennis' heart skipped a beat, and he always had a bad feeling. Yes. Yes. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have done something irrational before. Very good. You are very honest. What happened just now is very interesting. And my child is also taken care of by you. At this moment, no matter how stupid Dennis was, he knew why the other party came, and his heart couldn't help but beat. No way. The contact office is a special intelligence and contact organization supervised by the military. Only military personnel who work for the military and are certified can use this place. It usually helps military superiors to quickly and accurately convey orders and instant communication. Of course, this is not for everyone to use for any matter. In addition to the daily transmission of military emergency general documents and specific conscription orders, only generals and above can skip the layers of transmission and directly pass the message here. So if nothing unexpected happens, the other side of the optical brain. It's over. Stark, who returned to the instructor seat, pursed his lips and calmed down to continue watching the game. All the teachers stayed in their seats and watched the students' every move. They knew the development of the matter earlier than Stark. No matter what they thought in their hearts, at least on the surface, they were relieved that there was no danger. Teacher 10 also breathed a sigh of relief, and finally let go of his hanging heart. He said with some anger, "This Professor Dennis is really too ignorant. This is not his place to play. What if something goes wrong? There is also the son of that person. He is really tired of living. It's good that it's okay. If I'm not wrong, there must be someone over there to deal with it. Let's continue watching." But I see. It seems to be wrong. Captain Lynch looked at the 3 people in the dark on the screen with a little confusion. What is the light after the dark, and what is the bottoming out? Jiang Hui experienced it deeply today. After a roller coaster journey, Jiang Hui and the other 2 have lowered their requirements very much. They only hope that they can leave the supply point safely in the last 30 stars. Really? I didn't expect that the resource truck would bring them to such a place in the end. Looking at the boxes of different sizes reflected by the lights, several people were in doubt and approached. Opening the nearest one, the 3 people surrounded the box and looked inside. When they saw the things inside, they were all dizzy for a moment. And then it seemed that the whole world shook for a moment. Suffocated. This is not all supplies? Huan Xian walked to the other side first, selected a box, opened the lid with a click, and looked at the things inside and was dazzled. Ding. Warm reminder. You have 15 stars left before you are teleported out of the supply point at the end. He couldn't hold back the inorganic mechanical sound, revealing a little emotion that only humans can have. Chapter 215 Everything You Need. It can be like this. Min Hao looked at the few people who seemed to be a little silly because of the sudden surprise, shook his head and laughed. We were worried about them before, but now they are the most comfortable ones. Captain Nordby couldn't help laughing. It's not that they pay too much attention to these children, but their performance is really interesting. Unexpectedly, it can really open up the situation. Even among the superior performances in the competition, it can be said to be quite eye-catching. The roller coaster part actually scared them a little. When they saw the protective barrier extending from the resource box, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, this is so scary. Who came up with the idea of asking Dennis to design the venue? A small orienteering race is going to be more exciting than the school war. It will probably be overshadowed by the end of the year. Minhao didn't respond for a long time. Captain Nordby looked over with some surprise, but saw Minhao staring at the optical computer, and didn't know what he was looking at. This is... Oh! It's Lieutenant Lando. I just tried to contact him in a hurry. He was asking what was going on. Why did you find him? He's the busiest person in the room. Probably squeezed out this time. Roy Lando is the head teacher of their command department Class 1. A lieutenant. But although he is only a lieutenant, he is also a celebrity in Beska Intermediate College. At a young age, he participated in many large-scale battles. Although his military exploits are not outstanding, his experience is really better than many teachers in Beska Intermediate College. And he is a commander with rich experience. So since he entered school, he has often served as a commander in various school activities. This time is no exception. As the commander-in-chief, he must take charge of the stadium and the audience seats, and is also responsible for the arrangement of the safety of the venue in all directions, and emergency external contacts, and other important tasks. The other party is really busy. No kidding. So busy that he doesn't even have time to watch his own students' games. So his seat as a teacher here has always been vacant. Minhao was a little panicked just now, and contacted him. After all, the other party is responsible for the overall coordination, and the rescue operation is always faster than those of us who are anxious. However, before the other party responded, Jiang Hui and his team had already turned around. Bullets, mental supplements, physical supplements, coagulants, Namibian gel patches, nutrient solution, rifles, pistols, particle-splitting guns, capsule cabins, Highland tents, mechanical chairlifts, and even retractable rubber boats and other simple transportation tools. You said these things. If we take them all out of the stadium, will the school take them back? This was the first reaction in Jiang Hui's mind. Needless to say, the guns in these things must be teaching aids. Fake. After all, let's not talk about how expensive the real stuff is. If it were real, it would definitely not be piled up like this. But these are enough. Jiang Hui and his friends are not real soldiers on the battlefield, and the teaching guns are enough for them to practice. It would cost a lot of interstellar coins to buy so many teaching aids, not to mention other nutrient solutions, supplements, basic healing tools, and even those strange outdoor survival equipment in the back. So much money. The school has been working hard for this. Will all the resources of the supply point be here? Zhou Xiuwen looked strange. Jiang Hui looked around and felt that it was not the case. If these were inventory, there must be a transfer link to transport these resources to the corresponding resource vehicles, and then transport them outside. In short, it is impossible to let this pile of things pile up here quietly. These things are as abrupt as the resource vehicles that dragged them here alone after a long journey. They are like a completely independent place, and even give them an illusion that these things are prepared for them. Jiang Hui quickly threw this unrealistic idea out of his mind and hurried to pack things, because they don't have much time left, and they can't pull all the things here out. Right? Although they have paid a lot of marching bags. These marching bags are of different sizes. The small ones may only fit into the smallest box, but the large ones can't fit into several large boxes. Anyway, there was no way to take out these resources that were piled up like a warehouse. So they had to choose within 15 minutes. Jiang Hui blinked. Bullets, mental power, physical supplements, medical supplies, nutrient solution, and firearms. Pack as many as you need after a round, and you can pack the rest according to the situation. Let's pack our own. If there are not enough in the future, we can use them in turn, which can be regarded as not putting all eggs in one basket. The other two nodded in agreement, obviously thinking the same way. Without her urging, the three of them rushed to the box of bullets that had just been opened at the fastest speed. You scooped it out, and he dug it out. And it didn't take more than a few times to empty the bullets in the box. Then Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen opened the lids of more than a dozen boxes next to them in tacit understanding, and rummaged through them. As long as they saw bullets, supplements, nutrient solution, and other necessities, they would directly put them into their marching bags. As for the big items, several people all skipped them first, and only took a few quick glances to roughly know what was in them. and made various calculations in their minds. But all the calculations could not resist the race against time. Later, they packed more and more messily, and even stuffed them directly without seeing clearly what they took. I don't know how much they packed. Anyway, several people felt that their fingertips seemed to be slightly hot. And then, they slowed down a little. Stop. 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 There are still 3 minutes. Almost done. See if there are any big sundries, and pack them together. Although, they may not be used. But the opportunity is rare. Jiang Hui's mind is very clear. He knows that these things don't look very foolish. But in fact, they are really useless in that occasion outside. And they just take up space. Things like capsule shelters and Highland tents are still very convenient for their operations in the training ground. So while she was shouting here, she also picked up 1 or 2 and put them into the few remaining spaces. She seemed to suddenly remember something and pulled out a piece of rubber wrapping paper from one of the small packages. Fortunately, it happened to be turned up when she threw the things in just now, so it didn't take any effort to take it out now. Jiang Hui unfolded it completely and threw it in the air. And the rubber paper, which was as tall as 2 people and as wide as 2 arms, was spread flat on the ground. She pushed down a nearby box containing mixed firearms, and the firearms inside were scattered all over the ground. Zhou Xiuwen, who was nearby, could help kick away the firearms on the edge, lift the 4 corners, and roll up the edges to wrap up the firearms within the range into a big package. Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian. It turns out that the garbage we picked up at the beginning is really useful. And it can be used like this? They are short-sighted. Chapter 216 Resting. Haha. You can't judge a person by his appearance. The child who looks like a good kid is quite smart. But it's obvious that he has copied a lot of other people's things. Dennis, who had been cared for by the big man very gently, turned back to the screen and saw the situation of the 3 people gathering resources. Although he had realized how troublesome the previous group of little ancestors were after the 2 previous incidents. Fortunately, the big man did not mean to interfere with the game, but just reminded him to pay more attention to safety. Probably because he was scared by the exciting passing X car linked just now. So after Dennis hung up the phone, he immediately turned back to this screen to check the situation of the 3 people. Forget it. He really can't afford to offend this person. When the time is up, he will send him out and let them participate in the competition on their own. Unexpectedly, he saw the situation of several people gathering resources. It must be said that their strategy is correct. Don't look at so many things. There are only a few that are really useful to them. And most of them can only take up space. They were able to figure this out quickly. And their brains were quite flexible. But wasn't this a bit too flexible? These resources were the backup resources of the supply point, generally used to prevent emergencies. And the quantity was sufficient. If the supply point was not used this time, it would be moved to the next supply point as a push resource. As a result, the 3 of them emptied nearly 1/3 of the necessary resources such as bullets and supplements, which was really amazing. But the big gift package was just like that. The little guys were quite good at seizing the opportunity, and were worthy of the gift package he gave them. Looking at the person holding a large bag of guns on the screen, Dennis smiled and pressed the transfer button, sending everyone in the supply point, including the 3 of them, out. But aren't there too few people left? There are still more than 20 hours left in the game. The young man muttered to himself. Jiang Hui and the other 2 felt a sense of weightlessness under their feet. As soon as they opened their eyes and closed them, they appeared in a dense bush. It was still dark outside. Jiang Hui was still holding a large bag of guns in her hand. The evening breeze was rustling. Under the night, she suddenly felt that the temperature difference between morning and night on planet 732 was quite large. It was still dark outside. It seemed that it was not yet 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Hui was a little dazed. They entered the stadium at 9 in the morning. But they had unknowingly reached the early morning of the next day. This journey was really exhausting. The things in the package were very heavy, and she decisively put the things in her hands on the ground. We finally got out. Jiang Hui could already imagine that every inch of Zhou Xiuwen's muscles was telling the word of liberation without the need for lighting. But were they really liberated? The reality was that they were still in the competition practice field. And the competition had just ended 18 hours ago. That was to say, if they were not eliminated, they still had 18 hours to leave the field. That was 18 hours, which was almost a day. They hadn't slept for even a minute until now. so they wouldn't faint from exhaustion before the competition was over. Would they? Jiang Hui looked at the time on the electronic screen, which showed 2:53 in the morning, and she felt that this was not impossible. Wan Xian seemed to have come back from inquiring around, and told them that no one was found nearby, so they were safe for the time being. Now Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen also knew each other's special abilities, so they naturally trusted his judgment, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around. Jiang Hui opened the bag of guns in his hand and set up a dim light next to it. The three of them gathered in front of the pile of guns and began to select guns. The three of them were not very lucky, and most of the previous resources were snatched back from others. What's worse is that even their enemies were not very lucky, and the resources they obtained were very limited. So they only had a few guns in their hands, and they were all used as a makeshift. However, it was really difficult to choose in that situation just now. If they really waited until they finished choosing, they would not have to pick up anything else. So Jiang Hui finally brought back such a big bag, so that it would not take up space and could still be used. After all, guns are really useful only if you aim accurately. If you can't aim accurately, even the best impact guns can only be used for decoration. That's about it. The shooting skills of the people present were all pretty good, so now that there was a chance, they would definitely exchange for a few more suitable guns as weapons. But they couldn't take all of them, so they still had to spend some time to choose carefully. As for what to do with the rest, Jiang Hui didn't know. She didn't expect such a complicated thing. Zhou Xiuwen unexpectedly took a pistol, a short pistol, which was unexpectedly a weapon that was not easy to control. However, the other party seemed to have an idea and chose it without thinking. He was also the fastest one among the three. Wan Xian chose a relatively flexible and slender submachine gun, which was even 2 yards smaller than the machine gun they usually used as a teaching aid. The other party seemed very satisfied with this gun, and immediately took off the 2 guns on his back and replaced them with this one. Jiang Hui didn't care. She was used to using standard rifles and didn't want to change. It's just that new is always better than old, and the feel of each gun is different. Now she has to choose 2 more comfortable ones. After choosing the weapons they are used to, the three of them quickly picked a few spare ones and threw them into the storage bag, which was considered completely completed. Very good. Everyone's hand speed is very fast. It's just a little after 3 o'clock now, and there are still about 3 hours before dawn. There is nothing else to do. Otherwise, take a nap. This idea was immediately agreed by everyone, and even Huan Xian couldn't help showing a little happiness on his face. It seems that this round of high-intensity activities is not something that everyone can bear, but they didn't have the conditions before, so they naturally didn't show it. Now when they heard that they could sleep, their eyes lit up. Time is running out, and it will be dawn if they delay any longer. Without further ado, the few of them quickly took out the Highland tent and bravely found a very tall tree as a foothold. To be honest, the installation process was really terrifying. Although the trunk and branches of this tree were very thick, and one person could only hug half of it, it did require a certain psychological quality to stand on it and perform such a difficult operation. Jiang Hui had never known that he was a little afraid of heights. Fortunately, this Highland tent was almost fully automatic. As long as they fixed the position on the trunk and found the fulcrum, the tent could pop up as a whole, forming a small resting space. The three of them could also take turns to watch the wind, so that each person could sleep for about 2 hours. If it was still not enough sleep, then wait until the game was finished. After all, this was not really a place to sleep. Chapter 217 A Peaceful Night. Jiang Hui had a good idea. 1 round per person. But he ignored the reality. The Highland tent is for single use, and it can barely accommodate 2 people. It's not impossible, but it's a bit embarrassing. And now installing an extra Highland tent is a bit redundant and very eye-catching. Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian, 2 grown men, can barely fit in, if they can tolerate it. But Jiang Hui, no matter how reliable and cohesive she is still a woman. She didn't say anything yet, but the 2 said they didn't want to, saying that they could make do with sleeping downstairs, and the tent would be given to Jiang Hui. After all, she was the one who worked the hardest and made the most contributions along the way, and the 2 were very impressed by her, and didn't think there was anything wrong with Jiang Hui enjoying this special treatment. But Jiang Hui had another idea. How could she need sleep as much as those 2 people? She could even shamelessly say that she had slept enough in the spiritual space. Although this was not something she could control. It was the fact. In her heart, she felt that this was close to cheating, which was quite awkward, especially in such a time-limited and conditional competition. Jiang Hui actually had a lot of burden in her heart. But the two people's method was also completely stubborn. Why do you need to sleep outside when there is a highland tint? Not to mention that the ground below is wet and soft. It is easy to be exposed to danger. It's okay to keep watch at night. At least people are awake, and they can know where they are in trouble. If some masters choose to attack at this time, they can't run away, and they are naturally not as good as the highland tints that are highly concealed and easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although Jiang Hui was a little tired, he had actually slept in the spiritual space. The two men had not fallen asleep for even a second. So Jiang Hui could not accept such excessive kindness. The few people really couldn't waste time like this, so they simply took a step back and took turns sleeping in the tent. One guarded the first half of the night, and the other guarded the second half of the night. As for the remaining one, he didn't have to guard the night, but he had to sleep on the floor below. This was Huan Xian's own suggestion. He refused to sleep in the tent no matter what. But the problem was that he couldn't squeeze into the same space with Zhou Xiuwen. It's not that he disliked it, but with his ability, if another person got too close, it would have a big impact. At that time, let alone sleep, he might not even be able to close his eyes and rest. Even though he was able to trust Zhou Xiuwen relatively, the foundation of this ability was like this, always accompanying and influencing him, like a shadow. It's just that few people can make him say it so frankly like this. Perhaps worried that his two rare companions would think he was being disdainful or too hypocritical. He even took the initiative to suggest that he could not use the tent, and just watch the wind with the people on night watch, and just take a nap in his spare time. After all, in a safe environment, it is not necessary for two people to watch the wind, and they can take turns to watch flexibly. Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen did not think what the other party said was offensive, because that was the truth. Indeed, if Huan Xian could read all kinds of emotions and power magnetic fields on people, he would be doomed to not get too close to others. Otherwise it would become a punishment instead of a rest. So in the end, he still followed this method, because they found that if they continued to talk, they would not need to rest. So they just packed up and continued the game. Because Jiang Hui was not so sleepy, she asked Zhou Xiuwen to watch the first half of the night. Huan Xian set up a temporary space under the tree to rest. Only Jiang Hui was left to watch the wind. Although humans were bound to be restricted in the dark and could not do anything, they were the same for the enemy. But Jiang Hui did not think it was safe. Two of the three of them rested, which was the most relaxed time. If someone attacked at this time, it would not be so good. In order to avoid the lighting tools attracting enemies, Jiang Hui simply turned off the lights and sat down on the ground not far from the loop, and then adjusted the state of the whole person to the most alert level. The lack of sight made Jiang Hui's mental power reach a highly sensitive level. The sound of the wind, the sound of the swaying trees, the subtle sound of the gravel rolling in the wind, the buzzing sound similar to the sound of insects coming from somewhere in the distance, and the even breathing of Huan Xian in the earphones. It seemed that everything was taken into her ears, outlining a peaceful night scene. She even had a faint illusion that all the objects within this range could not escape her eyes. As long as everything happened within this range, she could detect it at the first time. It seems a bit whimsical. How could she be so powerful? But it was true that Jiang Hui felt that she was very sensitive at this moment. And although her whole body and mental power were alert to a certain extent, this high state did not make her feel tired, but made her slightly excited. After retracting his thoughts that had drifted away, Jiang Hui truly sank into a certain ethereal state and officially began his night watch mission. They were lucky this time. There were no unexpected situations in the middle, and there were no sudden incidents until Zhou Xiuwen came down to replace him. But if there was a situation, it was probably Huan Xian, who seemed to have fallen asleep for only the first 10 minutes. He probably couldn't hold on any longer, and fell asleep as soon as he clung to the ground. But after more than 10 minutes, he suddenly woke up with shortness of breath. Although he didn't talk to Jiang Hui during this period, and closed his eyes to rest, he could still tell from his breathing that he should have been awake all the time. In the more than 1 hour that followed, he didn't seem to fall asleep again. Later, when Zhou Xiuwen came down to replace him, Jiang Hui tried to ask him if he wanted to go upstairs to rest, but he still refused to say anything. There was no way. Jiang Hui had to climb up to the tent by himself and sleep until dawn. But is it that I slept too smoothly? When I woke up, it was already past 7 o'clock, and it was more than an hour before dawn. Jiang Hui sat up suddenly from the tent, a little bit unbelieving her eyes, and looked a few times to confirm, and finally found that it was really past 7 in the morning. Why didn't Zhou Xiuwen and the others wake her up? It was so long after dawn, and those people should have been active long ago. Jiang Hui quickly stuck her head out to observe the surrounding situation, and then carefully climbed down from the high tent. As soon as she came down, she found that the other two teammates had already woken up, sitting face to face, chewing something in their mouths, and the big bag of guns that they fished out yesterday was tied up and placed next to them. Both of them looked leisurely. Chapter 218. What method? If she wasn't sure that there were no food ingredients in the training ground, and the two of them were holding a tube of nutrient solution in their hands. Just looking at the postures of the two people, Jiang Hui might have thought that they were camping. She subconsciously released her mental power to wander around here, rubbing her forehead. Why didn't you wake me up after so long? Although it was a question, Jiang Hui said it casually, more like a kind of embarrassed self-blame. Zhou Xiuwen had only slept for more than a week, and Huan Xian didn't even know if he had slept. On the contrary, she lay alone for more than 3 weeks, and finally got up leisurely. How could she feel embarrassed when others were here to watch her? Sleep, sleep, sleep. It's okay. We too will watch it. You have to trust us. Isn't it good now? Zhou Xiuwen said with a smile. There has been no movement around here, and no one has come. Huan Xian said calmly. It was not known whether the other party was in a bad mood because he did not rest well or did not rest enough. In fact, he was not directed at them, but one could tell from his face and demeanor. Today, the other party could not even show the usual pretended smile in the past. He kept a tense face and a dull expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking. If it were someone else, in this situation, they would probably think that the other party was angry about her oversleeping. But Jiang Hui did not think so. She had seen the other party's true appearance hidden in the deepest part before, and she knew that the carefree laughter, anger and scolding she had seen since she met him, whether lively, complacent or approachable, were all masks displayed by the other party. The real him rarely has any emotions, just like a blank sheet of paper. So the other party's current state may be closer to his nature. Seeing Zhou Xiuwen's free and unimpeded communication with the other party, it can be known that Huan Xian probably has no resentment at the moment. Maybe he just didn't sleep well. Yes, it's very strange. Before, when I was in the training ground, I could encounter enemies every 3 or 5 steps. But at least I could hear some voices after walking for a while. But after coming out this time, the whole field seemed to be quiet, and everyone seemed to hide. There was no movement for so long. Zhou Xiuwen continued Huan Xian's words. Their mental power levels were not low, but they did not dare to really relax in such a situation where there were flaws on all sides. They all secretly raised their vigilance and paid attention to all the movements around them. It's just strange that until the night was gone and the sky was bright for more than an hour, there was still no sign of people around. Those contestants who used to fight to the death and fiercely snatch heads from each other seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Such a situation was not within their imagination. Even if the two were more vigilant, they couldn't use their endless energy on the air. Right? After being nervous for a long time, they relaxed a little. So the two carefully observed while taking advantage of the time to rest for a while and save their energy as much as possible. After all, no one knew what would happen next. But for Jiang Hui's words, he had worked hard all the way, dragging them in the water without giving up. And the energy he had consumed was immeasurable. Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian felt embarrassed and wanted to buy more time for him to rest. Therefore, neither of them chose to wake her up until Jiang Hui woke up naturally and came down from the highland tent. Jiang Hui also felt a little strange when he heard this. But then he thought it was nothing and guessed, could they also be sleeping? Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian were stunned. Obviously they had never thought of this possibility. Jiang Hui just said it casually at first, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. Really, it has been more than 20 hours. And all the contestants can say that they have not slept for a day and a night. Even an Iron Man can't stand it. The 3 of them have to sleep. So don't the others have to sleep? After the intense race at the supply field, those people may also think that they can rest for a while. So they all stopped moving around. Jiang Hui thought to herself that this was a rare balance point. So she said to Huan Xian, "Do you want to go up and sleep for a while? I saw that you didn't sleep all night last night. It's nothing serious now. Zhou Xiuan and I will take care of it. You can go up and lie down for an hour." Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head, and a smile suddenly appeared on his expressionless face. "No. Even if I can't sleep, it should be able to hold on. And if we wait until we have rested enough before setting off, it won't be as easy as it is now." That's right. Jiang Hui knew it. But is it really okay for the other party not to sleep? She couldn't help but worry about his condition. This time Huan Xian didn't respond to her words, but cast his eyes on the pile of guns next to him, and changed the subject abruptly. "What should we do with these?" This was also the question that Jiang Hui had been thinking about in the first half of the night. How to deal with these things? The three of them had almost full backpacks, and they could only carry a limited number of guns. Anyway, they couldn't take this big bag away. Of course, it was a bit unwilling for them to leave the things here for others. It's not that they are selfish, but the competition is very competitive. The resources you can't use up may be cheapened by others in the future, and become weapons for others to kill you. This is very realistic but also true. But it's really impossible for them to take them all away. It's too cumbersome. Do they have to take out the bullets and nutrients in the backpacks to pack a bunch of guns that they don't know if they can use until the end of the game? If you think about it, you will know that the former is more reliable. She thought about it for a long time without an idea, and she just forgot it when she rested in the second half of the night. When she woke up in the morning, she might have subconsciously avoided it and didn't think about it. Unexpectedly, Huan Xian still pointed it out. Jiang Hui shrugged and said helplessly, "Do you have any good ideas? We can't just dig a deep pit anywhere and fill it in, right?" It seemed like a barely feasible method, but it was a bit too laborious. And if someone with a quick mind came across it, he would probably find it immediately, and the work would be in vain. Zhou Xiuan shook his head and said that there was no good way. The two naturally focused their attention on the person who asked the question, and just in time, they saw the other party reaching out to untie the knot on the package, revealing the guns inside one by one. "What are you going to do now? Is there really a way?" Jiang Hui looked at the other party suspiciously. Chapter 219 Situation. Damn. It's really too much. Looking at the man whose hand was almost a residual image, Min Hao shook his head. Where did this kid learn this? He definitely doesn't look like a novice. Captain Nordby observed carefully, and was a little surprised. What's so strange about that? There are so many students from military families in the school. I guess they have come into contact with it before. So it's not surprising. Min Hao could barely see that the other party seemed to be trying to destroy these guns. Captain Nordby shook his head, his expression a little solemn. No, not just understanding. He took several courses in military auxiliary knowledge in college, and his perspective on military equipment is different from that of ordinary soldiers. Others can only use or be familiar with the usage and characteristics of various types of firearms. But he has some research on the structure and operating principles of firearms. And because his grades were quite good during school, his first stop after graduation was the armory. If nothing unexpected happened, he might have continued to develop in the field of military equipment, and he would have become a military equipment expert in the future. However, due to the needs of the battle line, he was transferred from there to the frontline battlefield. And then he stayed on the front line, and did not touch anything related to firearms. Today, seeing the skillful technique of the kid reminded him of his memories of those green years long ago. Of course, including the knowledge that had long been buried in the flames of war. From his almost professional perspective, the other party has reached a certain level in the internal structure and principles of various firearms. And even in some techniques, he is much better than him. This is a very experienced gunner. Judging from his technique, he has been in contact with guns for at least 5 years. But how old is he? He quickly touched a certain structure on each gun he took over, or brushed past it and threw it aside with a click. Many people outside the field did not understand what was going on and thought Huan Xian was playing or studying. Only some sergeants who have received such training can tell whether the other party is adjusting or destroying the internal structure of these guns. Each of his movements is not heavy, and even seems a bit understated. But in fact, each one accurately grasps the key parts of these guns, or make the gun fire late, or make a certain part of it wear out, or maybe it suddenly jams, and cannot play its role at a critical moment. It can be said to be very professional. This level can catch up with the soldiers who are dedicated to this area. So even an old man like Captain Norby admires his actions. There are few people in the command department. Only 2 people talking. There were more people on the side of the combat individual soldier department. They were gradually attracted by several outstanding groups in the field. They no longer focused on the scattered students as before, and began to analyze some outstanding teams. For example, the trio of Jiang Hui, Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian was one of their focuses, and Huan Xian's actions naturally caught their attention. Some instructors who had little research on firearms asked their colleagues, who knew about it in confusion. And there was a lot of discussion. That classmate Huan Xian seems to be from the command department? He is really extraordinary. Why haven't I heard of his name before? Didn't you say he was from the command department? They like to hide things tightly. What's so strange about you not seeing him? The command department also teaches this? I don't like to hear that. Then our combat individual department doesn't teach swimming either. What's the problem if children learn a little bit of everything? Must there be a professional distinction? That's not what I mean. I mean she knows a lot. If you say she is a veteran, people will believe it. Anyway, my former teachers may not be at this level. This Huan Xian. Teacher Tan's eyes were focused on the dazzling person on the screen. Stark rarely turned his head to look at Teacher Tan, because he had never seen such a look on his face before. However, the other party hesitated to speak, and finally seemed not to want to say it anymore, and changed the topic. Stark did not force it, and continued his topic. But in fact, Teacher Tan had been thinking about it for several years. But he felt that it was a personal privacy, and it was not easy to say it. So he gave up. Teacher Tan also knew about this Huan Xian student, and he just remembered it now. The other party was sent here by the military, although no special care was given. Teacher Tan, as the general manager of the first grade, naturally knew about it. In the past, it was not that there were no parents who sent their children here. Generally, they came from parents or families with special identities. If necessary, the school would still take care of them. Zhou Xiuwen is such a person. Just kidding. With the power behind the other party, the school can't help but take care of them. Even though Marshal Zhou himself and his subordinates don't seem to have any requirements for this. Huan Xian is a bit strange. He came directly on the quantum spaceship sent by the 8th Legion. But the one following him was a lieutenant general from the 19th Legion. This is very strange. The 8th Legion and the 19th Legion of the Empire are both elite legions directly under the Empire. It is difficult to compare the combat power of the two forces. The forces they are close to are also different. The battle lines and regions under their jurisdiction are far apart. They have no intersection at all. But there is no conflict between the two forces. How could they be mixed up with such a young boy? Of course, there is no need for the military to explain this to him. They just sent him here to arrange for enrollment, and did not make any other requirements. However, the school still made a note of this part of the information, and informed the grade administrator to whom Huan Xian belonged. Just in case. So there are quite a few students, and even teachers with special identities in this class. Teacher Tan was still worried about this before he entered school, fearing that campus life would accidentally develop into various strength battles and competitions. Fortunately, these people seem to be very low-key and quiet, and he may not even remember some of them if they don't show up. This classmate Huan Xian is one of them. And Teacher Tan even forgot about him a little. Now it seems that this person has quite a lot of skills. According to something his class teacher reported, he is indeed a special and difficult person. I have to keep an eye on him in the future. It seems that I have to worry about teaching this class well. Teacher Tan sighed. Hearing this, the surrounding class teachers nodded in their hearts regardless of their opinions. It is now past 8 o'clock in the morning. The orienteering race has lasted for more than 23 hours. And there are only 13 hours left. At this time, there are only 424 students left in the military training field, and 692 students left in non-military majors. The competition has officially entered the final stage. The top players have shown their skills, and the situation has gradually become clear. But the overall situation is still undecided. Chapter 220, Tricks. There are a total of 129 guns here. Jiang Hui didn't know why he was so bored. Seeing the other party's movements, he couldn't help but count them one by one. Huan Xian didn't say anything when he was moving. Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen also believed in each other, and didn't rush to ask when he was busy. Seeing that the other party's movements were getting faster and faster, the two even began to help pass the guns around. No more. The other party seemed to be a little unsatisfied. All here. What did you do to them? Seeing that the person was finally free, Jiang Hui couldn't help asking. Nothing. Just slightly changed their internals, and left a little gift for everyone. Huan Xian's expression seemed to become slightly relaxed, as if he had just played a very pleasant game. Although Jiang Hui had already had some guesses just now, it was different when he heard it from the other party in person. You tampered with all these guns? Zhou Xiaowen opened his eyes slightly, seeming a little surprised. Yes. Huan Xian's mouth froze, and then he put on a smile that seemed a little deliberate and unnatural. How did you do it? Just wipe it. After getting the confirmation, Zhou Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to become a little excited in an instant, and kept asking, this is so cool. What is the principle? Can you teach me later? Ba. Huan Xian seemed to be shocked by the other party's overly intense and enthusiastic reaction, and he was a little slow to calm down. He looked at Zhou Xiaowen for a long time without saying anything, but he seemed to gradually relax and said lightly, it should be no problem. I can make sure that every gun has been taken care of. Even if the degree varies, the results will be revealed at some point in the future when they're used. This is really amazing, isn't it? But isn't your attitude a bit too light? Be more confident. My friend. Jiang Hui was also dumbfounded, but she was simply surprised and didn't think too much. Then she seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but said with some worry, then, what if we accidentally pick up these guns in the future? Wouldn't it be our own fault then? Although they had each chosen their favorite guns before this and kept enough spare guns, who knows what will happen in the future? So this point still needs to be considered. That's right, Huan Xian said, thoughtfully. In the future, don't keep the guns you pick up for yourself. Let me see them first. He only needs to touch it to know if there is any problem. Having said that, the other party asked them to take out the guns they had just selected and the old guns they had left. He checked them one by one and returned them to each person after confirming that they were correct. The three of them cooperated very well during the whole process. They trusted each other and did not have any doubts. Something seemed to be quietly filled in a terrible empty place in Huan Xian's heart, although it was still very shallow and almost negligible compared to his barren heart. It was real and could not be ignored. During the time he spent in the experiment, the days were really empty, and there was nothing worth remembering or being happy about. The only thing that made Huan Xian feel a little different was the daily fixed lectures. Although most of the knowledge and practical operations were very boring, they were at least much richer than the empty walls on all sides. This knowledge about guns was the only thing his teacher in the laboratory left him. The teacher disappeared after the experimental site was destroyed. Now that he thought about it, the teacher was actually good to him. So today, when he saw these guns, he couldn't help but feel itchy, and he just happened to deal with these tricky little gadgets. But after he took action, he regretted it. He regretted his impulsive behavior. Huan Xian knew that he was different from others. This point became clearer when he came out of the laboratory and returned to normal human society. He also knew that even if he lived in a normal environment for the rest of his life, he would never be the same as ordinary people. And the rejection of everyone when he came to this school was just a trivial point in his life. And it also proved to him that he was a freak that was not accepted by others. But Huan Xian didn't want to show this side too much in front of his two teammates. At least not now. After he felt something different from them that he couldn't explain clearly. Huan Xian was specially trained as a war tool, so his thinking was naturally contrary to the educational concepts of ordinary people. He could not tolerate aiding the enemy behavior more than anyone else. If these guns were to be left to others, not only Jiang Hui would not be able to tolerate it, but he would be even more unbearable. Before he met Jiang Hui, he was even more cruel and thorough to the enemies he met. So this time Huan Xian handled it without thinking, but did not consider the opinions of the other two. Would they feel ashamed of his unscrupulous behavior? Huan Xian didn't know, and had no way of knowing. But he thought, maybe he would really be scared, no matter how tolerant the two had been to him before. After seeing his teammates' extreme means, they would definitely feel a little awkward. He could understand that. But Huan Xian didn't expect the two to accept it so quickly, and they seemed to agree with his behavior. Is it because the times have changed? Or is it that the young generation now has this style? As if they are a little mean? Jiang Hui didn't know that her good teammates were categorizing her as a mean person at the moment. And she was still lamenting that her two teammates were more secretive than the other. And they were all capable people. By the way, do you always feel that something is wrong? The boy with two extremely conspicuous thick eyebrows frowned, but couldn't help looking around suspiciously. But finally found nothing, and had to give up unwillingly. You've said it several times. And the supply point said the same thing, which made us suspicious for a long time. But in the end, there was still nothing. The young man on the far left frowned and interrupted the other person, seeming a little impatient. And you have always been feeling it yourself. And the three of us didn't feel anything. Okay. Stop arguing. Are you afraid that others don't know there are people here? In this case, why not make a bigger fuss? The man in the middle finally couldn't help frowning and scolding. The conversation seemed to be neutral, but the other party immediately changed the subject. But, Kent, you said this no less than 5 times. But each time it was empty talk. I really hope there won't be a next time. Chapter 221 Ambush. The 4-man team was a group of people who escaped from the supply point. To say that they were unlucky, it was not really true, because they finally managed to fight their way out of the crowd, and came out of the supply point with a simulated bra that was charged with a lot of energy. But to say that they were lucky was not so true, because apart from the simulated bra that was usable in themselves, they did not bring out many resources from the supply point. It was a wasted trip. After all, they were good at conspiracy and trickery, and their shooting skills were also quite good. But there were not many people in the team who could fight. In addition, their luck was not good, and they were chased all the way to the supply point, not to mention robbing other people's resources. It was a pleasant surprise that they were able to come out in one piece. Fortunately, they finally avoided the water disaster, survived the supply point, and returned to their familiar home ground outside the training ground. And their confidence returned again. After all, it is not as troublesome for them to deal with the enemy outside as it is inside the supply point. As long as they aim accurately, there is no enemy that cannot be defeated. But now they are 4 people again. And the temporary teammate they deceived before entering the starting point has long been eliminated as a shield. The rules were different at the supply point at that time, and it did not have any impact on them. But now it is different. The shooting level of the 4 people is good, and they are also quite active. But the temporary team outside is still too disadvantaged, and they cannot afford a mistake. So several people are thinking about whether to pull another sucker to join. There is not much time left in the schedule, and this time, they really want to find someone to join and form a real team. After all, the 4 of them have been together for so long, and have gone through many hardships together. The idea of going their separate ways after getting through that period has long gone, and they think it is not bad to maintain the barely cooperative relationship at present. However, there are still some unharmonious factors in their team. But it doesn't matter. There is only a little time left. Anua believes that his teammates will be able to overcome this little contradiction smoothly. But no one thought that what Kent had been talking about since the supply point was really the case. But they never took it seriously, and then almost got into trouble. Hillman, the kid, had a grudge after escaping in a panic before, and he had been following them quietly all the way, following behind for a long time. And none of the 4 of them noticed it. If the other party had not been caught off guard by an attack and exposed their whereabouts, they might have been calculated without knowing what was going on. Then they remembered the vague bad luck and the good luck that happened to them at the supply point. It seemed that they could not avoid the peeping feeling that was hidden in the dark and followed them like a shadow. They suddenly realized that this person was probably hiding behind them and trying to make trouble for them all the way. They had such a miserable time at the supply point because of this person. He can really endure and hide. He is really amazing. Such a talent. Why couldn't they figure it out before and had to kick him out of the team? Isn't it better to keep such a guy as a teammate than to just pull in an unreliable person? Now, the person has been completely offended, and the other party has indeed caused them a lot of trouble along the way. There is no way for the 2 sides to reconcile, so they can only end it completely. Besides, Anua and the others can't tolerate such a venomous snake following them and constantly causing trouble for the team. So this time, no matter how much effort it takes, they must work together to eliminate the person. There are 4 of them, and the other party is only 1 person no matter how good he is at hiding. There shouldn't be any problems. Right? As it turns out, there are some problems. Damn. Is this guy a mole? How can he hide so well? He disappeared in a flash, and his breath was leaking out a little here and there, leading us to run around like a monkey. But how many times can we really catch a person? Are you kidding me? No. I can't find it. His breath disappeared again. Has he completely run out of the nearby area? Impossible. We rarely caught a glimpse of his figure just now. 2. It's only been half a minute now. No matter how fast he runs, he can't get out of the range in such a short time. No one can have such a strong leg. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and look for him. Spread your mental power to sense him. Kent, you have sensed the guy's breath many times before. He is your classmate. Think carefully about whether he has any habits or flaws. Or, feel his breath again. Where is it roughly? As the leader chosen by the 4 members of the team, Anua is also a decisive guy. Perhaps only someone like him can control 4 lone walkers with different personalities. Although they all had their own ulterior motives. When they all made up their minds to become real teammates, they were able to quickly cooperate with their teammates and become a team. So, although several people, including Anua, had several disputes with Kent because of this matter before, they did not really quarrel after all. Therefore, when Anua realized that what the other party said was correct, he did not hesitate to throw the problem to the other party. Because now, it is not a matter of being awkward or losing face. The 4 of them are now connected to a community of interests. Once a problem occurs, everyone's interests will be damaged. So Anua is very sure that the other party will definitely not refuse. Although Kent was a little unhappy, because several people had previously accused him of being whimsical, and refused to believe him no matter what. But now they found that things were not the case. They quickly pushed the matter onto him. But he did not say anything to refuse. Because Kent also knew that the few people were no longer different from each other. Besides, it was he who brought Hillman into the team. So the other party must hate him the most. If the other party really wanted to retaliate, they would definitely go after him first. So how could Kent tolerate the other party's existence? God knows. When Kent found out that the breath that he had been aware of following them came from Al Hillman, he couldn't help but panic. It is said that with the strength of their team of 4, why should they be afraid of a guy who challenged alone? But the other party's forbearance and perseverance really exceeded their imagination, which made them secretly frightened. Kent had no doubt that if Hillman was really given a chance, even if he endured until the last moment, he would definitely choose to retaliate against them fiercely. Chapter 222. So he must defeat this person and expel him from the competition. Kent was already a bit bloodthirsty, and had long forgotten that he had only considered this competition as a school-level game before. This was also the reason why he had previously tricked Hillman, a classmate, into joining his team, and then arbitrarily seized his resources along with several other people. After the other party escaped, he had several opportunities to catch up, but he did not choose to root out the enemy, because he did not take the enemy seriously at all. But now, he really regarded this game as a formal confrontation, vowing to eliminate the enemy who stood in his way by any means. Hillman must disappear from this competition. Kent was also one of the few first-year students in the grade who had completed the second awakening. His mental power level was quite high, and he had steadily reached the level of B+, and even the threshold was close to the A level. It was extremely rare to find an incompletely awakened person with such potential in the permanent galaxy. So he was assigned to the first class of the combat individual department after entering Beska Intermediate College. The other 3 people in the same team were not as good as him, so they had not noticed Hillman following them. What was even more rare was that Kent's physique and physical fitness were quite superior, while Hillman's overall level was still not as good as his. He knew the guy had definitely not escaped from the area they controlled, and must be hiding his breath waiting for them to be misled and deviate from the route. So the other party must be keeping his troops still at this moment, hiding somewhere and spying on them. As long as Kent could find his trace first, and block his route together with his teammates, the other party would have no chance to escape. Kent has been trying to calm himself down and continue to use his mental power to search for the person hiding in the dark. 5 meters, 10 meters, 16 meters, 20 meters, nothing was found. Kent even suspected that he was wrong. Wait! No. Go back, 16 meters, 17 meters, 17.5 meters, there is a response. There is a different breath there. Although it is very weak, it is real. Kent calmed down and roughly twisted his mental power into a rope, and deliberately extended it slightly in that direction. Soon he felt a weak barrier, and was overjoyed. Found that guy. The little mouse didn't seem to realize that he had been caught by the hunter, and was still carefully restraining his breath. Kent couldn't shout at this moment. He put his hands behind his back, and made a simple gesture to Anua behind him. Although they had their own ideas and agreed to only go a short distance, The four of them could not rely on some vague conspiracy to survive until now by defeating all the contestants with a temporary team. These people seemed to be companions who had known each other for many years and had an extremely amazing tacit understanding, which helped them a lot. Sure enough, Anua understood Kent's meaning almost instantly and was happy in his heart. But his face remained calm. He gave a look to the other two who still didn't understand. In the blink of an eye, they completed the information exchange and roughly determined where Hillman was hiding at the moment. The man didn't run far, and even if he found that he was locked and tried to escape, he probably couldn't run far. Hillman had nowhere to escape. All of them smiled triumphantly, as if they had foreseen the prey's final defeat and inability to struggle. Did Hillman really not realize that he was being targeted? Of course he did. He had been following these four idiots for so long, and they only discovered it now. They almost made him design a plan to take them all down. How could they be so smart? Of course, he admitted that he was not very smart. Of course, it was more than enough to take revenge on these self-righteous guys. Want to catch him? Sure. He didn't have much ability to begin with, and he was able to hold on until now because he had a fire burning in his heart that he couldn't swallow. But before that, Hillman must also get rid of the four people who plotted against him. Even if he couldn't get rid of all four, at least he had to get rid of the culprit who harmed him. Alan Kent. Forget about others. That guy is really a black-hearted thing. Fortunately, Hillman had helped him before, and they had a good relationship in class. If the other party had shot him as soon as they met, it would be fine to eliminate him. We are all enemies, and there is nothing to say about a fair fight. But what is this guy doing? Aren't you playing dirty? And you are picking on acquaintances, making him feel so frustrated. Hillman couldn't swallow this breath, so he would rather be eliminated than let this villain have a chance to win. Of course, he didn't think that this guy with bad character could be at the top of the scoreboard. It's a pity that he has walked so many roads and met so many enemies and passers-by. But he still didn't meet Jiang, who he thought was very reliable. Otherwise, he would definitely follow him regardless of anything and refuse to withdraw his hand no matter what. I think with the other party's ability, he must have been on the list long ago, and maybe even among the top. After he dealt with these guys and went outside the stadium, he would definitely go to see how Jiang Hui's performance was. Alas, it was useless to think about this now. He was about to be eliminated from the competition. Hillman secretly calculated the speed of several people moving towards this side quickly, and felt that it was about the same. So he flew towards a certain direction that had been set. As soon as he rushed out, he felt the bullets fired from behind him, coming from several different directions, and outflanking him with an unprecedented fierce attack. Even though Hillman had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But then he immediately adjusted himself. He secretly told himself that he could do it, and he would definitely be able to dodge these bullets. Just like before. He had been besieged by 7 people before. So what was there to be afraid of with just 4? Once he led these people to the battle zone and exposed their whereabouts, it would be worth it even if he couldn't see them being eliminated with his own eyes. Thinking of this, Hillman couldn't help but speed up his pace. Hearing the sound of bullets coming faintly from not far away, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kent ran in the front, biting the figure in front tightly. He was about to catch the opponent's collar, but suddenly, Kent's outstretched hand froze for a moment, and reacted, and rushed back to the people behind him, as if there was a beast chasing him from behind. Anua and the other 2 fell behind a little, and faced their teammates' rush without knowing why. But they immediately tasted something wrong. But it was too late. They were completely exposed to the sight of the hunter in the dark. Several gunshots that rose almost at the same time nailed the 3 people to the ground. Unable to get up, they had been eliminated. Chapter 223 Chaotic Battle. When Jiang Hui and his companions left their original place and wandered around looking for prey, they found that there seemed to be fewer people in the training ground. It used to feel like there were people everywhere, so it was easy to find prey. But this time, after coming out of the supply field, the entire training ground seemed to be quiet, and those prey that were easy to find in the past also hid themselves and refused to show up easily, which made the hunting action of several people difficult. But this did not bother them. They had Huan Xian. The few people were getting more and more tacit, even though these tired prey had learned to be silent and hide well. But with Huan Xian leading the way, several people still successfully took down several temporary teams. The 3 of them got some points according to their respective needs. But unlike before, in order to avoid exposing more information. Several people did not go down to take the resources dropped by those who were eliminated, because they no longer needed them. Yes, it is so arrogant and willful. Another round of competition. Jiang Hui focused on the gun in his hand, and killed 3 nearby contestants, whose auras were quite obvious. This is the 5th point they have found in the surrounding area. Now there should be no other prey within a radius of several miles. There is no need for Jiang Hui and his friends to maintain the formation just now. So they gathered together again. It's a pity that we can't see our scores inside. Otherwise your scores must be very exaggerated. Just now you shot more than a dozen. Wan Xian didn't shoot as many as you. Zhou Xiaowen approached, patted Jiang Hui on the shoulder, and said in admiration. He was really impressed by this classmate Jiang Hui. Although the other party's temperament is a little indifferent, his personality is not strong. It can even be said that he is too peaceful most of the time. When he is not doing his job, he does not give people the impression that he is not very aggressive. But this person seems to be able to do everything. Although she may not be the best, she has some convincing abilities. Zhou Xiaowen is a little glad that he met such a person at this moment. He pulled the other party's leg all the way here, and made friends with the other party. Wan Xian let me. Jiang Hui glanced at Wan Xian, and said affirmatively. Apart from this, he could not make any other guesses. This guy obviously has a lot of bug abilities, and his shooting level is unfathomable. Why does it feel like he is always slacking off and being careless? She herself was not polite. She shot whatever she could shoot, and took the time to score points and train herself. I didn't let you. Wan Xian denied it flatly, saying that it was not the case. Alright. Stop praising each other. It makes me look even more frustrated. I'll tell you in advance. Don't let me. It's a waste if I get this point. You two should give up what you should give up. But do you want to consider striving for the top 3? I heard from my family that the reward this time is very generous. Zhou Xiaowen couldn't help laughing. There are so many students majoring in military. How can it be my turn? Jiang Hui shook his head. Besides, we can't see the total score list now, so it's useless to guess randomly. So humble. Then why are you working so hard? Zhou Xiaowen seemed to be a little confused by Jiang Hui's powerful logic. He thought that people as capable as Jiang Hui were full of confidence and rushed into the competition with the idea of winning the top spot. Moreover, since he saw Jiang Hui in the arena, her eyes were full of desire to win, and every muscle and bone in her body seemed to be telling her that she was doing her best. So he guessed that Jiang Hui's desire for victory had reached a certain level. Who knew that now the other party told him in person? Maybe. Not sure. Didn't think I could win. Is this because she is so powerful but doesn't know it? Or is she modest because of her nature? If it is the latter, then it is too modest. After all, except in the supply point, there is almost no one outside who can withstand her one shot. And Zhou Xiaowen has seen it with his own eyes along the way. Such a guy still said that he had no confidence to defeat many military students, which made him look a little arrogant. But he had a feeling that Jiang Hui would definitely win. He was not exaggerating. His intuition was rarely wrong. Let's see. The result will be available in a dozen more stars. And he felt that Jiang Hui would definitely be in the top 3. Wan Xian continued to quietly act as a background. But the other two did not insist on pulling each other into the conversation. They had become accustomed to the other party entering the state of ability from time to time. Generally speaking, the other party was helping them to explore the surrounding situation. So when Wan Xian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, the two of them almost ended the conversation at the same time and looked at each other, their eyes showing solemnity. There is a situation. About 3.5 kilometers southwest. The few people were not vague, packed up and quickly left the place, heading in the direction indicated by Wan Xian. Little did they know that this time, they were involved in a not-so-small chaos. Although the last few people took the lead in the chaos, only they themselves knew how dangerous it was. It was really a close call just now. We almost died. We finally got here? So we can't just fall like this. Zhou Xiaowen got up from the ground in a mess, and then realized that he was a little too proud. It's not clear whether there are any fish that have escaped the net hiding nearby. Isn't it like walking into a trap? The enemies have been dealt with. Wan Xian looked around. He probably had explored it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then his face changed and he looked at the people next to him. Just now in the chaos. Although they were the yellow bird. However, the teams in the chaos were not easy to mess with. They soon realized that something was wrong. And then the whole situation completely turned into a real chaos. Fortunately, they were still more skilled. And those people were too exposed and lost the initiative. The few people took a lot of effort to deal with a dozen enemies in these teams. However, a capable guy in one of the teams attacked them twice under the pretext of attacking the opposing team, and almost knocked Jiang Hui down. In the end, Jiang Hui reacted quickly and dodged in a panic. But he could not avoid falling to the ground with his whole body. But the opponent seemed to have been lying on the ground for a long time. If it were not for the fact that the simulated bra did not show the signal that the opponent was hit, Huan Xian would have thought that Jiang Hui was accidentally hit. After a while, the person, who was almost prostrated, slowly got up from the ground. The overall movement looked okay, and the joints seemed to be running smoothly. But Huan Xian himself did not dare to believe that there was no problem. The opponent just simply got up, and the center of gravity changed 3 times. During the period, he also avoided several positions that were convenient for exertion. Even halfway through the climb, his body stiffened slightly. It didn't look like there was no problem. Huan Xian did not bother to explain the situation to Zhou Xiuwen, who was a little further away, and stepped forward to help. Later, when Jiang Hui sat up, Huan Xian knew why the opponent behaved like this. Chapter 224 New Situation. No wonder this guy didn't get up for so long. He didn't make a sound even though his legs and feet were injured like this. And he was able to get up on his own. He is really a capable person. Jiang Hui was very efficient when helping others. But why didn't he say a word when he needed help? Huan Xian looked at the other person's bloody calf, and a rare feeling of anger rose in his heart. Huan Xian waved to Zhou Xiuwen, signaling him to come over and help, while he turned over the medical equipment. The 2 teammates over there didn't say anything, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Zhou Xiuwen immediately realized that something was wrong and hurried over to take a look. Oh my god! The first injured member of their team appeared, and he was not the weakest, but the most thoughtful Jiang Hui. How did he get hurt like this? Did he get hurt when he was dodging the shooting just now? This is too fierce. Or did he dodge too quickly and didn't pay attention? A very thin and sharp stone pierced Jiang Hui's calf vertically. The wound was very deep, and the muscles could be seen. The blood was all over his leg and seeped into his shoes. If it is not treated, the other party's next walk will be like an execution. Isn't this simulation bra supposed to have a shielding and protective function? Why doesn't the shield? Zhou Xiuwen immediately became a little indignant. This design is too careless. It's different in the training field and the supply field, Huan Xian said in a deep voice. In the supply point, the simulation bra covers almost the entire area, just to prevent everyone from suffering any irreversible damage during the physical fight. Therefore, the simulation bra will always convert external attacks into damage to the simulation bra, which has also become a direct way to eliminate contestants in the supply point. And because of this full coverage, people will feel that the simulated bra is not durable at all in the supply point and wears out very quickly. Outside the training ground, shooting is king, and almost no one takes close combat. Basically, people are eliminated directly by shooting the enemy. This is no different from the real-life CS game on Blue Star. The simulated bra can automatically eliminate people the moment it senses the bullet hitting. This is why most contestants in this game were eliminated. Of course, in order to prevent excessive physical fighting between contestants in the training ground, the simulated bra will still provide contestants with a barrier coverage rate of nearly 75% even outside the training ground to prevent contestants from not knowing the importance of each other. Moreover, the barrier mode provided by the simulated bra outside is also different from that in the supply point. Outside the training ground is buffering and emergency protection. Unless it is a fatal injury, the contestant will not enjoy much protection from the simulated bra if he is hit or forced by external forces, especially the position of the hands and feet, which are the more important joints of the contestants in the competition. Damage to these parts of the limbs will also affect the results of the competition. So the protection and barrier of the simulated bra for these parts are also extremely weak. In short, it almost ignores the external injuries of the hands and feet. Jiang Hui served as a test subject for the latter this time. The stone directly cut through the muscles of her calf, and she was attacked by unprecedented severe pain. She didn't even react when the chaos ended, and naturally couldn't get up in the first time. Oh my god. This is serious. Jiang classmate, you rushed too hard, didn't you? It pierced through. Zhou Xiuwen was so anxious that he turned around and around. Seeing Jiang Hui frowning and holding back the pain and spilling physiological tears. He was more anxious than anyone else. If you didn't know, you would think he was injured. I couldn't dodge just now, Jiang Hui said hoarsely. So this outdoor battle is actually dangerous. Even if it is essentially a game. But running around. Who can guarantee that there will be no problems? Look, she has a problem. Unexpectedly, the medical gift pack they looted at the supply point was used on her first. Jiang Hui thought that this thing might not be used until the end of the game. Look at you. It's just an intramural competition. Don't fight so hard. What if you really hurt your bones? I heard from my uncle that military schools never spare any effort in training students like this. Just to train reserve forces early. Casualties in intramural competitions and activities like this are not uncommon. Student Jiang, you must be careful. The other party looked at Huan Xian's skillful treatment of Jiang Hui's wound, and his actions of ruthlessly squeezing out the dirty blood. And his eyebrows were piled up high, slightly, can be a little lighter. If the muscle tissue is injured again, there will be sequelae for a long time. The two people who were busy didn't notice that the other's eyes dimmed slightly, and finally said in a low voice, legs and feet are very important. It's not known whether Huan Xian heard it or not. But his hands did not stop. He quickly treated Jiang Hui's wound, spread snow gel and trauma powder, and took a roll of gauze to wrap it tightly. The force was so great that Jiang Hui, who was already in great pain from the wound, hissed a few times. At least, you can't move for at least 1 week, Huan Xian said to Jiang Hui in a deep voice. In fact, 1 week is an optimistic estimate, because the coagulant and powder on the wound will take at least 1 week to take effect. But it does not mean that the wound can be healed in 1 week. Even with the advanced medical technology of the StarCraft, a large wound that hurts the muscles and bones will take at least 8 to 12 weeks to heal with special medicines. If medical machinery can be used, the time can be shortened. But it is impossible to heal in 1 week. After all, humans are not machines. There is no condition in the training field. And Jiang Hui is destined to wait until the end of the game with this injury. And there is no painkiller in the medical equipment. Which means that Jiang Hui must endure the pain until the end of the game, which is a big impact on her. But Huan Xian didn't say it, because everyone knew it without him saying it. Wouldn't it be clear that everyone's morale would be ruined if he said it out? It's better to just let it go. Ever since he found out that Jiang Hui was injured, Huan Xian's face has not been very good. Although he didn't have a dark face. His face was tense, and he couldn't see how relaxed it was. And he seemed very unhappy. Jiang Hui didn't know how to break the deadlock. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Zhou Xiaowen didn't have so many concerns. He dragged the two of them to a relatively hidden place nearby, as if he didn't see their stiffness. He pressed Jiang Hui down and sat on the ground to rest. After such a scene, the atmosphere between the few people was unusually silent. Just when Zhou Xiaowen couldn't help but want to say something to liven up the atmosphere, Huan Xian's face suddenly changed, and he made a gesture to them. Zhou Xiaowen understood and hid Jiang Hui. Huan Xian crawled alone to push aside the bushes, with the black muzzle of the gun hidden behind the branches and leaves, pointing in a certain direction. Chapter 225 3 stars. Huan Xian's movements were very fast, and the opponent was very swift and left no trace. Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen only heard 3 short gunshots, and it seemed that everything was over. Then the two saw Huan Xian's hand pulling the trigger pause, and a vague and suspicious sound came out of his throat. Immediately, another gunshot was heard. But this time, the sound seemed to be a little different from the previous one. A little far away? Zhou Xiaowen didn't think so much. He was concerned about Jiang Hui's situation. Seeing that Huan Xian hadn't made any movement for a while, Zhou Xiaowen couldn't help but use mental power to conduct and knock on the other party. Not done yet? Just as Zhou Xiaowen wanted to say something, the next moment he heard Huan Xian whisper, "Aren't you coming out yet?" "Come out, what?" Zhou Xiaowen and Jiang Hui, who was enduring the pain, were instantly attracted by the other party's strange words. Who was Huan Xian talking to? There was no response in the silent bushes, not even the sound of the wind. Is there no one? If you come out now, I can give you 3 points. If you haven't made up your mind, there's nothing I can do. 1, 2. Huan Xian was still talking to himself. Hey, wait. Why is it so sudden? It takes time for me to get up. How can you count so fast? The sound of 1 hasn't even finished, and it's already 2. A familiar voice sounded. Jiang Hui, who was hiding behind a low rock, was stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? I need you to stand up. Don't hide. I can see you. If I wanted to do it, I would have shot it a long time ago. Why wait until you made a move just now? Wonqian said impatiently. What do you want to do? Why don't you just eliminate me? I know you can do it. Hillman was really confused. He deliberately led Kent's group here. Afterwards, everything went well. The group of idiots, who were eager for success, were really fooled and chased after him. Then, as he expected, they were all wiped out by the hands of the enemy. The remaining one, the culprit who caused him so much in the beginning, was also eliminated by Hillman himself. At the moment when the man was locked down by the simulated bra, his eyes were still looking at him quietly, as if he couldn't believe that the group of people who claimed to be impeccable were calculated by Hillman and led into a trap to end the game in such an ignominious way. Hillman was very happy watching it. Aren't these guys the most fond of conspiracy and intrigue? Treating others as pigs to be slaughtered, kicking them out directly when they are useless, being high and mighty, and using despicable means. It is obvious that they are not low in ability, and can rely on fair means to defeat others. But they have to use such an uncomfortable method. Didn't he ever think that he would have such a frustrating moment? It's not over yet. He and Kent have a grudge, and he will definitely find someone to ask about it when he gets out. But his journey probably ends here. Although it was a little different from what he expected. The chaos seemed to have just ended when he brought his men here. But the master hidden in the dark shot every shot and eliminated the 4 people with high shooting ability. Although he was a little unwilling, Hillman had to admit that he could not deal with these 4 guys with high shooting ability by himself. This is why he did not choose to fight them openly, but followed them all the way in a cowardly way. In fact, he also felt very aggrieved, and more embarrassed than ever before. It is not easy to admit that one's ability is not as good as others. But he knew very well that it was almost impossible to catch all the 4 people who cooperated with each other with his mediocre shooting ability. He actually tried it, but he was almost discovered. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to get through it. It was the greatest revenge that Hillman could do to cause trouble for them all the way without being discovered. And now he has completed the final revenge. These 4 confident guys were finally tied up by him and calculated to become nutrition for others, which would probably make them uncomfortable for a long time. As for whether he would also be eliminated as a head set by others, Hillman didn't care. Anyway, he was mentally prepared. He couldn't deal with the 4 people including Kent, let alone the hidden boss, who could easily kill Kent and others. Hillman thought that it was not bad to be able to survive until here. It would be better to let the other party shoot him directly. Well, it was still unlikely. When Hillman reacted, he had subconsciously restrained his breath and hid himself by taking advantage of the terrain. After these days of experience, he seemed to be accustomed to hiding. If the other party still found him, there would be nothing he could do. If they didn't find him, it would be good. It would be best if they didn't find him and evacuated directly. Then he would be free. But the other party was also a little strange, as if they had already anticipated where he was and shouted to him from a distance. Come out? Is this person thinking too well? Trying to trick the enemy out with this method? This kind of plot has been played out long ago. Early popular ancient human-themed TV dramas seemed to love to shoot such plots. And it was very popular at one time. He won't go out. Only a fool will be tricked out. As a result, the other party still repeated the same paragraph tirelessly and threatened him to take action. What about giving him 3 points? Who is he trying to fool? If the other party really discovered his whereabouts with such 3 points, I don't know how many holes they can shoot at him. Just give him points directly. Why bother here? Hillman muttered in his heart. He still thought that the other party was scaring her until the man began to count down impatiently. When the first sound of the other party's countdown sounded, Hillman secretly thought it was not good, because he found that as the other party began to count down, an invisible aura seemed to lock him at this moment. Even if he didn't dare to move and couldn't see at this moment, he could feel as if there were a pair of eyes and a black gun muzzle facing him. The opponent only needed to move his fingertips for a moment, and he would be eliminated. This person was not lying to him. The opponent really locked his position and could take action at any time. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Even though Hillman did not have much hope for the unknown enemy's words, the opponent did not take action as soon as he found him. This meant that there must be something about him that attracted the opponent, or that the opponent needed him to do something or cooperate. 3 points. What was the time for him to do with 3 points? What would be the result after the 3 points were over? Hillman did not have an accurate answer, but his body instinctively made a choice for him. Chapter 226 Invitation. Looking at the young man who jumped out of the bushes in a panic. Huan Xian looked indifferent and did not show up. He just maintained his original posture and stared at the prey that had appeared automatically. Although the other party seemed to have accepted Huan Xian's request, he did not let down his guard. Although his eyes had revealed a little helplessness, every aspect of his body still expressed vigilance, as if he had accepted his fate, but was also a little unwilling. You still have 2 star points and 22 star seconds left, Huan Xian said. I cannot attack you. Hillman still had some reaction. What is the other party talking about? What 2 or 3 star points? What does it mean to report a number? Clearly threatened to attack and eliminate him before. Why did he inexplicably say that he could not shoot him? This guy meant to give him a chance not to be eliminated, and gave a time limit. So this is inviting him to join? As for the time limit, it is easier to understand. If he is not smart enough or cannot perform to his satisfaction within these 2 star minutes, he will lose the chance to join the team. He will be eliminated in less than 3 star minutes, 2 star minutes and 17 star seconds. The other party continued to remind him calmly. How should he perform suddenly? Doesn't this guy know how to talk properly? He can scare anyone who is brave enough. Who are they trying to mess with a timed reading comprehension? Who can understand it? Well, it's a risk. Hillman is already prepared to be eliminated. If he can play into the hands of this big guy, it will be better. He won't be eliminated and can get a team for free. But performance? What should he perform? In this situation, could he really shoot at the other party? Not to mention whether he would be considered as resisting and shot immediately. Even if he didn't, with Hillman's poor shooting skills, people might not be interested in him. Although Hillman still didn't understand why the other party could kill the other people in an instant, but left him alone, and even invited him to join the group, it was really confusing. Hillman gritted his teeth and gave a simple and unpretentious self-introduction. My name is Al Hillman. Combat Individual Soldier Department 1. Huan Xian was dumbfounded. What is this? He imagined all kinds of performances of this person, and also thought about what kind of words the other party would use to accept his recruitment. But he didn't expect to meet such a weirdo. You can talk if you want to. Why do you come up with a primary school self-introduction? This is not just ordinary white. Much whiter than Zhou Xiuwen. Huan Xian originally thought this guy was quite interesting, and he had a strong ability to hide, and he almost hid it from him. So he thought about whether to bring him in to form a team. So he asked this question on a whim. He didn't expect that he would be such a wonderful person. In fact, Huan Xian had never thought about finding another person to form a team before. The shooting skills of the 3 of them were pretty good, and even the worst Zhou Xiuwen's skills in supplementing the gun were pretty good. In addition to Huan Xian's ability and Jiang Hui's layout, the 3 of them have hardly encountered any enemies that can threaten them. More importantly, the 3 of them had gone through several difficult situations together, and the tacit understanding between them was beyond words. If a stranger was added for no reason, it would be hard to guarantee what impact it would have on the team. So why did he suddenly want to pull someone into the team again? Because of Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui was injured, and it was not a minor injury. Leg injuries will have a significant impact on the game after all. Huan Xian believed that Jiang Hui could endure the pain and hold on until the end of the game. But the threat of the enemy in the arena was far more than that. If he encountered a more difficult dilemma later, Jiang Hui would have no advantage in escaping in his current state. And he could also see the strong desire to win hidden in Jiang Hui's heart. The other party was eager to win, stronger than any of the 3 of them. This was information he rarely read from the other party. And it was not the kind of direct magnetic field reading, but more like a feeling. This person really was. Even the strong desire in his heart was so silent. Never mind. The other party has been helping them for free all this time, never caring about it. Now it's his turn. Since she wants to win, let him help. So the most urgent thing is to find the other 2 people first, and form a formal team with the 3 of them. In this way, Jiang Hui can have 3 chances to survive. That is, 3 times the margin of error. Huan Xian believes that the other party can make good use of such a rare advantage. But he seems to have misjudged. Will the new teammate selected this time be a little bit unintelligent? If he really adds people in, will he still be a drag? Huan Xian thought about this possibility seriously. And after thinking about it, he still felt that. Student Hillman? Who would have thought that after hearing this ridiculous self-introduction, someone would be stunned and ask a question? Huan Xian tilted his head slightly. Although most of his mental power was still locked on the prey called Hillman, his attention was immediately diverted by Jiang Hui's question. Is it someone you know? Huan Xian asked. Yes. He is my friend, Jiang Hui said in a hoarse voice. She didn't expect to meet someone here by coincidence. It was unfortunate that they met him after most of the game was over. Do you want to invite him to join our team? Jiang Hui whispered. There was nothing to avoid in front of Jiang Hui, and Huan Xian nodded slightly. Forget it. You just shot his companion, so it's better not to make trouble. It would be better if we could meet earlier, Jiang Hui thought to himself. And he didn't know whether the other party had formed a temporary team with other people. If we force someone to come in without knowing the situation, wouldn't we have to invite other people to join as well? Anyway, it's quite troublesome. So let's not do it. No, that's not his companion. He should have come alone. Huan Xian shook his head, but his expression was a little relaxed. Oh, then do you still want to investigate him? Huan Xian shook his head. His investigation had ended the moment he found the other party. It's just that he never thought that the other party also knew Jiang Hui by chance. That guy's character is okay, and his skills are good. If you think it's appropriate, you could also invite him to join the team. Jiang Hui said so. After hearing what Jiang Hui said, Huan Xian already had the answer in his heart. He looked thoughtfully at the person standing stiffly behind the bushes. He was silent for a while, and finally said, Hillman classmate. Right. Do you want to team up with us? If you agree, throw down your weapon, fold your hands, and come over here. Someone wants to see you. Chapter 227 Burden. Ask Hillman what he feels at the moment. He is about to burst into tears, feeling that all the bad luck along the way is for this moment. Finally found the main force. Right? This is a way out. A ray of hope. Originally, Huan Xian asked him to come over, and he was confused. But Hillman understood the words throw weapons, and threw the almost scrapped gun in his hand to the ground without hesitation. As for the other party saying that someone wants to see him, it is probably the boss of the team. Right? He understands. He has to pay homage to the mountain. I don't know what kind of person makes such a sheer boss willing to follow him her to help. Anyway, Hillman just feels relieved now. As long as the other party does not regret it, he will make a profit. As for whether the other party has any calculations or something like that, Hillman is not worried at all. He really didn't have any good intentions. Did he? Then when he found the gathering place of his new teammates, he glanced over and saw Jiang Hui behind him. Hillman? Student Jiang. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Are you also in this team? God. I finally got lucky. You don't know how I spent more than 20 hours. I was almost trapped out of the competition by an unreliable guy. I wish I could meet you earlier. Seeing that the other party was about to pounce, Zhou Xiaowen quickly made a gesture to stop him. It wasn't a defense. The other party had already arrived here, and after Jiang Hui personally admitted that the other party was her friend, the two of them were no longer on guard. What's more, Huan Xian was holding the gun behind him. If the other party dared to attack, it was unknown whether his movements were faster or Huan Xian's gun was faster. But this guy looked rough. If he really pounced on him without paying attention, Jiang Hui's already bad wound would be even worse. At that time, they didn't know whether to kill this guy to avenge Jiang Hui, or to forgive him. Fortunately, this guy was not completely brainless. After a while of excitement, he immediately reacted. Several people were now half squatting on the ground. But Jiang Hui's posture was still obviously different. She didn't squat, or should be said that she couldn't squat. She sat directly on the ground in a posture without much defense, with her legs stretched out and flat, and her back slightly leaning on the rock. Although she was sitting quite straight, her whole posture gave people a feeling of slight weakness. The next moment Hillman knew why the other party was like this. I saw that the training suit on the other party's right calf had traces of being torn, and now it was wrapped with a thick medical bandage, and the edge was accidentally stained with blood, oozing a faint red. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, and Jiang Hui's face was blue and tense, which made him look very unwell. Mr. Jiang? Hillman suddenly hesitated, and the long words that had been held in his heart could not be said at this moment. Jiang Hui seemed to immediately notice the other party's embarrassment, and reluctantly cheered up to greet Hillman. The two of them were old acquaintances, even more familiar than her two previous teammates. Now that Hillman was to be absorbed into the team, she, who was barely a maintainer, should express her attitude. The other parties seemed to glance at Huan Xian, who looked difficult to mess with, and then looked at Zhou Xiuwen, who looked very unfamiliar, and then moved to Jiang Hui's side, crossed his legs, and sat down. You saw it, didn't you? I accidentally hurt my leg because I didn't do my best. It was fine originally, but the next action will definitely be affected. You have to think carefully before joining my team, Jiang Hui said sincerely. This was said to Hillman and others. A team needs 5 people to form a team. Now they have 4 people, which means that even if they randomly pull in one person, they can form a team and enjoy the team's advantages on the field. But Jiang Hui is not blind. She knows very well why Huan Xian wants to form a team for no reason. It must be because of her sudden leg injury. Because her ability to move and survival rate as a contestant have been greatly reduced because of her. Huan Xian wants to make up for Jiang Hui in other places, so he is eager to pull someone in. Otherwise, with the other party's careless nature, he might not remember this. But if one more person comes, they will be completely tied together. Even the current temporary team of 4 people is already tied together. However, this cannot change Jiang Hui's current leg injury, which is unsolvable. This means that the activities of the entire team will be affected. Jiang Hui actually doesn't want to drag others down. After all, even if they form a team, their scores are counted separately, and the scores cannot be distributed. She is likely to end up dragging 4 people. If Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen don't want to be tied together and want to fly solo, Jiang Hui won't have any objections. This is a competition after all. Student Jiang, you don't know that I just flew solo all the way here. I was so miserable. I was cheated by others. I didn't get many points, and I was always chased and besieged by others. Now, I finally meet you. Following you is definitely much better than before. As for the scores, I don't care. It all depends on your ability. Hillman's answer was within Jiang Hui's expectations. This man seemed to have a blind trust in her since he met her. He also took care of her during the military training for a month. So Jiang Hui could say that he was a friend in the arena, since he wanted to do so. Jiang Hui naturally didn't need to persuade him. She was also very happy to have another teammate. Now as long as they could get one more head, they wouldn't have to be too nervous in the arena. Zhou Xiuwen's words were still the same. He was similar to Hillman. He had said before that he planned to get together in this arena. So Jiang Hui naturally didn't ask for his opinion, but just gave him such a choice. Jiang Hui's eyes naturally fell on the only strong person in the 4-person team. The other party seemed a little speechless, and stared at Jiang Hui for a few seconds. Why are you looking at me? Why don't you add people quickly? We have to add from your side. Because Jiang Hui was the one who led the team from the beginning. Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen were both added by her. So for now, the temporary team barely recognized Jiang Hui as the captain. And it was Jiang Hui who should be the one to accept new members. Hillman was naturally very cooperative, and he successfully became the 4th member of their team. Looking at the team that had begun to take shape, Jiang Hui felt a little relieved. It's just that other teams may have completed this step 20 hours ago, and it was their turn that they finally saw the hope of forming a team after the game was halfway through, which was really ridiculous. I just don't know where their last member is now. Chapter 228 Discussion. Finally, we have come to this point. I thought they would probably choose to make do with it. After all, with their abilities, even if they don't have the advantages of a formal team, they may still sweep the entire military competition field. Teacher Tan sighed as he watched the 4 people get together. How could it not have an impact? The advantages of a formal team are still quite strong. A 3-time retention rate alone can give the team the greatest possibility. Even if they have the ability, it is hard to guarantee that they will not be defeated. It is better to form a formal team. So now the more combat-capable teams in the competition field are formal teams. Next, it should not be as simple as a shooting battle. The situation may change. Who knows who this new student is? This was proposed by an older class teacher with a lower number in the combat individual department. If you forgot, then the boy who rescued Warrant Officer Mice with Jiang Hui from Class 2 last time seems to be from Class 1. A female second lieutenant next to him, who should be from the neighboring class, answered in a low voice. It's from Class 1. Then, shoo. The person who got the hint seemed to have realized it, and quickly stopped talking, glancing at the people in front of him. And he breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one was paying attention. Yes, Captain Zhou from Class 1 is not someone to be trifled with. I heard that he comes from a noble family, and he usually has a very bad temper and rarely restrains himself. I am just an ordinary second lieutenant, and I don't want to recruit such a bad-tempered guy. That's Captain Zhou's student from Class 1. Captain Lin Chi observed and recognized Hillman. And then he found the corresponding ranking according to the name. There is still one, but it is relatively far behind. And this result can be said to be inconspicuous among the remaining contestants. He couldn't help but sigh. They are still too late to form a team. Several young people with the potential to win have already cooperated with other teams. Although based on the current situation of the competition and the prediction of the next situation, Captain Lin Chi also believes that it would be better for Jiang Hui's temporary team to form a formal team as soon as possible, so that they can compete with other teams. However, judging from the overall level of the team, they chose Hillman, who is not outstanding in all aspects at present, as the fourth member, which seems a bit hasty, and does not give them much advantage. Moreover, their fifth member has not been settled yet, which makes the future of the team full of uncertainty. Captain Lin Chi's words are not meant to mock or squeeze anyone, but it is the fact. In the victory and defeat arena, the rules are so cruel, and the formal battlefield is even better than this. There is no need for them to hide because of someone's background. So what Lin Chi said is almost equivalent to regretting that Hillman's ability and potential are insufficient and cannot compare with the other three in the team. But for Captain Lin Chi, it's nothing, because before that, he even made some bad comments about Jiang Hui, Huan Xian and many other students who performed well in the competition, not to mention Hillman. But his words naturally changed their meaning when they fell into the ears of others, becoming very unpleasant to hear. I think the student named Jiang Hui is probably in even worse shape. Every second counts in the competition, and even a person's ability cannot withstand the reality. Her legs and feet were seriously injured, and there was no special medicine to treat injuries to the bones, muscles, and skin in the field. Even if she is given another 12 stars, her injury will not heal, which will definitely affect the results of the next game. Even if she can endure it, her performance will definitely be greatly affected. The guy in the command department must have known about it, and was eager to drag others into the team. I don't know which other fool will be tricked into joining their team, and then everyone will be dragged down. I'll wait and see. Zoe laughed coldly. Teacher Tan has become accustomed to this person's speaking style. As expected, his words are still so excessive, not polite at all, and even unsurprisingly with all kinds of imaginary colors. But the core is correct. When they saw the four people forming a team, they naturally saw the whole process of Jiang Hui's injury. Most of the people present were veterans of the march, and they could judge the severity of their injuries with just a few glances. For them, who have been on the battlefield and missing arms and legs is a common thing. Such flesh injuries are naturally trivial. But for someone who has not fully awakened and has not officially been on the battlefield, it is different for the little guy, enough to make him feel uncomfortable for a while. Besides, the child will have to run around the stadium with this injury and fight with others. I am afraid it will be the same as what Zoe said, which will inevitably affect her next performance. I don't know whether Hui Chi from Class 1 can take this opportunity to turn the situation around and completely level the advantage of Jiang Hui on the basis of compensation points. Although the possibility is relatively small, as long as the opponent narrows the gap to a certain extent. Even if the final result is not a win, it is equivalent to a big win. Of course, no matter who wins or loses, these talents will definitely belong to their Beska Intermediate College. They hope to teach these little guys who are shining brightly, and hope that one day they will become the glory of Beska Intermediate College and even the entire empire. Teacher Tan looked at the teams on the split screen with admiration, and was extremely pleased to find that there were so many people with potential in the first grade he led, and the future was promising. Hey! Where is Captain Stark? He was here just now. How come he disappeared all of a sudden? Jiang Hui and others didn't know how the teachers outside were pleased to comment on them on the screen. The movements of several people were temporarily restricted because of Jiang Hui's leg injury. Yes, Jiang Hui was ashamed. There was not much time left in the race. But because of her unexpected injury, even her teammates had to stay where they were and could not move. During this period, other contestants would not stop their pace. They would definitely move around and hunt like they did before, hoping to get more personal points. In this way, the points available in the arena will become less and less, and the results will become more and more unchangeable. Jiang Hui was inevitably a little irritable. But she couldn't change Huan Xian's mind. He refused to leave before the end of 2 weeks, and changed her medicine every half a week to check on her wound recovery, which was more concerned than Jiang Hui herself. This made Jiang Hui feel that she was dragging everyone down. Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman were very calm. The two of them found their favorite way to rest without hesitation. Either sitting side by side with Jiang Hui against the rock, or sitting cross-legged on the ground without any image, looking through the resources distributed to him by his new teammates with interest. Looking very comfortable. Jiang Hui seemed to be the only one in the whole team who was anxious. Chapter 229 Battle Situation. You? What are you doing here? Don't come over here. Can you go back to your position? No one except the administrator is welcome here. Don't force me to complain to the principal. Someone in the main control room looked at the person who suddenly appeared in the control room like a ghost, and couldn't help shaking a little, but still stood up to show the other party that he was not afraid, as if to maintain his last bit of dignity. Stark glanced at him, and took another step closer to the control desk. Seeing that the other party was obviously trying to intervene, Needle instinctively wanted to stop him, but was frozen by the other party's cold eyes. Too scary. This man. No. He is the chief designer. This is his home court. How can you be afraid of this man? I have to find a way to drive him out quickly. Enlarge this screen. Take a look. The man ignored Dennis's threats, found the one he wanted accurately among hundreds of split screens, and suddenly spoke. Dennis was stunned by the other party's sudden question. The other party repeated it patiently again, but had no intention of getting closer to the control panel. Dennis then realized that the man might have approached just to find the picture he wanted more quickly. Who is this person? He is not watching outside, but he came to the control panel to threaten the chief designer. Isn't he afraid that he will complain to the school? Looking at his uniform, he must be a rough guy from the combat department. He will definitely complain to the first grade later. And what is the commander-in-chief doing? Didn't he send people to guard this area? How can this person ignore it and enter the empty space? But Dennis finally gave in. Forget it. Let him watch if he wants to. These soldiers always have this or that problem, as long as they don't break the rules. Why not be patient? Dennis stared at the other person's movements like a thief, to prevent him from touching the buttons on the console on a whim. But his worry was probably in vain. As soon as the other person saw the slightly enlarged wide-angle screen in the upper left corner, he focused on the screen and didn't pay any attention to the console. Dennis instantly felt that the cold suffocation that surrounded him just now suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared, and he relaxed all over. He is a man who doesn't remember to be beaten. Although he was afraid of this man, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. He was curious about why the other person came here. Did he specifically ask to enlarge the screen for him to see? Dennis. Now he finally knew why he was blocked by this man before. It turned out that it was because he poked his precious student. This man actually came here once just now. Dennis recognized him, and because of his amazing operation at the supply point, he was severely greeted by the other party. Dennis knew that the other party came for a child in that team, but he was not sure which one it was. At least it was not the one with the surname Zhou. Now he seemed to know who it was. Are you Captain Stark of the 8th Legion? Dennis quickly identified the other party, and accurately called out his identity. Stark did not deny it. It turned out to be this person. Alas, after all the fuss, it turned out to be his colleague. It was really a coincidence. The 8th Legion was originally behind Beska Intermediate College, so most of the teachers in the school naturally came from this legion. Only a small number of them came here to teach for different reasons or special dispatches. However, such a large legion will still be divided into factions, and not everyone in the legion can know each other and work together. This depends on their direct superiors. And it just so happened that Stark, Nielchi and Dennis all have a direct superior, so the three of them are naturally considered to be real colleagues in the same faction. However, Dennis is a civilian, and because he has no official establishment, he has almost no chance to meet Stark. So naturally he can't recognize each other's appearance. But he knew that he had a captain named Stark who was a first-year class teacher at Beska Intermediate College. And thinking about the information of the top of the list, he could recognize the person. It seems that his idea of complaining to the principal is going to fall through. How could Dennis dare to provoke this guy? Besides, they are all family members. How can they kill each other? Are you here for this child? Don't worry. Her leg should not be injured. As long as there is no more serious damage next time. She will recover soon after coming out. Dennis knew what he was examining and evaluating as soon as he saw him. Stark's eyes fell silently on Dennis, who was laughing dryly. And he didn't say anything, which made someone sweat coldly on his back. He thought to himself, it's really scary. How can this guy be scarier than the rumors? He quickly changed the subject. This team of little guys is really capable of tossing around. They can make up things that didn't happen. Just looking at this small team is enough. I really swear that I won't do anything petty again. I just wanted to train them. So stop staring at me. Hey. Have you finished watching? Don't you want to watch for a while? Actually, you can. But the other party disappeared like a gust of wind, without even looking back, and didn't give Dennis a chance to get close to him. It seems that he is just here to check his injuries. Dennis was thoughtful. The screen in the control room is different from the outside viewing video. It has a wide angle and high definition. The other party probably came to the backstage to watch because he was worried. Isn't this calculating that I will definitely not complain about him? As expected. He is a guy who can become that confidant. He is really smart. Dennis couldn't help muttering. I wanted to remind him to see if he should give him some convenience. Anyway, the Mets family is also secretly endorsing it. Now people are running so fast. Who can I discuss with? Forget it. I can only go according to the original design. Don't blame me for being cruel when the time comes. He took a look at the four-member team that was still recovering from their injuries, and smiled as if thinking of something, and then restored the screen to its original size. After confirming the status of each contestant, he looked at the total data panel in the lower right corner. There are still 10 hours and 3 minutes left before the end of the competition, and there are only 332 contestants left in the military professional competition. There are 51 official teams, 21 temporary teams with different numbers of people, and 27 scattered contestants. The first place is Jiang Hui from the first class of the Combat Individual Department, with a total personal score of 492 points, and currently belongs to the temporary team T-186. The second place is Alec Hawley from the Combat Individual Department, with a personal score of 342 points. Belonging to the official team are 256. The third place is Clarence from the second class of the Combat Individual Department, with a personal score of 296 points and no team. These are the top 3 in the current points list. The situation is very clear, and the results are almost out, because there are not many contestants left in the competition, and there is not much room for them to operate. However, Dennis will not let the results solidify so easily. This competition is only 1/3 over. How can it end so quickly? Wouldn't it be unworthy of his reputation as a genius? The next stage is about to begin. Chapter 230 Announcement. Jiang Hui found a rope and tied it around the middle of his right leg. It was not too tight, but not too loose. It was just enough to tie around his leg to reduce the blood flow. Even after more than 2 weeks of rest, Jiang Hui was already much better. The medicines in the interstellar space are indeed extraordinary. If he had been injured like this on the blue planet, even if he went to the hospital for treatment, he would probably be in severe pain for the whole day. After Jiang Hui applied the medicine, it didn't hurt much for more than a week. It was just that the wound felt cold, numb and itchy, as if it was healing. However, Zhou Xiuan, who seemed to be very experienced in this, told her that it was not healing, but that the wound powder was forming a layer of low-limit living membrane, which could protect the exposed muscle tissue and blood vessels to prevent the wound from being overly strained by subsequent activities. This is also an emergency medicine commonly used by the military. It is usually used together with special medicines to facilitate the wounded to carry out non-essential activities afterwards. However, no matter how good the medicine is, it can't heal in 1 second. Nor is it a special medicine. Her injury can't be cured without formal treatment and rest. Jiang Hui also needs to be mentally prepared to face various problems in the next nearly 10-hour trip. So he must be fully prepared before departure. Jiang Hui put on protective gear on his ankles, wrists and waist to reduce strain and help. This thing is similar to the protective gear on Blue Star, but the school issued a quasi-military standard protective gear, which is generally used in military training and actual combat, and has extremely high specifications for daily use. Fortunately, Jiang Hui and his friends picked up a few sets in that unknown warehouse. Otherwise, they would not be able to find them now. However, after wearing this whole set of stuff, Jiang Hui realized why this thing sounded so good. But Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen didn't seem to be interested in it, because it was too heavy. I don't know what material this thing is made of. It feels slippery, and doesn't feel like fabric at all. The material is delicate, and fits the skin very well. But it has a certain weight. After she put it on, it was like putting 25 kilograms weights on her wrists, ankles, and waist. For the physique of interstellar people, each one is not heavy, but together they weigh about 40 to 50 kilograms. Jiang Hui clearly felt that her speed of movement had slowed down significantly. Her flexibility was also affected, and even the accuracy of her wrists and legs was slightly reduced. This is a sniper's paradise outside. What's the difference between her and dragging a plane? Jiang Hui refused to use it after trying it at first. But Huan Xian, Zhou Xiuwen, and even Hillman, who had just arrived, tried their best to persuade her to use it. She also knew that her injury was not a trivial matter in the current situation. If it was not handled properly, it would not only affect the subsequent victory or defeat, but it might also cause some bad effects on her body. Jiang Hui was not the kind of person who would not listen to advice. She also realized that the previous accident seemed to put her in a very unfavorable situation, and her teammates were trying their best to find ways to reduce this impact, and also considered her physical load and subsequent treatment. She couldn't be ungrateful, right? So in the end, Jiang Hui still set off with such a bulky equipment. I felt this way when I first put it on, and even more so after using it. This thing has a really strong sense of weight, and is quite restrictive. Jiang Hui tried to attack and shoot, but the result was not ideal. She was very worried that it would affect her shooting accuracy at a critical moment. However, Jiang Hui thought she could probably understand why her teammates insisted that she wear this set of linkage protective gear. It is heavy and has great restrictions, but its function is indeed as its name suggests, which can automatically adjust the limbs for linkage protection. In the case of Jiang Hui's right leg injury, these protective gear will adjust the center of gravity and rhythm according to the frequency of her muscle beating and the trajectory of movement, reducing the burden on her right leg. And the whole process is very natural. She unconsciously completed the adjustment and protection with the help of the protective gear. In terms of long-term performance, Jiang Hui's choice to wear this thing is indeed more beneficial. Alas, it's actually her own failure. If this leg hadn't been injured, the current situation would be very good no matter how you look at it. Jiang Hui dragged his slightly heavy body and continued to fight guerrilla warfare with his teammates. But his efficiency was still lower than before because his speed inevitably slowed down. But with the cooperation of the group, the 4 people who adjusted their strategy still ambushed 5 teams in a row, and seemed to gradually regain their previous rhythm. Jiang Hui also gradually adapted to the feeling of carrying weight, and slowly returned to the efficiency of scoring points in the 5-on-2 situation, which made Hillman admire him very much. Just when everyone thought that they would have to maintain this relatively slow state for the next 9 weeks, reality soon gave them a heavy blow. Especially for some people, it feels like there are fewer and fewer people left in the training ground. I wonder how many people are left. There are still 9 hours left. I hope we won't have less and less to do, Hillman said, somewhat bored. Joining this team was indeed as he imagined. Everything went very smoothly. The people above him were also very powerful. The teams fighting against them had almost no ability to resist. He seemed to be eating and waiting to die in there. He was not very useful. He was always embarrassed. Zhou Xiuwen rolled his eyes at him. You are dreaming. I also want to. I haven't rested for more than 20 hours. I want to finish early and go back to rest. But do you think the guys who can stay until now are simple people? Will they leave us with nothing to do? Indeed. As time goes by, the prey is getting less and less. Almost all the remaining ones are hunter-level characters. Even if they don't plot against these people, others will try their best to plot against them. In short, it's either you or me. Only one side can survive. If they want to continue to stand in this arena, they can't really relax. Otherwise, they might as well just lie down and wait for the result. Huan Xian retracted the mental power that was scattered around and turned back to Jiang Hui. How is the wound? Jiang Hui shook his head. It was the same as before. The wound was tight, and it was not very comfortable because of the loss of feeling due to the powder. And the wound would inevitably break again when walking, and blood would seep out from the bandage, which was quite stressful from the visual effect. She herself was a little afraid to look at it, for fear of recalling the bright red muscle tissue exposed to the air at that time. This really challenged her nerves. What's wrong? Wan Xian seemed to see that she was hesitant to speak, and asked with his head tilted. Nothing. Just, the race has reached 3/4 of the time, and there are still 9 star hours before the end of the race. The total score list of the current contestants is now announced in the venue, and will be updated in the entire practice field next, and the results will be announced in units of star hours. Chapter 231 Trap. Did she say that she had a bad feeling? What the hell? Zhou Xiaowen seemed to be confused. If we don't recharge the simulated bra in the remaining quarter of the race, although most of the time had passed since they left the energy point, there were still continuous ambushes behind them. The energy of the simulated bra naturally decreased little by little. Now everyone's remaining energy was not much. So they all guessed that the next stage should be the supply point again? I just don't know what kind of tricks will be waiting for them at the supply point this time. But it didn't seem to be the case. The announcement did sound as scheduled when there was a quarter of the race left, but it didn't notify everyone to enter the supply point to replenish resources and energy, but announced another seemingly unrelated instruction. Announce? What's the point of announcing the results? Although they all wanted to see it. Wouldn't it be a bit of a reversal to choose to announce the results at this time? Isn't it the most important thing now to concentrate on the competition? Looking at the virtual screen that suddenly appeared above the practice field, Wan Xian and Jiang Hui's faces changed instantly, and they instinctively had a bad feeling. 8, 7, 6, 2, 1. The countdown numbers on the virtual screen disappeared instantly, replaced by a long list, recording the data of the remaining more than 300 contestants, and in the order of the current ranking of the remaining contestants. A small circle at the end lists their personal points on the school's total score list, followed by team information that is either obvious or hidden, reflecting the situation in the entire arena clearly and distinctly, although the characters were small. With the excellent eyesight of interstellar people, they could still easily see the information recorded on them. The team that Jiang Hui was in naturally saw the scoreboard and the name at the top of the scoreboard. Student Jiang. Hillman widened his eyes. Although he had guessed that Jiang Hui's results would be good, because the student Jiang he knew had always been a very capable person, he still underestimated Jiang Hui after joining the team halfway. It turned out that he was really the first place. Zhou Xiaowen, who had already sensed something, couldn't help but be surprised. He had witnessed Jiang Hui's almost brutal hunting moments all the way, and he didn't feel much surprise. He even felt that it was indeed the student Jiang he knew. The two of them were still sighing here, while the relatively sensitive Jiang Hui and Wan Xian on the other side suddenly felt something was wrong. To be honest, even Jiang Hui herself was a little surprised by this result. Of course, it didn't mean that her total score was higher than others, because no one knew better than her that she could directly reach the top with her initial high score when entering the competition. Even if she laid down to the end, she might still be in the top 200 in the military category. Moreover, she did not slack off during the more than 20 hours in the competition. She just kept getting points, and took the points in prey. She tried her best to get personal points, so it was not surprising that her score was high. She was just a little surprised by the comparison of the results. She thought that her shooting ability was good, but not great. She thought so. She didn't expect that after deducting the compensation points, her remaining personal score was actually quite good, and she could still rank in the top 3. Yes, it was really unexpected for Jiang Hui to be ranked in the top 3. This made her anxious mood for some time suddenly calm down, as if her efforts had finally yielded some results. But Jiang Hui was very calm. After she was happy, she immediately reacted. The announcement of the results will make some people even crazier, and we will be more dangerous. In fact, it was only her who would be more dangerous. Especially those who aspire to compete for the top spot will not be willing to be inferior to others. Now the competition is not over yet, and there is still a possibility of reversal. Jiang Hui's eyes lingered on the 2 names below her. If it were not for the compensation points, then Holly from Class 1 would be ranked first at this moment. The other party alone has more than 300 points, and is the only one in the top 3 who has reached the 30s. Clarence and Jiang Hui, excluding the compensation points, have more than 290 points. Clarence has 2 more points than Jiang Hui and ranks second. Moreover, Clarence is fighting alone. He is the only one among the top 3 who fights alone. So these 2 people will definitely not be content with this. Especially Clarence. Jiang Hui is in the same class with him, and is familiar with him. She knows that this person has a strong self-esteem. In addition, he recognizes her appearance. If the other party wants to move up, they will definitely choose to snipe her. And it's not just Clarence. He glanced at the top and bottom 20 positions on the list and saw several classmates. These people may also regard her as a target. Once they meet, they will fight to the death. This is bad. Jiang Hui can already foresee the chaotic scene in the next few weeks. Oh my god. They won't be besieged by a group of people then. Right? Just when Jiang Hui was considering whether to put on a mask or something, he heard Huan Xian's face gloomy and said, "It should be more than that. There is a missing indicator." Indicator? Jiang Hui's face turned pale for a moment. He shouldn't be so wicked. Boom boom, a familiar vibration resounded throughout the training ground. So the supply point is finally coming out now? However, there was no supply point in the training ground as everyone imagined, but some familiar raised square stone platforms. There was a whole page of densely packed data written on the stone platform, which was hard to understand, and only a few related terms could be vaguely distinguished. But some people who walked out of the supply point and had close contact with the total charging energy block immediately recognized it. Isn't this the total charging energy block they need? Could it be that this round of charging is like this? Directly changed to open charging? It's quite humane, some people thought to themselves. However, they soon realized that this was not humane, but a naked trap. The competition organizers did not want them to leave the competition peacefully, and they would not stop until they had played them to their heart's content. Jiang Hui and his team were lucky, because the area they temporarily cleared happened to have a total energy block. They were all a little excited when they saw it from afar, because this was also something they needed very much at the moment. In addition to Zhou Xiuwen's 22% energy, the remaining energy of Hillman, Huan Xian and Jiang Hui was close to single digits, and they could not hold on for long. If they could not get the energy, they would be automatically eliminated in less than 2 stars. Huan Xian seemed to be walking towards the total energy block. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiuwen grabbed Huan Xian's arm. "Don't move yet." He turned his head and said to Jiang Hui, who wanted to follow behind, "Everyone, don't move." Chapter 232 Planning. Ding. Total charging energy block L7 has been found. The simulated bra is now in charging mode, and the charging amount is limited to 40%. Hearing the familiar reminder, the stern-faced boy's tightly knitted brows relaxed a little, because the unpleasant feeling of seeing his results just now was reduced a lot. Suddenly, a bright and clear number suddenly flashed on the simulated bra on his body, appearing in front of the simulated bra. If someone was behind at this moment, they would also find that such a big 2 also appeared behind the other party. Careless, the other party instantly realized that he had accidentally stepped into a trap. Seeing this, several team members who had entered the charging circle with the captain paused and subconsciously asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" Nothing. In fact, it was nothing. Just a trick. And it did not affect his final victory. "Captain, look up. There's a map with lots of numbers. Isn't that our number? It must be. Didn't you see the big L7 in the circle? And my ranking is 18, which is also in the L7 circle. Aren't we connected to the total energy block numbered L7? Then the other members of the team also found that their ranking numbers were also in the L7 total energy block circle. Now it can be confirmed. That's the map showing their location. There was nothing just now. Why did they suddenly announce their whereabouts as soon as they connected the energy? Clearly, they only said that they would announce the results before. What is the competition trying to do? How can? Of course they can. Holly sneered, as if he could read the shouts in everyone's hearts. It doesn't matter. Let him do it. You charge first, and then snipe one by one when you have enough. As for those who dare to come to the door, just shoot them directly, the young man said in a deep voice, and there was an unquestionable meaning in his sinister tone, as if he was sure that those people could not do anything to them. At the same time, similar dramas were being played almost everywhere in the stadium. More and more contestants' rankings were displayed on the screen, and 10 of the 12 total energy blocks from L1 to L12 appeared in a short time. Only L3 and L11 at the edge still showed that no contestants were connected to them. And Jiang Hui, who ranked first, has not appeared on this map so far, as if he has disappeared. Of course, it's not just her, but also Huan Xian, who ranked 8th, Zhou Xiuwen, who ranked 133rd, and Hillman, who ranked 196th, did not appear on the simulated image above. Only the names on the overall scoreboard next to them were still flashing, indicating that the other party was still in the arena, and had not been eliminated for no reason. Because of Zhou Xiuwen's stop. None of the four rushed to the total energy block at the first time. But when asked, he couldn't explain clearly, only saying that he felt that he had heard of similar actual combat competitions in the past. Although there were certain differences from this, the logical rules of the entire series were the same. The race organizers cancelled the supply points and directly provided them with total energy blocks. It seemed to simplify things and was a temporary measure. But from the perspective of the race organizers, it was completely unnecessary. Because the most fundamental purpose of the race organizers was to test them. Considering that it suddenly announced the ranking of the contestants before that, I always feel that something is wrong. There must be some connection between the two. And as Huan Xian said, there is still a lack of a sign. A sign that allows everyone to match the names and scores. Zhou Xiuwen thought about it, and felt that it was true. The designer behind it must have something else to do. So the few people waited patiently for a while. Sure enough, the enemy they were worried about had not yet broken into the supply point before them. Instead, another simulated image appeared next to the simulated scoreboard in the sky. In less than a few minutes, the coordinates of most of the contestants in the field were exposed clearly. And even who they were, and the total energy block they were currently in were exposed. Now even the mixed people understood. No, they must not go in rashly. Otherwise, with Jiang Hui's current situation, he would be exposed to everyone's eyes and a target. Fortunately, none of the four of them entered the range of the total energy block. Otherwise, if the information of any one of them was read, the others might follow the information and find Jiang Hui. In Jiang Hui's current state, if he was close, it would be difficult to run past him. In short, they must not expose their own coordinates at will, and they must choose a suitable time and place. However, they each had little energy left, and they didn't know what the code of the total energy block in front of them was, unless someone was willing to step in and read it for them. But any of them who went in would indirectly expose Jiang Hui's location. Isn't this a vicious cycle? This question is too difficult. What should they do? Fortunately, while they were anxiously thinking, the screen suddenly exposed 2 supply points in a row, showing the situation of the 10 supply points at once. Only the energy point L3 located in the middle, and the L11 located in the southeast corner, have not been connected. So the supply point in front of them must be one of the L3 and L11. As long as there is one more confirmation, they can determine their current location, and the real-time position of the contestants can be immediately exposed in front of them. If their energy is full at this moment, it would be really good news. But unfortunately it is not. Time passed bit by bit, and the energy was completely exhausted. Jiang Hui and others could not wait any longer. Huan Xian made a prompt decision. Let's act separately. Yes, this is the only way they can think of. It is inevitable to expose the position when charging. But they can choose when to expose themselves and how to expose themselves. L3 and L11 are not too far away, but not too close either. And there are 2 total energy blocks in between. But the difference between them is that L3 is very close to L7 where Holly is. So close that it can rush over in about 20 star minutes. Once they choose L3 unexpectedly, a big battle is inevitable. And they don't have much time left. If they choose L11, they can barely make it there with their current remaining energy. And if they can't run halfway, they can turn to the other 2 supply points for emergency. The most important thing is that it is far away from L7. And it takes nearly a star hour to run over. And there are 4 or 5 total energy blocks in the middle. They believe that even if the other party is not dazzled, they will definitely be besieged by some enemies. Anyway, it is not so easy to run over. Chapter 233 Team T-186. What a clever kid, Captain Lynch commented. Not to mention these kids. They might not be able to react so quickly, because the designer of the competition is different from the past. In the past, most of them were designed by teachers from various fields. But this year it was changed to Dennis, which is a huge change. As a result, almost all teachers are not very clear about the process of this year's competition. Even the grade teachers only have a list of text summary. It's not that the link designed by Dennis is difficult. After all, it is just a small test for freshmen. The competition has neither large impact weapons nor mecha combat. It must be done to the best of the children's ability. Otherwise it will lose the meaning of the competition. But although this is just a competition consisting of some simple links, it is extremely challenging for the contestants to change their minds. It is linked together, one set after another. Anyone with a little lack of ability will be eliminated soon. And those who don't like to use their brains or have bad luck are also in danger of being eliminated at any time. Dennis thought very carefully. He fully considered the potential that an untrained student could unleash and the qualities that he could show in a critical moment. There was no doubt that the best contestants would make it to the end. Of course, this was just their perspective from the student's point of view. Most of the people present were soldiers who had been trained for many years, and many of them had even undergone actual training on the battlefield. In any case, they were real guys who had walked out of the real world with real swords and guns. If they couldn't beat a group of students, then all these years would be in vain. The three most promising teams among the remaining students are the team led by Holly in Class 1 of the Combat Soldier Department, the team led by Jiang Hui in Class 2, and the team led by the brothers and sisters Lava in Class 3. It is quite evenly balanced. There is one team in each class for each of the three potential teams. The military professional competition area can be said to be almost completely dominated by the Combat Soldier Department. Of course, it does not mean that these students are all from the Combat Soldier Department. But in the current situation, the leaders and representatives are from these three classes. The most complex of the three teams is the temporary T-186 team where Jiang Hui is. Everyone comes from different classes, and even includes students from three different majors, with different abilities, which can be regarded as each having its own merits. The most aggressive team is the R-256 team led by Holly. Almost all of the 5 members are strong attackers, who are specially found with strong purpose. They hardly need to cooperate, and strong attack is their cooperation. And the strongest prophet among the 5 naturally has the right to dominate the team. Although the R-197 team led by the Lava brothers and sisters from Class 3 is not as eye-catching as the above 2 teams, they are the only team composed of the entire class, which means that all the members in their team are from Class 3. The 5 people have trained together for nearly a month, and the familiarity between their members is unmatched by other teams. This is a great advantage, and it goes without saying that they can cooperate with each other. However, the most eye-catching team among the 3 teams is actually a temporary team. What is most eye-catching about them is not only their results, but also the entire process of their team formation. It is not as stiff or natural as others, but it feels like it is a matter of course. The timing of each meeting is so perfect, as if it is destined. And if we talk about tacit understanding, these 4 people can be said to have quite tacit understanding or not at all. At some point, they all do their own things and think their own way, but the final result is so harmonious. It has to be said that this is really a very strange team. I just don't know what other perspectives their search for the last member will bring them. These 4 people, except for Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, who have been analyzed too much. The newly joined Hillman is not yet visible, but in fact, he is also a tough person in his bones. Otherwise, he would not fight for revenge for so long. But he has not seen his overly outstanding and bright spots yet. Among the 4 people, only Zhou Xiuwen and the others are not sure. To be honest, this person has been resounding throughout the school on the first day he entered their school. Those who have seen him and those who have not seen him have at least heard of his name, and almost all of them know his terrifying background. Although he was too low-key during school, no one would forget his identity. Most people who have come into contact with him would think that this young Master Zhou is not the same kind of person as his father. He seems to be too gentle, carefree, and completely like a young master who is out of touch with the world. However, during the game, the opponent's performance changed everyone's impression of him little by little. He is definitely not as ordinary and simple as he appears. A student with no trace of command education in his resume has the talent of a natural commander, and can even become proficient on the spot, although that can also be explained as inherited from his father, Marshal Zhou. But it is obvious that this big man does not seem to have the intention of training his only son to follow this path. And the father and son seem to be happy with being ordinary. But if you say he is ordinary, it seems not. The opponent in the competition is not only quick-witted and has great ability to respond to situations, but also has a rough understanding of medical knowledge and various field common sense. This does not look like the standard of ordinary people. Does Marshal Zhou really want this child to be an ordinary person? Or is it that such a family can never really produce a mediocre person no matter what? If the above are just basic qualities, not only Zhou Xiuwen has them, but Jiang Hui and Huan Xian also have them, or are even better. But the other party's behavior of stopping a group of companions from entering the charging range immediately is really surprising. They have seen this total charging energy block at the supply point before. And it is also what the students need most at present. Any student who sees it will almost step forward and use it without thinking. And it is difficult to think whether the competition party will fall into a shallow trap behind this. It seems that Huan Xian and Jiang Hui actually thought of it. But they only thought of the lack of markers. And did not connect it with the total charging energization. Only Zhou Xiaowen could react quickly. This is not right. And he persuaded his teammates to stop against all odds. In the end, he was right. Almost everyone, even Holly from Class 1, jumped into the trap without thinking and revealed their whereabouts. The only exception was the four of them. Everyone exposed their positions at the first time. Except for themselves. So they were invincible. If they could plan well, it would not be impossible to seize the initiative. What a good T-186 team. They really figured this out. Xiaoli Fong from Class 7 couldn't help but applaud and laugh. She was a very calm female officer. She had to retire to civilian work due to injuries in her early years. In recent years, she has been working in military academy education and has always taught her students seriously. She has been watching the students compete quietly since the competition began, rarely expressing her opinions. Seeing this, even she couldn't help but praise them out loud. Then it depends on how they plan. Chapter 234. So what will Jiang Hui and the others do? They actually had a little disagreement at this moment. In fact, it can't be said that they had a disagreement. But they had different ideas about the next itinerary. According to Wan Qian's idea, it would be best to act separately. Someone should immediately try to find out which number the energy here is to determine their current location. If it is L3, the other person will immediately take Jiang Hui to L11, which is currently unoccupied, to slow down the pace of Holly and others. This is the fastest and most direct method. According to Wan Qian's idea, there is no need to even consider it. Just try it directly. Otherwise, when Holly finishes charging and rushes over, they will really lose both the wife and the army. But when he mentioned this, Jiang Hui was unwilling. She knew what everyone was worried about. It was nothing more than that in her situation. She had no chance of winning against Holly at such a close distance. So they were anxious to gain more space and time for her, at least to raise the score a little higher to ensure her top position. This does sound reasonable. But the question is, who is the one who made the profit from this operation? It is obviously not Huan Xian, Zhou Xiaowen, or even Hillman, but only Jiang Hui. The four of them have not even formed a formal team yet. And they do not have the advantages that a formal team has. Except for the little benefit that everyone shared when they divided resources at the supply point. But that was also the result of everyone's joint efforts, not the result of individual ability. So apart from the resources that have been obtained, the four of them formed a temporary team, more of a companion, and the cooperation is also limited. After all, they all fight and shoot their own. And the scores are also calculated by each person. And because they did not form a formal team, the four of them could separate at any time. Except that they could not join other teams. There was no necessary connection between being eliminated and scoring. To put it cruelly, even if Jiang Hui was killed and sent out of the competition, it would not affect the remaining members to continue to compete for their personal rankings. But they chose to act as bait for Jiang Hui to win the greatest chance of winning, and even put themselves in the position of tool man to assist her in winning the first place. Jiang Hui was grateful, but she did not agree at all. There is no such thing as sacrificing oneself for the future of others in this world. Nor is it for the sake of family and country, but only for the glory of one person. This is unreasonable, and should not be done. Jiang Hui has always believed in walking his own way, and everyone has their own destiny, so there is no need to force it. She insisted that they should go directly to this charging point. After all, it is also an opportunity to know that Holly is in L3. If Holly comes, they can just face each other directly, and we will know who wins and who loses by comparing, depending on their own ability. This was the only solution, because none of them could determine where the charging point was. Without knowing the number of the charging point, they could not determine their current position, and the information they obtained was completely useless. So they could only try. If it was L11, it would be fine. They would be invincible. If it was L3, there would be no discussion, and they would be exposed directly. It was all about gambling. Jiang Hui and Huan Xian each had two opinions, and neither could convince the other. Zhou Xiaowen was a little embarrassed because of the awkward dispute between the two, and was also dragged into the trap. He changed his expression from time to time and looked embarrassed. Hillman was completely clueless and could only help Zhou Xiuwen be careful and alert. What should we do? 3 stars have been divided. If we continue to argue like this, time will only get shorter and shorter. No matter which idea we come up with, we can't implement it. Huan Xian said stubbornly. Don't think about it. Let's just go in and recharge. It's not like we haven't encountered enemies before. There's no need to be so careful. Besides, if the enemy is determined to rush me, they will catch up with me no matter where they run. As for my leg, it's my own problem. You don't have to take responsibility for it. Jiang Hui said the same thing. You? Why don't I try it? Hillman, who suddenly stood aside and seemed a little overwhelmed, suggested, seeing that Jiang Hui and Huan Xian were both looking at him. He said, my ranking is very far behind, and it took me some effort to find it myself. The people in front are mostly arrogant. If I enter the energy point to measure the number of the total energy block and show the location, they may not be able to react immediately that I and Jiang are in the same team. At that time, as long as I come out quickly, no one may notice it. In fact, it is true. The most conspicuous people in the team are Jiang Hui and Huan Xian. One is first, and the other is 8th. As soon as they appear, they can be identified. Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman are both relatively far behind. Especially Hillman, who is already in the lower half of the list. The team number is displayed behind the individual points in the total score list, not on the map. So it is still difficult to identify the number. After all, many people would not have thought that Jiang Hui and his team would find nearly 200 people to serve as team members. What Hillman said made sense. But what if someone is actually watching us all the time? Perhaps at this moment, countless eyes are constantly staring at the list to analyze her situation, staring at the map to find her current possible location. Then, there is no such situation that they don't know that Hillman is a member of her T-186 team. Trying it this way is equivalent to not trying it. Everyone was silent for a while, and even Huan Xian seemed to have lost the room for rebuttal. Almost at the same time, the 4 people who were still arguing just now hid behind the tall tree trunk, and the hands behind their backs for a long time took out the guns that had been ready for a long time, all pointing in the same direction. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, 1 round after another, and several rounds were fired in one breath. Bullets were lavishly fired, and the inventory was not considered at all. Of course, if it were someone else, they might have to worry about the inventory of bullets. For Jiang Hui and the others, there was no need for them at all. They had too much to use. If they didn't work together to kill the rat who had been eavesdropping for a long time and intended to attack them, wouldn't it be a waste of their time to prepare these few star points? That was a few star points, which could charge 3 to 5% of the energy. Who was so bold that only one person dared to come and poke the nests of the 4 of them? Was it because he was too confident in his own ability? Facts have proved that the other party might really have 2 brushes. Huan Xian kicked Hillman next to him with his foot, and the other party instinctively turned his head to avoid another blow. Then Jiang Hui elbowed Zhou Xiuwen in the same way, reminding him that he was too close to the trajectory of the bullet from the opposite side, and shot another bullet at the opposite side. Chapter 235. In fact, they were arguing. But they were not so careless that they really started arguing without paying attention to others. In fact, they were just discussing. The first person to discover it was Huan Xian. The other party read a different magnetic field around him, and immediately became alert. But he was always good at disguise. He did not take action immediately after discovering it, but continued to pretend to discuss awkwardly that it was Jiang Hui, Zhou Xiuwen, and even Hillman, who soon noticed that the surrounding atmosphere was different. Of course, some people felt it themselves, and some read it from the expressions on their teammates' faces. At this time, the 4 people had unprecedented tacit understanding, communicating with each other silently with their eyes, and secretly adjusting their postures and positions, intending to use the other party's tricks to let the enemy know the dangers of society. Unexpectedly, although this person was a bit reckless, he was really good. The other party took advantage of the terrain, and was not killed immediately under the siege of the 4 of them. However, under their crazy attack, the opponent's movements were blocked in a short while, and there was no sound. Jiang Hui threw a look at Huan Xian. The opponent signaled her to be patient, and then slowed down the speed of shooting, looking at the direction where the bullets were just sent, intending to lock the trace of a certain enemy hidden in the dark. Found it. Jiang Hui and his friends understood and aimed in the direction pointed by Huan Xian. The pit has been dug, and it depends on what kind of temper the opponent has. Someone hiding in the dark froze all over, and the action of escaping could not be carried out. It was not possible to move forward or retreat. He had been completely seen through by the enemy. At this moment, he had a rare moment of communication with Hillman, and was shocked by Huan Xian's precise breath lock. If it was just one person, it would be fine. But the other party had 4 people. Some of them were quite good at shooting, and he had no confidence in retreating. Moreover, the terrain he was in was easy to attack, but difficult to defend. He was not careful enough when planning before, and now he found that something went wrong. So he was neither advancing nor retreating, unable to escape the enemy's attack range, but unwilling to be killed by the enemy. Therefore, he became more and more anxious, and he really didn't want to die here. He regretted his previous impulse and underestimated others. This stalemate was not a solution. Jiang Hui looked at the time. Since the total charging energy block appeared, 5 stars had been divided. Not only did they not discuss the reason, but an enemy hiding in the dark appeared. If it dragged on, I'm afraid there would be a big mess. So it had to be solved quickly. Now they have 2 options. One is to kill the opponent immediately, clear the obstacles, and then choose one of the methods they just discussed to execute immediately, without delaying any longer. The other is to drag this person in as well. They are worrying about this. And now this person comes. Isn't it like sending a pillow when you are sleepy? It just happens to solve all their problems perfectly. No matter who this person is, what his ability is, and what his purpose is, as long as he subdues the other party, the problem in front of them can be solved. And maybe they can also solve the team problem that they have been worrying about. Of course, the most urgent thing is how they should talk to this little lamb who broke into their territory. I hope that the other party is as easy to talk to as Hillman. Jiang Hui and Huan Xian looked at each other, and each of them slightly tilted the muzzle of the gun and fired almost at the same time. The 2 looked calm on the outside, but in fact, they couldn't help sweating in their palms. They must not miss. Otherwise their plan will fail. If they destroy this pillow, they don't know if they can find the next one. Fortunately, the level of the 2 is as stable as before. The person who finally figured out a certain escape route moved his elbow, and felt a huge sense of crisis coming. 2 strong breaths, one on the left and one on the right, flew very close to his ears, and instantly nailed his movements to the ground. Too close. On the line between life and death. What's more terrifying is that the other party obviously calculated his position and shot. Obviously, it could be easily hit, but the other party chose this method, just to warn him that they knew all his movements. What did the other party want to do? Play tricks on him? The young man in the dark was both ashamed and angry, and more of a sense of powerlessness about losing his autonomy. Why? Obviously, he had vowed a long time ago to control his own destiny, to be above everyone else, and not rely on anyone's power. But why, in the end it turned out like this? Could it be that he was really a useless kid who played around as his big brother said? He was unwilling. He really didn't want to leave in such a bleak way. I think you know that I can do it right away, as long as I want. As if to prove his words, Huan Xian started counting directly, hand, left leg, right leg. It's slightly off. But it doesn't matter. Neck and head. Huan Xian paused for each one, and moved the muzzle of the gun to lock on the parts he designated. Jiang Hui stood by to guard him in case the other party had the idea of fighting to the death and suddenly attacked. The person hiding in the dark put his index finger on the trigger, loosened it, tightened it, and was about to pull it, but heard the person on the other side said leisurely, "Do you want to try again? Isn't the warning just now enough? If it's you, I probably won't give you a second chance." Hillman, who was next to him, instinctively wanted to turn his head to look, but found that the current situation was really not suitable for moving too much. So he stopped. He felt that this sentence sounded familiar. Opportunity, given opportunity, Huan Xian wouldn't target this enemy again. Right? This is a tough guy. Although Hillman had only traveled with his teammates for a while, he had already fully witnessed their abilities. Hillman had never seen anyone who could compete with Huan Xian Jiang Hui in shooting ability. And this guy who had not shown his face yet, even when he was alone, could survive until now without being shot. He was really a capable person. Can such a person be recruited in the same way? It seems that there is no big problem. And as long as this person is recruited, many of their problems can be solved. So this guy really came at the right time. Just in time. And he is exactly the great talent they need. I don't know what Hillman is thinking about. Huan Xian's conversation is still going on. But it is probably true as he said. He will not give this terrible enemy a second chance like he did to Hillman. And the conversation ended quickly. And the enemy is still sensible. Chapter 236 all done. Although he was very unwilling, Clarence felt that there was no need to continue struggling. Because the enemy's ability was far superior to his. Not only in shooting ability. He could feel that the other party was far more terrifying than those he knew in the past. It would be better to listen to what the other party had to say. Why didn't he kill him immediately? Could it be that he wanted to recruit him as a team member? Reluctantly accepting the fact that he had failed, Clarence's eyes fell on the direction where Jiang Hui was. And pursed his lips. If it was the team that this person was in, it would be easy to understand. After figuring out Huan Xian and the other's purpose, Clarence still couldn't let go of his attitude. But his heart was much more settled. Huan Xian made the same request to Clarence, asking the other party to drop his weapon and come over here by himself. Because of this man's excellent shooting level, the four people did not relax their vigilance. During the period, the muzzles of the four guns were always aimed at him to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking. It can be seen that this person is a very proud person. Not only can't let go of his body, but also can't wipe away his face. Obviously, Huan Xian's request and actions made the other party feel deeply humiliated. Even though his reason drove him to do it instinctively, his expression became more and more awkward, and his face was as black as charcoal, which was quite scary. Zhou Xiaowen thought to himself that their teammate, who was about to join, had a bad temper and was not easy to get along with. But it didn't matter, as long as he was awesome. This guy was really the third awesome guy he had seen after Jiang Hui and Huan Xian. If Huan Xian and Jiang Hui hadn't taken turns to pay attention to him in the previous battle, he and Hillman might have been eliminated by the opponent's precise attack. It was really admirable. Hillman had some very subtle and strange emotions in his heart, as if they were in the same industry, and they were in the same boat. Perhaps he thought of his cowardly look at that time from the other party's current not-so-good-looking appearance. It was really not very decent. Would Jiang, who was watching at that time, think that he was too cowardly? It doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone will be from the same country in the future. What's the big deal about losing face in front of teammates? It's nothing. He is still waiting for these powerful teammates to take him to fly. But why does this person look familiar? Golden hair. Handsome face. As if someone owes him hundreds of thousands of dollars. As if. And the moment Jiang Hui saw the other party appear, she couldn't help but think as expected. No wonder she felt that the other party's shooting technique was a little familiar during the gunfight. And it felt that the sight that had been falling on her vaguely turned out to be an acquaintance. Classmate Clarence. Jiang Hui greeted the other party with a little embarrassment. Why was she embarrassed? Because her teammate Huan Xian didn't seem to plan to welcome this new teammate in the same way as he would welcome an ordinary teammate. Why did you tie him up? Jiang Hui couldn't help but stiffen his face. Erkong didn't have time to reach out his hand, and saw Huan Xian tied him up tightly with an alloy soft rope that he didn't know when he got it. And his technique was very professional. It seemed that there was no chance for him to break free. Didn't you invite him to be your teammate? Jiang Hui's smile froze at the corner of her mouth. Zhou Xiaowen and Hillman were also stunned at the same time. Of course, the other party was also a little stunned. He thought his guess was correct. But what is this guy's behavior now? Could it be that this is one of the tests for officially joining the team, and he needs to be tied up for a while to gain trust before he can get away? The stubbornness, the unwilling pride, and the humiliation that could not be concealed on Clarence's face disappeared completely at this moment, replaced by full of daze. Have you forgotten what we were discussing before? Isn't this the best solution for us? Come and help quickly, or we won't be able to run any slower, Huan Xian hurriedly urged. Zhou Xiaowen was still dumbfounded by the other party's behavior, and Hillman, who was used to accepting new things, responded immediately. He went forward to help before he figured out what was going on, and quickly tied up the legs of his Clarence classmate. Huan Xian seemed very satisfied, and then he directed Zhou Xiaowen and Hillman to help carry the other party towards the central total energy block. What can Jiang Hui do? If her teammates are thieves, she will naturally follow them and become a bandit. She was just shocked by the other party's overly bold move at first, and then she quickly realized what Huan Xian was thinking. In fact, This is not a bad idea. And it also saves them from many worries. So it is a blessing in disguise. The time they spent arguing about the 2 or 3 points just now is worth it. It was a delay. But they got a big helper. Which is really worth it. So Jiang Hui, who figured it out, also followed happily. Clarence, the 4 people who were still arguing just now, and the teammate, who was forcibly snatched back, joyfully rushed to the place where they had just avoided like a tiger. Of course, it was not them who were going to go in, but this new teammate. Looking at the residual energy close to double digits, Holly's brows did not relax. A team member who was a distance away from him nodded slightly to Holly. Captain, that person has not appeared yet. Holly did not say anything about this. However, a girl sitting opposite the 2 of them. He snorted and sneered coldly. You are really good at hiding. You must be afraid that others will find out your whereabouts. Do you dare to fight openly? What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Mukun, what you said is wrong. How can a person be in the first place if he doesn't have real skills? Even if there are compensation points. The compensation points cannot reach 300. Don't underestimate the enemy. What do you mean? You have to argue with me. Right? I just can't stand such a hiding guy. I didn't question her ability. What's the point of making a fuss? Don't lose your composure before you fight others. The one who called the captain just now stopped the quarrel between the 2 with a cold voice. Although the 2 still looked unconvinced and didn't cast a glance at the person who spoke. They probably knew that their words and actions at this time were inappropriate. So they snorted and retracted their gaze. Holly watched the various situations between the teams with a cold eye, but said nothing. He just casually looked at the name at the top of the scoreboard, and then looked at the map above. Then his eyes suddenly focused on a ranking number that appeared on the map. It seems that he finally couldn't help but come out. This is the field Clarence, ranked 3rd, from the 2nd squad of the combat individual department, in single state. So he is really good at hiding. This person is also good at hiding. And there are people who can hide better than him. L3 is near us. Why don't we go and play with him later? He doesn't even have a team now. What a pity. Yes, it's a pity. If I could meet him earlier. Holly's eyes fell slightly on the name, and then quickly turned away. Chapter 237, General and Soldiers. It was a close call. I almost forgot that we didn't know the range of the energy charging. If we step in directly, we will be exposed. Hillman was thankful. Don't worry. Huan Qian knows his limits. Zhou Xiuan didn't want to get close to him and cause trouble. So he and Hillman moved back a distance and watched Huan Qian carefully support and gently push Clarence's head, causing his whole body to move forward slightly. Jiang Hui. Huan Qian knows his limits. But isn't this a bit horrible? For the arrogant Clarence? Such a situation is better than just killing him. Oh my god. Looking at this little look. He is not going to make an enemy with him. Right? If the other party conceals the situation in a rage, then wouldn't their calculations be in vain? But if they don't do this, they can't test the subtle range of the total energy block. She hesitated to speak, but finally her reason prevailed over her conscience. She silently acted as a background board, and then watched the people move forward about 10 centimeters. We're here, Clarence, lying on the ground, said suddenly with a stiff face. It seems that the other party still listened to Huan Qian's threats before implementation, and did not dare to gamble and perish with him. No matter how unhappy she was, she still obediently reported the signal to them, telling them that they had just entered the boundary of the total energy block. Several people looked up at the map above, and sure enough, they saw Clarence's ranking number 3 flashing in the L3 energy position. After confirming that they did not reveal their tracks, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Huan Qian lowered his head and said to Clarence, who was really embarrassed at this time, sorry, we have no choice. It is not intentional to offend. You still have to bear with it for a while, and wait until the total energy block on the other side can add you to the team. Although the total points are reported every star, the status is updated in real time. For example, who was eliminated during this period? Who joined what team? These will still be updated in real time. So if they immediately put Clarence in the team, the other party will become a target like everyone else. It is impossible to find out the number of this total energy block without revealing their whereabouts. Therefore, in the current state, it is most beneficial for them to keep Clarence fighting alone. This is also the reason why Huan Qian immediately restrained the opponent, because he couldn't trust a member who wasn't a member of the team. Nor could he trust the agreement that the other party had only verbally reached with them. That was the only way. It was a bit ugly. But the thing they had been worried about was finally done. They finally determined their current location without revealing their whereabouts. This was L3, the energy point closest to L7's total charging energy block. A completely bad news. However, with their foresight planning, they finally avoided a lot of risk points in advance. We are leaving. Another 2 stars have passed. They must have seen it. Jiang Hui stared at the map in the air and urged. Moreover, her and Huanqian's simulated bras also dropped to double digits, reading 9%. There was not much time left for them. Huanqian also knew it, and said sorry, then pulled Clarence out, helped him up, untied the rope on his legs, and then seemed to be thinking about how to start. Hillman saw it and said quickly, I'll carry him. You carry Jiang. Her leg is injured and she can't run fast. I don't need to. Huanqian nodded and walked towards Jiang Hui without thinking. Come up. Seeing that he didn't move, Huanqian reminded, you dragged us both in the water for so long before. It's time for me to return you. Don't worry. I'm very strong and won't fall you. Jiang Hui. Of course she is not worried about this. Forget it. Although it is indeed a bit of a waste of manpower. The fact is that her leg can't run very fast. Even if she can endure the pain, the function of her muscles and bones is still damaged. And the function has declined a lot. If she insists on running by herself, she will only drag others down. After thinking about it, she didn't want to be pretentious and nodded in agreement. Hillman had already carried Clarence on his back and said, Clarence, don't worry. I have experience in this. I have participated in many weight-bearing competitions and won gold medals. My steps are very steady. Come. I'll tie a strap for you so that you won't be bumpy. If you don't mind, you can lie down and sleep for a while. It will be smoother to compete after you have enough energy. It would be best if you can pull down the annoying guy above you. I'm not talking about Jiang. But Holly. Clarence. Is this the problem? But he really can't fall asleep in such a situation? We are all teammates. Why is he the only one who is so miserable? Clarence felt a little wronged for some reason. But it is obvious that Hillman is not a person who can think flexibly. And it is useless to say anything to him. Well, let's stop talking. Huanqian sent a transmission signal to Zhou Xiuwen, who nodded and followed behind to keep an eye on the real-time map, reporting any movement of those key personnel. What was Jiang Hui responsible for? He could only carry a gun and be on guard. The 5 people in the group, each with their own arrangements, tacitly ran towards the direction of the total energy block L11. It seems that something is wrong. Forget it. Just run anyway. There is no time to pursue those details. It's over. Just like that? The people who watched the whole process outside were a little bit unbelievable. The one who raised the question turned out to be Zoe, who always liked to find fault with others in a sarcastic way. And his tone was even filled with some unbelievable and absurd meaning. The teachers were watching outside, and naturally saw Clarence, who intended to ambush at a glance, and were waiting to see the other party catch the T-186 team off guard. Who would have thought that the group of guys would be even more pretentious? And they seemed to be arguing without caring about any consequences the moment before. But when they took action, they were unambiguous. The few of them didn't even need to shout a slogan. They had a tacit understanding and captured Clarence, an experienced shooter, in one go. It's not unreasonable. But the situation developed too quickly, and it was unbelievable. So you think this is not enough? Do you want to see what earth-shaking tricks these guys can make? It's already very strong to be able to complete this level of arrangement and planning without training. Young Master Zhou's early detection first won them the first opportunity. And the appearance of this little Clarence also meant that the timing was on their side. This coincidence and reason are the best direction for their current situation. Even if I exchanged the conditions and went down myself, I might not be able to get to this point. Captain Lynch had a complicated expression. He was also itching to watch this action of capturing teammates. Zhou Xiuwen's wit, Huanqian's meticulousness, Jiang Hui's strong appeal, and even the seemingly mediocre Hillman could burst out with extremely meticulous observation skills at certain moments, but these were not his students. Not one of them. Chapter 238. And this student Clarence, who seems to be in a depressed situation at the moment, has also shown strong combat qualities. This person is also not his student. Damn. The students from Class 1, Class 2, the command department, and even the logistics department. Just don't fall into their class 3. Although the Lava brothers and sisters are not bad, there are no shortage of good seedlings in the class. Seeing the outstanding seedlings, Lin Chi is also happy. If he had known that Captain Stark had declined the first class, he would have fought against Zoe, the young master, to grab the first class. The first class also is Hodge, Xiaoli, and Mu Kun. Oh, I really wish I had known it earlier. What are they doing? Why are they tying people up? Lieutenant Fawn of the 7th class asked curiously. They must be afraid of exposing their whereabouts. Although the overall scoreboard is only updated once when it reaches 1 star. If you look closely, you will find that the team status and personal information are updated in real time. Lieutenant Zapp of the 5th class said. The coordinates of others can be seen on the map, because they have entered the range of the total energy block. They did not enter, although they avoided the possibility of exposing their whereabouts immediately. But they also could not know the approximate location of their current location. If they want to know, someone must go in. Several people were arguing about this just now. Huan Xian thoughtlessly proposed to act separately at the beginning. And the way was probably that he would be a target in the L3 total energy block to confuse others, so that those people would think that Jiang Hui was also nearby. And because he ranked high, those people would definitely come to him if they couldn't find Jiang Hui. And then, he would make a plan to escape. This will also buy more time and options for everyone. Jiang Hui disagreed. She saw at a glance that Huan Xian wanted to lead the danger away. How could Holly and others misunderstand so easily? If they couldn't find her, they would probably attack Huan Xian first. So this person said that everyone should act separately. And he said it lightly. If he succeeded in leading him, he would definitely provoke Holly and his group automatically. And then, buy more opportunities for Jiang Hui. During this journey together, Jiang Hui had already seen that this person was not serious about the competition at all. And he was not like the others who came with a desire to win. So he probably thought this was a reasonable way to help Jiang Hui. And he would do it without thinking. This seemed to be fine. Huan Xian, who didn't want to compete, used himself as bait to help Jiang Hui, who wanted to win. It seemed that everyone's interests were not greatly damaged. However, Jiang Hui was very sure that this was wrong. A big mistake. She felt that this kind of thinking and concept was not worth promoting and was wrong. Even if a team sometimes makes sacrifices for the sake of maximizing its interests, it should be for the interests of everyone and for the common glory. Such sacrifices are valuable and meaningful. So is there a common interest in this matter? In fact, it seems that only her interests are taken into consideration. Jiang Hui can't just accept it because it is beneficial to her and the other party doesn't care, rather than sacrificing the interests of teammates to win. Jiang Hui wants to unite everyone's strength to win uprightly. In this way, even if she loses, she is happy and open. She feels that since she has formed this team with everyone, she should be responsible for everyone. Maybe she didn't want absolute victory as much as she thought. Moreover, Jiang Hui felt from the bottom of her heart that Huan Xian's concept needed to be changed. Maybe he really didn't care about victory and had no intention of this game. But this was not a reason for him to sacrifice himself in exchange for the safety of others. If Jiang Hui accepted his special help, his value would be solidified. After that, Huan Xian might get used to such self-sacrifice and even get used to using himself to exchange for victory. No matter whose victory it was. Why treat himself like this? He is not a tool. He is a person. Even though Jiang Hui was just a student who had not even taken formal courses and did not know much about the existence of soldiers, she knew that collective honor should never be exchanged in this way. Huan Xian should love himself more, should believe in them more, and believe that it is not only necessary to sacrifice himself to make the group accept him. Jiang Hui, who had already vaguely sensed that Huan Xian had a bit of self-abandonment, instinctively and forcefully rejected the other party's plan. Before this, the two had worked together for so long without any quarrels. But this time, neither of them was willing to give in. Fortunately, Clarence's appearance just solved their current problem. Several people quickly packed up and fled with the newly robbed teammates, running towards the L11 point. It had been about 8 star minutes since the total charging energy block landed on the training ground. Some contestants were located at energy points with lower charging limits, and their charging was close to half of the limit. This part of the people is expected to come out soon to find another total charging energy block. So Jiang Hui and the others had to hurry. Well, what to do in a hurry? Of course, To seize the time and hunt a few waves, they ran from L3 to L11. The straight line in the middle was separated by at least 2 energy points, and there were 2 more on the left and right sides. A total of 4 energy charging points. There were about 50 or 60 people marked on the map. They couldn't just ignore their blindness and just wander over. Right? These people currently had no intention of leaving the total energy charging range. The numbers representing them could be seen on the map. But these people didn't know that Jiang Hui and his men were coming here. Isn't this a perfect time to hunt? By the way, a full map strategy was also provided above, and the total points were updated once an hour. If they didn't take action, they would be sorry for the unexpected good time, place and people. With the temperament of Jiang Hui and Huan Xian, they would definitely not let go of these praise that were delivered. So they had to hurry up and give more points before the others started to move. Wouldn't that be better than fighting Holly and the others right from the start? After all, the battlefield is not just about brute force. Sometimes it depends on strategy. Right? Jiang Hui lay on Huan Xian's back, holding a standard rifle, looking at the map above the sky from time to time, while analyzing the general situation in the training ground. Suddenly, Huan Xian, who had been carrying her all the way without speaking for a long time, asked, "Why didn't you agree at that time?" His tone seemed very confused. The other party didn't say why, but judging from the other party's awkward attitude all the way, he was probably still angry about what happened just now. Yes. Why? Jiang Hui had a lot of thoughts in her mind. Deep and shallow. Some and some. A lot of reason. But in the end, she couldn't say anything when she came to her mouth, because what position did she use to persuade? How did she know that what she thought was not wrong? Because I'm not your general, and you are not my soldiers. So there shouldn't be such unequal sacrifices. Chapter 239 Time Difference. It's so unlucky. How come we only found such an energy point? 20%. It's better to recharge at another point before. Everyone in the energy point L1 complained lightly. There is a formal team stationed here. In fact, there should have been 2 teams here before. The 2 teams met at the beginning. When they came to this point, they were almost the same in strength. Neither of them could do anything to the other. At most, they would hurt the enemy 1,000 and themselves 800. It's just that this 20% charging quota is equivalent to not charging. We have to find another charging point later. Otherwise we will face the problem of running out of energy at any time. So one of the teams couldn't bear it anymore and left directly, leaving only this team here. This team is composed of a student from the command department and 4 members from the combat individual department. The composition is very traditional, although the overall strength is slightly inferior to some outstanding teams present. They are very balanced and can be quite combat effective if they cooperate properly. However, they were unlucky. Not only did they run into such a restricted charging point, but they also ran into Jiang Hui and his group, who did not play by the rules. Everyone was trying their best to charge energy, but Jiang Hui and his group actually took advantage of the time difference and wandered around, thinking of taking other people's heads. "Where are you rushing to now?" asked the captain of the command department. 13%, 15%, 17%, and his own 18%. The captain of the command department suddenly trembled at his fingertips. The team members were unable to react in time, and immediately heard the sound of someone being shot. In fact, the captain of the command department had already discovered something was wrong, and his reaction was fast enough. But he didn't have time to let a few people dodge. It was just that the enemy was well prepared and attacked faster than them. The one who was shot was the captain, who had the clearest understanding of the situation among the team members. In a very short time, when the rest of the group still failed to respond effectively, this member with weak physique and physical fitness was hit again. The other 4 people only had time to find out in panic that their team only had 1 chance left. Although forming a formal team can indeed bring great advantages to everyone on the surface, but the premise is that none of the 5 people have any shortcomings. If there is a special shortcoming among the 5 people, it will become a gap for others to attack hard. At that time, no matter how powerful the others are, they cannot save the entire team. This team has 4 members who are combat soldiers. No matter which class they are from, their mental strength, physical fitness, and function have reached a certain standard value. Their only weakness and shortcoming is this member of the command system. As for this commander, his mental strength threshold is not bad. Otherwise, he would not have entered the command system. But his physical fitness and adaptability are not good enough, and he is much worse in the team. Jiang Hui in the dark naturally chose the other party as the target. In less than a second, Jiang Hui fired 2 shots in a row, both of which hit the captain of the other party accurately. Now the team is only 1 shot away from getting out. Just as Jiang Hui aimed at a contestant who changed positions quickly, Wan Xian, who was carrying her on his back, suddenly pushed Jiang Hui's gun with his index finger. Shoot the one next to him. Their command is being transmitted and adjusted. Jiang Hui followed suit, without any doubt, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The 5 people in the total energy charging seemed to have been paused, and they stopped their movements immediately, and fell to the ground with a boom boom boom, as if they had agreed. Zhou Xiaowen retracted his gaze from the map he was following, and said with certainty, "They have been eliminated, and we can go." He called Hillman, who was hiding nearby, to come over. Wan Xian led Jiang Hui to the next energy point. No matter how many times I see it, it's so brutal. Hillman, who was carrying Clarence and couldn't participate in the hunt, was responsible for leading people to hide on the other side. And Jiang Hui was the only one who took action just now. This is L3, the relatively close L1 energy point. After about 6 or 7 minutes of driving, the few people arrived near L1. Because there were fewer people at this energy point and the terrain was simple, Jiang Hui took action alone, and Huan Xian cooperated with him. Zhou Xiaowen, Hillman, and Clarence, who was currently unable to move, hid aside to watch throughout the process, making it easier for the other 2 to clear the field. The whole thing went smoothly, and was solved in less than 2 star minutes. The few people didn't think about picking up resources, because there was no need. It was more important to hurry on the road. L1 is the closest to the L1 energy point. In addition, it takes about 13 or 14 star minutes from L1 to the next point L6. It takes about 15 or 16 star minutes from L6 to 11, which means that they have to walk at least half a star hour from L3 to L11. Half a star hour has too many variables. Not only the people in L7, but also other people will probably start to move. There is not much time left for them. At this time, the few people also understood the seriousness of the situation. They didn't chat on the road. They killed several stragglers, who didn't reach the total energy block to charge along the way, and barely touched the range of the total energy block L6. At this time, nearly 30 star points had passed since the start of the second round of supply. At this time, most of the contestants, who were staying in the energy points to recharge, began to move. In a point L5 where there were relatively few people in the northeast region, the Lava brothers and sisters who ranked 9th and 15th were also looking up at the total score list on the sky. It is not an exaggeration to say that this list has been conspicuous since it appeared, and it can almost be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. The Lava brothers and sisters believed that at this moment, they didn't know how many people were looking up at the top 3 like him, sighing in despair. Although a small competition at the beginning of the school year is nothing, and people have different abilities, there are too many differences between people. Right? The 3 people were like a mountain pressing down on them, weighing them down by a huge distance, making them doubt whether there was something wrong with the education they had received since childhood. Obviously, they were admitted to Beska Intermediate College because of their excellent grades. So why were they so different from those above? However, the Lava brothers and sisters were quite open-minded. They were originally children from ordinary families in the resident galaxy, but their family was relatively wealthy and their parents were open-minded, so they could afford to support the 2 brothers and sisters to study their favorite majors since they were young. After they completed the Second Awakening, they were admitted to the Combat Individual Department of Beska Intermediate College with excellent grades. This step was beyond the reach of many ordinary people in the resident galaxy. Besides, they believed that this was just the beginning, and perhaps they would be slightly worse than those proud children for a while. But after hard work, they would definitely shine their own glory one day, sooner or later. However, given their current abilities, it would be better to stay out of the spotlight. After all, none of them wanted to fight against that madman Holly, nor did they want to compete with the top contestant who had only heard of him but never seen him. In the end, the competition depended on who had the highest total score. Now that they were in the energy point L5 far away from the melee area, it was in line with their wishes, and they could watch a fight between a dragon and a tiger. Chapter 240. Yes, the so-called dragon-tiger fight refers to the undercurrent between the R256 team where Holly and his party are, and the T186 temporary team where Jiang Hui is. Although it is a fight between the first place who has taken the first advantage of the compensation points, but is still far ahead, and the second place with absolute strength. They are naturally very interested. Besides, they also have their own calculations. At present, the race organizers have explained that this is the charging time, but only offer such a simple total charging energy block, replacing the previous complex terrain supply points and rules. I think this round of charging time must be less abundant than the previous round, and it is estimated that it will be at most 2 or 3 stars. Judging from their current charging rate on the L5 side, it will take about 20 star minutes to fill up the 60% quota. In other words, it will take 1 star hour for them to be able to move around on their own. And during this period, they can only watch the movements of others. At this time, nearly 30 star points have passed since the start of charging. It is estimated that many people in the energy points have begun to get restless and will go out to find new energy points one after another, although they are deserted here and cannot hunt any targets. The energy point they found initially has a high quota. Next, they only need to find 40% points to complete the charging goal. In addition, after more than 20 star hours of guerrilla warfare, many team members have been injured, and even the 2 brothers and sisters feel quite mentally exhausted. After comprehensive consideration, the Lava brothers and sisters decided not to join in the excitement. First, replenish the energy of the simulated bra, and make plans for the rest of the time. Anyway, those guys can't possibly clear most of the field in 2 or 3 weeks. Right? If the other side really has such a skill, they can only admit defeat. Pavola Lava looked at the map and was a little confused that Holly's team has been staying at L7 for a while. It can be seen that the energy charge amount at his point should not be low. Brother, is it 60% like ours? Eris Lava shook his head. He didn't know. This orienteering race is different from all kinds of competitions he has seen in the past. Anyway, none of the videos of previous years' competitions that he specially adjusted before were used. It feels that the school has made great improvements in this aspect of the competition. There is no pattern at all, so they can only grope. There are many things in this first round of supply points that they are still confused about. Not to mention this second round where they still don't know the way. However, judging by the time, the opponent's point should also be a point with a high energy limit. If it was only 20% or 30%, Holly and his team would never stay there for so long. Maybe 40%? Eris guessed irrationally. Huh? It really moved. Now it's only been a little more than 30 star points since the recharge. 60% can't be recharged so quickly. He has a maximum energy limit of 40%. Pathra, who had been staring at the sky, raised his eyebrows. He just guessed it casually. Eris was a little dumbfounded. Then he immediately looked up and found that the ranking number 2 representing Holly disappeared within the range of L7. And the rest of the R256 members also disappeared one after another. Their team should leave this point to find another supply point. So Eris's interest came up all of a sudden. Zyophila. Where do you think they will go next? They won't go to find the one at the top of the list. Right? Don't call me by that name. Pavola, who was born with a snowy face, was a little embarrassed when he heard that. In order to prevent those people from continuing to focus on this, Pavola quickly changed the subject. It shouldn't be. How much energy do they have at L7? It's not realistic to spend the rest of the time looking for someone. But to say that he doesn't look for anything at all, it's not like his personality. So, just look for a charging point while looking for someone, Eris added. The two looked at each other and were very sure. Yes, this is the Holly they have seen. Before this, they didn't know this person, although everyone is a new student. But during the military training, most classes are closed for training. And even in the same training ground, they are divided into 2 ends. At such a long distance, and with everyone focusing on their own things, it is difficult to pay attention to a student in a certain class. Most people don't have so much time. Right? And most of their impressions of their classmates in the same grade began with this game. Of course, this kind of witnessing method almost always starts with swords and fists. For people like Jiang Huangxian and Holly, if they meet in the arena, the only result is life and death. So the Lava brothers and sisters met Holly later in the supply point. And the situation was also very dangerous at that time. Just this one encounter, Holly left a deep impression on the brother and sister. This classmate named Holly was cold and decisive, merciless, and looked at everyone from a distance with a cold and sharp look in his eyes. And any target he targeted could not escape his strict pursuit. If they were not lucky enough to run faster, they would probably be left there with a group of people. Therefore, the brother and sister were very afraid of this person, and they were always worried that they would meet him too early in the game. Fortunately, they did not meet each other or the team they were in along the way. If Holly only wanted to find energy points, there would be many. It depends on where he goes. He might come to our side. But if he wants to find that person, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I really don't know what the first place student Jiang Hui is thinking. Could it be that she has some other way to replenish energy? She hasn't found a charging point to replenish energy until now. Obviously, judging from the average energy consumption of everyone's simulated bras, it should be the end. Or, does she also want to avoid Holly? That's smart. As soon as her ranking appears, it will probably start a fight. It is also because she has not appeared yet that Holly can stay quietly in L7 until now. Alas, they are all cunning guys. I don't understand them. A member of the third class next to him was so excited that he couldn't get around and could only sigh. By the way, it seems that there are still 2 total energy charging points that no one has visited, which is also strange. Another person looked at the 2 empty points on the map and said in surprise, "There is one. Someone went into L3 just now. You missed it. It seems to be Clarence, who ranks 3rd. But I don't know why he came out as soon as he went in. I guess he found that the amount was too low after connecting to the total energy block." Eris thought for a while, and then moved his eyes to the bottom of L3. Assuming that Jiang Hui of Class 1 continues to not appear during this period, and Clarence, who ranks 2nd, briefly appears in L3 again, Holly's final choice will probably be in the lower southeast direction. And the energy points closest to L7 are L10 and L6. Which one will it be?